Chapter 81 The Black-Blooded Mercenary Escaped in Embarrassment. Xiao Bai returned to his position. Lin Sheng came to the deck of the Ark and stood in the middle of Lin's giant crossbow. These giant crossbows were arranged in 2 rows on both sides of Lin Sheng. A total of 30 giant crossbows were aimed at the wooden boats that were about to approach the Ark. Lin Sheng looked seriously at the wooden boat approaching from the sea. On the wooden boat. "Boss, something seems wrong. Look at the one on the Ark." The younger brother next to Heishua, the boss of the Black Blood mercenary group, handed the binoculars to the boss. The Black Blood boss picked up the binoculars and was stunned when he took a look. "Okay, a lot of giant crossbows." He then saw that there were only 8 giant crossbows around him, and he already had doubts in his heart about whether he could deal with Lin Sheng. He suddenly felt that he had been tricked by Jialong. Their bad intentions have already entered the shooting range. So the dogs let go of their arrows, Lin Sheng said with stern eyes. These people were not like Chen Xiaowen, who came to him to collect rewards and buy supplies. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many ships, and half of the ships would come carrying giant crossbows. Guzi responded and made arrangements. The giant spears on the giant crossbows suddenly shot out one after another. After a row of giant crossbows discharged their arrows, the savages filled the giant spears one after another. The giant crossbows in the second row also hurriedly released arrows from the middle of the row of giant crossbows. 15 giant spears shot out in each wave. The black-blooded boss on the wooden boat immediately began to curse. "Damn Jialong mercenary group. Damn Shao Shijun. These good guys gave me so little equipment to deal with such fierce firepower. Are they trying to force us to death?" The Black Blood boss regretted why he had to abide by the shit agreement with the Jialong mercenary group. "Can't you just run away after taking your things?" He regretted it. Looking at the giant spear approaching him little by little, he hurriedly shouted at the fleet of Black Blood mercenaries. "Retreat! You hacking retreat!" The Black Blood boss felt extremely aggrieved. We had just faced it, and we no longer had the courage to attack. Just leave in despair. Of course, the main thing is that they are not strong enough. The giant spears kept falling, and the wooden boats escaped not too slowly. But they still lost 2 wooden boats at once. 10 people fell into the water, and even the giant crossbow they had just obtained and had not been used destroyed a bed. On the Ark, Lin Sheng looked at the fleeing wooden boat team, and he also had a guess in his heart, fearing that it was the Jialong mercenary group that was responsible again. He just wanted to develop his own Ark quietly and live a good life with Shenling. But the Jialong mercenary group keeps causing trouble for themselves. Lin Sheng couldn't help but think of the horror of the dragon mercenaries in the previous life. He didn't know how much strength the Jialong mercenary group had now, but it shouldn't be bad. His own strength may not be enough to completely destroy the Jialong mercenary group. Lin Sheng could only endure it for now. But that was just patience with the dragon mercenaries. It didn't mean that any cat or dog could come and cause trouble for him. Pai, ask old Jack to chase me. If you insist on asking the others to show you today, Lin Sheng, am not that easy to mess with. Okay, boss. Pai left the team and ran to inform old Jack. Lin Sheng wants to let other survivors, especially those who have illusions about himself, know that they are not to be trifled with. The Black Blood mercenary group is the best example. Today, Lin Sheng wanted to kill him so that others would remember him. The Black Blood boss on the wooden boat felt happy. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise the entire mercenary group would have been destroyed. "Boss, look quickly. The Ark is chasing us," a mercenary said to the Black Blood boss. "What?" The Black Blood boss looked back, and sure enough, Ark was turning around and chasing them. "Damn, Mr. Sheng. Are you planning to kill us all? Run! Run quickly!" The Black Blood boss was furious. He had forgotten that they were the ones who provoked Lin Sheng first. But Lin Sheng was the last to attack. The wooden boat quickly fled into the distance. Lin Sheng on the Ark has given orders to the piranhas to let the piranha group serve as the vanguard. "Boss, there is something under the sea." As soon as the mercenary finished speaking, a group of piranhas emerged from the sea, and as soon as they jumped onto the wooden boat, they chewed up a large piece of wood. "Everyone, be careful and kill these monsters." The wooden stick in the Black Blood boss's hand hit a piranha that jumped out of the sea and wanted to attack him. This piranha was driven into the water by the Black Blood boss like a baseball. The members of the mercenary group were all on guard to fight back, and many people on the manned wooden boat were injured. But they still resisted the attacking piranhas. As for the wooden boats carrying giant crossbows, they are not so good. Those wooden boats carrying giant crossbows and with few people could not withstand the swarm of piranhas like the tide. Soon all the mercenaries on the wooden boat were killed or injured. The wooden boat and the giant crossbow sank into the sea. Watching this scene, Heishua was furious. He held a bow and arrow in his hand and shot at the piranhas. However, the quality of the bow and arrow was so poor that it could not hurt these piranhas whose skin and bones were like iron armor. As soon as he reached the piranha, he was thrown into the sea and was even eaten clean by the piranha. The Black Blood boss is heartbroken and has suffered heavy losses. No, we can't go on like this. Seeing this group of piranha monsters in front of them, there is also the ark that is about to catch up behind them. The Black Blood boss finally had to decide. Everyone abandoned the wooden boat, took important things with them, and floated away. Water float is something similar to a water wheel. People stand on the pedals and step on the pedals continuously. The whole water float will take the people riding on it away quickly on the water. Due to changes in the rules of the world, the role of this tool has been enhanced. Not only faster, but also will not sink in the water. The Black Blood boss watched his subordinates take out the life-saving artifacts he had obtained from the jalo mercenary group, and he also hurriedly took them out. He glanced at the wooden boat team unwillingly. Heartbroken. Damn Xiao Shijun of the Dragon Mercenary Group. Damn Lin Sheng. I will repay you double the loss I suffered today when I come back next time. The Black Blood boss was thinking in his heart. But the movement of his feet was not slow at all. After stepping on the water float, he stepped on the pedal like crazy, and the water float jumped quickly on the sea surface, escaping into the distance at a speed that even the piranha couldn't keep up with. Only 50 of the hundreds of Black Blood members escaped. Lin Sheng on the ark looked at this scene coldly. After comparison, he determined that if his ark did not use the speed enchantment, it would be impossible to catch up, and he could only prepare to give up. But he was still quite curious about floating on the water. If you have this water float, can't you use it flexibly on the water? While Lin Sheng was thinking this, a white shadow flashed across the sea. A black-blooded mercenary had his neck bitten off and floated down from the water. The black-blooded people looked back and were so frightened that they stepped on their feet faster and floated away faster on the water. That is? Lin Sheng looked at Bai Ying and was suddenly stunned. Chapter 82 Understanding the Manufacturing Diagram. Floating on the water. Bai Ying bit the water and floated on it, heading towards Lin Sheng. Those piranhas seemed to have sensed a familiar smell on Bai Ying's body, and therefore did not attack Bai Ying. When Bai Ying got closer, Lin Sheng recognized Bai Ying. Isn't this just Xiao Bai? Hey, Xiao Sheng, when did you bring Xiao Bai back? Shen Ling, who had been standing next to Lin Sheng nervously holding a bow and arrow, finally asked at this time. She had just been worried about whether the enemies, who came with giant crossbows, would attack. If the giant crossbows on the ark were useless, then she would work hard. But what I didn't expect in the end was that the opponent could only run away in embarrassment due to underestimating the enemy and not understanding the enemy. I seem to have forgotten Xiao Bai. Lin Sheng touched his nose and said. But he also looked at Xiao Bai curiously. That was an island. He had been away from ice and Snow Island for 2 days. As a result, Xiao Bai actually chased him all the way from the ice and Snow Island. Lin Sheng put down the ladder, walked down, and looked face to face with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng. After a moment, he raised his head arrogantly, with an indifferent expression on his face. This reminded Lin Sheng of the dogs that some people kept in their homes before the disaster. The master is traveling far away, and the dog chases him all the way. Lin Sheng reached out and touched Xiao Bai's head. You dog, wolf cub! I didn't expect you would still be chasing me after 2 days! Lin Sheng suddenly felt a little moved. Come on! Come up! This chase brought me a surprise. Lin Sheng grabbed the dead skin on the back of Xiao Bai's neck, lifted Xiao Bai up, and walked towards the ark. The dogs on the ark consciously came down and floated onto the ark. The savages were also curious about how this kind of thing could float on the water and carry people so fast. Lin Sheng returned to the ark and placed Xiao Bai on the deck. Pai Pai came over and asked, Boss, they are running too fast. It is difficult to chase them now. It's okay. Let them live first. As for their whereabouts, I will figure it out later. Lin Sheng's current thoughts are not on the Black Blood mercenary group. Although he also wants to destroy the Black Blood, he is still more curious about how Xiao Bai managed to catch up with him across such a long distance across the sea. Lin Sheng knelt down and touched Xiao Bai's head and asked, Xiao Bai, how did you chase me here? Xiao Bai gave Lin Sheng a blank look. It's a pity that it can't speak. Otherwise it would definitely say, wouldn't it be okay if it had legs? At this time, Shenling also came over and squatted next to Xiao Bai. She said with concern, Xiao Bai is very tired along the way, isn't he? Xiao Bai's concern for Shenling was not the same as for Lin Sheng. Instead, he rubbed his head into Shenling's arms. Shenling also smiled and rubbed Xiao Bai's head. Seeing that the man and the wolf were getting along well, Lin Sheng took out some food and handed it to Shenling. He simply asked Shenling to feed Xiao Bai. Lin Sheng turned back and walked towards the water float. But I became curious in my heart. Is it really possible to make these tools only with drawings? Is there really no other way? Lin Sheng was still very greedy for floating on the water. On the ark, although you can fight back when the enemy attacks, it is difficult to fight back. For example, today, when facing those black blood mercenary groups, if you have water floats in your hands, you can directly lead Guzi and others to surround those people on the sea and carry out encirclement and suppression. Lin Sheng looked at the float on the water. This prop was not that complicated. It just used elasticity to convert it into power to move on the water. The base is a floating object, with enough buoyancy to maintain it from sinking into the water. Lin Sheng observed little by little, and suddenly a rising sound sounded in his ears. Congratulations on understanding the method of making water floats and learning how to make water floats. Lin Sheng was immediately stunned. Surprisingly, you can learn the manufacturing method without drawings. He recalled how he had just learned it. It seems to be just observation. Thinking in my mind about the things that need to be made and spliced to make this water float. Just when I was thinking clearly, the notification sound came. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor to rely on comprehension to learn how to make items. You have received the title. I am a genius. Your comprehension plus 100% means you have stronger comprehension and can rely on knowledge to learn how to create items. World announcement. Congratulations to survivor Lin Sheng for becoming the first to understand item manufacturing. Asterisk 3. This world announcement is purely an announcement, and there are no special rewards. And this time, even if everyone did not open the world chat channel, this notification would ring in their ears. Shenling, who was feeding Xiao Bai, stood up suddenly, and the food in her hand got directly stuck on Xiao Bai's face. Shenling looked at Lin Sheng curiously, but Xiao Bai reluctantly stuck out his tongue and licked his face to lick the food off his face. Then he lay down on the deck and fell asleep. Xiaosheng, what did you do? Why do you feel so powerful? Yazi? Shenling asked in surprise. Ha ha. Don't be so gay. Sister Ling. Lin Sheng replied calmly, but with a proud look on his face. Did you see? Your brother and I are so powerful. Shenling stepped forward and said curiously. Then what did you understand? This. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and pointed. Shenling looked at the water floating on the water. She was sure that Lin Sheng couldn't do it before. But now I can. Sister Ling, let's go for a walk on the sea. As Lin Sheng spoke, he began to create misunderstandings. Water float manufacturing. Plank 50. Fine iron 50. Rubber 50. Lin Sheng has these materials on his body. Manufacturing started immediately. Get water float. Get water float. Lin Sheng took out the water float from his backpack and placed it on the sea under the ark. Lin Sheng jumped up and landed firmly on the water float. Sister, come on. Let's go together. Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Shenling wanted to try another float like Lin Sheng. But something she had never used before made Shenling a little worried. Then he saw Lin Sheng floating on the water, moving freely on the sea. Xiaosheng, come here and take me with you. Shenling shouted helplessly. Here we come. Sister, jump down and I will catch you. Lin Sheng shouted to Shenling on the sea. Shenling jumped out of the ark and jumped towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng opened his hands and took Shenling into his arms. Sister, you're so heavy. I almost suffered internal injuries. Shenling patted Lin Sheng's chest gently with her palm. Then don't follow me. That won't work. I won't be able to bear it if I break it. Sister. After the two were fooling around for a while, they stood on the water one after the other. As they stepped on the pedals, they moved on the sea as if they were on flat ground. After getting tired of playing and returning to the deck, Lin Sheng sat on the deck and chatted with the world and sent a message. Whoever provides the whereabouts of the Black Blood mercenary group, and the information is true and valid, will be rewarded with a pound of liquor. After sending the message, Lin Sheng thought in his mind, can I learn how to make other things? Chapter 83 Wires. Super batteries. As for what I want to try to understand, Lin Sheng's first step was to choose something that could be made with the materials he had. Lin Sheng thought in his mind that the things that could be made, copper and rubber, were the materials that could be used to make wires. Lin Sheng thought about it. Isn't this wire made of copper and rubber? While Lin Sheng was thinking, a notification sound appeared in his head. Understand wire manufacturing. Wire manufacturing. Copper 1. Rubber 2. Lin Sheng immediately used the materials in the backpack to make wires. Get wire 1 meter. It's really possible, Lin Sheng said in surprise. It's just that now we have wires in our hands. But where does the power come from? As for electrical appliances, I don't have the electrical drawings in my hands now, let alone the power supply. He had not been engaged in professional electronic equipment production before, let alone understood these things. Lin Sheng could only put the wires aside helplessly, waiting for the opportunity to use them again in the future. As Lin Sheng made it, time passed quickly, and darkness fell on the sea again. Lin Sheng lay on his bed and took out the manual. After much hesitation, he clicked on the world chat channel. After so many searches before, Lin Sheng couldn't contact him at all. This time, Lin Sheng still wanted to try to find his adoptive parents. Lin Sheng conducted a OK search, and the arrangement of the characters was different every time he searched. But this time Lin Sheng's search results were unexpected. Although the name Shen Haifeng appeared in a row, but this time, the picture with the name listed first in front of Lin Sheng's eyes shocked Lin Sheng. The picture on the profile picture was extremely clear. It was the adoptive father that Lin Sheng was familiar with. He couldn't wait to open it and read the information. Yes, that is his adoptive father. And the information displayed in the data is not black and white, which means he is still alive. Lin Sheng immediately sent me a message. Is old Shen here? 1 minute. 2 minutes. There has been no reply. Lin Sheng was helpless and thought of his adoptive mother. But the search results weren't that satisfying. There is no whereabouts of his adoptive mother. Lin Sheng had no choice but to put down the manual. If you can't get in touch, you can only wait for the other party to send you a reply message. As for other things, we can only find out after contacting the adoptive father. Lin Sheng comforted himself that maybe his parents would stay together in the camp of the jalo mercenary group. What are you doing? Why don't you work quickly? Move these things over there. Eat so much food, and still grind away at some work. Curses rang out in front of the middle-aged couple. Pa, the sound of the vine whip being whipped came from the man's back. Hey! Okay, I'll move right away. The man took a deep breath, but did not dare to resist. Old man, let me help you. The middle-aged woman came to the man with a dirty face to help him. The dragon mercenary guard put away his whip. You all don't have the strength to work. Right. You can't even do any work if you eat so much. If you don't work, labor and management won't give you food. Go feed the sharks in the sea. The guard cursed a few times, and then sat on the forest chair and drank tea comfortably. There are hundreds of ordinary survivors here. They either came here for help, or they happened to be captured by the jalo mercenary group. The middle-aged man who was working lifted the wooden box aside with the help of the woman. Thank you for your hard work, Juan. I'm not bitter. I just don't know how Linger and Sheng are doing. I hope they won't be captured by such a big force and used as coolies like us. After putting down the things, the woman said with lingering fear, after they were captured, they had no time to do anything but eat rotten food and work all the time. As for escaping, there was no way, since everyone outside was from the jalo mercenary group. These two couples were exactly the adoptive parents that Lin Sheng was looking for. On top of the ark, inside Lin Sheng's room, the door was suddenly pushed open. Shenling walked in quietly. Huh? What's wrong with you? Sister? Lin Sheng said when he saw Shenling coming in. Well, I'm fine. Although Shenling said she was fine, there was still sadness on her face. But now that he is here and living a leisurely life with Shenling on the ark, there is only one thing that can make Shenling worry about, and that is the whereabouts of his parents. Sister, do you miss your parents? Shenling, who was sitting beside Lin Sheng's bed, nodded. Lin Sheng's words brought the loneliness in her heart to a peak, and she threw herself directly into Lin Sheng's arms. Pick me up. Cuddle. Okay. They're fine. I just found Lao Shen's contact information. Although he didn't respond to me, the data showed that he was not dead. We will definitely find them. Shenling suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Sheng. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded. Time passed little by little, and Shenling fell asleep leaning against Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng covered Shenling with his blanket, straightened her hair, and smiled on his face. Then his eyes were attracted to the private chat interface. Pajun. Master Sheng, we have another batch of crystals in our hands. And there are other things. I wonder if you want them. Lin Sheng. You can send it to me, and I will quote you the price. Pajun. Okay. Get the heart of the devilfish. Get the blood of the devilfish. Obtain the essence of the devilfish. Get gold coins +1. Pajun. The others are the crystallizations from before. There are still a lot of these hard chi and blood essences. Lin Sheng. Are there many gold coins? Pajun. That's a lot. We have 40,000 people. On average, we can get tens of thousands of gold coins a day. But it's useless now. We plan to use these gold coins as a common currency after the country is restored. Lin Sheng. MMP. It's a shame. Why is it so difficult to get a gold coin with labor? But then it is so easy for you all to get it one by one. Chen Xiaowen won't say it anymore. You can get 10,000 gold coins in one day. Lin Sheng. In addition to other things, gold coins can also be used. Pajun. Oh? Master Sheng. Is it really okay? Lin Sheng. Yes. And the value is the same as crystal. Pajun. I understand. Mr. Sheng. It seems that we can cooperate on a large scale. Let me report to you and start the transaction tomorrow. Lin Sheng. Okay. After Lin Sheng put down the manual, he hugged Shenling and smelled the faint fragrance in her hair, then slowly fell asleep. The 10th day after the disaster. Sign in to get super battery +1. Lin Sheng received the sign-in prompt as soon as he woke up. This is a power station item. 100 times increase. Get super battery +100. After Lin Sheng thought of this, he was stunned. Where is the power supply? There is no power source or battery, and it has no effect. Chapter 84. Get a lot of gold coins. Treasure chest lemonade. Lin Sheng felt extremely heartbroken when he thought of this. Lin Sheng's performance also woke up Shenling in his arms. Huh? Is it dawn yet? Shenling rubbed her eyes with Rui and murmured. Actually, you can sleep a little longer and wait for me to prepare breakfast before I wake you up. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shenling looked at Lin Sheng seriously. You don't need me to get up. Then let's go prepare breakfast together. After Shenling finished speaking, she lifted up the quilt and walked out with Lin Sheng. As for sleeping on the same bed, since she had chosen to come over to sleep, she had already thought about it clearly and did not show any embarrassment. After the two came to the bathroom, a problem arose. There was only one bathroom, and they both came together, so it became a problem who washed up first. In the end, the two decided to stay together. The two people standing side by side were brushing their teeth and looking at the picture in the mirror, as if they were back to the past. Except that the children they once were had become adults. Shenling brushed her teeth and suddenly applied the foam in her hand to Lin Sheng's nose. Lin Sheng couldn't react as his nose was filled with foam. He stared blankly at Shenling, who was snickering for a while, then smiled helplessly. After washing, the two people came to the deck. Lin Sheng was still a little hesitant about what to have for breakfast. His eyes moved and he saw 13th Nyang milking cows, and then saw 6th Nyang milking goats. Lin Sheng looked back at Shenling and said, How about cow's milk or goat's milk? Although there was cow's milk and goat's milk, Lin Sheng didn't drink it usually. After hearing Lin Sheng's inquiry, Shenling nodded and said, Shall we try milking the cows ourselves? The smell of goat's milk was too strong, but cow's milk suited their taste better. Saw Lin Sheng and Shenling arriving, 13th Nyang stood up in a hurry and said, Master, are you here? Well, are you done? Yes, master. Okay, let's milk it ourselves. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, 13th Nyang made way for Lin Sheng and Shenling. I'll go first. Shenling quickly came to the cow and said to Lin Sheng, Huh? Call out. Lin Sheng was just a little confused when he saw Shenling gently holding the thing. With just one squeeze, the milk sprayed directly into Lin Sheng's face like a water gun. Open your mouth quickly. Don't waste it, Shenling shouted excitedly. After breakfast, Lin Sheng took out the manual and looked at the message from his adoptive father, but still did not reply to him. As for Pajun's news, he had already sent it over and was waiting for his reply. Pajun. Master Sheng, are you up? Let's talk about the proportion of the transaction. Lin Sheng. 1 gold coin is equal to 10 kilograms of food. No matter what kind of food. 1 crystal, heart energy, blood essence, etc. all have the same price. Then if you want to exchange it with me for a crystal potion or something like 1 crystal plus 1 gold coin. Or 2 crystals, because I also have to consume other materials, which are materials you don't have. It's not a loss at all for you. The thing is, of course, the 3 elements of heart, chi, blood and essence are used to synthesize a potion that increases health. If you want it, you must use 2 ingredients. Lin Sheng can no longer use the strength potion himself. The second level potion is only needed after the strength reaches the limit. So Lin Sheng can let the other party use gold coins to replace the materials. As for the physical potion, he can still use it. He can't just improve it for others. Pajun. Okay. Sir. First bring me 300,000 kilograms of rice, and I'll give you 30,000 gold coins. After Pajun sent out the news, his face was full of excitement. You must know that in the 4 days since they gathered together, they have already obtained as much as 100,000 gold coins in their hands. I didn't know that I could use gold coins to trade with Lin Sheng before, so I didn't feel confident enough. But now he can use gold coins, and Pajun feels that he is. Okay. Again. Okay. Get gold coins plus 30,000. After the transaction was completed, he lost 300,000 kilograms of rice in his hands. But looking at the food piled in the Ark warehouse, Lin Sheng thought excitedly, I am also a rich person, and the goods in the hands of the mysterious merchant can finally be purchased. Pajun. Master Sheng, do you sell the other materials? Lin Sheng was stunned. Materials? Aren't they things that you can't even use up? Shouldn't you just need food? Why do you even need materials? Sell it? If the space in my backpack hadn't been expanding 100 times every day, I might have been unable to fit it in long ago. Pajun. How to determine the price? Lin Sheng. I'll give you 100 units for 1 gold coin. Wooden boards, iron sheets, rags, leather. That's all. Pajun turned back to look at his superior and said, Sir, what do you think we need? Pajun's boss glanced at the rafts around him, and then said, Let's build a 1 million unit with wooden planks and rebuild the base. Then the iron pieces, leather, and rags all cost 1 million units. Pajun nodded. The required supplies were quickly explained to Lin Sheng. Okay. Get gold coins plus 40,000. TSK. TSK. Lin Sheng smacked his lips and suddenly felt that it was unrealistic. It took him 10 days to get more than 100 gold coins. But today he actually got 70,000 gold coins in one transaction. It's too unrealistic. Sure enough, it's only the businessman who gets things done. After completing the transaction with Pajun, Lin Sheng discovered that there was another treasure chest heading towards his ark today. Isn't there a change of fortune today? Sister, let's go quickly. Lin Sheng pulled Shenling to the edge of the deck, and both of them threw the almost forgotten hook. The treasure chest was successfully taken to the deck. I think it's better not to open the treasure chest because of my unlucky luck. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he pushed the treasure box to Shenling. Look at my sister's good luck. Shenling opened the treasure box and gave all its contents to Lin Sheng. Obtain light bulb manufacturing drawings. Get tungsten ore. Get gold coins plus 20. Get lemon plus 2. 4 items in total. Among them, light bulbs and tungsten ore are materials, not to mention gold coins. The most important thing is to get lemons. During these 10 days, I have been at sea, although there are fruits. If you want to better prevent scurvy, you need to better supplement vitamin C, and lemon is a better choice. Lin Sheng immediately increased the lemon and tungsten ore by 100-fold. Get lemon plus 200. Get tungsten plus 100. After getting these things, Lin Sheng took Shenling's hand and said, Come on! Let's go drink some lemon honey water that we haven't had in a long time. Lin Sheng returned to the deck and first fetched cups and spiritual spring water. Squeeze out the lemon juice, add the honey you collected earlier, and pour in the spiritual spring water and stir. After handing Shenling a glass, Lin Sheng immediately picked up a glass as well. Lemon honey water is sour and sweet in the mouth. It not only supplements vitamin C, but also makes the whole person feel energetic. At this moment, on the turbulent sea, electric arcs were splashing in the water. Chapter 85 Electric Eel. Electricity. Kong Kongi was dragging a mermaid girl with several mermaid girls, and shouted from the mermaid lake in a panic. Father! Queen! Shuqi is injured. Lin Sheng and Shenling, who were drinking lemonade, looked over in confusion. Is the mermaid injured? Right. These mermaid people go to the sea to play every day. Lin Sheng sure knows. But even though the number of mermaids is now small, They are still the overlords of the sea. Their strength will be strengthened in the sea. So how can they be so easily injured? The two looked at each other, and immediately walked towards Kong Kongi. Here. Where have you been? The Mermaid King was already looking at the injured Shuchi beside Kong Kongi. He said with a frown. Shuchi's body was covered with burnt wounds, which looked like they were caused by electric shocks. No, we can't leave too far. So we just play in the sea near the Arkansas, Kong Kongi explained. The Mermaid King looked at the Mermaid Queen and said, Queen, please give Shuchi some treatment. The green light in the Mermaid Queen's hand flashed, and Xiaoqi's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her frown also relaxed, and was no longer as painful as before. But the weak look on his face still showed. Lin Sheng took out 2 pieces of snake meat, and handed them to Xiaoqi. Shuchi, who had just woken up, took the snake meat doubtfully. She looked at Lin Sheng and waited for Lin Sheng to speak, even though she felt like she might recover if she was weak and ate what was in her hands. But Lin Sheng didn't say anything, and Xiaoqi didn't dare to eat now. Okay, eat it. It's something for recovery. Thank you, Master. After Shuchi thanked her, she ate the snake meat. And sure enough, the fatigue on her face disappeared immediately. Hey, Master, you actually have this ice and snow snake meat, the Mermaid King said in surprise. He is the king of the mermaid clan and knows a lot about things, so he can immediately tell what the effect is after Shuchi eats it. Lin Sheng just smiled and said nothing. Kong Kongi looked at Lin Sheng and said hurriedly, Master, the sea is full of eels that can discharge electricity. Kong Kongi said hurriedly to Lin Sheng, A swarm of electric eels? Before Lin Sheng could speak, the Mermaid King took the lead in frowning and looking at the sea solemnly. The electric eels are a race no more dangerous than piranhas. If the piranha is said to be destructive, then the electric eel is the killer in the sea. The powerful electric current field they emitted caused the destruction of all marine races in the sea area except electric eels. Lin Sheng thought of this and hurriedly walked towards the edge of the deck. Sure enough, what caught Lin Sheng's eyes was the piranha running away like crazy. Piranhas are constantly emerging from the sea, not knowing whether they are alive or dead. Lin Sheng frowned. These electric eels actually destroyed his piranha team. You must know that piranhas are very useful to Lin Sheng. Almost all the enemies that attacked him before were eaten by piranhas on the sea. Xiao Bai also came to Lin Sheng's side at this time. He raised his feet and stood on the edge of the ark, as if he wanted to clean up these enemy fish. But the fear in his eyes made him afraid to go into the water. It was all filled with electric current, and Xiao Bai felt that he would definitely be electrocuted if he went down. Lin Sheng also had a headache watching this scene. Attack them? They are in the seawater, and if they don't come up, the arrows may not be able to hit them. It was impossible to get into the water, so the mermaids were so shocked that they ran back. Look at the piranhas that keep dying. Lin Sheng was also extremely angry. Xiao Sheng, is your feed useful? If so, why not conquer these electric eels? Shenling said suddenly. Lin Sheng was stunned and patted his head. Yes, wasn't that how you subdued piranhas before? Lin Sheng immediately took out a lot of feed. Throw it into the sea. Slowly, the death of the piranhas stopped them from running away. The current on the sea gradually became less and less until it disappeared. 10 minutes later, 50 piranhas and 100 electric eels in the sea were divided into 2 teams. Lin Sheng. And their heads popped up to look at Lin Sheng. You conquered 100 electric eels. Lin Sheng showed an expression of surprise on his face. It's done! Although Lin Sheng felt distressed when he saw the dwindling number of piranhas, the newly harvested 100 electric eels brought him comfort. Look at the faint arc of electricity surrounding the electric eel. Lin Sheng's heart was moved. That's power. Electricity. So far, everything on the ark can be said to be in place, except for the power supply and so on. Look up at the sky again. As this day passes, the temperature of the weather is getting higher and higher. It won't be long before I am afraid that it will be very uncomfortable without an electric fan or the like. In order to live better on the ark, Lin Sheng felt that he had to speed up the production of technological products. The root of all technological products is energy. Before the disaster, the most used energy was electricity. Lin Sheng said to the mermaid beside him, Go and bring me some electric eels. For a while, all the mermaids in the mermaid tribe did not dare to act. The main reason is that the damage caused by electric eels is too serious. It directly caused them to dare not go into the water. Okay, Master. I'll go right away. I think what the Master said won't harm us. Kong Kongi looked at his companions around him, and finally said, She set an example by going into the sea and bringing out the electric eels. Lin Sheng was extremely satisfied when he saw Kong Kong's performance. As expected, the first batch of subordinates to be subdued were the most obedient. The dogs of the savage tribe. The mermaid Kong Kongi, Pai Pai, and Old Jack. Lin Sheng decided to focus on training these 4 people in the future, and let the others improve their strength on their own. After seeing Kong Kongi in action, Xiuqi, who had been favored before, also followed Kong Kongi into the water. The 2 of them each grabbed 2 electric eels and came up. 4 electric eels were placed in a bucket. Xiuqi said in surprise. Master is so powerful. They actually stopped attacking me. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. He took out a palm-sized super battery from his backpack. He took out the previously made wire and connected one end to the super battery. The other end is put into the water. Lin Sheng ordered the electric eel in the water to release electricity. The numbers on the blurred electronic board on the super battery in my hand are constantly changing. 0.01%, 0.89%, 1.56%. These numbers represent the amount of charge in the battery. After seeing this scene, Lin Sheng felt happy in his heart. Sure enough, it can. With these electric eels and super batteries, there is something to store electricity. With something that stores electricity, you can stably output electricity. So you don't have to worry about making electrical appliances to use the energy in the future. You continue to help me catch the electric eel. I want to charge the battery. As Lin Sheng spoke, he took out a lot of super batteries. The batteries obtained by these sign-ins are all zero charge. Chapter 86 Flashlight and Potion Trading. While charging the battery, Lin Sheng put the exhausted electric eels back into the forest to let them rest. What I have to say is that the electric eels, after this disaster, are much more powerful than the previous ones. They actually have enough power to fill a battery. Even if the power consumption is huge, those electric eels will recover as long as they return to the sea and rest for an hour. After the batteries were fully charged, Lin Sheng put all the electric eels back into the sea and let them follow the piranhas to guard the Ark as a force in the sea. This is simply a treasure that can be used for both charging and fighting. Boss, we are not far from the treasure place. We will probably arrive in the evening. Pai Pai came over to report to Lin Shenghui at this time. Lin Sheng nodded and was about to reach his destination. Then he would have to wait a moment to summon the mysterious merchant. When the time came, he would go to the treasure land to obtain the Poseidon scepter and gain wealth. Then go to the mysterious merchant for consumption at once. Lin Sheng thought again that he had not learned how to make light bulbs before. Now that electricity is available and wires are available, we can try to make flashlights after making light bulbs. Once darkness falls on the entire sea, the way forward for the Ark's voyage will be dark. After making a flashlight, it will also be beneficial to navigation at night. Lin Sheng did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately started making, light signs. Lamp manufacturing. Glass 1. Tungsten 1. Give light bulb plus 1. Lin Sheng looked at the light bulb he had made in his hand. He was thinking about the flashlight he had bought before, and he didn't know how to make other electronic equipment. But for this flashlight, Lin Sheng was lucky enough to disassemble it once. He used wires to connect the positive and negative terminals of the battery to the bulb, and then made a switch in the middle of the wires. As long as the switch is closed and the current is exchanged, the light bulb can use electricity to emit light. You understand the making of flashlights. Flashlight manufacturing. Light bulb 1. Wire 1. Copper 1. Rubber 1. Plank 1. Battery 1. Manufacture. Get flashlight plus 1. Lin Sheng got a flashlight immediately. The size of this flashlight is not a compact one. More like an old-fashioned big-ass flashlight. The resulting light bulb is as big as a baby's fist. Under Lin Sheng's use, once the switch is turned on, strong light emits from the bulb. It's just that it's broad daylight now, and the flashlight's light cannot compete with the sun's rays. Lin Sheng made another light bulb and combined it with the battery to make 49 flashlights. Get flashlight plus 49. There were a total of 50 flashlights in Lin Sheng's hands. Lin Sheng left 10 flashlights and gave them to Lin Pai Pai, asking Pai Pai to take them to the captain's room to arrange his own position for use during the night sailing. Xiaosheng, why are you making a flashlight? We don't seem to be using it. Right. There are no fluorescent stones from the Sea tribe on the Arkansas. Shenling stepped forward and looked at the flashlight that Lin Sheng had tinkered with and asked. The view on the sea is blocked at night. With a flashlight, we won't be afraid of old Jack accidentally hitting something while sailing. Lin Sheng explained that his private message came at this time. Master Sheng, After consideration, we have decided to ask you to make a potion. There is no shortage of food now, and supplies are sufficient. But if you want to carry out the land recovery plan at sea more safely, you still need sufficient strength. Poseidon sent Lin Sheng a private message. Yes, more and more sea beasts have been hunted recently, although they are all well-trained warriors and can hunt down some weak sea beasts. But it may be that they hunted too many sea beasts, and powerful sea beasts kept appearing, causing their number of wounded to continue to increase. Lin Sheng, can you please consider how many of the 4 major strength potions you need? Poseidon, Master Sheng, can I ask you, do we really have to use double the materials? We don't have a lot of these materials. Can we use other things to replace them? Lin Sheng hesitated. The second level potion cannot be used without a breakthrough. Lin Sheng said, yes, you can use the materials of the physical potion instead of the reward of the basic potion. Poseidon was silent. His original intention was to use gold coins to pay the reward, so that all the materials could be made into potions to gain strength. Poseidon, I'm hungry. Think about it. Lin Sheng, okay, hurry up. I have something to do later. On the sea, in the camp of Poseidon and others. Sir, what should we do? Poseidon asked, looking at the commander beside him. Change it. That's it. It's probably that the old man has mastered the production method, but he can't collect so many materials. So he wants to obtain materials through this method. But this is also normal. No one would help others for no reason. The commander of Poseidon thought very clearly. In addition, it is also very important for us to continue to improve our strength. We wanted to pick him up when we went to that sea area before he was still trapped there. You also know how dangerous that sea area is without his wisdom. It's hard for us to plan. Okay, sir. Poseidon replied and immediately sent a message to Lin Sheng. Master Sheng, we agree to your conditions, but we don't have a lot of materials for the physical potion. Can you ask for less? Lin Sheng, okay. For 1 physical potion material, I will make 2 basic potions for you. Of course, you have to bring your own basic potion materials. Lin Sheng nodded. They are all from the motherland. Lin Sheng also has selfish motives. He doesn't want to manage such a big force by himself, but he also wants to see the rise of a big force. Then he can directly enter that big force to sell his own things. In this way, you can get what you need with the help of material transactions among the big forces. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength. Without such a big force, Lin Sheng knew that collecting gold coins would be a difficult task. So he could relax the conditions a little. Get gold coins plus 240. Get Sea Beast Heart plus 20. Get Sea Beast Energy and Blood plus 20. Lin Sheng obtained a lot of items and began to make the potions promised to Poseidon. Get Primary Strength Potion plus 100. Get Primary Speed Potion plus 100. Get Primary Physical Strength Potion plus 100. Get Primary Intelligence Potion plus 100. After the 4 major potions were produced, Lin Sheng immediately traded them to Poseidon. Lin Sheng also used all the physique potion materials he obtained. Get Primary Constitution Potion plus 20. Lin Sheng gave Shenling 10 bottles of Primary Constitution medicine. Both of them were using the Constitution potions at the same time. Chapter 87, Calculation. Treasure Place. After using the Constitution potion, the 2 people's hunger, water, life, and spirit all exceeded the 1,100 mark. Among other things, it allows the 2 of them to take longer to eat, and the health points allow Lin Sheng and Shenling to withstand more damage without dying immediately. After doing all this, Lin Sheng took out the manual again, wanting to see if any survivors had encountered the Black Blood mercenary group. If there was, Lin Sheng would not be stingy with the reward he had placed before. But after looking at the private chat interface, my face was full of helplessness. Maybe the black-blooded people haven't been encountered by other survivors yet? What Lin Sheng didn't know was that, after the members of the Black Blood mercenary group escaped from the Ark, they also discovered that they were being rewarded by Lin Sheng. Whenever they encountered survivors along the way, they would kill them without any hesitation. Even now, no one has revealed their whereabouts to Lin Sheng. The mercenaries of the Black Blood mercenary group, who had just rebuilt a wooden boat at sea, looked disappointed. There were more than 10 wooden boats, but not a single one was left behind. They had to rely on floating on the water to escape. There were originally hundreds of brothers, but now there are only 40 people left. After almost exhausting all the supplies, they rebuilt 5 wooden boats to make a living. Maid, I knew that Jialong and the others would not be so kind to give us supplies. They didn't arrive first and actually used such ruthless means to attack us, and we suffered huge losses. No, I must avenge this, the Black Blood boss said angrily. Boss, how can we take revenge in this situation? The subordinate himself said to Heishua. Heishua turned around and saw that his power had suffered huge losses, and he felt extremely heartbroken. I went to find my brother Red Snake. I didn't expect that we would end up like this. After Heishua finished speaking, he led his team towards the Red Snake mercenary group not far away. After arriving at the location of Red Snake, stop! Arrows pointed at the heads of Heishua and others. I'm Heishua. Go and inform your boss and tell him that I'm here to find you, Black Blood said. 10 minutes later, in the Red Snake mercenary group, Black Blood and Red Snake sat face to face. Old Hey, I said it a long time ago. Jalo is a group of villains. Why do you have to cooperate with them? Now, just for the sake of those supplies, you have to bring all your people in. You won't get any benefits at all. Arrive, Red Snake said slowly. Chi Mao, you have to help me. Brother, now these men and I basically have no way out, Heishua said in a pleading tone. For the sake of us being brothers, I will help you. You can stay in our Red Snake territory. Thank you so much. Brother, I will definitely thank you after my Black Blood develops again, Black Blood said excitedly. Why are all brothers talking about this? Red Snake said with a smile. But there was a strange light shining in his eyes. Black Blood, you useless piece of trash. Report to me when you are developed. Why not use you in exchange for more benefits? In the Jalo mercenary group camp. Brother, the Black Blood you are looking for is not reliable. It is gone so quickly. It is no match for Lin Sheng in every face-to-face encounter. It also wastes so many supplies. If you give me those supplies, I will definitely bring people there. I will kill that boy Lin Sheng, Xiao Shiwei said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know how much you weigh? Black Blood said that the other party also has a giant crossbow, and it is more powerful than the giant crossbow we gave him. He even has a group of piranhas in captivity. Do you think you can deal with it? Xiao Shijun scolded. Xiao Shiwei. Well, he is indeed no match. He can't compete with weapons, and he doesn't seem to be a match for those piranhas when it comes to strength. However, he was still unwilling to accept it. Then if you keep dragging it like this, when can you take revenge on the third child? I know you have a better relationship with Lao San than I do, but you always have to improve your strength. See for yourself. Those two ways of people have failed in the past. Right? But it doesn't matter. Soon even if Lin Sheng has those weapons, he won't be our opponent. After Xiao Shijun said this, he checked his attribute panel. Xiao Shijun. Strength, 620. Intelligence, 520. Physical strength, 630. Speed, 550. Hunger, 600. Moisture content, 600. Life, 800. Energy, 700. Xiao Shijun confidently took out another bottle of red potion and said, take it, and seize the time to improve your strength. When we break the level, that's when Lin Sheng dies. I don't believe it. Other than us, anyone else can improve so quickly? Xiao Shijun drank another bottle of red potion for himself. Then he let out a long groan. Comfortable. This is what power feels like. Lin Sheng's worries are not unreasonable. The strength of each member of the Jialing mercenary group has improved rapidly. If he had acted before, he would probably have failed. Boss, we're here. Pai ran over and said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, who was lying on the armchair while enjoying the sea breeze and looking at the sea view, suddenly raised his head and looked at Pai. But our ship can't get close to that sea area. It seems to be isolated. Lin Sheng nodded and said, then leave some people, and let's go see how many treasures are there. The main battle force, this time, is the mermaid clan. Lin Sheng asked Pai and the savage tribe to stay on the ark. He took out water-avoiding beads, one each for Shenling. Then, he took Kong Kongi and the mermaids from the mermaid tribe and jumped into the sea. In the sea, after Lin Sheng and Shenling entered the sea, a barrier appeared around them to directly isolate their bodies from the sea water. As soon as Lin Sheng entered the water, piranhas and electric eels surrounded him. Of course, they did not attack Lin Sheng, but followed him to please him. Piranha, you stay and protect the ark. The electric eels follow me. Lin Sheng made arrangements for the two waves of sea fish. Lin Sheng was searching underwater with a map he had retrieved from old Jack. Everyone spread out to look for a bronze mirror. Lin Sheng arranged for everyone. The 19 members of the mermaid clan dispersed one after another. Shenling also turned around to look for what Lin Sheng was talking about. Those electric eels surrounded the sea area where Lin Sheng was located. Xiaosheng, see if it's this! Shenling, who had the waterproof beads, shouted excitedly under the sea. Lin Sheng covered his face. Sure enough, he still had great luck. 20 people searched together, but the mermaids ran so far without finding them. Shenling only walked 2 steps and found the bronze mirror. Lin Sheng walked toward Shenling, and the mermaids also heard Shenling's voice and came over. Master sister, you are so awesome! Kong Kongi immediately praised. She didn't mean to flatter her, but the place in the sea was really huge, and finding such a small bronze mirror would be as difficult as it was difficult. How do you use this bronze mirror? Xiaosheng? Shenling smiled at Kong Kongi and looked back at Lin Sheng and asked. Lin Sheng took out a fluorescent stone and smiled. It's time to show a miracle! Chapter 88 Treasure House. Massive gold coins. The fluorescent stone was stuffed into a groove in the middle of the bronze mirror by Lin Sheng. This is the method recorded on the map, and the fluorescent stone is a must. Without the fluorescent stone, even getting the map is useless. After the bronze mirror is inlaid with fluorescent stone, a beam of light shoots straight in front of the bronze mirror. The blue light points directly into an underwater cave. When the light penetrates the cave, it is refracted to another cave. This light continuously penetrates and refracts repeatedly in the sea water. Lin Sheng and others looked up and saw that the light formed a palace pattern in the sea water. This palace is even more gorgeous than the previous palaces of the mermaid clan. TSK. Are all the High Tribe members wealthy? Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Forehead. The mermaid king touched his nose, a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. They are all things left by the ancestors. He himself did not build a palace, although the other mermaids were proud in their hearts. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to express anything. After the shadow of the palace was completely solidified, the earth in the sea was shaking violently beneath the shadow. There were huge waves on the sea, on top of the ark. No, we have to evacuate first, and then come back to pick up the boss. Old Jack spoke. Ark left at great speed towards the distance. See. Hack, this is real. Lin Sheng cursed loudly, and grabbed a stone with all his strength. The emergence of the undersea chasm, and the intrusion of seawater caused a huge suction force that crazily devoured everything around it. Lin Sheng glanced away, and the mermaid people also grabbed the surrounding objects to prevent themselves from being sucked away. The electric eels guarding the surrounding areas burrowed into the seabed soil. Only if they penetrated deep enough would they not be sucked away. Ah Shenling's scream suddenly sounded, and her hand holding the stone suddenly let go. The whole person flew backwards towards the chasm. Lin Sheng felt anxious when he saw this, and hurriedly reached out to grab Shenling. Lin Sheng pulled Shenling into his arms with a fierce tug. Then he pushed Shenling against the stone pillar and grabbed the stone pillar with both hands. No matter how strong the suction force behind his back was, the veins in his arms would be as thick as they were. She had been quite frightened just now, but Shenling's heartbeat accelerated even more as Lin Sheng was protecting her in his arms. Unknowingly, she looked at Lin Sheng's face so close and kissed him. Is kissing in water okay? Shenling's hair spread out in all directions with the flow of sea water. Lin Sheng felt as if time was forbidden at this moment. The suction force of the submarine chasm also gradually subsided at this time. Lin Sheng released his grip on Shibi and hugged Shenling tightly. He was silent in this feeling. After a long time, Lin Sheng suddenly felt countless eyes looking at him from behind. Ahem. Are you okay? Lin Sheng said awkwardly after separating from Shenling. Shenling lowered her head and followed Lin Sheng. She just felt that a strong chest brought her endless feelings of security, so she couldn't help but make such a move. It's okay. The master gap has opened and the backflow of sea water has ended. We can go down, Kong Kongi said. Well, let's go. Lin Sheng pretended to be calm and took Shenling's little hand towards the undersea chasm. This submarine chasm is the road leading to the destination. Everyone was walking in the passage. After observing for a while, Lin Sheng confirmed that there was no danger in the passage before turning back to Shenling and saying, You attacked me this time, and I will come back with a sneak attack next time. Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Shenling could only feel so embarrassed for having done such a thing just now. Looking at Shenling, whose face was turning red with embarrassment, Lin Sheng had a smile on his face. The steps under his feet are also becoming more brisk. After passing through the passage, everyone came to a stone door. There is a fingerprint groove on this stone door. What's the key? It can't be opened by just anyone. Master, please come and drive. The Mermaid King stepped forward with excitement on his face and said, Huh? Can you open this door? Lin Sheng asked with some confusion. Yes. This gate was actually built a long time ago by our mermaid tribe with the help of that ancient country. A large number of treasures from our mermaid tribe and that country are stored in it. And the only ones who can open the door to the treasure house are the king of our mermaid clan and the king of that country. Lin Sheng nodded and let the Mermaid King try it. After the Mermaid King pressed his hands into the groove, the stone door slowly opened. Behind the stone door is a transparent barrier that isolates the sea water outside the door. Please! After opening the door, the Mermaid King will invite Lin Sheng to enter first. Lin Sheng did not refuse, holding Shenling's hand and entering the door. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Sheng's eyes were immediately blinded. Tisk! It's so dazzling! I can't open my eyes! The golden light is extremely dazzling. It seems that if these things are placed outside, especially before the disaster, they may cause quite a fight. Take a look at the piles of jewels and jades that are as big as a mountain of gold. Look at the armor made of gold. And the countless gem crowns. It's just that Lin Sheng is no longer interested in these things. Sister, do you want any jewelry? Lin Sheng turned around and asked. Mainly in his heart he still thought that women should not be able to resist these temptations. Right? However, Shenling shook his head and said, These are all cumbersome. They are of no use at all. It is easy to lose them when you carry them. Lin Sheng nodded. Okay, let's find something useful now. After finishing his words, Lin Sheng and Shenling took action separately. It is really not an easy task to find useful things in this huge treasure house. After the mermaid tribe entered the treasure house, they followed Lin Sheng to search for it. Those ordinary jewelry are not very attractive to everyone. Lin Sheng and Shenling sure had no use for them, and the mermaid clan had seen too many of them. Lin Sheng looked at the box of gold coins in front of him. In the huge treasure house, only this box of gold coins could be used. Lin Sheng opened it. Get 50 W gold coins. The harvest is not bad. After Lin Sheng sighed with emotion, he continued to search. There is also Poseidon scepter in the treasury. This is a super artifact, and Lin Sheng is bound to get it. After searching for a while, Lin Sheng saw a mysterious box on a table. Lin Sheng touched the box and opened it. Obtain a pair of guardian rings. Guardian ring. 2 people wearing the ring. When one party is in danger, the other party can activate the ring to come to the other party, or escape to a safe place where the other person is. And both wearers can have remote telepathy. Lin Sheng had just finished reading the introduction when he heard Shenling's loud shout. Come here, Xiaosheng. I found the Holy Grail water that can improve your strength. Chapter 89 Holy Water. Warning. Holy Grail water. What is that? Lin Sheng followed Shenling's voice and walked towards where Shenling was. When Lin Sheng came to Shenling, he looked blankly at the golden cup in Shenling's hand. Sister Ling, did you get this trophy? If you like it, I won't mind taking it back to make a decoration. Lin Sheng said jokingly. Shenling looked like the owner of a competition award at this moment. That's not true. After I got the Holy Grail, I saw the properties of the Holy Grail. Come and see for yourself. Xiaosheng. After Shenling finished speaking, she handed the Holy Grail to Lin Sheng. Good guy. This cup is full of water. But strangely enough, no matter how tilted it is, the water in the Holy Grail will not pour out. Obtain the Holy Grail. Holy Grail. A certain amount of water can be produced every day, and every drop of holy water has the power to increase attribute points. Current level, level 1. Valid range, first level. Is this really that magical? Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel suspicious. You must know that there has been something like this before. But it is something like snake gallbladder. It is the most precious thing on the monster after killing it that can bring such effect to you. Then try it. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he took a sip. Hey, Xiaosheng, didn't you sit down and test it first? What if? Lin Sheng didn't wait for Shenling to finish speaking and then shook his head and said, There is no such thing as a contingency. As long as the introduction is as clear as possible, there will be no mistakes. Lin Sheng still has great trust in the introduction of items in the gamified world. When the holy water entered his belly, Lin Sheng felt a warm current gushing out. His attribute points increased suddenly, and all attributes were +5 in one fell swoop. After taking this sip of holy water, Lin Sheng did not expect that the effect would be so good. Lin Sheng thought in his mind that with this Holy Grail in hand, It seemed that his strength would be improved very quickly. After thinking about this, Lin Sheng felt that this treasure house was really not in vain. After leaving the treasure house, he could go out to find trouble for black blood. This time, he must chase the black blood and destroy them. Lin Sheng said, "Sister Ling, come and drink too." Seeing that Lin Sheng was fine, Shen Ling breathed a sigh of relief, and then took a sip. The entrance to the holy water felt the same as Lin Sheng's. Sure enough, the attribute points of the body gained huge amplitude. In this way, you and I drink together tirelessly. After a while, the holy water in the Holy Grail was completely consumed. No more. Lin Sheng looked at the empty cup and said helplessly. Lin Sheng then put away the Holy Grail. But the water of the Holy Grail could still slowly grow. Lin Sheng took out the pairing ring he had obtained before from his backpack. "Sister Ling, give me your hand." Lin Sheng looked at Shen Ling and said, What? Shen Ling said with confusion on his face. At this time, she saw Lin Sheng's movements. Lin Sheng was holding a woman's ring in his hand. My heart suddenly felt like a deer bumping around. Is this a love token for yourself? But I'm not ready yet. Thinking about these things, Shen Ling lowered her head involuntarily, and her face turned red with embarrassment. "Sister Ling, what's wrong with you?" Lin Sheng asked suspiciously, when he saw Shen Ling not moving and still hesitating. Sister Ling, would you like me to wear this ring for you?" Lin Sheng understood immediately when he saw Shen Ling's expression, and said with a smile. Shen Ling, who was usually restless, suddenly became even more nervous. She tugged at her fingers. But Lin Sheng was thinking, this protective ring is not bad. It can be used exactly where it should be used. And this pair of rings is not an ordinary thing. It has special effects. When the two of them wear it, Lin Sheng and Shen Ling can cooperate with each other to bring out the true power of the ring. "Geez, how long has it been? Why are you still thinking about getting these useless things?" Shen Ling said coyly. But she was thinking anxiously, what are you waiting for? Won't you take the initiative to bring it to me? You still have to wait for me to make a statement. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't move, Shen Ling stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Lin Sheng. In the end, he said, "We should work hard to improve our strength and not waste it on this useless thing." Lin Sheng looked at Shen Ling's appearance. This is called refusing to welcome. Right? She smiled and put the women's ring on Shen Ling's index finger. Wrong. It should be worn here. Shen Ling saw that the position Lin Sheng had given her was wrong, and she immediately corrected it. Lin Sheng smiled and walked away. Shen Ling suddenly looked confused. Why did he leave so suddenly? Lin Sheng's figure disappeared in front of Shen Ling, and a men's ring appeared on his ring finger. The next moment, a palm with a ring on its ring finger landed on Shen Ling's shoulder. Ah! A scream came from Shen Ling's mouth, and she stood upright in fright. Sister! Sister! It's me! Lin Sheng stopped teasing Shen Ling and said, "Scared me." Shen Ling threw herself into Lin Sheng's arms, clenched her pink fist, and beat Lin Sheng's chest and said, with tears in her eyes after being frightened, "Ha ha!" Lin Sheng smiled unkindly. After venting, Shen Ling regained her composure, then looked at Lin Sheng in confusion and asked, "How did you do that? Xiao Sheng? What you said is this." Lin Sheng told Shen Ling about the function of the ring, and Shen Ling suddenly realized it. Her sudden naughty character made her want to try it. Shen Ling ran away in a hurry, and the next moment she appeared behind Lin Sheng. She was trying to scare Lin Sheng quietly to let him know how she just felt. But Lin Sheng looked back and immediately revealed Shen Ling. "Humph! That's not fun." Shen Ling, who did not scare Lin Sheng, said angrily, turned around and continued looking for useful treasures. After getting the Holy Grail, 500,000 gold coins, and the Guardian Ring, Lin Sheng already felt that it wouldn't matter if he didn't find any other good things. After just drinking the holy water, all attribute points increased to 420 attribute points, which was 200 points more than before. I just don't know how much holy water this Holy Grail can produce in a day. Half a cup is enough for 200 attribute points. If he could produce 1 cup a day, it would only take 3 more days for him and Shen Ling's attribute points to break through the 1,000 mark. It will be the time to break through the strength class. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking about it, a storm surged in the treasure house, and the barrier that had previously been blocking the sea water outside at the entrance of the treasure house suddenly shattered at this time. What's going on? Lin Sheng was filled with doubts and hurriedly ran towards the scene of the incident, wanting to know what caused the huge changes in the treasure house. Chapter 90 Trident. Kong Kong's changes. After Lin Sheng walked around the piles of jewelry, He came to the mermaid. At this time, Lin Shumtai saw Kong Kongi holding a trident in his hand. A strange light flows on the trident, and Kong Kongi holds the trident in his hand, and his body shines with pure white holy light. His whole person is extremely ethereal, and from a distance, he looks like a sacred and inviolable holy spirit. What happened? This doubt appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. The Mermaid King came to Lin Sheng and explained to him. The master is like this. Kong Kongi has been recognized by the Poseidon, and the Poseidon scepter has recognized her as the master. Lin Sheng looked at it again and finally stopped at the trident. Is the golden trident the final treasure of this treasure house? At this moment, Shenling also came over, and she was also attracted by Kong Kongi's changes. Will Kong Kongi be okay? Shenling still had different feelings for Kong Kongi. On the ark, apart from spending time with Lin Sheng, I spent more time with Kong Kongi. She even regarded Kong Kongi as her little sister. If Kong Kongi could not leave the sea for too long, she would sometimes want to drag Kong Kongi into her boudoir to play together. It's okay. She just got her exclusive weapon, Lin Sheng said. Yes, although Lin Sheng wanted this Poseidon from the bottom of his heart. But in this situation, it must be an exclusive weapon that needs to be recognized as its owner. Only the right user can bring out the maximum power of the weapon. After Lin Sheng's words fell, Kong Kongi's body slowly floated up. The same light as the scepter burst out from her body, and her fishtail is looming, constantly alternating between the fishtail and her legs. Lin Sheng hurriedly closed his eyes. See no evil. This picture was full of mosaic feeling, which made Lin Sheng lower his head in a hurry and dared not look at it. Shenling also noticed Lin Sheng's performance and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, Kong Kongi fell to the ground again, and her fishtail turned into slender legs and walked towards Lin Sheng. Owner! Kong Kongi took the scepter and came behind Lin Sheng and called out. Lin Sheng responded. Don't turn around and keep your eyes closed. When Shenling saw Lin Sheng, he turned around and shouted hurriedly. This sound frightened Lin Sheng to the point where he suddenly felt a thrill and did not dare to look back. Here! Kong Kongi! Put this on! Shenling took out a pair of pants and gave them to Kong Kongi, asking Kong Kongi to put them on. Kong Kongi's fishtail turned into legs, and she had everything a human should have. This is what Shenling can't accept the most because of women. Kong Kongi didn't understand that she had never worn these pants before. But after seeing the pants Shenling was wearing, she was also learning silently. After putting on her pants, she called Lin Sheng again. Shenling did not stop him at this time, and Lin Sheng was able to turn around. Master, this is the scepter I received. Now I dedicate the scepter to the master. Kong Kongi handed over the Poseidon scepter and wanted to hand it over to Lin Sheng. Obtain Poseidon scepter. Broken Poseidon's trident, 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. Kong Kongi's exclusive weapon. Kong Kongi uses it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills. Create waves out of nothing. Water waves 2/5. Lin Sheng looked at the attributes of the exclusive weapon in his hand and felt that his saliva was about to drop. However, whether it is special effects or additional skills, this exclusive weapon corresponds to Kong Kongi's use. Only in the hands of Kong Kongi can more powerful power be exerted. Take it back. This weapon will be most powerful only in your hands. Lin Sheng handed the trident back to Kong Kongi. It's not that he doesn't want it, but he really can't use it. Thank you, Master. Kong Kongi bowed and thanked Lin Sheng. This bow? Hi. When he was still a mermaid tail, Lin Sheng didn't have such deep feelings. But now, those slender legs and deep career lines make Lin Sheng a little unable to bear it. The Mermaid King was relieved when he saw Lin Sheng handing the trident back to Kong Kongi. This is the most precious treasure of their mermaid clan. Even if they can't resist it, they still have a grudge in their hearts that will be suppressed by the contract. By the way, what are these legs of yours? Lin Sheng asked doubtfully. With such a master, I have been approved by the Poseidon. I can have legs and restore the tail of a fish. On the other hand, I don't have to stay in the water for a long time. I can follow my master better in the future. You should stay with the mistress from now on, Lin Sheng said while changing his attention, leaving Kong Kongi with legs. He was afraid that one day he would be unable to withstand it, so he might as well stay with Shenling. Not only did he have the strength to protect Shenling, but he was also not afraid of making mistakes in the future. Xiaoyi, come here quickly. I'll follow my sister from now on. Shenling was also very happy with Lin Sheng's decision, and immediately grabbed Kong Kongi. Master, this is the map we obtained in the treasure house. Please take a look. At this time, the Mermaid King came to Lin Sheng and handed a drawing to Lin Sheng. Obtain the Thor's treasure map. This map marks the location of Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer is probably another special type of artifact. Lin Sheng had some doubts in his heart. These weapons seem to be most effective only when they are recognized and in the hands, of course. I don't know if I will be recognized by this artifact next time. Good. Lin Sheng just nodded and said, after seeing the Mermaid King and other mermaids each holding a trident-like weapon in their hands. Presumably these are the exclusive weapons of the Mermaid clan. Lin Sheng took everyone away from the treasure house. What needs to be taken away has been taken away. These jewels. It's better to take it away. Lin Sheng took out the storage bag he obtained before, and the pieces of jewelry were put into the storage bag. After leaving the undersea treasure house, Lin Sheng took everyone back to the ark. Master, are you back? Guzi looked nervously into the sea and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Sheng back. The previous changes in the sea made him extremely worried. Well, they're all back. This time the Mermaid clan's combat effectiveness has improved a lot, Lin Sheng said calmly, found a place and laid down to rest. At the same time, he took out his own survival manual. The moment Lin Sheng opened the manual, he saw the private message left on the manual. Master Sheng, I know the whereabouts of black blood. Let's talk about remuneration. Huh? Not satisfied with liquor? Are you preparing for the lion to open his mouth? Lin Sheng muttered in his heart. However, he will not let go if black blood messes with him. So he said, Okay, you can do it if you want. Chapter 91 Red Snake Mercenary Group. Ambush. Red Snake. Don't worry. Let me tell you first. I am the leader of the Red Snake Mercenary Group. Just call me Red Snake. As for the whereabouts of black blood, they are at our camp. As for the location, then it depends on your sincerity. Sir. Lin Sheng. Sincerity? How much do you think is sincerity? Red Snake looked at the news in the manual and immediately became happy. It was exactly what he thought. All of you, go and make arrangements. We are waiting for the arrival of Mr. Sheng. This is a big fat sheep. The mercenary members around Red Snake said loudly one by one. Okay, boss. Let's prepare for an ambush. Red Snake nodded with satisfaction and sent Lin Sheng another message. Red Snake. Let's do this. Sir, please give me 10 kilograms of liquor first. The rest, I just want some basic supplies. After you come over and complete your revenge, I will ask you for it. Lin Sheng looked at the message from Red Snake. It is expected that the other party will not dare to act like a monster. Otherwise, the artifact that Kong Kongi just obtained will definitely make the other party cry for father and mother. Lin Sheng. Okay. Lin Sheng immediately traded to Red Snake 10 kilograms of liquor. Red Snake. Location sharing. Looked at the location sharing that Red Snake sent to me. The other party's location is not very far from mine, and we can probably arrive there tomorrow morning. After Lin Sheng handed over the position to old Jack, he returned to his room. Looking at the empty bed, Lin Sheng suddenly recalled the feeling of Shenling coming yesterday. But with Kong Kongi accompanying Shenling, it seemed that Lin Sheng had been forgotten. One night passed. The 11th day of the disaster. The early morning sun shines on the entire ark. Not far in front of the ark, this is the camp of the Red Snake Mercenary Group. When Lin Sheng came out of the room, he immediately took out a lot of water floats that had been made. Lin Sheng took Shenling, Kong Kongi, Guzi and 25 savages from the savage tribe to land on the water floats. All the people were floating on the water with long bows in their hands, and all of them were knocking arrows and drawing their bows, ready for battle at any time. Above the wooden boat camp of the Red Snake Mercenary Group, a group of mercenaries from the Red Snake Mercenary Group immediately panicked when they saw more than 20 people arriving in a menacing manner. No. Why are there so many people attacking our Red Snake Mercenary Group? We haven't done anything. Right? A mercenary said. What can we do? We can't defeat it at all. Go and report to the boss quickly. The mercenary guards panicked. There were only 10 of them, facing 30 people on the sea. Their confidence suddenly disappeared. Boss, it's not good. Someone is calling. Oh, if I'm not wrong, it should be that when Mr. Sheng comes, you can just let him go. There's no need to stop them. They won't cause trouble for us. Red Snake said very confidently, although the mercenaries under his command didn't know why their boss said this. They understood that there was no danger in the other party's upgrade. Otherwise, the old man would not let them not defend. After the mercenary returned to his post, he told others what the boss said. Master, there is someone over there. Do we still want to go there or kill him? Guzi asked. Just go there. They won't stop us. Lin Sheng replied. After saying that, Lin Sheng led Guzi and others into Red Snake's camp, and Red Snake's people did not stop them. The arrival of Lin Sheng and others made quite a noise. The members of the Black Blood mercenary group, who were already frightened, immediately noticed Lin Sheng and others. Black Blood originally thought that Lin Sheng would be blocked by the Red Snake and unable to come in. The result was good. No one from Red Snake made a move to stop Lin Sheng. Instead, they were allowed to come in. Black Blood immediately became angry and ran to Red Snake to question. Red Snake Labor and Management regards you as a brother. Why are you betraying me? He also understood that if Red Snake hadn't revealed his location, no one would have told Lin Sheng. Because everyone who saw their black blood along the way has been killed. No one will leak it all. Oh, you said this. Our brothers just selling them out for greater benefits. Otherwise, what is the value of me taking you in? Red Snake said matter-of-factly. Heishua's face turned extremely ugly after saying this. During the time between the two people's conversation, Lin Sheng had already arrived in front of Red Snake. You are the Red Snake boss. Right. Have you considered what you want? If you hadn't gone aside to think about it, I would have taken revenge first. Lin Sheng came here with the 28 people behind him and surrounded Heishua. Ha ha. Sir, please do me a favor. Red Snake smiled and stepped aside, extending his hand to Lin Sheng. Red Snake, you are a traitor who never gave birth to a baby. If I, Black Blood, don't die today, just wait. After saying this, Heishua hurriedly ran back. I want to run, but it's too late. Before Lin Sheng could take action, Guzi shot an arrow first and penetrated Heishua's thigh, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Heishua threw a dog and rolled around on the ground before looking at Lin Sheng and others in horror. He saw Red Snake looking at him with a smile on his face again. For a moment, I regretted that I shouldn't have come to see this guy. Otherwise, the outcome may not be like this. Don't worry, Lao Hei. I will take good care of your men. Hearing what Red Snake said, Black Blood's heart skipped a beat. It turns out that I am the sheep in the tiger's mouth. Black Blood death. Lin Sheng looked at Red Snake and said, You haven't thought about it yet. Okay. If you don't have me, you'll leave. There is a deal between Lin Sheng and Red Snake. And what follows is just Red Snake and Lion opening their mouths. Now that he is coy, Lin Sheng will not spoil him. If you don't want it, just leave. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? I've always heard that Mr. Sheng is a lucky Lone Ranger. But I didn't expect that Mr. Sheng actually has such power in your hands. Red Snake said with a smile, his eyes as cunning as snake eyes. Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, go away. I don't have time to talk to you. Of course, if you are sincere in trading with me, I will very much welcome it. Lin Sheng said indifferently. Deal? Sir, you are wrong. You must have brought all your strength with you when you came to me. Right. Your arc must be empty. Right. Don't worry. I won't make a deal with you, because everything you have will be mine. After the words of Red Snake fell, the members of the Red Snake mercenary group who were ambushing around appeared one after another. They all held long bows in their hands, and their arrows were pointed at Lin Sheng and others. Faced with such a siege, Guzi and others formed fighting teams to surround Lin Sheng, Shenling and Kong Kongi among the crowd for protection. Chapter 92. The group annihilates the Red Snake and becomes famous. Lin Sheng looked at the mercenaries surrounding him, and then at Red Snake's smiling face, as if he was really convinced. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and said, Do you think you got me? Of course. I admire your luck and call you sir. But isn't it obvious to anyone with a clear eye that you won't survive? Red Snake's smile was extremely bright. Ha. Kong Kongi. Let me see your strength. Lin Sheng looked at Kong Kongi calmly. Good master. After finishing his words, Kong Kongi walked out from Shenling's side and came to Lin Sheng. He opened his palm upwards. Golden light flashed, and the Poseidon Trident suddenly appeared in his hand. Ha! Mr. Sheng. No way. You are going to rely on this weak-looking little girl to deal with us brothers? It seems that you really don't know what to say. Red Snake said teasingly. But Lin Sheng looked at the other party with a smile and said lightly, Yes, but in my opinion, she is enough. Red Snake. Who can look down upon? Could it be that this large group of big men like me is not as good as a little girl? Red Snake was furious. Take action and let Mr. Shung see the price of looking down on us. When Red Snake finished speaking, the members of the Red Snake mercenary group made some moves. But the sea water outside the camp was surging crazily, and the walls formed by the sea water were more than 3 feet high. The trident in Kong Kong's hand glowed with intense golden light, and he pointed the trident at the Red Snake in front of him. The wall of water above the sea suddenly fell towards Red Snake's camp. Before Red Snake could react, all the Red Snake mercenaries were pressed down by the heavy sea water. However, none of Lin Sheng and the others behind Kong Kongi were squeezed by the sea water. Their location became the only safe place in the disaster land. The sea water perfectly avoided Lin Sheng and others. The tide ebbs and flows until the sea water recedes at the camp of the Red Snake mercenary group. There were only a few mercenaries left in the camp, but they all lay on the ground and vomited wildly. And some even vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and died immediately. Just as Red Snake was about to get up, an arrow appeared from the long bow in Lin Sheng's hand and instantly penetrated Red Snake's head. The Red Snake that was about to get up also fell to the ground completely powerless at this time. Call it off and see if there is anything in this Red Snake's hand. Lin Sheng put away the arrows in his hands and said, under Lin Sheng's order, Guzi and others started looking around for the empty base. Time passed little by little, and all the supplies in the Red Snake mercenary base were collected. Lin Sheng looked at the useless materials lying on the ground and waved his hand helplessly. I thought there were so many people who could have a lot of good things, but this is too poor. Lin Sheng complained helplessly. Of course, the Red Snake mercenary group is not really poor, but Lin Sheng doesn't like these things. Basic materials such as wooden boards and so on are available in tens of thousands of units, as is food, which is enough for these people to survive. But Lin Sheng can already grow food himself, and he is determined to develop towards his original life. Just when Lin Sheng was about to take people away, Guzi hurried back. Master, there are some maps. Huh? What drawings? Lin Sheng took the map from Guzi's hand and started reading it. It's a route map of a small island, as well as some manufacturing diagrams. This is the best harvest. Get the volcanic island route map. Obtain oven manufacturing diagram. Obtain a complete set of artillery manufacturing drawings. 2 manufacturing maps and 1 route map were obtained in a row. Lin Sheng immediately returned to the Ark with Guzi and others. Master, you are back. Lin Sheng responded lightly, and then separated from everyone. Study the drawings. Learn to make ovens. Learn how to make forts. Learn to make ammunition. Oven manufacturing. Refined iron, 50. Copper block, 50. Rubber, 50. Glass, 5. Artillery ammunition manufacturing. Refined iron, 10. Saltpeter, 15. Sulfur, 2. Charcoal, 3. Fort manufacturing. Refined iron, 100. Plank, 50. After Lin Sheng looked at the materials needed for manufacturing, he was immediately confused. He didn't have the materials for gunpowder in his hand. I thought that with the artillery, the combat effectiveness at sea could be strengthened. But the lack of materials gave Lin Sheng a heavy blow. In desperation, Lin Sheng had no choice but to give up the production of artillery. The goal shifted to making an oven. Get oven +1. After owning the oven, Lin Sheng's mind became more active. The emergence of the oven will undoubtedly allow you to treat yourself better. Lin Sheng sat down cross-legged and thought, what can an oven do? It seems that it can be used for cakes. Lin Sheng thought about it. As for the cake embryo, it seemed that it was not delicious. A cake embryo without cream is not a cake with a soul. Cream requires isinglass to make. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng was heartbroken. The production of isinglass requires the use of fish maws, and there seems to be no fish at the moment. Could it be possible to kill those mermaids to make it? Lin Sheng shook his head as soon as the idea came to his mind. This doesn't work. They are all their own subordinates. How could one have such an idea? After Lin Sheng thought of this, he once again took out the fishing gear that had been gathering dust for several days. It's time to fish. As the ark started sailing, Lin Sheng sat on the edge of the deck and fished with fishing gear in his hand. Xiaosheng, sister, I'm here to fish with you too. Not long after Lin Sheng sat down, he heard Shenling's voice coming from behind. Shenling came behind Lin Sheng, leaned forward, and pressed her whole body tightly against Lin Sheng's back, wrapping her hands around Lin Sheng's neck. The touch on the back shocked Lin Sheng. Okay, I'll make you something delicious later. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he took out a pair of fishing tackle again. The two of them were fishing and chatting. And at the same time, the world chat channel that they were not paying attention to exploded at this time. Does anyone know what happened? What's going on? I don't think it's too tiring to wander alone. And I want to join the Red Snake mercenary group. Yesterday I said it was fine. But today when I arrived at the headquarters of the Red Snake mercenary group, I saw the entire mercenary group empty. It was empty without a soul. That scene looked as clean as if it had been swept away. You mean that Red Snake mercenary group was destroyed by the group? Don't mention it yet. I had a friend who said he joined the Black Blood. Today I originally wanted to ask if there were any more Black Bloods. But guess what? Chapter 93, Pajun Speaks. Ping Bird. What's wrong? He said that they originally went to find Mr. Sheng to rob him. But they were beaten to death. They fled for a long time and asked for help from the Red Snake mercenary group. It's scary to think about it carefully. Could it be that Black Blood and Red Snake were both destroyed by Mr. Sheng? It's really possible. I really didn't expect that those seemingly very powerful mercenary groups would be destroyed by Mr. Sheng. If we want to ask for help, the best time is to seek refuge with Mr. Sheng. Do you think we don't want it? But will Mr. Sheng take us in? The topic on the World Chat channel was suddenly drawn to the destruction of the Black Blood mercenary group and the Red Snake mercenary group. And these independent survivors, after ensuring that they can survive, want to huddle together for warmth. Because a person is too lonely, and there is no one to help him when he is in danger. But Lin Sheng didn't see these people chatting at all. Even if he saw Lin Sheng, he would not pull these survivors into the team. He didn't want his subordinates to suddenly betray him one day. On the World Chat channel, the plan to restore the Dragon Kingdom has begun. All citizens of the original Dragon Kingdom who want to rebuild their homes together can come to us. We already have 40,000 soldiers to protect everyone. Pajun observed the trend of the World Chat channel, seized this opportunity, and immediately posted a message on the World Chat channel. In the National Restoration Plan, of course, it is not enough for more than 40,000 soldiers to rebuild their homeland together. Only by gathering more people who want to rebuild their homeland and working together can the homeland be rebuilt. Wow! The motherland is amazing! In just 10 days, we are already preparing to rebuild our homeland. Me. I want to join in. I always thought that we could only drift alone. But at this moment, I found an organization waiting for me to join. What Pajun did was undoubtedly very successful. In just a short time, each of the survivors born in the Dragon Kingdom expressed their desire to return after receiving the news. Pajun. Okay, everyone, chat with me privately, and I will tell you how to join us. On top of the ark. Shenling staggered and was almost pulled off the ark into the sea. Lin Sheng hurriedly put one hand around Shenling's waist and hugged Shenling. You pull harder, Lin Sheng said and gave him a reassuring look. Shenling's strength has been improved, and now he can still be pulled away by the fish. Except that Shenling has no fishing experience. This sea fish is really powerful. Lin Sheng saw that Shenling could only hold on to the fishing tackle and could not take it back. So he immediately put down the fishing tackle in his hand. The other hand held Shenling's hand holding the fishing tackle. They stood together one behind the other. Pull. Lin Sheng also became weird. This is a bit outrageous. He has 420 points of power. If an ordinary person has 5 points of talent, his strength must be at least 80 times greater than that of an ordinary person. However, he couldn't pull the fishing tackle. Sister Ling, how about we come together? Lin Sheng's other hand went around Shenling's back and held the fishing tackle. The two of them worked together to pull the fishing tackle. But something that made Lin Sheng extremely distressed still happened. The combined strength attribute of the two of them is at least 800 points. And this kind of strength is more than 100 times the strength of ordinary people. What kind of fish can't be caught? It was at this time that the tug of war between Lin Shenling and the creatures in the sea began. Push harder. Harder. I can't do it anymore. I have no strength left. After pulling for a long time, I still couldn't pull up the thing in the sea. However, just when Lin Sheng wanted to give up, the rope of the fishing tackle continued to loosen. It's no longer as tight as when I pulled it before. Are you ready to throw yourself into a trap? Lin Sheng said with some surprise. What kind of big guy is Haixia? Wow! The sound of water splashed everywhere, and a huge black shadow emerged from the sea. But both of them looked ugly. Is this a fish? Shenling covered her mouth, extremely surprised. Hack! This There is a fish in the North Ming dynasty. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so big that it cannot be stewed in one pot. Is this Kuan? It turned into a bird, and its name was Peng. The Peng was so big that it required 2 grills, 1 polysaccharide, 1 slightly spicy, and a bottle of snowflakes. Gudong. Lin Sheng suddenly recited the poem that appeared in his mind. The pot is already there. But Kuan, this must not be let go. Once you catch it, you can build a big pot to stew the soup. Lin Sheng grabbed the fishing tackle with force and took out the Holy Grail from his backpack. 1 day passed. I don't know how much the holy water has been restored. Lin Sheng opened his mouth and drank half of it, then handed the remaining half to Shenling. All attributes plus 100. After drinking the holy water, Lin Sheng put the Holy Grail back into his backpack. Sister Ling, let's work together. Good. The 2 of them exerted force and actually pulled Kuan, who had jumped into the air, onto the deck. Kuan's eyes were full of fear. Someone has caught him. No. You have to run away quickly. The big Kuan jumped twice on the deck, and its whole body lit up with golden light. The next moment, a pair of wings grew out of the big Kuan's back, and the whole Kuan turned into a big rock. The bird's eyes of the rock glanced at Lin Sheng and Shenling. The eyes of those 2 people are those of foodies. His eyes were full of longing for its wings. This frightened the rock so much that it hurriedly hid its wings behind its back, and the bird took a few steps back with its claws scratching. It also thought that the humans who caught it would let it go after it transformed from a fish into a bird. But what he never expected was that this human being was still eyeing its wings. No! I want to run away! Da Peng thought in horror. Catch this big bird and eat spicy chicken wings today, no! Bird wings! Lin Sheng shouted, and the group of people on the ark gathered around him. Puff! Da Peng hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up, flying towards the sky full of hope of life. Savage, mermaid, Lin Sheng, Shenling. Jingshu looked up at the sky and watched the rock flying farther and farther away. Alas! It's a pity that I didn't get to eat Kuan soup or grilled wings, Lin Sheng said with emotion. The rock escaping from the ark shivered in the air. What terrible humans! I have to run away quickly. I must not encounter them in the future. Lin Sheng lowered his head and said after hesitating for a long time. One day, I must catch this guy. Let's go on fishing. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he and Shenling returned to the deck and started fishing. Since Shenling's fishing tackle was taken away by the rock, Lin Sheng could only take out another piece of fishing gear and give it to Shenling for use. Chapter 94 Isinglass. Ice cream. After the Da Peng bird incident, Lin Sheng and Shenling's fishing speed suddenly skyrocketed. Maybe the reason why I couldn't catch any fish just now is because that Kuan was in the sea. I don't know how much time has passed. The 2 of them had already caught more than 20 fish together. Lin Sheng performed 100 times the amplitude of these more than 20 fish and slaughtered them. Lin Sheng took away all the fish paste and wanted to use it to make fish paste. Shenling said, Leave Xiaoxing's grilled fish to me. If you want to do your thing, just do it. Lin Sheng nodded. The food Shenling cooked was fine, not dark cuisine. So Lin Sheng was very relieved and handed over the seasonings he had to Shenling. Sister, take it, and I'll go do some work first. Lin Sheng left the seasonings and brought more than 200 fish bubbles to the oven. First, the fish bubbles were processed, and the bloodshot things were removed, leaving only the cleanest fish bubbles. Put these fish bubbles in a basin. Take some lemons, squeeze out the juice, and soak the fish bubbles with lemon juice to remove the fishy smell from the fish bubbles. Lin Sheng placed the fish soaked flat on the baking sheet in the oven, because it takes more time to dry the flours. Lin Sheng also waited for the isinglass to be formed and used it to make cream for making cakes. So Lin Sheng connected the super battery to the oven, put the fish bubbles into the oven, and turned on the oven to bake the water out of the fish bubbles. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and after the water in the fish soak was baked and dried, what was left was the dry and hard fish film. After Lin Sheng softened the isinglass with cold water, he went to the cow. He stretched out his hand to squeeze out a lot of milk and returned to the table. Lin Sheng poured the milk into a large basin, poured in a lot of sugar, took out a few pairs of chopsticks and began to stir and froth the milk. After looking at it for a while, Lin Sheng poured the softened isinglass into the milk in batches. Then he continued to stir. After stirring, Lin Sheng waved his hands and looked at the whipped cream. I thought to myself that if the cows were kept here and roasted by the high temperature, they would melt at any time. Now that he didn't have a refrigerator in his hand, Lin Sheng had no choice but to see the barrel and immediately had an idea. He filled the barrel with water, and put a few ropes on the water to ensure that the rope would not sink. After entering the water, we came to Xiaobing's habitat on the ark. Before Lin Sheng could say anything, Xiaobing flew away in a hurry.
Damn it! You bird! You flew away before I even said what you were going to do!
Lin Sheng cursed. Xiaobing, who had escaped Lin Sheng's grasp, patted his chest in the air and rejoiced. Fortunately, he was not caught by Lin Sheng. Otherwise Hua would have to do hard labor again.
Ha! Silly bird! Silly bird!
The hen smiled and spoke.
Why are you laughing? Give me an egg!
After Lin Sheng scolded him, the hen reluctantly left Lin Sheng an egg before leaving. Lin Sheng was helpless when he saw Xiaobing flying away. Why don't he go to Sister Ling and ask her to lend Xiaobing to him? When Lin Sheng was thinking this, Xiaobai came to Lin Sheng's feet and rubbed his head against Lin Sheng's trouser legs.
Huh? Xiaobai!
Lin Sheng reached out and touched Xiaobai's head. Hey, Xiaobai seems to be able to do it too. Right? After Lin Sheng thought of this, he immediately said to Xiaobai,
Xiaobai, can you come and do me a favor?
Xiao Beitian nodded after saying what Lin Sheng said. Lin Sheng took Xiaobai to the edge of the barrel. Lin Sheng said,
Xiaobai,
freeze this barrel. Well, just freeze the outer layer of water.
Xiaobai opened his mouth and spit out the ice breath into the barrel. Soon, the outermost layer of water in the barrel was sealed by ice. After removing the barrel, all that remains are the icicles. Lin Sheng cut a circle of ice cubes on the surface of the icicle, grabbed the rope on the surface, and lifted up the circle of ice caps. Lin Sheng poured out the ice water in the bucket, and what was left was a complete ice bucket. Looking at the ice bucket that had been made, Lin Sheng put the whipped cream into it to prevent it from melting. Then, he multiplied the eggs he just got 100 times, took the milk, mixed the eggs, cream, and poured in a little sugar to mix and beat. Looking at the thick whipped milk, Lin Sheng took the strawberries that the savages had planted before. Green leaves, red pulp, and dots of yellow-brown spots on the pulp. Put the strawberry close to your nose and smell it. A light fragrance hits your nostrils. Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. It smelled so fragrant and tasted absolutely sweet. Lin Sheng cut the strawberries into cubes and mixed them into the thick milk. Lin Sheng poured the mixed contents into a basin. Xiaobai, it's time for you to show off, Lin Sheng said to Xiaobai. Xiaobai instantly understood what Lin Sheng was going to do. Didn't he just want this little white wolf to spit out ice breath? Xiaobai opened his mouth and spit out ice breath. Under the influence of ice breath, the slow ice cream is completed. Lin Sheng left some ice cream and said, Xiaobai, this is a reward for you. After that, Lin Sheng walked to Shenling with the ice cream. As for the cakes and other things, he would come back after eating the ice cream. Xiaobai looked curiously at the ice cream the owner left for him. What is this? It feels weird. It sticks out its tongue and licks it. Xiaobai's eyes widened suddenly. It turns out it can still be like this. Sour and sweet. Although the taste is a bit strange, it is really delicious. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes while licking. The two boys, Hen Hen and Xiaobing, who had watched Lin Sheng leave, returned here, curiously watching Xiaobing eating, and suddenly asked curiously, Big dog, what do you eat? Give us a taste. Han and Xiaobing came over, without waiting for Xiaobai to respond. I wanted to taste what Xiaobai was eating because it was so delicious. But Xiaobai raised his eyes slightly, and as soon as he took a photo, the two little ones immediately rolled out. There's no way I can steal the ice cream the master gave me. Xiaobai showed a look of contempt. Lin Sheng had already brought ice cream to Shenling. He looked at Shenling working hard to grill the fish, smiled, took out a paper towel, and gently wiped the sweat from Shenling's forehead. Thanks for your hard work. It's almost ready. Shenling turned back and smiled at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng picked up a scoop of ice cream and handed it to Shenling. Try it. Well, how did you get it out? Shenling opened her mouth in surprise and took a sip. It smelled of milk, strawberry, lemon sourness, and a touch of sweetness. The combination of these flavors creates an icy cooling sensation in your mouth. That's great, Shenling said happily. Uh-huh. Just like it. Only then did Lin Sheng taste it himself. Chapter 95 Cake. Hurt each other. After taking a bite of ice cream, Lin Sheng nodded, said to himself, It tastes pretty good. Come on, Sister Ling, have another bite. As Lin Sheng spoke, He handed another mouthful of ice cream to Shenling. Lin Sheng fed Shenling ice cream while watching Shenling grill the fish. After finishing the ice cream, the grilled fish lunch was also cooked. Lin Sheng finished his lunch with steamed rice and grilled fish. After the meal, Lin Sheng returned to the place where the ice bucket was. He wanted to continue what he had not finished in the morning, which was to make cakes. Lin Sheng took some flour and poured it into a large basin. Shenling had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she stayed with Lin Sheng. When she saw Lin Sheng turning around to get the eggs, she smiled and reached out to grab some flour in her hands. When Lin Sheng turned around, he looked at Shenling with his hands behind his back in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay. Xiaosheng, are you going to make a cake?" Shenling changed the topic. "Yes. Let's try it first. If possible, I can make you a cake later on your birthday." "Yeah. I do it every day." Shenling looked at the ingredients for making cakes and said, she still likes desserts very much. "Can." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he began to make cakes. First, separate the egg whites and egg yolks, and then start to beat the egg whites. First, add a little sugar, baking powder, and a drop of lemon juice to the egg whites to remove the fishy smell. Then beat the egg whites until creamy. There were already slight beads of sweat on Lin Sheng's forehead. The weather was quite hot at this time. When Shenling saw this, he said, "Xiaosheng, I see you are tired. Let me wipe your sweat." As Shenling spoke, she reached out to touch Lin Sheng's cheek. As soon as he wiped away the sweat, the flour in his hand was smeared on Lin Sheng's face. She looked at Lin Sheng's fair face, almost whiter than a woman wearing makeup, and suppressed a smile. "Huh? Do you think I'm handsome?" Lin Sheng said proudly without realizing it. "Yeah. The boy is the most handsome." After Shenling finished speaking, she turned her head and thought, no, she can't stay in this place of right and wrong for a long time. Otherwise she will suffer internal injuries. So, Shenling said, "Xiaosheng, I'm going to take a rest first and wait for your good news later." "Good." Lin Sheng did not refuse, but felt that Shenling was really tired after grilling the fish for so long, and it was a good thing to take a good rest. After Shenling left, Lin Sheng added a little sugar, flour, and cooking oil to the egg yolks. After mixing the egg yolks evenly, he added the beaten egg whites into the egg yolks in 3 batches and evenly mixed them. Then he took the iron plate from the oven, poured the cake batter into the baking pan, and then put the baking pan into the oven. The next time is waiting for the cake embryo to be baked. Guzi came over and looked at Lin Sheng with a strange expression, but hesitated to speak. "Is something wrong?" Lin Sheng looked at Guzi and asked in confusion. "Oh, it's okay, master." Guzi looked at Lin Sheng's eyes and felt a little guilty. He stopped saying what he wanted to say and ran away in a hurry and fear. Lin Sheng was confused. What happened? However, Guzi had gone far away, and Lin Sheng couldn't let Guzi come back to ask again. After all, the huge ark had to be left to Guzi to manage. Lin Sheng was waiting in front of the oven, and the flour paste on his face gradually solidified. Lin Sheng only felt a little itchy on his face. When he stretched out his hand and wiped it, it felt like peeling a cooked egg, and lumps of flour fell from his face. Lin Sheng hurriedly found a mirror and took a look. When did the good guy's face get coated with flour? When he recalled Shenling's weird behavior before, he immediately understood that all of this was the fault of Shenling's girl. An idea came to Lin Sheng's mind. It seemed that he was too gentle. Lin Sheng fetched some water and washed the flour off his face. After waiting for a long time, the cake embryo came out of the oven. Taking out the cake embryo, Lin Sheng looked at the golden cake, took it out of the baking pan, and divided the cake embryo into 2. Spread the previously prepared cream onto the cake base. Lin Sheng cut a lot of diced strawberries, placed them evenly on the cream, and then covered them with a layer of cake embryo. After doing the same operation for 2 or 3 layers, Lin Sheng spread the remaining cream evenly on the cake base. Lin Sheng cut some strawberries in half and placed them on the cake. I took some small tomatoes again and changed the knives into little rabbits. Immediately afterwards, Lin Sheng took out some iron pieces and chopped them into jagged shapes with even gaps. Bend the iron sheet into a cone shape and wrap it around it. Lin Sheng once again took out clean rags and made them into a triangular bag. Cut off one corner of the bag. Put in the zigzag cone-shaped iron piece made earlier, and a simple piping bag is ready. Unfortunately, there was no food coloring, so Lin Sheng could only make do with it. Pour the cream into a piping bag and pipe patterned cream onto the surface of the cake. Finally, use a flat ring piping tip to squeeze out little bunnies from butter. At the end, Lin Sheng sliced the strawberries and wrapped the strawberries in a circle on the cake embryo. Lin Sheng placed the cake on the table. He looked at the cylindrical cake, with white bunnies and red bunnies echoing around the strawberries on the surface. The only downside is that there is no green pigment as a color. Lin Sheng cut the cake into multiple portions. Taking the cake with her, she went to look for Shenling. When Lin Sheng came to Shenling's room, he watched Shenling, who was resting with her eyes closed, tiptoe forward, whispered in Shenling's ear, "Sister Ling, get up and eat cake. Try my handiwork." After hearing Lin Sheng's call, Shenling opened her eyes slightly and sat up straight. "Wow! Little bunny strawberry cake. Give me a piece quickly." Shenling's words fell. Lin Sheng chuckled. "Okay, Sister Ling, open your mouth and I'll feed you." Lin Sheng went to get the cake while talking. Shenling opened her mouth in anticipation. Lin Sheng looked at Shenling, whose mouth was slightly open. The hazy blush from just waking up was still on his cheeks, and his heartbeat accelerated. But he agreed to teach Shenling a lesson. How could I be attracted by her beauty? Lin Sheng handed the cake to Shenling. He didn't put it into her mouth, but smeared it hard on Shenling's face. "Sister Ling, I asked you to tease me before. I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly." "Right." Zheng Linxing was talking proudly, and Shenling opened her eyes and looked at Lin Sheng eagerly. Shenling's face was covered with white cream, but her beautiful eyes in the cream were sparkling with tears, full of grievance. Lin Sheng's smile shrank when he saw a pair of eyes that tolerated his grievances. I secretly thought that this was not good. Did this make me cry? This. Chapter 96. Attribute points exceeded 500. Volcanic Island. Well, Sister Ling, don't cry. I was wrong. Come on. Lin Sheng finally said with resignation. His previous behavior was just to make a joke. He never thought it would turn out like this later. "I want to eat cake," Shenling said aggrievedly. Lin Sheng handed the cake over and said, "I've given it to you." Lin Sheng dragged the cake with both hands as if it were an offering. A sly smile flashed across Shenling's eyes. After taking the cake, she grabbed a piece and greeted Lin Sheng's face. Snapped. Lin Sheng. He. Shenling's laughter was extremely joyful. And Lin Sheng also understood that this was all a routine, and he had been tricked by Shenling again. The two immediately struggled together. "You have a piece of cake, and I have a piece of cake." In a short time, both of them transformed into creamy faces. "Stop! Sister Ling, stop making trouble. There are only 2 pieces left. If you make more trouble, there will be nothing left." Shenling also saw the cake given to her by Lin Sheng's reminder, and finally chose to reconcile with Lin Sheng. "I didn't eat a bite of the cake I finally made, but in the end it was all ruined." "That's okay." After Shenling finished speaking, the two of them decided to wash up first. "The cream all over my face is really uncomfortable. After washing my hair, I changed out of my clothes." Lin Sheng wiped Shenling's hair with a towel. Shenling was sitting cross-legged and eating cake. "Yeah, it's delicious." Shenling sighed sincerely. "You have a piece too." Shenling did not forget Lin Sheng, who was wiping his hair. So he reached out and handed the cake to Lin Sheng's mouth. Lin Sheng took one look, opened his mouth to bite the cake, and also bit Shenling's finger in his mouth. The night passed. The 12th day of the disaster. The two slept together after playing around yesterday. This morning, Lin Sheng was awakened by the pain in his arm. Lin Sheng looked down and saw black lines covering his forehead. I saw that the corners of Shenling's mouth were still moving, and her teeth were biting on her arm. "What are you dreaming about?" It's not easy to speak lightly. Lin Sheng found an opportunity to escape from the bed, wash up, and return to the deck. He immediately signed in with, "Okay. Sign in to get the first level fire bow upgrade blueprint. Study. Learn fire bow upgrade chart. Fire bow upgrade. Longbow, 1 set. Flame horns, 1 pair. Python tendon, 1. Refined iron, 1. After Lin Sheng looked at the materials needed for the fire bow, he thought to himself that the route map he gave to old Jack when he came back should be not far away now. Will you get these materials after arriving at the volcanic island? If you can get it, your longbow can be upgraded. As for the upgraded fire bow, it is a first level weapon and is definitely more powerful than the longbow so far. But there seems to be a shortcoming. That is, one's own strength needs to break through quickly. Otherwise, it would be the most helpless thing if the weapon cannot be used after it is upgraded. While Lin Sheng was thinking about this, Pai Pai,
whom he hadn't seen for a long time, also came over.
Boss, let me tell you something. I also fulfill my official duties. Right. When will you give me an exclusive artifact?
Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then realized what Pai said was because he had seen the trident in Kong Kong's hand before. He must have seen the power of that special artifact and wanted it. Lin Sheng smiled and said,
I still have a ruins map in my hand. I can take you with me when the time comes. But whether you can get this kind of artifact depends entirely on you. They will recognize it as its master. You must have seen the artifact of that girl Kong Kongi, and you must know it. Right.
Pai nodded.
As long as the boss remembers me. By the way, boss, the volcanic island is coming soon. Get ready to get off.
Lin Sheng nodded.
Okay.
Pai left, and Lin Sheng took out the holy grail that had been kept in his backpack. As the night passed, there was more holy water in the holy grail. Lin Sheng took out the holy water and drank half of it. His attribute points skyrocketed. After this surge, attribute points directly broke the 500-point mark. After this wave of growth, all of Lin Sheng's attributes successfully reached 520 points. Lin Sheng left the remaining half of the holy water to Xinling. The ark stopped and reached its destination, volcanic island.
Sister Ling, drink it.
Lin Sheng handed the holy water left to Xinling now. Xinling looked at the volcanic island. Even when he was standing on the ark and not logging onto the volcanic island, he could still feel the heat coming from the pavement. After she drank the holy water, she and Lin Sheng stepped onto the volcanic island. This time, only Lin Sheng and Xinling were on the island. Also with Kong Kongi and Hens. Kong Ina is a powerful fighter with exclusive artifacts in her hands. Bringing them together can be regarded as a fighting force for Lin Sheng and Xinling. As for the hen, it is the hen's active request.
Master, you don't want me to keep laying eggs for you, do you? Don't you want to sit on my back and fly in the sky? What do you mean? Master, I feel that the opportunity for my bloodline to awaken is on this volcanic island. Go if you want to. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Master, wait for my bloodline to awaken. If the rock from last time dares to show up, I will catch it and roast its wings for Master. Well, you are so sensible. Then let's go together.
Just like that, Lin Sheng also brought the hen with him. After arriving on the island, Lin Sheng felt that the temperature on the volcanic island was unusually high. It feels like the sweltering heat of June. This is only on the outskirts of the volcanic island. The hens were running excitedly and were not affected by the high temperature at all.
Master, Kong Kongi has a way.
After Kong Kongi finished speaking, a water balloon appeared next to the three of them, wrapping them in it. The moment he entered the water polo, Lin Sheng felt a cool feeling. The group of people continued to walk towards the island. With Kong Kongi's water polo, Lin Sheng and Xinling both felt much better. Above the sea at this moment, on a certain island, a man held a giant axe in his hand. Although his clothes were extremely embarrassing, his face was filled with excitement.
The ancient sky-opening axe. I finally got it. I didn't expect this sky-opening axe to be so powerful.
This man is the biological son of the Red Snake mercenary leader. That day, I got the blueprint of the sky-opening axe relic rabbit. And then I turned into a man and left the Red Snake mercenary group, going to look for the artifact. Although the sky-opening axe has not become his exclusive artifact, the powerful attributes carried by the sky-opening axe alone allow him to roam the ocean world proudly. The sky-opening axe in the man's hand struck out with great force, without the axe approaching. Just the air blade of the sky-opening axe split a big tree on the island from the middle.
With this sky-opening axe, I can definitely help Dad develop Red Snake into the strongest force.
Chapter 97 Artillery Materials. Flame Python. On a volcanic island, Lin Sheng and Xinling were walking. Suddenly, he stepped on a burnt black stone. Lin Sheng reached out and picked it up. Get charcoal +1.
This is not stone. This is charcoal,
Lin Sheng said in surprise.
Hey, what's the use of charcoal? Young man, aren't our grills and boilers made of wooden boards?
Xinling asked in confusion. In her impression, there was no use for charcoal.
Sister Ling, you don't know this. Although we don't use charcoal as a cooking material, I have the drawings of the artillery in my hand. This artillery requires charcoal as one of the raw materials,
Lin Sheng explained.
Artillery.
Xinling thought for a moment and understood what Lin Sheng meant. As a weapon to enhance the combat effectiveness of the ark. This charcoal is a very needed thing. Shenling didn't think much and collected them on the ground. Lin Sheng smiled and squatted down to search. There is a lot of charcoal on this volcanic island. The volcanoes on the volcanic island are in a state of eruption all year round. Many trees on the island have become charcoal in the magma after the volcanic eruption.
Xiaosheng, I can't carry it in my backpack. I'll give this to you.
Lin Sheng nodded. It is true that Shenling's backpack can't hold too many things. In contrast, the capacity of his own backpack is increasing at a rate of 100 times every day. Get charcoal 300. Together they collected 300 charcoal. After the two collected the charcoal, they continued a short distance and saw a stone mountain. Under this stone mountain, Lin Sheng's sharp eyes discovered saltpeter. Artillery material appears again. Lin Sheng only felt that he was very lucky. Get saltpeter plus 300. Shenling already knew that Lin Sheng wanted to make the artillery. Although she didn't know the ratio, she still understood the basic types of materials. Who doesn't know about nitrate, disulfide, and charcoal? With the help of Shenling and Kong Kongi, the three quickly collected the saltpeter and continued on their way. At this time, Lin Sheng was confused and found that the hen he brought was missing. I glanced around and saw the hen scratching the soil, and she looked very anxious. Lin Sheng asked doubtfully,
Hen, what are you doing?
The hen looked back at Lin Sheng without saying anything, and quickly pulled out a large amount of sulfur. It rolled on the sulfur and ran away.
Yeah, you actually dare to expel me. You're hen, uncle, and I'm looking for death.
The hen shouted, ran into the distance, and soon disappeared.
What are the hens doing?
Shenling frowned.
Let's go over and take a look.
Lin Sheng didn't understand either, so he could only go over and have a look. However, when the three of them arrived at the place where the hen disappeared, they saw that the hen seemed to be fighting with people instead of snakes. A giant python covered in fiery red spit out snake bites at the hen.
I'm giving you shame, aren't I? This hen just wants to take a bite of the fruit, but you're not willing to do it anymore. So I'll crawl on you.
The hen rushed forward and jumped on the head of the flame python. The flame python was extremely disgusted with the smell of the hen. Yes, although it is not afraid of sulfur, this giant python hates the smell of sulfur. The hen didn't have this smell before, but the python would still bite the hen. But now, it shook its head wildly and tried to throw the hen off. But the hen obviously got into trouble with the python and had to kill the python. The giant python shook its head and twisted its long body desperately, trying to attack the hen with its tail. But the position of the hen makes it impossible for the python to attack. The hen's feet clung tightly to the python's head, and its sharp claws were embedded in the python's flesh. The sharp beak of the chicken pecked at the python's eyes wildly. Every time you go down, 100 health points of the giant python will be deducted. The giant python was also angered, and its whole body burned with flames. It's just that they are all fire creatures, and the hens are not afraid of them at all. And there is a feeling of being able to tap into your potential.
Would you like some help?
A long bow path appeared in Shenling's hand.
Okay, we are all our own people. How can we not help?
Lin Sheng also took out his long bow. The arrow was shot at the giant python 7 inches. And the same was true for Shenling. Kong Kongi now held the Poseidon Trident in his hand, and a trident-shaped water blade attacked the 7 inches of the flame python. 1572. 1562. 6336. A lot of damage fell, among which Kong Kongi's attack was the highest. After being recognized by the Poseidon Trident, Kong Kongi's attribute points directly reached the highest level of 1000 attribute points at the first level. With the help of the Trident, the damage dealt naturally reached more than 6,000 damage. For 0030/50,000, the three of them cooperated and cleared 1/5 of the giant python's health in one breath.
This giant python's blood is thick enough.
Lin Sheng sighed with emotion. At this moment, the giant python also felt that he was being attacked. He immediately turned back and aimed at Lin Sheng and others. He wanted to counterattack and deal with Lin Sheng and others, but its actions were restrained by the hen. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others hurriedly seized the opportunity and launched a series of sneak attacks on the flame python.
A
miserable scream came from the mouth of the flame python, and the huge python fell to the ground unable to move. The hen excitedly pecked open the giant python's head, and a rolling flame bead was swallowed by the hen. The hen's body changed. Its feathers grew longer, and its appearance soon became similar to Xiaobing's, except that the color was different.
Hen you!
Lin Sheng was unsure.
Call me Fire Phoenix.
and looked back at Lin Sheng and said proudly,
Turkey. Flaming Phoenix. Firebird. Turkey.
Hua Fengwang seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing. So he shut up immediately, and looked at Lin Sheng angrily. He really wanted to hit someone. What should he do? But that's the master.
Okay. Xiaohua. Come here.
It was Shenling's words that broke the awkward bullying between Lin Sheng and Xiaohua.
Have you finally completed your bloodline activation?
Lin Sheng said.
Of course. A phoenix is a phoenix after all.
Xiaohua was saying proudly.
I'll leave the cooking and lighting to you from now on. We need to save energy and reduce emissions.
Lin Sheng groped his chin and said.
Forehead.
Xiaohua suddenly felt bad. This owner was so deceitful. He actually wants to be a tool bird himself. Lin Sheng walked to the flame python and started to collect it. Get fire python meat plus 400. Get fire python tendon plus 10. Get fire python blood plus 600. Fire python meat. Recovers 30% of damage and has fire resistance for 1 hour. Fire python tendon. Flame bound material. Blood of fire python. Used to get all attributes plus 1. Fire attribute plus 0.01%. Fire attribute resistance plus 0.1%. Chapter 98 Magma. Flame Bull. Lin Sheng took out 300 units of python blood. Lin Sheng looked at the snake blood in his hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was so bloody. To be honest, Lin Sheng was disgusted with this blood-eating shit from the bottom of his heart. If conditions allowed, he would never take a sip. But in this situation, these python blood represent 300 attribute points. Drink to improve your strength. If you don't drink, your strength will stagnate, although you still have the holy water in your hand. The amount of holy water produced every day, after you and Shenling divide it equally, each person can only increase it by 100. Multiple attribute points. He couldn't wait that long. Lin Sheng immediately gritted his teeth and swallowed the python's blood into his belly. Lin Sheng's face was almost distorted. But don't say,
it smells so good.
After drinking the python blood, Lin Sheng felt like his whole body was burning, and his attribute points increased sharply. Lin Sheng checked his attribute points again, and found that the 4 basic attribute points had been increased to 820 points at the same time. Then Lin Sheng also discovered something surprising. In order to confirm his thoughts, Lin Sheng stretched out a finger. With a whoosh sound, a faint flame appeared on his index finger. When Lin Sheng saw the flames beating between his fingers, he couldn't help but touch his pants with his other hand. Ahem. I forgot that I didn't have any cigarettes. Otherwise, Lin Sheng would like to try lighting a cigarette with bare hands. In desperation, he put away the flame on his finger and said to Shenling,
Sister Ling, come and eat this.
Lin Sheng handed 300 units of python blood to Shenling. As expected, Shenling also looked at the snake blood in Lin Sheng's hand with disgust. Fortunately, after Lin Sheng's persuasion, Shenling finally drank the python's blood. Shenling, who drank the blood of the python, naturally had the same attribute points as Lin Sheng, breaking the 800 mark in a row. At this time, Lin Sheng remembered that he had been attracted by the small fire and ran over, selectively forgetting the sulfur excavated by the small fire. Now that Xiaohua had successfully activated his bloodline, Lin Sheng led the people back to look for the sulfur. Lin Sheng and Shenling had just walked 2 steps when Xiaohua's body suddenly enlarged, and directly put Lin Sheng, Shenling and Kong Kongyi on his back. Go to where you came from. When they returned to the place where the small fire was rolling, the 3 of them started to collect sulfur. Get sulfur plus 300. After obtaining the sulfur, the 3 of them took this guy and flew over the island. It feels good to have a flying mount. Lin Sheng thought long and hard in his heart. And sitting on Xiaohua, even if he was getting closer to the volcano in the middle of the island, the breath of flames could not make Lin Sheng feel the heat.
It doesn't seem to be hot at all,
Shenling said with some doubts. If it hadn't been for Kong Kongyi's special ability, they would have been unable to endure it long ago. But now, Kong Kongyi is obviously not using that ability. Neither Lin Sheng nor Shenling felt the impact of the high temperature.
The fire-resistant properties of the python blood have come into play,
Lin Sheng explained.
Master, do you really think so? It's because of me that you didn't feel the high temperature. I absorbed all the flames around me.
While Lin Sheng was talking, Xiaohua had already led the 3 of them to the crater. And after it put the 2 people down, it said proudly,
Isn't that what you should do?
Lin Sheng looked at Xiaohua's proud expression and retorted, Xiaohua, well, that's true. It was indeed thanks to Xiaohua's contribution. Otherwise, just relying on the 30% fire resistance attribute would not be enough to make the two of them feel like they were not in the crater at all. While several people were talking, red bubbles were rising from the nest full of magma in the crater. Billowing hot air floated upward.
Master, do you want to come down and swim together? The temperature is just right.
She would jump down and bathe directly in the magma, and proudly said to Lin Sheng in the crater.
Show off!
Lin Sheng said angrily. The little fire was really floating. If the blood hadn't been completely activated, he probably wouldn't be able to bathe in the magma. However, it didn't take long for Xiaohua to be proud. He felt a pain in his anus, and the whole bird was pushed out of the magma.
*#% and...
A string of bird songs poured out from Xiaohua's mouth, and Xiaohua waited angrily for the magma. What happened? This was the doubt in the minds of Lin Sheng and others. At this moment, a giant pillar of flame shot out directly from the magma and headed towards the small fire. Xiaohua was still spitting out the fragrance, and before he had time to dodge, the pillar of fire hit Xiaohua's face directly. Lin Sheng, Shenling and Kong Kongi were all shocked. Looking around, a pair of huge horns emerged from the magma. Under the giant horn was a pair of huge copperbell eyes, glaring at Xiaohua, as if he was dissatisfied with Xiaohua for occupying its territory. Moo! A deep roar emerged from the magma, warning the small fire. The little fire phoenix, who was the incarnation of fire, naturally had an extremely violent temper. He was immediately ignited with anger at the warning from this giant flaming bull. Jumped towards the lava.
You humble creature! How dare you disrespect me? A noble royal family!
A bird and an ox started to struggle in the magma. Lin Sheng and Shenling looked at this scene and didn't know what to do. It was lava, and the arrows in their hands couldn't help at all. And with only 30% fire resistance, it was simply unable to support the two of them. He could only look anxiously at the two figures in the magma. Although Lin Sheng often bullied Xiaohua before, it was just a small anecdote between him and Xiaohua. If Xiaohua really died, Lin Sheng knew he couldn't bear it. After all, he was his companion for a long time. Slowly, the magma calmed down, and only one of the two figures remained under the magma.
Xiaosheng, Xiaohua?
Shenling asked worriedly.
I don't know. It should be fine. Right. This small fire can't beat a cow. Right.
Lin Sheng continued to stare at the magma after he finished speaking. Suddenly, two figures appeared again in the magma. Lin Sheng couldn't tell what these two figures were under the cover of the magma. Lin Sheng continued to wait, and a few minutes passed. It was not until the two figures broke through the lava and flew out that Lin Sheng saw clearly what the two figures were. Those are all small fires. One little fire held a bead burning with flames in its mouth, and the other little fire held a pair of giant horns in its claws. They should be the horns of the giant flaming bull that was killed by the little fire. But at this moment, Xiaohua's eyes were full of panic, as if he was in trouble. Chapter 99 Fire Bow. Fire Spirit Bead. The two small fires collided with each other in the air and merged into one. Lin Sheng also felt that the aura on Xiaohua's body suddenly increased sharply. Before Lin Sheng could ask anything, Xiaohua swallowed the beads in his mouth and said hurriedly,
It's not good. Master, I've caused trouble. Come up quickly.
After Xiaohua finished speaking, he hurriedly landed next to Lin Sheng and Shenling, letting Lin Sheng, Shenling and Kong Kongi log onto its back.
What happened?
Lin Sheng asked as he climbed onto Xiaohua's back.
That's actually it.
Xiaohua hurriedly spread his wings and flew away from the crater. It also stuttered when speaking, and ultimately did not tell the story. But Lin Sheng felt like he understood something. They had just left the crater when the magma completely erupted. The rocks quickly wrapped in magma were like burning meteorites, flying around. Anything hit will burn together, and some rocks will even be directly smashed.
Did you dance in the lava?
Lin Sheng asked with strange eyes.
No, absolutely not. I just saw an interesting bead and brought it out. Master, you don't know that not only were these beads not melted in the magma,
but the temperature was even much higher than that of the magma. I was brought out just out of curiosity. Who knew that the magma would become unstable just after I took away the beads? And then there it is as you see it.
Xiaohua also said a little aggrievely. How could he have imagined that it would turn out like this?
Okay, forget it. We got what we wanted anyway. Let's go back to the Arkansas,
Lin Sheng said. The little fire screamed and flew into the air. After making sure that the magma erupted from the volcano would not hit him, he flew towards the location of the ark. The middle-aged man who returned to the camp of the Red Snake mercenary group looked at the empty camp. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he looked up to the sky and roared.
What on earth is going on?
Later, after investigation and questioning some people he knew, he found out that Red Snake had been slaughtered. Of course, the person who told him the news was the person from the Jialong mercenary group, Xiao Shilong.
Want to take revenge?
Chen Chong.
Of course.
Xiao Shilong.
Do you need help from our Jialong mercenary group? As long as you give me the artifact you obtained, I will give you powerful power to help you.
Chen Chong.
No need. Lin Sheng. I will take care of it.
Xiao Shilong didn't tell Chen Chong the real reason at all. If Chen Chong knew that Red Snake was destroyed, it was because he helped the Black Blood they hired. And Red Snake also wanted to get Lin Sheng's bounty from him, which finally led to the destruction. Chen Chong was afraid that he would go directly to Jialong to cause trouble. Now that Chen Chong had a divine weapon in his hand, Xiao Shilong didn't think that Chen Chong would be a match for their entire Jialong mercenary, who was almost at the second level of strength. But it can still cause them trouble. Although he couldn't deceive the artifact in Chen Chong's hands, Xiao Shilong was still very satisfied with the result. The eldest brother wouldn't let him take revenge, so he could only find a way to get others to cause trouble for Lin Sheng. And it would be best to kill Lin Sheng. And Chen Chong is undoubtedly the best sword he has chosen. Even if Chen Chong fails in the end, Xiao Shilong will take the initiative to find Lin Sheng regardless of his elder brother's obstruction if his strength reaches the first level. Lin Sheng returned to the ark.
Xiaohua, show me the thing.
Lin Sheng said to Xiaohua. He was so anxious along the way back that he didn't look at the properties of the thing Xiaohua got. But now there is time. Bump! With a muffled sound, Xiaohua dropped the horns from his paws. Obtain a pair of flaming horns.
Use a 100-fold increase.
Obtain flame horns times 100. 100 pairs of horns can be used to make a flame bow. After Lin Sheng multiplied the python tendon he had obtained 100 times, he began to make a flame bow. Get the first level flame bow. After the production was completed, Lin Sheng noticed the arrows that came with the flame bow he had learned before. Flame arrow manufacturing.
Arrow 1.
Horn tip 1. Fire phoenix wings 1. Lin Sheng.
Xiaohua,
Come here.
master. Is something wrong?
Xiaohua was confronting Xiao Bing, and he was proud that he had activated the Phoenix bloodline. He really didn't know why Lin Sheng called him over again. Ah! Screams came from Xiaohua's mouth. The next moment, Xiao was squatted in the corner aggrievedly.
Master, I am no longer a hen. I want to save face. Just take a feather from you. Don't make it look like you're going to be slaughtered. I won't pluck your feathers from now on.
Okay, Lin Sheng said. After obtaining the phoenix feathers, Lin Sheng began to make flaming arrows. Get fire arrow plus 1. First level artifact flame bow plus 10 can be upgraded. Range 1000 meters plus 1000 meters. Range 100 meters plus 100 meters. First level artifact flame arrow plus 10 can be upgraded. Attack 1000 plus 1000. Attack power 100 plus 100. Additional 10% damage. Fire damage, attack target. Burn for 3 seconds. Blood deducted by 1% per second. Enchantment effects, unlimited.
Brand new flame bow and arrow sets have been manufactured. Lin Sheng gradually fell silent when he saw the upgrade prompts. The previous longbow had no levels. But after upgrading, it has levels. Does this mean that as the strength increases in the future, this level can be improved? No need to look for other advanced weapons. After Lin Sheng figured it out, he gave new arrows to the people on the ark to replace them. After changing the weapons, Lin Sheng's eyes fell on Xiaohua again. Xiaohua was spitting out the flame bead and playing with it with his paws.
It used to catch fire.
Xiaohua said to Xiao Bing.
Don't lie to me. Could what I saw be fake? You must be bragging. You idiot.
Xiao Bing said with a look like,
Don't lie to me. I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, just ask the master.
Xiaohua looked at Lin Sheng with doubts. Lin Sheng came over.
Let me see.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he reached out and picked up the red bead. Obtain the fire orb. Fire spirit pearl. You can find the mysterious merchant to buy blueprints to create mysterious hot springs. Regular bathing in hot springs will help improve attribute points. Lin Sheng looked at the introduction of the fire spirit bead and felt happy. Apart from holy water, he seemed to have no other quick way to improve his strength. Now he still got another treasure. When Lin Sheng thought of this, he wanted to summon the mysterious businessman. Lin Sheng suddenly thought, hey, what did the mysterious businessman say last time? Did he want to buy him a drink? So can I get a discount if I treat him to a drink? Chapter 100 Female Businessman. Hot spring pool. As his thoughts turned around, Lin Sheng took the bead and said,
The little fire spirit bead belongs to me. I will take you to the hot spring later.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he left without looking back.
Hey, master, that's mine.
Xihua looked at Lin Sheng's retreating figure and lowered his head helplessly.
That's a piece of junk that the master likes about you. Isn't it useless for you to keep it? At least this time, the master won't pull out your hair.
Xiaobing comforted. Lin Sheng came to the warehouse and took out the remaining liquor from the previous brew. I came to the warehouse below the deck some time ago. Lin Sheng has never seen so much food, and it has only been a few days. But the amount of food has increased a lot even without him coming to use the 100-fold increase.
It seems that the savages of the savage tribe are working hard.
Lin Sheng sighed. After taking some liquor, Lin Sheng returned to the deck and took out the badge left by the mysterious businessman. His hand holding the badge froze slightly.
What did the mysterious merchant say? How to summon him?
Lin Sheng froze there, muttering to himself. Ling came to Lin Sheng's side and said to Lin Sheng,
Xiaosheng, what are you doing? Ah, sister, I forgot to ask the mysterious businessman how I used the badge to find him.
Lin Sheng turned around and saw Ling and said in confusion,
Ahem, do you have any wine to drink with me?
Just when Lin Sheng and Ling were both puzzled, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Sheng turned around and saw the mysterious businessman smiling and said,
Uncle, you are here. Yeah, not bad. It still tastes the same as last time.
The man in black robe did not respond to Lin Sheng, but took the wine in Lin Sheng's hand and sighed while drinking. Lin Sheng, isn't it just the same liquor as last time? How could it taste different after I increased the quantity 100-fold?
Uncle, look at me buying you a drink. Can your products be cheaper for me?
Lin Sheng asked, blinking.
Okay, then let's get 11% off.
The black-robed man said casually while drinking wine.
Many.
The word thank you didn't come out of his mouth, and it stuck in Lin Sheng's throat. Lin Sheng blinked. It was too much.
I won't give you a drink. You drink my wine. And I ask you for a discount, but you still don't give it. And you even increase the price.
Lin Sheng took away the wine channel from the man in black robe.
Young man, I was just kidding. I'll sell you the original price. I'll sell you the original price.
The man in black robe looked at the wine taken away by Lin Sheng and said with greedy eyes.
Discount,
Lin Sheng said firmly.
You are embarrassing me. This is a rule. I am just an agent and cannot lower the price. Besides, I am not giving you the token to summon me. I can come here as soon as you need me.
The man in black robe looked at Lin Sheng and said sincerely,
I think you gave me the token just for drinking.
Lin Sheng said with an expression that said I understand everything.
Then I can sell you the things you need most. Right. You know, I can only do this at most. Other survivors who encounter me are just random commodities.
Lin Sheng saw that the man in black robe didn't look like he was cheating before he handed the white wine in his hand to the man in black robe. At the same time, Lin Sheng became curious about who was behind the man in black robe.
I guess what you need now is the mysterious hot spring manufacturing diagram. And the level-breaking potion.
The man in black robe drank the white wine again before speaking leisurely. Lin Sheng was shocked. How could this be known?
Don't worry. I don't know your thoughts, but I sense the material on your body.
The man in black robe explained again. He also said that he didn't know what he was thinking. Lin Sheng said,
Then take out the things. Mysterious hot spring manufacturing diagram. Changwi 6,666 gold coins.
Lin Sheng.
Uncle, are you kidding me?
Lin Sheng suddenly stared.
Ha ha. I'm not joking with you. This is a treasure that can improve your strength. If I'm not wrong. Young man, you have the Holy Grail in your hand. The Holy Grail water is only useful at the first level. But you use the level-breaking potion. Once you reach the second level of strength, your use of holy water will have no effect. As for the mysterious hot spring, it is based on spiritual spring water, and the fire spirit beads provide energy, which is enough for you to use it up to level 3. Especially your slaves. They can break through the second level without using level-breaking potions as long as they soak in the hot spring water. Of course, not this little beauty and that wild man.
The man in black robe pointed at Guzi and Kong Kongi and said,
Why?
Lin Sheng down. Aren't they all savages and mermaids?
That's because they are different. Not the same.
The man in black robe did not give a specific reason, but drank wine and waited for Lin Sheng to pay.
Buy it.
After Lin Sheng hesitated for a while, he took out the 666,666 gold coins and handed them to the man in black robe. Obtain the mysterious hot spring manufacturing diagram.
TSK. The young man is so rich at such a young age. He has such a bright future. The level-breaking potion is 5,888 gold coins. How many bottles do you need?
The corner of Lin Sheng's mouth twitched. Is it enough to buy such a small thing after working hard for so long?
How many bottles do you think I can buy?
Lin Sheng said leisurely. The man in black robe looked at the more than 30,000 gold coins in Lin Sheng's hand, touched his nose and said,
Well, you give me another 1,500 kilograms of liquor. Including this money, I will give you 6 bottles. Okay.
Lin Sheng now. 6 bottles are a necessity. A total of 6 people on the ark can use the level-breaking potion.
Welcome next time.
The man in black robe smiled and disappeared on the ark. Lin Sheng looked at the level-breaking potion in his hand, although it was not yet time to use it. But it still couldn't change his heartache. After so many days of hard work, we returned to before liberation in one night. I thought I could buy a lot of things with 700,000 gold coins. But this is what happened. Lin Sheng always felt that he had met a female businessman. After Lin Sheng looked at what he got in his hands, he was not in the mood to worry about the gold coins being gone. What we have to do now is to seize the time to get out the mysterious hot spring, take a good bath in the hot spring at night, and improve our strength by the way. You learn how to make mysterious hot springs. Mystic Hot Springs Manufacturing. Fire Pearl 1. Link 1 Water. Stone 1 W. Iron Piece 1 K. Lin Sheng found an open place and then started making. Get a 10M*10M mysterious hot spring pool. The empty deck was suddenly covered by a large hot spring pool. There is a stone lion head in the corner of the hot spring pool. The lion's mouth is open and the fire spirit bead is embedded in the lion's mouth. The spiritual water in the pool is continuously pumped up from the bottom of the stone lion, and then returns to the hot spring pool through the fire spirit bead from the lion's mouth. The spiritual water passing through the fire spirit pearl took away the temperature and energy emitted from the spirit pearl. As the spiritual water continued to pass by, the flames of the fire spirit pearl became more and more intense, reflecting the entire lion's head like a fire lion. Chapter 101 Hot Spring at Night. Swimsuit. Lin Sheng was curious. These spiritual waters were all cold water. If he passed the fire spirit pearl like this, even though the fire spirit pearl showed that it was burning with flames, could this spiritual water really be boiled so easily? Lin Sheng stretched out his hand to touch the spiritual water in the pool without believing anything evil. After this touch, Lin Sheng was surprised to find that the temperature of the spiritual water was no longer ice cold, but rather slightly warm. Not only that, Lin Sheng also felt his palm touching the warm water, and a warm current gathered along his arm and towards his body. This feeling is definitely not heat, but a feeling similar to that of drinking holy water. Lin Sheng had the idea to try it later, but he didn't try it now because the water temperature was not hot enough. Now that you have decided to take a hot spring bath, what can you do if you don't make some preparations? Lin Sheng thought and called some wild men to follow him. The number of farmed cattle, sheep, and pigs that Lin Sheng had eaten in the past few days had grown to 11. After these 3 main meat breeding operations have been expanded for a period of time, they should be able to be sold. Lin Sheng thought silently. However, when Lin Sheng saw the breeding of rabbit nests, Lin Sheng was also confused. There were only a few rabbits last time, but now there are hundreds. Lin Sheng touched his chin and took out a large amount of the flowers he had traded with others. It might not be enough, but he wanted seasonings and rabbits. He wanted to think about it tomorrow and see if he could make some rabbit meat delicacies and take it directly. Sell. Lin Sheng began to make arrangements for the savages.
Son Yang, you take some male savages to slaughter a cow. 5th Yang, you take some people to slaughter a sheep. And 7th Yang, you take some people to slaughter a pig.
After Lin Sheng's arrangement was finalized, the named female savages began to take action. And beside Lin Sheng, there was 13 Yang. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and said,
Go and kill a few rabbits too.
It should be quite comfortable to eat hot pot and barbecue in the hot spring pool. Lin Sheng found a few savages and taught them how to make barbecue hot pot. Then he stood in the hot spring pool again. His eyes swept over and finally landed on Shenling, who was leaning on the chair and sitting side by side with Kong Kongi. Lin Sheng looked at the rabbit fur and ears that had been processed after slaughtering. Subconsciously, I recalled the bunny girl I had seen on the video. Lin Sheng was thinking like this. And suddenly, he got a notification tone. You understand bikini manufacturing. You understand how to make a small whip. You understand the making of headwear rabbit ears.
Little whip.
Lin Sheng trembled and stopped. He had no masochistic tendencies. How could he have this little whip? So Lin Sheng quickly shook his head to get rid of the rest of his thoughts. And soon, he even figured out the handcuffs. After Lin Sheng got rid of these thoughts, when his consciousness fell on the headdress and bikini that he understood, he touched his chin and said, "You can have this." Ever since, Lin Sheng began to make them. Bikini manufacturing. Fabric 2. Rope 1. Rabbit ear headwear manufacturing. A pair of rabbit ears. Iron sheet 1. Manufacture. Get bikini plus 2. Get bunny ears headdress plus 2. Looking at the bikini and bunny ears in the backpack, Lin Sheng swallowed.
Ahem. This is a work of art.
Lin Sheng walked toward Shenling. When he came to Shenling, Lin Sheng gave Shenling the bunny ears and bikini in his backpack through the transaction function silently.
Sister. Why are we going to the hot springs at night? I thought you didn't have any suitable clothes to wear. So I got you 2 sets. Kong Kongi also turned into a human form. You and Kong Kongi put them on together at night. Why don't we take a bath in the hot springs?
Lin Sheng was a little afraid that he would be beaten if he took it out directly. So he said cautiously,
Okay then. Where is it?
Shenling turned around and asked.
Here. I gave it to you through a trade. Just open the manual and take it out.
Lin Sheng said with some guilt.
Why are you so mysterious?
Shenling took out the manual without taking it seriously, and said as he opened it. At this time, Lin Sheng took 2 steps back. Yes, this was just to give her a little more time to prepare mentally to accept such a configuration. Lin Sheng ran silently into the distance. When Shenling got what Lin Sheng sent, her head almost dropped to the ground. It could be seen from the side that Shenling's face was covered with red clouds. And she shouted angrily,
Xiao Sheng!
But at this moment, Lin Sheng had already run far away. Shenling looked at the clothes that appeared in her hands, pursed her lips, and said to herself,
You really like these things when you grow up? You shouldn't be beaten. Right. Will she wear it at night?
Lin Sheng gasped and said. In his impression, Shenling is relatively conservative, and all he has seen are conservative swimsuits. Well, even though we slept on the same bed at night, we were still wearing pajamas. Lin Sheng was inexplicably looking forward to it. Time passed little by little. There are already grilled barbecues and pots filled with cooked ingredients in the hot spring pool. These things were placed in the middle of the hot spring pool. Lin Sheng brought some wine, thinking that this alone didn't seem to be fun enough. So he understood how to make dice again and made several dice. Lin Sheng looked around, but didn't see Shenling for a long time. I couldn't help but think, could this be anger? Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, Shenling walked over with a blanket wrapped around her body, and Kong Kongi followed Shenling in the same way. The slender legs under the blanket were as smooth as snow. Lin Sheng endured the possibility of being blinded and refused to look away.
What? Didn't you agree to take a bath in the hot spring? Isn't this just a foot bath?
Shenling's words drew Lin Sheng's eyes to her face. Wearing a pair of fluffy bunny ears, her cheeks were full of pink, as if water would drip out of her if she pinched them lightly.
Ahem. I didn't see you coming, so I'm curious where you are?
Lin Sheng explained. At the same time, Lin Sheng was looking forward to it. From the looks of it, Shenling must have worn the equipment he gave her. I wonder what it will look like when it is fully displayed. The 3 of them sat down, their entire bodies submerged in the water, with only their arms and heads exposed. Eat food with wine. During this process, the blanket on Shenling also slowly receded. The moonlight in the dark night and the fluorescent stones on the table shone on Shenling's body. Shenling looked a little hazy. When she raised her arms, she picked up drops of water. Lin Sheng was a little dizzy from the shock of this extreme vision, and the red wine in his hand accidentally fell directly onto his nose. Chapter 102 Breaking Through Level 2. Artillery. Exciting. So exciting. After Lin Sheng reacted, he hurriedly wiped the red wine from his face. But his gaffe was caught in Shenling's eyes, and Shenling covered her mouth and chuckled. Wasn't he the one who asked her to keep her clothes on? Why? In the end, it was Lin Sheng who couldn't bear it anymore. However, Shenling's movements were more expressive of his figure, which made Lin Sheng, who had just regained consciousness, feel a heat in his nose. The next moment, red tears fell from the tip of his nose.
What's wrong with you? Xiao Sheng?
Seeing Lin Sheng's appearance, Shenling couldn't laugh anymore. She hurriedly came to Lin Sheng's side and became concerned about him. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on something, and he stretched out his hand to wipe the nosebleed.
Well, it's okay. I'm just a little angry,
Lin Sheng said with confirmation. After Shenling heard Lin Sheng say it was okay, she just breathed a sigh of relief and noticed Lin Sheng's gaze. She looked down. Suddenly he became ashamed and angry.
Humph. It's better to lose too much blood.
After listening to Shenling's words, Lin Sheng smiled and said,
That was also your fault.
The two brought Kong Kongi with them, and the three of them ran to the hot springs, played dice, and drank wine under the moonlight. Of course, Lin Sheng still only paid attention to Shenling. As for Kong Kongi, even though he had turned into a human form, Lin Sheng didn't care too much. The moonlight gradually receded, and Lin Sheng and Shenling drunkenly helped each other back to the room. The next day, the 13th day after the disaster, Lin Sheng woke up in a daze from his sleep. He drank a little too much last night. So he said,
Let's sign in.
Sign in to get a 6-hour double experience card. 6-hour double experience card. Non-amplifiable. After use, gain 200% improvement in attribute points. Lin Sheng opened his eyes, feeling a little surprised. The reward for signing in would undoubtedly increase the speed of getting stronger. I don't know how many attribute points were improved by soaking in the mysterious hot spring last night. When Lin Sheng opened his attribute interface, he was pleasantly surprised. Yesterday I soaked for 6 hours, but the hot spring is valid for up to 5 hours a day. The effect of the mysterious hot spring seems to be that after the second level, it will only increase by 10 points an hour. I am still at the first level of strength, but I have improved by a total of 100 points in 5 hours. Lin Sheng thought to himself. If he drank the holy water today, would he be able to use the level-breaking potion purchased from the mysterious businessman to achieve breakthrough strength? After the surprise, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a furry ear rubbing against his face. Looking back, I noticed that Shenling was hugging her like an octopus at the moment, and she seemed to be dreaming about something. Her head moved slightly. Lin Sheng suddenly didn't dare to move, and the scene in front of him almost made him unable to control himself. Lin Sheng had no choice but to lie quietly, waiting for Shenling to wake up. After a while, Shenling also woke up from her dream. She stood up and sat on Lin Sheng's body, rubbing his eyes.
Huh? Why does it feel so soft when I sit down?
Shenling said drowsily.
That's because you sat on my stomach. Sister, if you don't get up, you might squeeze out what I ate last night.
Lin Sheng wanted to go to the bathroom quickly, so he said this. Shenling took a look, and sure enough, he was sitting on Lin Sheng's abdomen, turning over to let Lin Sheng get up. Returning to the room again, Shenling had already changed her clothes. Lin Sheng took out the Holy Grail and poured out half of the holy water and gave it to Shenling. After Lin Sheng drank the holy water, all attributes suddenly reached 1020 points, which was the opportunity for a breakthrough. There was still some holy water left in the cup, and Lin Sheng looked at the wine and wanted to drink it. But after drinking it, there was no improvement in attribute points at all. I recalled it carefully. The improvement of attribute points seems to be stuck at 1000 points. It should be that there will be no improvement without a breakthrough. As for the 20 points, 10 points are the effect of the first level potion, and the other 5 points are attained when the potential is exploded and activated during the crisis. It seems it's time to use the level-breaking potion. Lin Sheng took out the level-breaking potion and drank it in one gulp. The next moment, Lin Sheng felt as if his whole body was cracking. But on the surface, there was no change at all. White smoke billows from overhead. Shenling, who had just drank the holy water, turned around and saw Lin Sheng with smoke rising above his head.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Xiao Sheng? Are you on fire?
Following Shenling's scream, Lin Sheng had also completed his breakthrough. Attribute points increased again by 10 points. The 4 major attributes reached 1030 respectively.
It's okay. It's just a breakthrough. Sister, you should be at full value. Right?
Student asked.
Well, it's exactly 1015. Here, take this.
Shenling took the level-breaking potion from Lin Sheng's hand.
Will my head be on fire like you?
Lin Sheng.
That was smoke, not fire.
After Shenling drank the level-breaking potion, her body experienced the same changes as Lin Sheng. And Lin Sheng, who had experienced it, took out a rag.
Sister, it will feel better if you bite it.
Shenling did not resist, biting the rag bag to complete the breakthrough and reach the second level. Lin Sheng left the room after seeing that Shenling was okay. and happened to see Kong Kongi outside the room.
Kong Kongi, are your attributes at full value? Full master.
Lin Sheng handed a bottle of level-breaking potion to Kong Kongi and asked her to find Shenling to drink again. Lin Sheng didn't have time to take care of Kong Kongi. He had fun yesterday, so he had to seize the time to make the artillery today, since Kong Kongi's attributes will be at full value only after being recognized by the artifact. But in the future, if he wants to break through again, he may need to use other things to improve himself by soaking in hot springs like Lin Sheng. Arriving on the deck, Lin Sheng found the Mermaid King.
This Holy Grail is for you to look after. If you have the Holy Grail water later, distribute it to me.
The Mermaid King took the Holy Grail and nodded respectfully.
Good master.
The Holy Grail had no effect on Lin Sheng. After explaining the whereabouts of the Holy Grail, Lin Sheng came to the place where the giant crossbow was placed. He opened the manufacturing page. Artillery ammunition manufacturing. Refined iron, 10. Saltpeter, 15. Sulfur, 2. Charcoal, 3. Fort manufacturing. Refined iron, 100. Plank, 50. And there is no shortage of materials in his hands. Lin Sheng started manufacturing immediately. Get turret plus 10. Get artillery ammunition plus 100. Each cannon is equipped with 10 rounds of ammunition. Artillery battery. Range 1000 meters. Artillery ammunition. Explosion damage 2000. Burn 100 to 1 second. Last 60 seconds. This artillery cannot be upgraded or strengthened, but its only advantage is that it has strong destructive power and continuous damage. After Lin Sheng found Guzi, he gave Guzi the method of making ammunition, and then left the materials with good amplitude.
Guzi, just wait until you need it later to make ammunition.
The emergence of artillery further enhanced the Ark's combat effectiveness. Lin Sheng walked towards the deck, where he was going to make preparations to earn gold coins. Chapter 103 Rise Set. Moral kidnapping. Lin Sheng was on the deck of the Ark and found the remaining pork, beef and mutton from yesterday. Slaughtering one head is not enough for so many people to eat, but after using 100 times the amplitude, the meat cannot be eaten. Even if Xiao Bing and Xiao Bai freeze and keep the meat warm from time to time, it cannot be stored forever. Below the deck of the Ark, in the meat warehouse.
Little White Wolf, I never imagined that we would have such an encounter. It's just fate,
Xiao Bing said helplessly. After finishing speaking, he opened his mouth and spit out a large beam of ice beam towards the entire room. Xiao Bai tilted his head and spit out a bunch of ice breath into the room. Some of the meat in the room that was about to thaw was once again covered in ice.
Let's go. I'm going to bask in the sun.
Xiao Bing spread his wings and flew outside. Xiao Bai came to the deck leisurely and laid down directly under the lower intersection to take a nap. This all goes back to yesterday when we were preparing the meal. Lin Sheng.
It's too little, and it's not enough to eat. Please give it a try.
Lin Sheng.
It's too much. I can't finish it.
He glanced at Xiao Bai and Xiao Bing. Lin Sheng.
Hey, I'll leave you with something.
At this moment, Lin Sheng was leading a few savages to teach them how to make braised pork, braised beef, and grilled mutton skewers. At the same time, Lin Sheng also asked people to steam rice, with the intention of making fast food. Lin Sheng also learned how to make takeout boxes. All used are wooden boards. Time passed little by little, and when a large pot of meat was cooked, Lin Sheng took out a wooden packaging box, filled half of the rice, and put the rest into different meats, and of course vegetables, no less. In this way, each box was divided into 3 and packed with half rice, half meat, and half vegetables. Lin Sheng also thoughtfully added an apple to each lunch box. Then all were linked to the trading page of the manual. This time Lin Sheng chose the hanging sale. Lin Sheng opened the world chat channel. The chat on the chat channel is still so harmonious. Apart from the news about recruiting people to join the gang, there are just survivors sighing.
Oh, I almost vomit after eating fish every day. Although I say I'm starving. Is it too hard for me? You're feeling better upstairs. I eat shrimp every day. I used to like it very much, but I can't resist eating it every now and then. I eat it every day.
Messages complaining about eating being too monotonous are constantly flooding the screen. Lin Sheng smiled and posted the message on the chat channel.
Good news. Good news. Mr. Sheng's shop has opened. There are 200 rice set meals. There are 3 choices in total. Each one costs 1 gold coin. If you want more, hurry up.
As soon as Lin Sheng's news was sent out, people immediately started buying from Lin Sheng's stall. Get gold coins plus 1. Get gold coins +1. Prompts for obtaining gold coins appear constantly. Lin Sheng felt happy as he watched the gold coins in his backpack go from 0 to 10. And then to 100. Return to the pre-liberation period overnight? No. 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 How can you become rich overnight? After the prompt about getting gold coins disappeared, Lin Sheng looked at the pile of 600 gold coins and smiled. Lin Sheng told the savages he had taught previously,
"You continue to make the set meal."
It was sold so fast. Lin Sheng believed that this market was absolutely powerful, and he should seize the time to continue earning gold coins. After all, there are many good things waiting for him to buy from the mysterious merchant. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the World Chat channel again, wanting to see what those people said about his operations.
Sheng Yi is domineering. I have already bought it. It is so good. Apple, beef, vegetables and rice are a perfect match. It tastes like I haven't seen it for a long time. Master, one portion is not enough. When I finished eating and wanted to buy some more, I found that there was no more. Are you the devil upstairs? I just took 2 bites and saw you finish it. No one is willing to bear the pain and give up your love. I'll pay double or not triple the gold coins.
Lin Sheng laughed heartily when he saw the news. There will definitely be gold coins in the hands of the survivors. And I am afraid that they haven't met the mysterious merchant yet. So no one thinks it is of any use. In this case, it would be best to attract people to buy what Lin Sheng is selling. As choice. At this time, a sudden piece of news appeared.
Sir, can you tell me the function of gold coins? We are all survivors. And we are also compatriots. You can't be so selfish and hide the functions of these things. You should share them so that everyone has a chance to survive.
Lin Sheng's face suddenly darkened when he saw this news. This bitch is engaging in moral kidnapping. She wants to get useful information out of her own hands without giving anything. With the emergence of that piece of news, it turned out that many followers came out to kidnap Lin Sheng morally.
If you want to know the function of gold coins, it's not expensive. I'll tell you the function of 10 gold coins.
Lin Sheng sent a message. Suddenly the news on the World Channel stopped. The person who was the first to kidnap Lin Sheng morally sent Lin Sheng a message.
Li Rui. Master, I will give you gold coins. And you tell me the news.
Lin Sheng.
Give me the money first, and then deliver the goods.
Li Rui.
Okay.
Get gold coins +10. Lin Sheng.
If you have a chance to meet a mysterious merchant, you can use gold coins to buy props from the mysterious merchant. These props can help you get better.
Above the ocean, a lonely boat was floating. On top of the boat lay a person lazily. This was Li Rui, who was messaging Lin Sheng. He sells information through the use of some special items. Just now, he was also curious about the function of gold coins. And Lin Sheng would actually exchange them for food. So he thought of this trick to force Lin Sheng to tell the news. Of course, he didn't think anyone would make this kind of news public. His purpose was just to buy it from Lin Sheng and then resell it. A business with almost no capital. Now that the information exchanged for 10 gold coins is in his hands, he can find someone to exchange for more information. Li Rui smiled greedily. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, sneered after receiving the gold coins and sending the message. He had seen many people like Li Rui in his previous life, and he could guess Li Rui's thoughts with his toes. Moral condemnation. And then arouse more people's curiosity. Then obtain the information from oneself. And then find some equally curious people to sell the information to make a profit. After Lin Sheng's transaction was completed, he decisively posted the function of the gold coins on the World Chat channel. Lin Sheng.
Since everyone wants to know, I won't hide it. The purpose of gold coins is to meet a mysterious businessman and buy props from him. These props can either increase strength or increase combat effectiveness. But the price is very high. Incredibly expensive.
When Lin Sheng's news came out, Li Rui, who was just about to sell the news, was stunned. Li Rui, damn it. At this time, Li Rui's eyes were full of anger. Cutting off someone's wealth was like killing his father. Li Rui hated Lin Sheng. Chapter 104 Swing.
That's bath water.
Li Rui angrily sent a message to someone.
Brother, I was tricked. Which girl can trick you? Well, it's okay. You won't suffer anyway. Gone. No, I was deceived by that old man. This is what happened. How can we, the gentle people, be fooled? Come to me now, and we will help you take revenge.
After seeing the other party's loyal reply, Li Rui was slightly stunned. Revenge? Although he was angry at Lin Sheng, he still knew exactly what happened to Red Snake and Black Blood.
Brother, We are no match for Mr. Sheng. Although there are quite a few of us, we are only well informed. Absolutely. But we can definitely avenge you. I got a secret treasure map. You come to us first. Our entire organization can't keep hiding. After we find the secret treasure this time, we will take Mr. Sheng as a stepping stone for our rise.
After Leroy saw the other party's reply, he suddenly became excited.
Okay. Be there soon.
Leroy put away the manual and set off immediately. On top of the ark, Lin Sheng watched these savages making the set meal very quickly. Then he nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly heard Guzi shouting towards the sea.
Then come up.
Lin Sheng frowned and walked over, curious in his heart who was coming. Guzi would switch from pointing the cannon at the enemy to inviting him to the ark.
Who is Guzi?
Lin Sheng approached Guzi and asked.
The master is the Qin Xiaowen who came to our ark before,
Guzi responded. And immediately a group of people walked up. But their faces were full of nervous expressions. Their eyes showed lingering fears when looking at the giant crossbows and cannons on the ark. Especially Qin Xiaowen felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he had been here before. Otherwise, if he had been regarded as an enemy, he would have been beaten to pieces with one shot and one spear. After meeting Lin Sheng, Qin Xiaowen showed an excited expression on his face.
Hello, sir. We meet again.
The excited expression was like seeing an idol whom one admired very much.
It's you. How did you know I'm here? Ha ha. Mr. Sheng. This must be said to be fate. In fact, I didn't expect that after we parted that day. We were looking for an island. Didn't we just get a batch of supplies and want to wander around? I just happened to see Arkansas. As soon as I saw Ark, I thought that only you, Master Lin, had Fano. So I came over to visit you.
Listening to Qin Xiaowen's words, Lin Sheng could only say that they were indeed destined.
Sir, I just saw you selling set meals. But it's a pity that I started too late and didn't buy any. Don't worry. I have gold coins. Can you sell me some privately?
To be honest, it was just a lie that Qin Xiaowen came to visit him. But it was true that he came to buy food from him.
Come on. Just wait.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi made arrangements. Lin Sheng was ready to leave.
Master, please wait a moment.
Seeing Lin Sheng was about to leave, Qin Xiaowen hurriedly called out to Lin Sheng.
Well, is there anything else? Master, look at this. We brothers have obtained a manufacturing diagram. But we can't use it. Do you think we need it?
Qin Xiaowen took out the manufacturing drawing and handed it to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng glanced at Qin Xiaowen with a strange look and understood what the other party meant. He was just trying to curry favor with himself. After Lin Sheng opened the manufacturing diagram, he nodded.
It's not bad. I can add some entertainment equipment to my ark. Obtain swing chair manufacturing diagram. Since I took your things, I can't take them for free. You have to pay gold coins for the set meal. So I'll give you a discount. Buy one beer and get one free. It depends on how much you want to buy today. Really? Thank you so much.
Qin Xiaowen said excitedly that he sent the drawings because he had no use for them and planned to do a favor in exchange for a little friendship with Lin Sheng. It would be convenient for him to come and go in the future. And he also saw how powerful Mr. Sheng was. After all, Xingyao was the first survivor he saw with an ark, a farm, and a pasture. And they also had powerful weapons and equipment. As for Lin Sheng's strength, Qin Xiaowen didn't see it.
Of course it's true.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and left. The people brought by Qin Xiaowen came. Lin Sheng was relatively at ease with him. He had no ill intentions towards him from the first time they met. Of course, Lin Sheng still had the confidence. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, no matter how arrogant they were, waiting in front of others is seeking death. Lin Sheng originally wanted to go back and take a rest, waiting for the ark to arrive at Thunder Island, where the Thunder God ruins are located. But now that he has new drawings in his hands, Lin Sheng has new ideas. There is no need to worry about the ingredients. If we go back and reorganize the restaurant, Ark's food can also be effectively improved. The newly obtained swing manufacturing diagram will give Lin Sheng a new direction of development, striving to create an entertainment industry on top of the Ark. Once the Dragon Kingdom restoration plan is fully launched, there will definitely be many. If you continue to promote your Ark business, you can make gold coins roll in through catering and entertainment. Lin Sheng couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Lin Sheng thought about these things and found an open space for the Ark. You learn how to make a swing chair. Swing chair manufacturing. Fine iron 50. Plank 20. Rag 10. Manufacture. Get a swing chair set. Lin Sheng placed the swing chair. 6 more sets of swing chairs were manufactured and installed one after another. When Lin Sheng looked at the row of swings in front of him, he felt that the swings in front of him were a bit monotonous. The wooden swing seat is wrapped in fabric, so you won't feel any discomfort when you sit on it. The iron swing chain makes the swing extremely sturdy, and you don't have to worry about the rope breaking. What is missing is the lawn on the ground and the flowers around it. Lin Sheng was thinking hard, and the scene design plan was already gathered in his mind. You need to obtain lawns and various flowers for decoration.
Hey, Xiaosheng, how did you make such a thing?
Lin Sheng was sitting on the swing, swaying and thinking about these things, when Shenling's exclamation sounded.
Ah, sister, you're down.
Lin Sheng turned around and said low to Shenling. Shenling sat on the swing.
Well, Xiaosheng, come here and help me push.
Lin Sheng walked behind Shenling with a smile, pushed Shenling's back with his hands, and pushed Shenling forward. Shenling sat on the swing with a smile on her face, feeling extremely relaxed. After a while, Lin Sheng walked towards the savages. It was almost time. The set meal cooked by the savages should be ready, so he would go over and put it on the shelves for sale. When Lin Sheng was about to arrive in front of the savage, who was making the meal, he glanced at him. His expression suddenly froze.
Chen Xiaowen.
Hearing Lin Sheng's cry, Chen Xiaowen swallowed the hot spring water in his hand.
Master? Ah, I'm sorry. I just feel thirsty, and I have some hot water to drink.
Chen Xiaowen said with some embarrassment. Lin Sheng, that's bathwater.
Oh, it's okay. Does it taste good?
Lin Sheng suppressed his laughter and said with a pretended serious expression. Chapter 105, Tastes very good. Weird sea beast attacks.
Well, it feels pretty good, but it has a weird smell.
Chen Xiaowen chirped.
That's good. That's good.
Lin Sheng turned his head and quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good guy. He actually savored it carefully. When Lin Sheng turned around, he saw Chen Xiaowen lowering his head and preparing to drink the hot spring water.
That?
Lin Sheng didn't know whether he should tell him that it was bath water.
Ah? Mr. Sheng, can't you drink this?
Lin Sheng, this is a big customer. I can't be too stingy. Isn't it just some bath water? Well, no. He wanted to drink it himself. And yes, I didn't force him to drink it.
Okay, please. I just want to say that the set meal is ready.
Lin Sheng said with cold sweat on his forehead.
Oh, thank you, Master Shen Sheng, for reminding me.
After Chen Xiaowen finished speaking, he went to the savage to ask for a set meal. Lin Sheng looked at the hot spring water inside. It's a good thing that I don't have a hobby of peeing while soaking in hot springs. Otherwise, after Chen Xiaowen bought a set meal and beer, he left Ark again. Lin Sheng also threw away the remaining set meals for sale. As the Ark got closer to Thunder Island, there were more and more clouds in the sky, and there were thunders in the sky from time to time. I have to say that this thunder is worthy of the existence of the relics of the god of thunder. Just the climate in the air can be affected. A cry echoed through the sky with tragic emotion. Lin Sheng raised his head and looked into the sky, when a black shadow flashed down. With a bump sound, it landed directly on a large pot. Only then did Lin Sheng see clearly that this was the rock that had escaped before. Lin Sheng stepped forward and took a look, and saw that the body of the big rock bird was completely scorched black. At first glance, it looked like it had been struck by lightning. The rock bird opened its eyes dizzily, but after seeing Lin Sheng in front of him, he suddenly showed a horrified expression. It's this human being. It's him. It's him. Its eyes were filled with terror. This human being wanted to eat him before, but now he sent himself in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng immediately took out a bag of feed and stuffed it into the Daping's mouth. The rock wanted to spit it out, but the smell of the feed made him reluctant to spit it out. The rock swallowed the feed in its mouth. Surrendered. After going around in circles, Lin Sheng was finally subdued. Conquer the Daping bird. Daping bird. The first level of peak strength can travel thousands of miles in a day, and its recovery power is so powerful that even if its wings are broken, they can still grow back.
Kong Kongi, come here.
The sound of the rock bird just falling also attracted Kong Kongi and Shenling. Lin Sheng greeted.
Kong Kongi, aim a little closer and cut off a pair of wings neatly.
Lin Sheng ordered. Get a pair of rock wings.
100 times increase.
Get rock wings plus 100. The rock bird, which had lost its wings, squatted in the spiritual spring water to recuperate. He looked at Lin Sheng with horrified eyes. Lin Sheng was serious about eating bird wings. Lin Sheng was roasting the wings of the rock, while the wounds of the rock and the wings that were removed by Lin Sheng were slowly recovering. The surface of the huge bird wings on the grill has been roasted by the fire until they are golden and crispy, and the aroma is flowing. Lin Sheng kept adding chili powder, cumin powder, and various seasonings.
Human beings are so scary.
But why do they smell so good?
The rock bird's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its broken wings were constantly growing out. It looked at Lin Sheng, fear rising in its heart, but it actually became interested in its own wings. Tears flowed out of the corners of his mouth.
Okay, haven't your wings grown again?
Lin Sheng came to the Dapeng bird with a roasted wing and said,
You will grow faster if you eat it.
Dapeng bird. It was a time of great harmony on the Arkansas. On the sea surface around the ark, water exploded, and water columns rose into the sky. What's going on? Lin Sheng raised his head blankly and looked at the water columns around him from a distance. At the same time, a white light struck straight towards the ark from a distance. That white light turned out to be an air blade struck by a weapon. When Kong Kongi saw this, the Poseidon Trident suddenly appeared in his hand, and he quickly stood in front of Lin Sheng and Shenling. At the same time, the trident was raised upwards, and countless seawater turned into a wall of water, rising from the sea surface. The number of water walls blocked the air blade one after another like dominoes. After this white air blade broke through a wall of water, although its momentum was weakened, it still hit the second wall of water. The second wall of water was also split into pieces by the air blade, turned into sea water, and fell into the sea again. At this time, Guzi hurriedly called on many savages to turn their artillery and giant crossbows and aim them in the direction of the 12 water columns. There were black shadows under the water column. As the water column rose, their true faces were all displayed in front of everyone. They were strange creatures, some with fish heads and some with shrimp heads. All of them are the heads of sea creatures, but their bodies are all condensed from seawater. Those heads looked ferociously at the ark and the people on it. The air blade that Kong Kongi faced finally broke through the fifth water wall at this time, but it had also exhausted its momentum and fell into the sea along with the water wall when it broke. Lin Sheng looked at everything that happened suddenly, and he suddenly wondered what it was. Why do these creatures cause trouble for themselves? Guzi no longer waited for Lin Sheng's order, and consciously fired the cannon at a strange creature. 10 rounds of artillery fire went down, directly blowing up a strange creature. The other giant crossbows were aimed at a strange sea beast, but the giant spears fired by the giant crossbows had no effect at all. After seeing the death of their companions, the remaining 11 strange sea beasts suddenly attacked the ark frantically, and the dog is already aiming at the next sea beast. Kong Kongi also held a trident and attacked a sea beast. Lin Sheng and Shenling drew their flaming long bows one after another. Leading the other men, he fired arrows at the sea beast. However, the damage done by the arrows was not that outstanding, and the speed at which the attacked sea beast deducted blood was calculated based on a percentage. -2%, -2%, -1%. This is true no matter which sea beast you attack. Lin Sheng was sure. Everyone will attack the same sea beast with me. These sea beasts are undoubtedly very difficult to deal with. If it were not for the enchantment with unlimited arrows, the people on the ark might not be able to kill one even if they use up all the arrows. Watching the sea beasts continue to approach, the offensive launched on the ark became more and more intense, and the number of sea beasts also disappeared one by one. Chapter 106 Strange Sea Beast Attacks. Chen Chong takes revenge. Drink. Lin Sheng and Shenling shouted loudly at the same time, and the arrows in their hands were released at the same time. When the arrow penetrated the strange sea beast on top of the ark that was about to seal the road, the last 4% of the sea beast's health was immediately emptied. Hoo-hoo. Everyone on the ark let out a long breath. Finally, we have dealt with these sea beasts. Lin Sheng sighed. What's going on with these sea beasts? Shenling put a hand on Lin Sheng's back and gasped. The breath coming out of her mouth when she spoke hit Lin Sheng's neck, making Lin Sheng feel itchy on his neck. After Lin Sheng came to his senses, he said to Shenling, I don't know either. Lin Sheng looked up at the sea at this time. He was also curious as to why these strange sea beasts would attack him. Moreover, these sea beasts are all made of bodies made of sea water, which is different from the sea beasts encountered before. Could it be a monster approaching Thunder Island? Lin Sheng looked worriedly at the island that could already be seen, although the distance is still quite far. I can only see a black cloud on the island from a distance, constantly launching thunder
and lightning attacks on the island. Just when Lin Sheng had an uncertain expression, a wild laughter came from above the sea.
Ha! Mr. Sheng is just like that. But he was made so embarrassed by these little sea beasts. But who gave you the courage to destroy my father's mercenary group? But your end point is just here.
Everyone looked towards this arrogant voice. At this moment, on the sea surface, a young man with long hair and shawl stepped on a shark and kept approaching the ark. The appearance of this shark was almost the same as the 12 previous sea beasts. The body of a shark is also made of sea water.
Who are you?
Lin Sheng decided to ask who the young man of unknown gender was.
You dare to destroy the Red Snake mercenary group. But you still ask me who I am? You have taken a broad path.
The man looked at Lin Sheng with hatred in his eyes. This man is Red Snake's son, Shen Chong.
Who was I at that time? It turns out that I was a bastard from Red Snake living outside. Who gave you the courage to come and cause trouble for your father-in-law?
Lin Sheng stood straight and asked.
You?
Chen Chong blushed in anger at Lin Sheng's words, and a flash of cyan flashed across his face from time to time.
Ha! Very good. Only if you are arrogant enough. Mr. Sheng, I can make you feel more intense despair later.
Chen Chong suddenly laughed. He was holding a giant axe in his hand. As he swung it, there was an illusory air blade on the giant axe. Now Lin Sheng also understood where the previous air blade came from. But after understanding the reason, Lin Sheng became worried. He looked at the giant axe in the opponent's hand. An idea came to my mind. This giant axe should not be an ordinary weapon. It must be an artifact like the trident in Kong Kongyi's hand.
Right. Master Sheng. Today I'm going to let you taste the feeling of death when everyone around you is dead. So let's try it on the little beauty next to you first and enjoy the pain.
Chen Chong mentioned Ling, and he swung out the giant axe in his hand. Across the sea, an air blade struck Shenling head-on. The speed of the air blade was as fast as thunder, and it was difficult to see it with the naked eye, even if Shenling is already at the second level of strength at this moment. As long as he is hit by this axe, he will probably be split into two. Lin Sheng was no match for this artifact, and Kong Kongyi, who could compete with it, had insufficient mental strength due to frequent use of the trident, and was unable to react for a moment. The air blade fell, and the deck on the ark was split open. Chen Chong laughed wildly across the sea. Ha ha ha. He seems to be crazy. Lin Sheng turned back to Shenling behind him and asked, No, injured.
Right? No. I'm just a little nervous,
Shenling said with lingering fear. Fortunately, just when she arrived, Shenling reacted in time. She used the ability of the ring and the ability to perform a transcendental jump, allowing her to reach behind Lin Sheng in seconds. And then everything went smoothly. Dodged the air blade attack. The two of them looked towards the place where the air blade had just landed. Lin Sheng felt a pang in his heart. Fortunately, those farmed animals were not in this area. Otherwise, huge craters would have been blasted out of the deck, and even a huge gap would have been cut into the hull of the ark. The gap was extremely dangerous. If it were larger, the entire ark would be flooded. Lin Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and felt extremely distressed. There was such a big gap. Lin Sheng turned back to look at Chen Chong and said angrily,
You are here to show off your power to me with the artifact. Right. You actually want to hurt the master. I will fight you.
Kong Kongyi also spoke at the same time as Lin Sheng. Kong Kongyi's eyes turned red with anger, and he ran forward, holding a trident in his hand, floating above the sea, looking at Chen Chong in pairs. At this moment, Kong Kongyi's momentum also changed dramatically. The holy white light that she had when she was recognized by the trident emerged from her body again. The water in the sea simultaneously turned into blue wings and combined on Kong Kongyi's body. A golden Poseidon crown appeared elusively on her head. The trident swung out in his hand, and a wave of water struck across the sea towards Chen Chong. After Chen Chong saw this scene, he was shocked that Shenling had escaped death, and at the same time, he tried his best to resist. Kong Kongyi's water wave chop kept splitting, and Chen Chong also kept using the air blade split by the axe to break the water wave's slash. For a while, the two were evenly matched. As time went on, Chen Chong's face became increasingly tired, but Kong Kongyi became more and more energetic. The water wings on his back were not just beautiful, but gathered the power of the ocean to improve Kong Kongyi's endurance at all times.
Damn! How could this happen? Why?
Chen Chong became more and more unable to resist, and suddenly became helpless and furious. Finally, a wave of water struck Chen Chong. Chen Chong held the giant axe against his body to resist the wave of water. However, He was not recognized by the divine weapon. After resisting the wave of water, the repulsive force of the attack shook the giant axe out of Qin-Chong's hand. After getting out of his hand, Qin-Chong's body flew backwards, sliding against the seawater for several meters. The shark that Qin-Chong rode rushed to save Qin-Chong to prevent him from falling into the water. Kong Kongi waved his hand, and the sea water turned into a big blue hand, dragging the giant axe and sending it to Lin Sheng. The savages of the savage tribe took out the fish scale armor that Lin Sheng had made before. They all put on the armor, carried spears on their backs, and held flaming long bows in their hands. At the same time, he rode Shui Dio under him and quickly surrounded Qin-Chong. They also saw the opportunity correctly. After Qin-Chong lost the artifact, it was the time when he was most vulnerable. As long as you surround him, you can definitely kill him. Chapter 107, Repairing the Ark and Opening the Sky Axe. Above the shark's head, although Qin-Chong was saved from falling into the water and sinking to death, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious at a glance that he had suffered extremely serious internal injuries, and Guzi and others really took advantage of his illness to kill him. So they raised their long bows and pointed them at Qin-Chong.
No! You can't do this!
Facing the arrows aimed at him and the threat of death, Qin-Chong became scared at this time. He looked at the savages around him in fear. But facing this enemy who destroyed their ark home and endangered their master, the savages showed no mercy to Qin-Chong.
Put!
Guzi said one word with cold eyes. Guzi's cold words were like a thorn piercing Qin-Chong's heart. As Qin-Chong's heart was stabbed, the burning arrow also penetrated Qin-Chong's whole body.
Let's go back!
Guzi looked at the flying piranha and said, on top of the ark. Lin Sheng looked at the ark that might leak at any time and threw the giant axe aside. He looked at the ark and immediately started thinking about how to repair the ark. Lin Sheng took out a large number of wooden boards and other basic materials, and also brought in a lot of hammers. He gave the hammer to the crew members on the ark. Under Lin Sheng's arrangement, the mermaid clan jumped into the sea one after another. The mermaids relied on the power of the sea water to hang high on the outside of the ark. The savages carried the planks one after another and delivered them to the mermaids' hands. The banging sound of bang 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 kept ringing around the ark. The damaged places in the ark were constantly being filled. Lin Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and thought in his mind that the ark was still a wooden Arkansas. It would not be able to withstand such a transcendent attack after all, and the ark needed to be upgraded. As the outer wooden hull of the ark was repaired, water leakage in the ark was completely eliminated. Next it was time to fix the deck and the environment built into the ark.
Thanks for your hard work,
Lin Sheng said to the mermaids of the mermaid tribe who had returned to the ark.
It's not hard. Master, this is what we should do.
Everyone in the mermaid tribe spoke one after another.
Well, you should go back and rest first,
Lin Sheng said to everyone in the mermaid tribe.
Guzi, you bring someone with you, and we will start repairing the damage in the ark.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Guzi immediately started working with a group of savages. As the sky faded into dusk, all the damaged environment of the ark was repaired. At this time, Lin Sheng walked back to the giant axe that had been left aside and ignored. This is a magical weapon. But what happened was that it was thrown into a corner and no one cared about it.
Boss, how do you think this scrap of metal can cause such powerful damage?
Pai stood aside and said curiously,
Pai, only it is not a broken piece of metal. It is the same type of artifact as the trident in Kong Kongi's hand,
Lin Sheng explained.
How can it be?
Pai immediately grabbed the giant axe with disbelief in his eyes.
Then this belongs to me?
Pai is still very envious of the artifact in Kong Kongi's hand.
What's not yours won't be yours after all. Everyone wants good things. But if you don't want them, they'll be yours.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai with deep meaning and said,
Master, the repair project of the ark has been completely completed.
Guzi came over and reported to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked around and saw that everything on the ark had returned to its original appearance. He nodded with satisfaction. Just when Lin Sheng was about to say something, a golden light glowed on the giant axe. Immediately, it flew away from Pai's hand and suspended in the air. A golden light immediately enveloped the dog. Lin Sheng looked at the scene in front of him. This scene was never similar. His eyes shone with envy. Yes, this sky-opening axe is probably going to become Guzi's exclusive artifact, Pai said in confusion.
Boss, what's going on?
Lin Sheng.
It's the same as Kong Kongi. What do you think?
Pai, who understood, also had envious eyes in his eyes. Both of them felt helpless in their hearts.
Why is it that I am not the one who recognizes the owner of this artifact?
At this moment, the golden light on Guzi's body gradually dissipated, and a set of golden armor appeared on his body. This is formed by the power of the sky-opening axe. The swirling patterns on Guzi's face were also affected and changed at this time, turning into mysterious runes. The dog's limb muscles also became stronger.
Thank you, Master.
Guzi is holding a sky-opening axe as high as a person and kneeling on one knee, which is like the scene of ancient soldiers paying homage to their lord. At the same time, Guzi also informed Lin Sheng of the properties of his exclusive weapon. Broken Open Sky Axe, 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. Guzi's exclusive weapon, used by the savage leader to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, breaking through the air. Angry color, February 5th.
Okay, let's go rest, and use this bottle of level-breaking potion to break through.
Lin Sheng gave the step-breaking potion to Guzi to let him break through, and waved his hand to signal Guzi to go down. While waiting for Guzi to break through, there will be 4 second-level combat power above arc. At this moment, Lin Sheng silently took out the manual. Although he spoke calmly, he still had a sour feeling in his heart. The only way to find a sense of superiority is on the World Chat channel. But just as Lin Sheng took out the manual, he saw a private message. Pajun.
Master Sheng, our restoration plan has come to an end. I remember you sold weapons once. I wonder if you still have the idea of selling weapons now.
Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's message and suddenly realized.
Business is coming.
Lin Sheng.
How much do you want? An artifact-level spear or bow. I'll sell you 50 gold coins. If you want the arrows to be infinitely enchanted, you need to pay more. 100 gold coins for an infinitely enchanted arrow.
After Pajun saw the news about Lin Sheng, he suddenly became excited. Sure enough, there were weapons for sale. However, after seeing Lin Sheng's quotation, Pajun felt a chill in his heart. Previously, all the gold coins were spent looking for Lin Sheng to buy food and supplies. Now the total number of gold coins in their hands is only 10,000. Even if you buy them all, you can only buy 100 spears and bows. We also need to deduct the enchantment of infinite arrows. In this way, it would be good to be able to make 30 sets. Pajun reported the news. Soon Pajun gritted his teeth and replied,
Master Sheng, I need 30 pieces of both kinds, and the arrows are all enchanted by me.
Lin Sheng.
Easy to say.
Lin Sheng immediately started making weapons. Get Artifact Spear +1. Get Artifact Bow +1. Artifact Arrow enchantment is infinitely successful. A total of 30 sets of weapons were traded by Lin Sheng to Pajun. Get gold coins plus 9,000. Lin Sheng looked at the gold coins he had just received, and felt in his heart that the fastest way to earn money was to trade with big forces. Pajun.
Master Sheng, the people above us hope you can settle here.
Lin Sheng looked at the news and smacked his lips. Are you planning to settle in the Dragon Kingdom and restore the country? Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
I think it would not be a good thing for you if I settled in it this time. I still have grudges with many people.
Chapter 108 Thunder Island. Dark Forest. Pajun.
Of course we know this, but we are not afraid. As long as Mr. Sheng is willing to settle in, we will solve your problems for you and guarantee your freedom.
Lin Sheng.
Let's see about it then.
Lin Sheng did not refuse, nor did he agree immediately. If you settle in, you can wait until your arc has developed well. After Lin Sheng's reply, Pajun didn't say anything more. At this moment, Lin Sheng heard a rumbling sound in his ears. The sky was as red as burning clouds, and the sound of thunder exploded in my ears.
Boss, we're here.
Pai hurriedly ran over and said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked back and saw that the coast in front of him was indeed the Thunder Island that he needed to reach this time. Lin Sheng said to Pai,
Let's go. This time it's land. You can go to the island with us.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai nodded.
Okay, boss.
On the ark, Lin Sheng took Shenling Kong, Kongi Pai, and 20 savages from the savage tribe to the island. As for Guzi, he stayed to let him get familiar with his strength and guard the ark. Just when Lin Sheng logged into island language, Xiao Shilong could no longer stand his loneliness.
Waiting? So maybe we are waiting. That kid's breakthrough speed is also among the fastest. If we don't seize the time to deal with that Lin Sheng, according to what the elder brother said, we will have to wait until that time to deal with Lin Sheng? Let's go. Do you want to listen to Big Brother's advice or to me? If you still recognize me as the boss, follow me and set out to kill that Lin Sheng. Brother Long. Of course we are following you. You saved our lives. Brother Long. Okay. Great. Let's go.
Xiao Shilong looked at his younger brothers, and then quietly left the Jialong mercenary group's camp with them. This was also the time when Xiao Shilong happened to see his elder brother making a sacrifice. And the sacrifice took a long time. He just happened to be able to take people to find Lin Sheng for revenge. Of course, this was also a rash decision he made after learning about Qin Chang's death. In his opinion, waiting for the opportunity, when the entire Jialong mercenary group can confront Lin Sheng head-on, he still doesn't know if he can pass it. And with the elder brother's cautious mentality, maybe he will develop because of Lin Sheng's strength. It's too fast, and I don't dare to take action. Then it will take until the year of the monkey to avenge my third brother? Lin Sheng, who landed on the island, looked at the road in front of him. There were lawns all over the ground, and there was no thunder or rain in the sky. The place where the thunder struck was on a mountaintop in front. From Lin Sheng's perspective, the location of the mountaintop was almost in the center of the island. Lin Sheng led Pai Pai and the savages toward the front.
Kuroro, please collect the lawns here. Collect more and take them back.
Lin Sheng ordered a savage. Yes, the lawn here is very lush, and has a solid feeling under your feet. Then the floor on the ark without swings is just right.
And over there, if you see it, you should also collect the seeds of those flowers.
On Thunder Island, there is no place close to the mountains, and the vegetation grows very vigorously. This should be because there are enough thunder and lightning here, resulting in abundant rainfall. So these flowers and plants grow very well. After Lin Sheng explained, he left these savages to collect flowers and plants, and he himself continued to move forward with Shenling and Kong Kongi. The three of them walked forward, and soon came to a dark, dense forest. Their destination this time was the mountain in front of them. The Thunder Mountain. The ruins of the God of Thunder were also on the Thunder Mountain. And if you want to reach the Thunder Mountain, you need to cross the dark forest in front of you. Lin Sheng frowned and walked towards the dark forest. No matter what was ahead, it was the only way to go. As Lin Sheng walked in, Shenling, Kong Kongi and Pai Pai followed closely behind Lin Sheng. When you arrive inside the dark forest, the surrounding trees are all dark in color. If you look carefully, you will find that these trees have been struck by lightning. These trees have long lost their green appearance, and some are just dead and lifeless. Shenling was affected by the surrounding trees, and came behind Lin Sheng with some fear in her heart. She felt that she would only feel safe if she stayed by Lin Sheng's side. Suddenly, a strange cold wind blew past. The sound of salsa falling leaves kept flying. Lin Sheng suddenly frowned. Logically speaking, the trees here have withered, so there shouldn't be any leaves on the trees. But at this time, there were actually leaves swinging on the trees. It clearly means something is abnormal here. Not only Lin Sheng, but also Pai Pai and Kong Kongi also discovered the abnormal behavior of Murk Forest. So the four of them leaned back to back. The branches and leaves of the trees are still swaying in the wind.
There doesn't seem to be anything unusual.
After a long time, Shenling, who found nothing wrong, spoke up. If you observe carefully, you will find that Shenling's hand holding the spear is trembling.
Boss, there is indeed nothing weird. It may be that these trees have not been dead for a long time, and their vitality has not been completely lost.
Pai Pai also spoke at this time.
Well, let's keep walking.
Lin Sheng also made a final decision to continue on the road after careful judgment. Just as the four of them continued to walk forward, the trees behind them started to move slowly. As for the road we came from, it was now covered with dead trees. The dense forest path was extremely mysterious, and the four of them walked along. Suddenly I heard a rustling sound. Lin Sheng did not feel the wind, but the sound of the branches rubbing against each other did not weaken at all.
Everyone should be alert. The monster in the forest should appear.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the formation of four people formed a group again.
Boss, are you too vigilant? Hey! What the HL is this?
Pai Pai did not notice the danger. Just when he was about to say a few words, the spear in his hand was entangled in vines. The tree vine was still pulling the spear in Pai Pai's hand. A long bow appeared in Lin Sheng's hand, and he immediately shot towards the tree vines. The arrow shot by the flaming long bow landed on the tree vines, and the arrow's passive attribute was immediately displayed. The dry tree vine suddenly burst into flames. The tree vine was in pain and hurriedly let go of Pai Pai's spear, waving it in the air, trying to disperse the flames on the tree vine. What no one expected was that this seemingly dry tree vine could be so resilient.
Boss, I shouldn't be arrogant.
Pai Pai lowered his head and said awkwardly, Yes, It was because he was not vigilant enough that he was taken advantage of by this weird tree vine.
Don't talk nonsense. Our situation is not good now,
Lin Sheng said, as he looked at the large pile of vines that suddenly sprang out from the woods in front of him. Chapter 109 Thunder Mountain. The cat demon blocking the road.
This.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, everyone's eyes fell on those trees and vines. Of course, panic followed. There were too many trees and vines. Lin Sheng hurriedly fired an arrow at everyone and said,
"Don't be stunned. If we don't take action, we are afraid we will die here."
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he felt a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have brought Xiaohua with him. Otherwise, Xiaohua's phoenix flame alone could have restrained these vines. But who would have thought that there would be such a creature on Thunder Island? When Pipe Eye and Shinling heard Lin Sheng's words, they released their arrows. Calm Kongi, on the other hand, kept waving the trident in his hand to cut off the invading trees and vines. Tree vines were being cut off continuously. But the attack of the vines did not slow down at all, but increased in number. The tree vines that attacked Lin Sheng and others before were more like testing Lin Sheng and others. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Lin Sheng and the others.
It's getting more and more. Boss, I may have to say goodbye to you today,
Pipe Eye said with a slightly tired look on his face. It was as if he had already seen the tragic experience of being hung up by these vines and beating the little guy.
Excuse me. Why do you talk so much nonsense?
While Lin Sheng scolded Pipe Eye, he glanced over and saw a scarlet color that suddenly appeared and disappeared immediately. Did I see it wrong? Lin Sheng judged carefully, but decided to shoot the arrow in his hand directly at the tree trunk flashing with scarlet color.
Xiaosheng, you must be tired. Why don't you take a rest? I still have strength.
After seeing that Lin Sheng was shooting in the wrong direction, Shinling thought that Lin Sheng was also tired. So she said that she wanted to let Lin Sheng rest for a while she carried it first. Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
I am not supporting an idea.
Just as Lin Sheng finished speaking, the arrow hit the trunk of the tree. A pair of scarlet eyes on the dead tree suddenly opened, and a dark hole opened in the tree, and a tragic cry was made. A smile appeared on Lin Sheng's lips. It was indeed like this. These tree vines will not appear for no reason. So the only possibility is that a tree monster appears. Everyone except Lin Sheng glanced at the barking tree in surprise. At the same time, the number of tree vines attacking everyone suddenly decreased. The tree monster hit by the arrow burst into flames. At the same time, an attribute panel appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Dark Dryad. Life 1000. Attack 10. Attack Vine Whip. Entangle. Hide. If the tree demon's body cannot be attacked, the tree vines will be destroyed forever. Looking at the attack power on the attribute panel, although the damage is not high, it can't hold up to the large amount. This tree demon can at least send out dozens of vine whips, which will cause at least several thousand points of damage. Even with the defense bonus of the fish scale armor, the damage to the body is still a lot. Lin Sheng watched the dark tree demon's blood volume being continuously deducted. Lin Sheng fired 2 arrows in succession, and finally killed the tree demon. At the moment the tree demon died, the tree demon broke apart, and those who attacked Lin Sheng at this time, all the vines in front of Sheng and others turned into dust, and were buried in the ground.
You continue to defend. I will choose the tree demon to kill.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he looked for the tree demon who was hiding behind the scenes and attacked them. As time passed, there were only a few hundred tree vines left in front of everyone, and Lin Sheng had killed 18 dryads. It's just that the remaining tree demons were too cunning and didn't move at all without showing any signs of weakness. This made Lin Sheng extremely helpless. The tree demon's body could not be found, and the arrows kept falling on the dead trees, which could not solve the problem at all.
Sister Ling, why don't you give it a try?
Lin Sheng suddenly remembered Shinling's lucky ability. Why not let Shinling make a blind guess? Shinling nodded when he heard the words, and randomly selected a dead tree to shoot the arrow.
You can't hit me! You can't hit me! As long as I don't move, stupid humans won't find me.
A tree demon who was praying silently in his heart suddenly widened his eyes. He had been hit. Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng hurriedly locked the arrow in his hand. In an instant, another tree demon died. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the last remaining tree demon rose directly from the ground and fled into the distance.
You're thinking shit!
The 4 people roared in unison, and 4 arrows were shot out, killing the tree demon immediately.
It's over.
The blocked road suddenly became wider, and Lin Sheng stepped forward to get the loot. There is a blue bead in the Dryad's body. Lin Sheng picked it up. Get Essence of Life +1. Essence of Life. Users all attributes +5. Lin Sheng collected 20 Essences of Life one after another, and then continued on the road. These life essences are waiting to be used back on the Ark. After passing through the dark forest, everyone arrived at the foot of Thunder Mountain. All that's left is to land on Thunder Mountain and get the treasure of the Thunder God ruins. The four of them held each other's hands. Lin Sheng walked in the front. He held Shenling's hand tightly. Shenling held Kong Kongyi's hand, while Kong Kongyi held Pai Pai's hand. The four of them climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. The closer we get to the top of the mountain, the louder the thunder becomes. Boom! The roaring sound continued, and from time to time, white light illuminated the black clouds in the sky. Finally reached. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief and stood on Thunder Mountain. But the crisis came at this moment. A black shadow flashed in front of the four people, and it was about to fall on Lin Sheng. The trident in Kong Kongyi's hand thrust forward and knocked the black shadow to the ground. A cat covered in pitch black, and there was also pitch black mist on it. Lin Sheng hurriedly came back to his senses and looked around. Sure enough, he had just exited the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den again. There were dozens of black cats in front of him, hundreds of green eyes shining in the dark night. The four of them launched an attack on the large number of cat demons without saying a word. Shadow Cat Demon. Life 200. Attack 50. Attack, random grab. Extremely fast. The effect of arrows against these cat demons is minimal, because the cat demons are too fast and cannot hit them at all. Everyone replaced their spear weapons. After the long-range attack fails, these cat demons can only be hit when they are up close. Moreover, the cat demon is extremely fast, and sometimes it takes 4 or 5 consecutive attacks to hit one. The cat demon's claws kept making clicking sounds on the fish scale armor, irritating everyone's eardrums with extreme pain. One cat demon fell down, and more demon cats came forward to attack.
Ha! Make waves out of nothing!
The white light on Kong Kongyi's body was about to activate the skills of the Poseidon Trident. Chapter 110 exclusive to faction. Xiao Shilong arrives. Pieces of water droplets quickly gathered around the four people, and the scene was like countless fireflies flying in the jungle. It's just that after these water droplets gathered, they turned into a large seawater and condensed in the sky. The black cat demons seemed to feel a strong threat, and they stopped and looked up. Their eyes were full of horror and fear, feeling like running away. His original intention was to eat Lin Sheng and others, but the danger he faced could actually take their lives. Escape. Dozens of cat demons ran away frantically, but it was still too late for them to escape. The seawater poured down from the sky, and the cat demon who was hit by the seawater felt that it was not water, but gravel all over the sky. They were smashed to the ground one after another. A few were seriously injured, and most of them were directly smashed into a black smoke and dissipated. Kong Kongyi was working hard, and the others naturally wouldn't relax either, and they all dealt with the seriously injured cat monsters. The tide receded, and all the cat monsters were cleared away. In front of everyone is a sarcophagus with mysterious patterns. Of course, when Lin Sheng and others came to the sarcophagus, Pai Pai suddenly said,
"Boss, I feel it. How do you feel?"
Everyone looked at Pai Pai and wondered why Pai Pai was talking so suspiciously.
"Yes, I feel like I'll be able to get the same weapons as Guzi soon."
Pai Pai ran forward excitedly and approached the sarcophagus, placing his hands on the sarcophagus.
"Careful.
Before Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai made a painful sound. His whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. Pai Pai.
It's cool.
Everyone. Could this kid be stunned by the electric shock? But then everyone saw Pai Pai pushing open the sarcophagus lid. At this moment, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. It turned into a huge thunder column and struck down. Pai Pai and the sarcophagus were surrounded. The three of them were stunned when they looked at the scene in front of them. It's over. Pai Pai is completely cold now. Lin Sheng was heartbroken that he was missing a capable person. At this time, a figure flew up in the sky among the thunder pillars. Lin Sheng and others took a closer look. Isn't that the silly one from Pai Pai? Pai Pai, who was in the thunder column, grabbed a sledgehammer tightly in his hand, and his whole body was covered with thunder and lightning.
Who said that what should be there will eventually be there? And what shouldn't be there won't be? What Pai Pai, want, I can do whatever it takes to get it. But does this little thunder and lightning still want to electrocute me to death?
Pai Pai roared angrily, as if he was dissatisfied with the thunder pillar that prevented him from obtaining the artifact he cherished. He just wants to be that unwilling person. fighting for everything he wants and unwilling to give in, as if they understood Pai Pai's thoughts under his roar. The Leiju slowly became smaller and converged on Pai Pai's body. A crimson finger-sized thunder pillar suddenly penetrated Pai Pai's body from the blue thunder pillar that had just disappeared.
Damn it! Let go of Pai Pai! No more!
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai, who was not dead yet, and shouted hurriedly.
There's more than just this one artifact. At worst, I can find others for you.
But Lin Sheng's shout was too late. Pai Pai has been hit by the thunder pillar. His head drooped, almost falling to the ground. The next moment, Pai Pai suddenly opened his eyes. A symbol of thunder and lightning appeared in his pupils, and a black thunder and lightning symbol also appeared on his shiny bald head. At this time, the hammer of Thor in his hand completely believed in the faction as the main one. Pai Pai landed on the ground with a proud expression on his face. Suddenly he looked up at the sky secretly, and with a wave of his hand, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the bright moon hung high in the sky again.
Come on! Stop pretending and go back!
Lin Sheng said helplessly. And take the people back the same way they came.
Hey! Boss! Don't leave! Let me finish pretending.
Pai Pai, who was still looking up to the sky proudly, suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly picked up Thor's hammer and chased Lin Sheng and others.
Boss! Let me tell you! This is Thor's hammer! The sledgehammer that can control thunder and lightning,
Pai Pai said. Immediately, faction showed Lin Sheng the attributes of Mjolnir. Broken Mjolnir, 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. Pai Pai's exclusive weapon. Pai Pai uses it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, Thunder Cyclone. 10,000 volt hammer 2/5. Lin Sheng ignored Pai Pai.
Boss! Look at me!
Pai Pai said to Shenling again. Shenling smiled slightly and shook his head.
That's Sister Kong Kongi. You see, I have the same artifact as you. Brother Pai Pai. Let's go! If you don't hurry up, you'll be left behind.
Pai Pai was helpless. He was finally able to play for a while. But why was no one watching his performance? Back at the landing island, a group of savages had already collected turf and flower seeds. Lin Sheng harvested turf and flower seeds. Get turf plus 100. Get rose seeds plus 100. Obtain peony seeds plus 100. Get lily seeds plus 100. Lin Sheng was a little surprised when he saw the harvest prompt. He didn't expect that there would be so many species on Thunder Island.
Let's go!
Lin Sheng led everyone back to the Ark in a mighty manner. Under the dark night sky, the seemingly calm sea was anything but calm. Above the sea, the backs of each wooden boat are loaded with power paddles. As long as someone on the canoe quickly pedals a bicycle-like generator, the paddles can work through power conversion. This allows the wooden boat to travel quickly on the sea under the action of the oars.
Why is there no thunder?
Xiao Shilong was on the wooden boat and raised his head and looked at the sky in confusion. Before they were about to arrive here, they saw that the sky here was covered with dark clouds from a distance. And there were always flashes of lightning. But this time there was no thunder, and the sky was still clear.
Forget it. Never mind. Is Chen Chong's death coordinate coming soon?
Xiao Shilong asked his subordinates.
Brother Long, we'll be here soon. I understand. And I have already seen the Arkansas. We don't need to find the coordinates of Chen Chong's death. Everyone prep me and put my water boots on straight away.
Xiao Shilong ordered to his men. He put on the water boots first and floated on the water. He carried the small cannon on his back on his shoulders. But he had just taken 2 steps when he was relieved that he was surrounded by a lot of piranhas at his feet.
Chow! These beasts!
Xiao Shilong immediately fired a fist-sized artillery ammunition into the water. On top of the Ark, Lin Sheng and others, who had just returned to the Ark, suddenly heard a roar.
This is the sound of artillery fire!
Chapter 111 Killing Xiao Shilong. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and said. The next moment, he immediately ran towards the edge of the Ark. Along with Lin Sheng, there were everyone on the Ark. When everyone came to the edge of the Ark, everyone saw Xiao Shilong ling the piranhas in the sea. Piranhas and electric eels were bombarded one by one and flew out of the sea. Lin Sheng suddenly became furious. When the electric eels attacked before, a large number of piranhas were lost. It seems that the decline in numbers has allowed piranhas to reproduce again. But before the quantity could be replenished, they met Xiao Shilong again.
Boss, they are coming to attack us. I will take people to deal with them.
When Pai Pai was talking, his eyes were shining. He couldn't remember Guzi's calmness and Kong Kongi's quietness. so Pai Pai was more out of his mind.
Go ahead. Take Kong Kongi and the mermaids with you, and then let the dog break up and solve the problem more cleanly.
Lin Sheng waved his hand and signaled that Pai Pai could lead people into action. What else can be done? Now all of his subordinates have magical weapons in their hands, and they are even more impressive than him. The boss. Should he leave these powerful subordinates alone and do thankless things by himself?
Okay, boss. Please be at ease. Agu. Sister Kong Kongi. Let's go!
Pai Pai called the two of them. His steps were light, and he felt like the whole world belonged to him.
Godly Nyang. How dare you dare to touch the fish raised by your grandfather and me?
Pai Pai turned over and stood directly on a water float, standing in front of Xiao Shilong. Xiao Shilong and his men stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at Pai Pai. Xiao Shilong's face twitched. He deserved to be scolded to death. You must know that as the second master of the Jialong mercenary group, he was not begging for help, but he was actually insulted when he got here.
Where did this bastard with a bald head come from? How dare you shout here?
Xiao Shilong immediately responded.
Yeah. You're looking for death.
What Pai Pai resents the most is that others call him a bastard with bald eyes. Not to mention that he now has Mjolnir in his hand. Pai Pai stepped on the water and suddenly came to Xiao Shilong.
You're looking for death so quickly, so don't blame me for being rude.
Xiao Shilong fired a shot at Pai Pai. The Thor's hammer carried on the shoulder was slammed into the cannonball by Pai Pai, and the huge impact force directly cracked the cannonball. The gunpowder in the SH/LS was scattered in the sea, preventing the SH/LS from exploding.
Grandpa, I'm going to blow your head off.
Pai Pai was furious and struck Xiao Shilong on the head with Thor's hammer. Xiao Shilong's expression changed slightly, but he was not frightened. With his 1,500 points of all attributes, he didn't believe he couldn't deal with Pai Pai alone. Thor's hammer fell, and a scimitar suddenly appeared in Xiao Shilong's hand. Although this machete is not an exclusive artifact, it is still an artifact. Xiao Shilong held a scimitar and collided with Thor's hammer. Suddenly sparks flew, and the two separated. Xiao Shilong's eyes showed a shocked expression. How could this be possible? He is a second-level powerhouse with 1,500 points of all attributes. But the deal was actually on par with him. Xiao Shilong looked at his trembling arms, and his expression turned gloomy. Pai Pai looked at the other party with shock in his eyes. When he was recognized by Mjolnir again, all attributes had been completely improved to 1,000 points. Even with Mjolnir in hand, he was unable to kill the opponent. Others were also fighting with Xiao Shilong's men at this moment, but without exception, they fought in a very awkward manner. Except for Kong Kongi and Guzi, who both had obtained exclusive artifacts. They also had an advantage, and could barely suppress the opponent. Lin Sheng, who was on the ark, saw this scene. His pupil shrank, and he felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he was steady enough, and did not immediately go to the Jialong mercenary group to cause trouble. Otherwise, with his current situation, he would not be afraid of the Jialong mercenary group, the leader of the corps. But the Jialong mercenary group has too many people, and is not weak in strength. Xiao Shilong felt a little regretful. If he had known better, he would not have been so impulsive. He should have listened to his elder brother, and waited until everyone had improved their strength before coming back. Now I have met an opponent who is as good as myself.
Agu! Sister Kong Kongi! Please hurry up! This guy is too strong. I can't handle it alone.
After Pai Pai's voice was shouted, the sounds of puff and puff kept coming,
breaking through the air,
and
water wave slashing.
Guzi and Kong Kongi used powerful skills one after another. The air blade and water blade flew towards a famous member of the dragon mercenary group. Occasionally, a few mercenaries dodged the incoming attacks and attacked Kong Kongi and Guzi again. As the two of them continued to release their skills, their faces showed signs of exhaustion. The two waves of people were fighting, but the other mermaids were barely able to protect themselves. With the loss of more than half of the members of the Jialong mercenary group, Xiao Shilong finally had to send a message.
You are all ready to retreat. Hurry up and leave.
Xiao Shilong shouted as he and Pai Pai were evenly matched.
Retreat? Do you think you can leave after coming here? The hammer of 10,000 volts.
The giant hammer in Pai Pai's hand was constantly gathering thunder and lightning. The hammer was covered with thunder and lightning, and it fell toward Xiao Shilong's head. Xiao Shilong hurriedly dodged Pai Pai's public attack and fled towards the distance when the wind felt at his feet. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Pai Pai looked over at this time and saw that Guzi and Kong Kongi's reluctant enemies had almost escaped. So he shouted,
Come and help me. Don't even think about escaping. Puck boy. Thunder and lightning cyclone.
Pai held Thor's hammer with both hands, and his whole body suddenly started spinning. At the same time, a thunder and lightning vortex formed around him, chasing Xiao. Guzi immediately used his angry expression. His whole body turned red, and the wind blew under his feet, and he started running directly on the sea. Kong Kongi was even more direct, summoning a giant wave, and he rode on the giant wave to pursue it. Xiao stopped and finally panicked at this moment. He was surrounded by people in front and behind him. There's no way to escape.
Ha ha. Do you really dare to kill me? Won't you kill me? The brothers who are going back will be sure that you can bear the wrath of the Jalo mercenary group?
Xiao asked arrogantly. But at this moment, Pai struck down with a hammer, and the power of thunder and lightning tore Xiao's body apart.
What's wrong with being angry? Isn't it going to be impossible for our boss to deal with it?
Pai said disdainfully. After killing Xiao, he said a group of people, "Go home." As for the other mercenaries who had escaped, no one was chasing them. The opponent was not weak, and chasing him now would be courting death. Ben followed the principle of not chasing after the enemy, and sent everyone back to the Ark. Chapter 112 Upgrade Drawings. Electric 4 Wheels.
Boss, we are back.
The first thing Pai did when he came back was to report to Lin Sheng.
Well, let's all go and rest.
Lin Sheng nodded and fell silent. It is good to become stronger. If you want to continue to become stronger, the strength of the Jalo mercenary group cannot be understood from the past life. Sure enough, his rebirth also triggered the butterfly effect. Has the Jalo mercenary group become more difficult to deal with in this life? The night was getting deeper, and Lin Sheng was sitting alone on the bow of the boat, thinking about things. Just after 12 o'clock. Sign in. Sign in to get naval ship upgrade blueprints. Naval ship upgrade drawings. 1. Hull. 2. Firepower. 3. Motivation. 4. Detection. 5. Defense. 5 upgrade directions appeared in front of Lin Sheng, and each one required special materials. These supplies are things that I don't have in my hands. Lin Sheng put away the upgrade drawings and waited for the opportunity to upgrade the Ark. Lin Sheng yawned tiredly, and then returned to his room to rest. Daybreak. The 14th day. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 14th day since Lin Sheng was reborn.
Good morning. Sister Ling. Good morning. Kong Kongi.
Lin Sheng stretched out of the room and greeted the two of them, then came to the deck of the Arkansas. Although the Ark upgrade blueprint obtained yesterday was not used so quickly, it did not prevent him from putting the swing on it first. The place is so well laid out. After a hasty breakfast, Lin Sheng came to the place where the swing was. This is still the original wooden environment. Lin Sheng called the savages from the savage tribe, and after passing the 100-fold increase in the turf, they explained to each other,
"Pave these for me."
As Lin Sheng's words fell, the savages began to take action. With 7 swings as the center, the turf is thrown down in all directions. Lin Sheng also built some wooden fences to surround the lawn where the swing was located. Then a lot of seeds were taken out, and the soil was left for planting flowers. After the flower seeds were sown, Lin Sheng used a wave of time baggage on these flowers, which immediately caused the flower seeds to quickly germinate, grow, and bear fruit. Suddenly red and green flowers were all around the fence. People sit on the swing, feeling the sea breeze, and at the same time bathing in the sunshine on the sea. Admire the flowers competing for beauty. Lin Sheng was immediately affected and felt a little drowsy. At this moment, Guzi came to Lin Sheng's side.
"Master, the spoils we obtained last night have been summarized and consolidated."
Guzi's words aroused Lin Sheng's interest.
"Oh, what's there?"
Lin Sheng asked.
"Master, look at this. I don't know what it is."
Kid electric motor. There are 10 electric motors, each about the size of a stool. When Lin Sheng looked at the motor, Guzi said again,
"Master still has this. It was a treasure chest that floated to the edge of our ark in the morning, so I opened it."
Kid electric 4-wheeler drawings. Study. Learn how to make electric 4-wheel vehicles. Electric 4-wheel vehicle manufacturing. Motor 1. Rubber 100. Fine iron 1000. Glass 10. Leather 100. Rag 100. There are also exclusive drawings for making the motor. But the motor requires magnets, and Lin Sheng does not have magnets in his hands. But fortunately there is already a motor. It is still possible to build electric 4-wheelers now. Lin Sheng glanced around. The area above the ark was indeed large enough, and it would take a long time to walk without means of transportation. Nowadays, with electric four-wheel vehicles, these trips can be greatly reduced. Lin Sheng immediately started making electric four-wheelers as soon as he thought of it. Since there were only 10 motors, Lin Sheng only built 8 cars. The remaining 2 motors were dismantled by Lin Sheng to obtain raw materials. Get magnet plus 30. Get plastic plus 20. Get refined iron plus 50. After Lin Sheng dismantled the material on the motor, it was immediately increased by 100 times. Suddenly, Lin Sheng had no shortage of materials in his hands. Another good way to make money. The last time Pajun invited him, he didn't go there. So he would wait and see again the next time he went there. After the restoration plan is implemented, the scope will definitely be large. It will definitely be very laborious to move such a huge scope. Then I will be able to sell these cars in my hands. Lin Sheng took out a super battery and installed it on an electric four-wheeler. Lin Sheng got on the four-wheeler and headed towards the small villa. The four-wheeled vehicle did not make any roaring noise. Instead, it was very quiet. Such a quiet vehicle would not cause any noise to the Ark at all when driving on it. Downstairs of the small villa, Lin Sheng stood in front of the car and shouted upstairs.
Do you want to take a ride in the car? Beautiful lady?
Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the second floor, waiting for Shenling to come out. Since coming back, Shenling has been staying in the room to treat you, even if you haven't been out to eat.
Xiaosheng, what are you calling?
Shenling came to the balcony in confusion and looked down. He was suddenly stunned. She ran down with some surprise and said,
Where did you come from? Oh, needless to say, I already know. You must have made it. Let me try it.
Sister. Shenling also had a dream to be a driver, but Naiha failed to pass the driver's license test many times. In the end, the decision to buy a car fell through because he did not have a driver's license.
Okay.
Lin Sheng welcomed Shenling to the driver's seat of the car. Then Lin Sheng came to the other side. The car started slowly. Shenling manipulated the driving direction with ease. After a while,
let me just say, this is definitely not my problem. It's all the fault of those coaches. Xiaosheng, look at how good I am at driving.
After hearing Shenling's words, Lin Sheng's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked back at Shenling.
Gudong. Sister, you haven't passed the driver's license test. Right.
Lin Sheng asked carefully.
What do you mean? Your sister. I haven't passed the driver's license test? It's obvious that those coaches didn't let you, sister, and I passed the test because they didn't like me. Look how steady I am. I can be faster. I can be faster.
Shenling stepped on the accelerator as she spoke. The power output was suddenly adjusted to the maximum. Although it is electric, the performance of this car is still very fast at this time, and the speed can reach 120 kilometers per hour. The electric four-wheeler rushed out suddenly.
Hey, sister, please slow down. Stop. Stop. Stop quickly. The edge of the Ark is in front of us. If we don't stop, we will go swimming in the sea.
Lin Sheng looked at the sea level in front of him in horror.
Why do you stop?
Shenling looked back at Lin Sheng blankly and asked.
It's not unreasonable for you to fail the exam.
Plop. Chapter 113 Restaurant. Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it. I just forgot about it.
After Shenling and Lin Sheng came up from the sea in embarrassment, Shenling apologized continuously.
No, you're right. I was careless,
Lin Sheng said. He wiped the seawater off his body and looked at the edge of the Ark. If the Ark was made of iron, it probably wouldn't be knocked out. No. It would be better not to let Shenling drive in the future. Well, let's decide. Lin Sheng thought in his mind.
Xiaosheng. Okay. Sister. It's okay. How about I go fix it? No need. Someone will fix it.
Lin Sheng pointed at the savage who passed by with the tool and said.
Oh well.
Lin Sheng walked to the place on the Ark where he had been cooking. It has always been open air. But fortunately it hasn't rained recently, so it doesn't get wet while cooking. However, Lin Sheng never obtained the manufacturing diagram of the canteen. Now I can only transform it myself. Lin Sheng immediately started building cabins, and built 4 cabins in a row. Lin Sheng placed 4 of the cabins side by side, and opened the walls to connect the 4 cabins into a larger cabin. There were seats inside this cabin, which was enough to fit on the Ark. Everyone comes to ride. Lin Sheng then built 4 more cabins and agreed to the operation, turning the 4 cabins into large cabins. A small door is opened between the 2 large wooden houses, and you can pass from left to right. Then Lin Sheng arranged for people to move in all the cooking guys. After completing the construction of the canteen, Lin Sheng saw Shen Ling, who looked aggrieved.
Sister Ling, please help us process these prepared packages and put them on the shelves for sale. 1 gold coin each.
Lin Sheng diverted Shen Ling's attention and said,
Okay.
After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Shen Ling did not continue what had happened before, but started selling packages. Due to Lin Sheng's previous operations, other survivors would often look for packages at the sales center. In less than 10 minutes after Shen Ling hung out, 1,000 set meals were sold out.
Xiaosheng, look quickly.
Shen Ling excitedly handed 1,000 gold coins to Lin Sheng Dao. Lin Sheng smiled and then said,
Doesn't it feel good to make money? Let's do this from now on. Okay,
Shen Ling said with a smile. It was at this time that the blue sea surface was suddenly covered in blood.
The boss is bad. Something seems to have happened.
Pai hurried over and said,
What happened?
Lin Sheng asked with a confused look on his face.
Hey, boss, you better come and see for yourself.
Lin Sheng left the restaurant with Pai among the jalo mercenary group.
What are you talking about? The second child is really confused. I already told you that you are not strong enough and don't go there. You have to disobey me. Now it's okay. And Hung O is left alone. Everyone, go out and hurry up and tie up some unused trash for me.
After Xiao Shijun learned about Xiao Shilong's death, his eyes turned red. But he still suppressed the impulse in his heart to deal with Lin Sheng. He had to use the altar to gain more power. Yes, because Lin Sheng and Xiao Shijun both imagined that the other party was extremely powerful. This resulted in the two not fighting for a long time. On the ark, Lin Sheng looked at a large area of bright red blood on the sea surface, and then asked,
What is the situation with this blood? I don't know. Boss, just now I was worried about whether it was piranhas and electric eels. I deliberately let the mermaids bring them all up and settle them down. But their number has not decreased today.
Pai explained. He also knew that the number of piranhas and electric eels was too low. In the past, each type had a quantity of over 100. But now the total of both types cannot exceed 100.
Okay, I know.
Lin Sheng continued to look at the blood in the sea. Curiosity arose in my heart.
Master, I'm afraid there is something big fighting in the deep sea.
Kong Kongi came over and explained. Of course, I came here to report all this after hearing it from the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King is now also busy taking the mermaid to investigate in the water. Lin Sheng quietly looked at the blood in the sea at the edge of the ark. After a long time, the mermaids who entered the sea water to investigate returned one after another.
Master, go quickly. We need to leave the sea area immediately.
The Mermaid King's face was full of panic.
What's going on? The forces of the Sea Clan that were left over from the Dragon Clan before they were exterminated are fighting. In a while, the war will reach the surface of the sea. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely be affected.
The Mermaid King revealed the seriousness of the situation without any concealment.
The Dragon Clan was exterminated, and the remaining forces were fighting among themselves, spreading to the sea.
This is the news that Lin Sheng got from the Mermaid King.
Okay, Pai heard it. Boss, I know what to do. But can you please give me a speed enchanted book? Take it.
Lin Sheng threw out an enchanted book and handed it to Pai. Then he looked at the sea with solemn eyes. The fight started, and it reached the surface of the sea. If there were to be fights directly on the sea in the future.
Master, don't worry. These are sea tribes living in the deep sea, and they won't be here for too long.
The Mermaid King seemed to understand Lin Sheng's worries, so he told the matter. At this moment, ark speed suddenly increased, flew towards the outskirts of the Sea of Blood. As the ark traveled, the scope of the Blood Sea was actually constantly expanding.
Well, how many sea tribes are fighting down there?
Lin Sheng asked. The Mermaid King fell silent, and then slowly said,
Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There are probably hundreds of thousands of them.
Lin Sheng was shocked when he heard this. 100,000 heads. This number is a bit scary. After the ark finally sailed out of the Sea of Blood, bubbles bubbled wildly in the sea surrounded by the Sea of Blood. Then big crabs and lobsters appeared one after another. Lin Sheng was stunned when he saw the scene. These shrimp soldiers and crabs will look similar to humans, but the difference is their heads and the claws on their backs. A shrimp soldier and a crab soldier struggled together, constantly eating each other's heads.
Why did they fight? It seems that the fight started because of the dragon relics. I don't know the specific reason.
The Mermaid King also said, not quite understanding. It also depends on what the Dragon Clan's relics are. Lin Sheng was suddenly surprised to find that the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the Sea of Blood were looking at his ark with ferocious eyes.
Master, we haven't gone far enough. It seems we are being treated as a third-party enemy,
the Mermaid King said with a wry smile. Chapter 114. Defeated and captured General Shrimp and Crab alive. The Mermaid King's voice just fell. After the melee stopped, the leaders of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Shrimp and Crab, immediately aimed at Lin Sheng's ark.
Big Crab, our fight for the Dragon Clan's secret scroll needs to stop first.
The prawn stared at the ark, but said to the crab general next to him,
Old Wanbei, you really have to stop. That secret volume is either yours or mine. Since someone is spying on us, we should join forces to kill the person who is spying on us,
the big green crab said. Two marine creatures of different races made the same decision at this time. That is to cooperate and target Lin Sheng. A group of shrimp soldiers with bent backs and shrimp heads and human bodies came quickly towards the ark. At this time, the burly crab generals with crab heads and bodies were running rampant on the sea towards the ark where Lin Sheng was.
Master, leave the rest to us,
the Mermaid King spoke. After all, the ocean is the home of their sea clan.
Ask the piranhas and electric eels to help, and leave a group that can reproduce,
Lin Sheng said to the dog next to him. There are too many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and it would be very difficult to deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals just with the power of the 18 mermaids.
Clear.
Guzi immediately returned the electric eels and piranhas that had just arrived in the mermaid lake on the ark back to the sea.
Wow!
The sound of a group of fish entering the water attracted the attention of the Mermaid King, who had already entered the sea. The Mermaid King looked back and smiled at Lin Sheng. It knows that its master has not abandoned them. So he led the piranhas, electric eels, shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fight.
Help together, with arrows,
Lin Sheng said to the people on the ark. He took out his bow and arrow first and started shooting at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the sea.
Kill!
Guzi shouted, and dozens of arrows rained down. Wave after wave of arrows caused the shrimps, soldiers and crab generals to float on the sea surface and lose their combat effectiveness. It's a pity that there are too many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Even if there are hundreds of piranhas, electric eels, Lin Sheng and others supporting them on the ark. The mermaids also looked extremely embarrassed. Upon seeing this, Kong Kongi, who came in a hurry, sang a song and summoned the sleeping giant turtle in the sea. Huge waves suddenly splashed on the sea in the distance. A giant turtle breaks through the water. In one swallow, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crabs would be swallowed into the mouth of the giant turtle. But there were so many shrimp soldiers and crab generals that they seemed to be endlessly killing them. Wave after wave of shrimp soldiers and crab generals died. But shrimp soldiers and crab generals continued to appear in the sea. Kong Kongi looked down upon Lin Sheng and jumped into the sea, holding the Poseidon Trident. The leading shrimp and crab generals all looked at Kong Kongi. They are also sea creatures, and they still know where these mermaids are from. They had never seen a mermaid tribe holding a treasure in their hands before, so they were naturally jealous. But now they met a mermaid tribe with a treasure in their hands. All of a sudden he became weak. The Dragon Clan has disappeared for too long, and the treasure has also disappeared with the Dragon Clan. The strength of their shrimp soldiers and crab generals has developed to the present, and they have also regressed a lot. They are simply unable to fight against the Mermaid Clan, who have the treasure in hand.
Mermaid Tribe of the West Sea. What do you mean? We in the East China Sea have never had any conflicts with you in the West Sea. Why do you want to rob me of things in the East China Sea?
Crab General opened his mouth and said to Kong Kongi. When it spoke, the Crab General and shrimp soldiers also stopped and looked at the Crab General.
Old Crab, what nonsense are you talking about to that race in the West Sea? Why are there so many of us afraid of it?
General Shrimp said.
By CI, what are you looking at?
General Crab replied.
It's just a harpoon. It's no big deal. Harpoon? Ha ha. You ignorant old guy. That is the same thing as the dragon treasure. But do you have the dragon treasure or do I? The strength is not as good as it was in its heyday, and there is no treasure in hand. Do you think you can beat it?
General Xia was speechless. As for the mermaid tribe, they stopped fighting because the shrimp soldiers and crab generals did not want to take action. They rested and treated the people around them. The Mermaid King looked at each other. They were only trying to protect the ark from being attacked and protect Lin Sheng and others on the ark. But now, the other party has obviously given up, and Hai is no match for his side. If the Mermaid King wants flowers, he can definitely ask his daughter to destroy all this wave of shrimps, soldiers and crabs. But Lin Sheng didn't say anything, and he couldn't make any good opinions. The Mermaid King looked back at Lin Sheng on top of the ark for instructions. Lin Sheng was also a little stunned when he saw this. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Oh ho! If before, Lin Sheng just wanted to avoid it. But now, he is really curious about the Dragon Clan's relics.
Don't worry. If you dare to attack us, you will have to pay for the damage. That's right. Compensation. We are not robbers,
Lin Sheng said solemnly. The Mermaid King immediately understood what Lin Sheng meant. So he turned back to the mermaids and Kong Kongi and said,
The owner wants us to take the damage money back.
Everyone understood what Lin Sheng meant. The next moment, all the mermaids and electric eels and piranhas attacked the shrimp soldiers and crab generals one after another. With the addition of Kong Kongi and the giant turtle, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals ran away and were defeated, with almost no combat power.
Escape!
General Shrimp and General Crab both wanted to escape at this time. But at this moment, Pai unexpectedly came down from the Arkansas. A huge fishing net was tied to Shrimp and Crab. He hammered Thor's hammer violently, knocking General Shrimp and Crab unconscious, and brought it back to the ark.
Don't waste it!
Lin Sheng saw that the dead shrimp soldiers and crab generals had turned back into their original forms as shrimps and crabs. And he immediately shouted to the mermaids, who were about to come back. For a moment, the mermaids became confused. The half-walk party said to the mermaids,
Silly! The master wants you to go and fish out these crabs and shrimps.
After Pai's reminder, the mermaids also came to their senses. But looking at the shrimps and crabs floating on the sea, I became curious. These shrimps and crabs are too small. How can I eat them? On top of the ark.
Boss, you want these two things?
Pai said. It turned out that when Lin Sheng saw these two people trying to escape, he ordered Pai to arrest them.
Okay, you go back and do your business first.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he looked at the unconscious General Xia Crab. Look, the SHL on this head is dented. This sect is really serious. If they knock these two guys stupid, then how can I ask about the Dragon Clan relics? General Shrimp and General Crab woke up slowly after a long time and saw Lin Sheng sizing them up in front of them. They immediately hugged each other.
What are you going to do? You're not stupid? That's just right.
Lin Sheng now. Chapter 115 Dragon Clan Relic. Physique Crystal Core.
I don't want to do anything. I just want to invite you to come up and sit,
Lin Sheng said with a smile.
Then don't untie it for us.
After the two beasts, the shrimp and the crab, looked at each other, they suddenly felt that they were okay again, and they immediately said to Lin Sheng,
Don't worry. Let's chat first. If you think we can talk, I'll send you some delicious food and drinks,
Lin Sheng said.
How powerful are you in fighting? The dragon relics you are fighting for must be very powerful. Right?
Lin Sheng asked, pretending to be curious.
Of course. Who doesn't know how precious the Dragon Clan's relics are? And that can be an opportunity for any Sea clan to transform into a dragon.
General Xia raised his head proudly and said,
Okay, you've finished what you want to say. Why don't you let us go quickly?
General Crab said to Lin Sheng.
Oh, so that's it.
Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes. Are piranhas and electric eels powerful? Of course it's powerful. But in comparison, I'm afraid I can only become cannon fodder in the future. If I give the relics of the righteous Dragon Clan and turn them all into dragons, then wouldn't there be a large group of dragons directly on top of the ark? There are already phoenixes, one each for ice and fire. Another group of dragons. TSK. Don't be too good.
Hey, did that human hear it and let us go quickly?
The shrimp and crab generals all spoke in unison. They saw that Lin Sheng remained silent and did not respond.
Wait a minute. Don't worry. The dragon relics are not on the sea. Why did you hit them above the sea?
Lin Sheng said with a smile again.
Of course it's in the Dragon Palace. Of course we didn't want to destroy the Dragon Palace. So we hit the sea. Wait. Why are you asking so many questions? Is it possible that you, a human, also want treasures to transform into dragons? Ha. Don't think about it. It's absolutely impossible for you humans. Not even those mermaids in the West Sea. The Dragon Clan's treasure is only suitable for our East China Sea clan or pure sea beasts,
General Crab said.
Oh, I see. Then you have no value.
Lin Sheng waved his hand, and the mermaids came over.
Hey, What do you mean? How could you go back on your word?
Lin Sheng listened to General Xia Crab's incompetent rage, and sneered in his heart that he wanted to go back alive even though he was attacking him. He was thinking too much. The voice of General Shrimp and Crab disappeared. They had been executed by the Mermaid King.
Master, I got this from them.
Kong Kongi walked over with 2 beads and said, Acquire Physical Core X2. Physique Crystal Core. User plus 100 points of physical attributes. Lin Sheng put away the physical crystal core and nodded. It turned out to be this work.
You can bring the remaining one to Sister Ling,
Lin Sheng said. Kong Kongi obediently left with the crystal core. Use Constitution Crystal. Constitution plus 100. Lin Sheng looked at his physical attributes. Hunger, 1200. Moisture, 1200. Life, 1200. Energy, 1200. After his strength was improved, Lin Sheng walked towards the mermaids, who were fishing things out of the sea. His eyes swept away. Suddenly he was stunned.
Is this the body of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals you fished out?
Lin Sheng asked in disbelief.
Yes, Master. These are indeed the corpses of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals.
Listen to the mermaid's reply. Lin Sheng blinked. On the deck of the Ark, there were a lot of shrimps no bigger than a fingernail. It is really hard to imagine that a shrimp soldier who is as tall as a person can be just such a small shrimp body. Lin Sheng ignored the shrimps with disgust. What should he eat? Let's use it as a side dish when drinking porridge.
Go back and dry it and put it away,
Lin Sheng said to the mermaids.
Okay.
When Lin Sheng's eyes fell again, this time it looked a little more normal. A palm-sized crab with black hair on its claws.
Wash it and steam it later,
Lin Sheng said calmly. Okay. This kind of crab is quite fragrant. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he returned to the swing position, sat down on his butt and held his chin up, thinking. Those crabs were directly handed over to the savages for processing. And he was really thinking about what General Crab and Shrimp had just said. The dragon relics were in the Dragon Palace. They didn't want to destroy the Dragon Palace, so they came to the sea to fight. Then the Dragon Palace must be in this sea area. Lin Sheng waved his hand and called the Mermaid King over. Did you see where the Dragon Palace is when you went down to investigate? There is no owner. After we saw them fighting, we rushed back, so we didn't see them. Master, do you have any ideas about the Dragon Clan's relics? If so, I will arrange for my clansmen to investigate later, the Mermaid King said. Well, okay. You go make arrangements.
Lin Sheng finished speaking. Gradually, a gentle fragrance floated on the Ark. These aromas are undoubtedly those of steamed crabs. Lin Sheng followed the scent. Open a lid and the crab's SHL has turned red. Lin Sheng pulled away the green onion and ginger on the surface, picked up a crab, and broke open the crab SHL. The red crab paste inside the crab had solidified. Lin Sheng took off a piece and tasted it. The taste of crab paste left a fragrance in his mouth. Lin Sheng said, I sprinkled it with sugar when steaming it. It was done well. I will leave the food to you in the future. After saying this, Lin Sheng took some crabs and found a place to squat down and start chewing. Lin Sheng ate crabs while looking at the sea and expecting the mermaid tribe to bring him the whereabouts of the Dragon Palace. After a long time, the crabs finished eating and the mermaid came back. The whereabouts of the Master Dragon Palace have been found. Oh yeah. Where? Master, are you leaving now? Lin Sheng nodded. Just you guys go with me. Okay. The Mermaid King replied. Lin Sheng didn't plan to bring too many people with him. He wanted to go there alone and take a look. According to General Xia's words, the Dragon Palace should be in ruins now. And he was just looking for something. Xiaosheng, where are you going? When Lin Sheng was about to go into the sea, Shen Ling brought Kong Kongi to Lin Sheng's back and said, Ah, sister, why are you here? Lin Sheng looked behind him in surprise. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. From the time when the shrimp soldiers and crab generals appeared until now. You have been watching the sea alone. And the mermaids are ready to go into the sea as soon as they come back. Do you want to go somewhere without me? You have changed. Listening to Shen Ling's flowers, Lin Sheng smiled helplessly. Then let's go together. There shouldn't be any danger anyway. Shen Ling took Kong Kongi and jumped into the sea with Lin Sheng. The two used water-avoiding beads at the same time. And the third servant moved in the sea. Not here yet? Lin Sheng, who was sinking all the way, looked deeper and deeper, but could not see the bottom of the sea. He couldn't help but ask the Mermaid King. Don't be anxious. Master, We will be here soon. The Mermaid King replied. Kick. Dust from the bottom of the sea flew up, and everyone in the forest fell on the soil under the sea. Chapter 116 Dragon Palace. Secret Passage. It feels almost the same as the last time I went to the Mermaid Palace. Right? Lin Sheng said to Kong Kongi. The Master Dragon Palace is definitely different from our Mermaid Palace. The era of Dragon Palace is older than ours. Listening to Kong Kongi's explanation, the group of people walked towards the palace that was clearly visible in the distance and looked like a royal palace. Is this the Dragon Palace? When Lin Sheng came to the Dragon Palace, he raised his head and observed curiously. The huge city wall separated the inside and outside of the Dragon Palace. The city wall is covered with forest and sea grass, and it looks like it has not been taken care of for a long time. Lin Sheng led people behind the city wall, looking at the pitted passage. There are still 1 or 2 gold nuggets and gems remaining on the walls of the passage. At first glance, you can tell that all the decorations here have been removed. If it hadn't been taken away by someone, then the scene must be extremely amazing. After walking through the broken path, Lin Sheng and the others came to a large hall. In the hall, the ground was in a mess, and even the Dragon King's throne at the top was left with a big hole. It seems that after the Dragon Clan disappeared, the Dragon Palace was ransacked by other Sea Clan that had been coveting it for a long time. Now that the Dragon Palace has become like this, will those Dragon Clan relics still exist? Could it be that they were deceived by the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals? Or maybe the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals simply didn't know that the Dragon Clan's relics were gone? Just as Lin Sheng was cursing in his heart, the Mermaid King's voice sounded. Master, come here. Lin Sheng looked back and saw the Mermaid King standing in front of a stone pillar, and one of the Mermaid King's hands was already pressed on the stone pillar. What did you find? Lin Sheng asked, and walked up to the Mermaid King. The master is like this. Look here. If I guess correctly, this should be the entrance where the Dragon Clan stores important things. Lin Sheng looked along the location pointed by the Mermaid King. Sure enough, this stone pillar is not a hole. Underneath the stone pillar, there are obvious grooves. But wherever the stone pillars stand, they have no intention of falling down. Then how do you open this stone pillar? Lin Sheng asked. I'm not sure about this either, the Mermaid King said. Lin Sheng was undoubtedly disappointed with what the Mermaid King said. He found the entrance, but could not open it, which had no effect at all. Everything outside has been looted. Since this entrance has not been discovered, it means that if there is no corresponding entrance, it cannot be opened at all. Crunch! Crunch! Suddenly there was a crunching sound. The stone pillar suddenly started to rotate at this time. Lin Sheng glanced away and saw Shenling looking at him awkwardly. I'm just curious why there is a dragon tooth growing on this wall. Shenling said that it was Shenling's hand that was pulling at the dragon's tooth and accidentally pulled it out. Then the stone pillar began to rotate. Seeing Shenling sticking out her tongue in embarrassment, Lin Sheng smiled, and then his eyes fell on the stone pillar again. I saw a groove on the top stone pillar, which was shaped like a dragon's claw. Master, I seem to have this key. Suddenly a mermaid said. Huh? You have the key? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't have it, you don't have it. If you have it, you have it. The Mermaid King suddenly scolded. He thought that this subordinate said this deliberately to attract Lin Sheng's attention. King, I'm not talking nonsense. It was when we were still in the Mermaid Palace that a strange person came to our Mermaid Palace. Do you still remember? After listening to the mermaid's words, the Mermaid King looked at the mermaid doubtfully. After a while, the Mermaid King seemed to have thought of something. The Mermaid King recalled saying, Are you referring to the sea tribe that came from the East China Sea to seek help from us? Yes. King, do you still remember that he was seriously injured and wanted us to save the jade piece he left behind? At that time, you also said that the thing was too ordinary and rewarded it to me. Keep it well for the next one. Quick, take it out, the Mermaid King said to his mermaids. Soon, a jade pendant shaped like a dragon's claw fell into Lin Sheng's hand. Lin Sheng pressed the jade pendant into the stone pillar. As soon as the jade pendant was installed, the stone pillar began to rotate again. But this time, the selection was not just about the rotation of the stone pillars, but also the rotation of the chassis and the ground. Everyone in Lin Sheng withdrew from the re-rotating ground. After a while, a winding passage leading deep underground appeared in front of everyone. Go down and have a look. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he led everyone down the passage. Chapter 117 Dragon Clan Relic. 5 Dragon Sculptures.
In the dark passage, Lin Sheng took out the fluorescent stone that he had put in his backpack before, and the entire winding passage was suddenly lit up. Be careful. Lin Sheng took Shenling's hand and headed towards the secret passage. Slowly, the group of people came to the end of the secret passage, and what they saw was a stone door. It seems that the Dragon Clan back then was very confident about the entrance restrictions, but after making a fuss about the intersection, there was no restriction on the door of this treasure house. Lin Sheng and others worked together to push open the heavy door. After a crunch, Lin Sheng realized that he had thought wrong. The Dragon Clan back then was not very confident about the restrictions on entrance, but was extremely confident about what existed in the treasure house. A puppet made of fine steel and resembling a dragon's body appeared in front of Lin Sheng. The giant dragon lies on the ground, 3 meters high and 10 meters long. The moment the stone door was pushed open, the dragon's bull's eyes opened, and red light emerged from the bull's eyes. The blood basin opened its mouth wide and aimed at Lin Sheng and his group. A roar suddenly came from the dragon's mouth, forming a series of sonic waves of attacks in the seawater. Careful. After Kong Kongi finished speaking, a white light lit up on his body, and a strange energy was emitted and turned into a powerful protective shield that enveloped everyone. This protective cover is like rubber, bouncing back the sound waves from the attack. These sound wave attacks were bounced back and directly bombarded the dragon's mouth, which instantly shattered the dragon's mouth. Without Kong Kongi's barrier, others might not be able to withstand the sonic attack. After the giant dragon's mouth was shattered, he suddenly stood up and started swimming in the huge treasure house. The giant dragon swam into the midair, targeted Lin Sheng and others, and suddenly fell downwards. Not good. Seeing the dragon puppet slowly falling, everyone was shocked. Everyone come closer to me, Kong Kongi said loudly. Everyone moved closer to Kong Kongi and saw Kong Kongi raising the trident in his hand above his head, pointing the tip of the trident into the air, and colliding with the falling dragon puppet. Boom! A violent collision sounded, and the giant dragon split into pieces at this time. The seabed is filled with dust. But Kong Kongi stood upright and said, "This puppet is very old, and it seems that it must be internally corrupted." Lin Sheng also looked around and nodded. Indeed, as Kong Kongi said, Lin Sheng's expectations for exclusive artifacts became more and more intense at this moment, and he found that the weapons were not powerful enough. If I don't improve myself, I'm afraid I will keep hiding behind my subordinates. Lin Sheng picked up a piece of fine steel. Kit Steel +1. Stainless steel. An exclusive material for ARC upgraded naval ships. Kong Kongi, take a rest for a while, and let the others help collect the fine steel. Okay. The mermaids took action and collected the scattered fine steel into Lin Sheng's hands. Get stainless steel plus 10,000. The quantity of this fine steel amounts to 10,000. Lin Sheng immediately used a 100-fold increase on it. After this use, the quantity of fine steel suddenly increased from 10,000 to 1 million. Everyone continued to walk forward. When they reached the deeper part of the treasure house, Lin Sheng unexpectedly discovered that there was really nothing good in the treasure house here. The huge Dragon Clan actually left only a few items. It seems that the Dragon Clan's loneliness is inevitable, and the Mermaid Clan still has a lot of treasures and jewelry. Lin Sheng came to the only table with something on it in disappointment. Lin Sheng opened an ancient book. Huh? Is this something ghosty up there? Lin Sheng Dao said that he couldn't understand it at all. The Mermaid King came to Lin Sheng and said, "Master, please let me translate. We are both royal families in the sea, and we will still study each other's words." Lin Sheng nodded and asked the Mermaid King to read the book. "Master, what the book tells is the origin and function of the 5-dragon statue on the table. The fate of the Dragon Clan has run out, and the day is finally coming when the clan will be exterminated. We struggled to survive this day relying on all the accumulation of the Dragon Clan over millions of years. But they couldn't compete, and in the end the race was destroyed. The 5 dragon sculptures are left behind. Hoping that the Destined Sea clan can use the 5 dragon sculptures to unlock the seal on it and find the Dragon Gate, the ultimate treasure left by the Dragon Clan. The Sea clan that passes through the Dragon Gate will have the opportunity to transform into a dragon and become a new Dragon Clan. These are the things the master mentioned above." The Mermaid King saluted Lin Sheng. Sea clan. Then can you, the Mermaid Clan, do the same? Lin Sheng looked at the Mermaid King curiously. If possible, wouldn't it be possible to take the mermaid to a higher level even if it turned into a dragon? Master, we, the Mermaid Clan, can't do it. Our inheritance comes from Poseidon. After we obtain Poseidon's inheritance,
We can no longer obtain other ways to become stronger. But they can still use piranhas and electric eels,
the Mermaid King said apologetically. In fact, he was willing to transform into a dragon. But the Poseidon's inheritance was there, and it would conflict with the dragon's inheritance, which led the mermaids to give up the idea. Otherwise, I would have come to the East China Sea to obtain this dragon treasure.
That's it,
Lin Sheng said, a little disappointed. But after hearing that piranhas and electric eels could also be useful, I became happy again. That's fine too. Lin Sheng picked up the 5-dragon sculpture and then became depressed. 5-dragon sculpture? But there is no written explanation. How to use it? Lin Sheng looked at the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King shook his head and said,
We don't know the details, but it must be proved by using something related to the Dragon Clan. Then what do you think this kind of thing needs?
Lin Sheng touched his chin and asked,
Master, if I guess correctly, it should be something like dragon's blood. Only this kind of thing is the easiest to prove, because it is difficult for outsiders to get it. But as a sea tribe, especially related to the dragon tribe, they will definitely have it in their hands. The dragon's blood plays a big role in improving the strength of the sea clan. The dragon clan will take the dragon's blood as a reward.
Listening to the Mermaid King's explanation, Lin Sheng nodded. The dragon clan doesn't know how many years have passed since its demise. If it had still had dragon blood, it would have been used to enhance its strength. It seems that there is no other way. At this time, an idea came into Long Linsheng's mind. It is said that people in the East are all descendants of dragons. So try it yourself? Lin Sheng did it as soon as he thought of it. He made a cut on his hand and dripped blood on the 5-dragon sculptures.
Xiaosheng, what are you doing?
Shenling exclaimed, fearing that the aftermath of being hit by the puppet had hurt her brain.
You do not understand,
Lin Sheng said. Chapter 118, the Ark is upgraded to a naval ship. After seeing Lin Sheng's performance and hearing Lin Sheng's reply, Shenling's face was dull. Even the mermaids were stunned and didn't understand what their master was thinking. But the Mermaid King clearly knew that Lin Sheng would do useless work. Lin Sheng was a human being. So how could it be useful?
Clang! Bang!
Clang! The 5-dragon eagle shook a few times. Everyone was stunned, especially the Mermaid King, who showed an expression of disbelief.
Owner!
The Mermaid King was surprised. Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes.
The descendants of the dragon are indeed right. But they are not dragons. So how can they be useful?
Lin Sheng's purpose was also to prove the question of whether he was the descendant of the dragon.
Okay, there's nothing good left in the Dragon Palace. Let's go back.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he led the people away. Back on the Ark, Lin Sheng took out all the fine steel collected in the sea. Lin Sheng studied the upgrade blueprints of Ark. You learn how to build naval ships. Naval ship manufacturing. 1. Hull. 2. Power. 3. Weapons. 4. Defense. 5. Detection. Steel hull. Fine steel 50 million. Fine iron 1 million. The quantity of refined iron is sufficient, but the quantity of refined steel is not. Lin Sheng had no choice but to wait for tomorrow to come. It was getting dark. After Lin Sheng had dinner on the Ark, he and Shenling came to the hot spring water. This hot spring water will be replaced by the mermaid tribe every day. Strangely enough, after the spiritual water leaves the hot spring pool, it will completely turn into ordinary water in less than 3 seconds. The treatment method is, of course, to dump it directly into the sea for elimination.
It's so pleasant.
Lin Sheng raised a glass of red wine over the hot spring water, with only one arm and face exposed. The red wine glass tilted slightly, and the red wine in the glass poured out along the rim of the glass. Lin Sheng opened his mouth slightly and drank the red wine into his mouth without dropping a drop. At this moment, Shenling, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Sheng's happy look, raised his hand, picked up a handful of hot spring water, and poured it on Lin Sheng's face.
Hey! 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 Bah! 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 Okay! Sister Ling, how dare you let me use the bath water to see if you are bleached?
The red wine in the wine glass was spilled into the hot spring pool. Lin Sheng naturally stopped holding the wine glass and threw it away. After Lin Sheng regained his composure, he flew toward Shenling. He grabbed Shenling's neck. Of course, Lin Sheng didn't need to use too much force in his movements.
Let me take the bath water. Right. Let's see if you still dare.
Lin Sheng stretched out another evil hand toward Shenling's armpit.
Creak! Creak! Creak!
The sound sounded.
Ha 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 ha! No, I was wrong. Xiaosheng, And I was really wrong.
Shinling begged for mercy.
Yeah. If you're wrong, come and give me a massage.
The scene turned. Lin Sheng was lying on the edge of the hot spring pool, and Shinling pressed Lin Sheng's back aggressively.
A little above. A little below. No. 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 Left. Oh no. Right. Right. Just push harder here.
Lin Sheng squinted his eyes and enjoyed the instructions.
Press. Press. See if I don't press you to death.
Shinling muttered and complained. But who told her that she couldn't beat Lin Sheng if she was ticklish? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows.
Huh? What are you talking about? Is it because I didn't strike hard enough?
Facing Lin Sheng's threat, Shinling didn't know what to say for a while.
I didn't say anything,
Shinling explained with erratic eyes. Feeling extremely guilty, Lin Sheng turned over and pushed Shinling down into the hot spring pool.
Ah! What are you going to do?
Shinling exclaimed.
Nothing to do. I'm done enjoying it, and it's your turn.
Lin Sheng said that his identity changed, and he became Lin Sheng and gave Shinling a massage.
You have some conscience,
Shinling said, while enjoying Lin Sheng's massage. One night passed, and the attribute points of the two of them increased by 50 points under the hot springs. Lin Sheng's all attributes reached 1070, while Shinling's was 1065. The next day, the 15th day after the disaster, the first thing Lin Sheng did when he woke up was to sign in. Sign in and get a drop of dragon blood.
It's dragon blood. The thing that unlocks the 5 dragon eagles.
Lin Sheng hurriedly put away the dragon blood. The upgrade of the arc that he was looking forward to yesterday had to be dealt with first. As for the 5 dragon eagles, he could only open them after he upgraded the arc. Lin Sheng came to the deck of the arc and multiplied the million pieces of fine steel 100 times. The original fine steel disappeared. Get fine steel plus 100 million. A full 100 million units of fine steel appeared in Lin Sheng's backpack. Lin Sheng eagerly opened the arc's hull upgrade. Whether to start upgrading now?
Yes!
As Lin Sheng's words fell, the entire arc began to disintegrate. But the items on and inside the arc did not change their positions at all. The wooden body of the arc was replaced bit by fine steel. Some people who were still resting didn't know what happened, but Pai ran out in panic.
Boss! Something bad is going to happen. Something is going to go wrong. Boss!
After he saw Lin Sheng, he stopped where he was. It seems like the boss did it.
What's the big deal? Do you still want to stay on the wooden boat?
Lin Sheng asked. Pai scratched his head, looked at the empty floor under his feet, and then looked at Lin Sheng.
Boss! What is this? Wait quietly.
So Lin Sheng and Pai watched the moment when the arc underwent earth-shaking changes.
This.
After the drastic change in arc's appearance, Pai opened his mouth and didn't know what to say.
Ha ha. How do you feel?
Lin Sheng asked with a smile.
I.
Pai has lost the ability to organize language.
Xiao Pai. You don't have to go to the boss. It should be fine.
Old Jack walked out of the captain's cabin and said. But what caught his eye was the scene in front of him of Pai being surprised and Lin Sheng taking it for granted.
Boss! You did all this. Right.
Old Jack was much more stable than Pai, so he immediately guessed the reason for all this. Lin Sheng smiled lightly and said,
The arc has been reinforced, so there is no need to worry about being damaged by any attack. Indeed, the stainless steel arc is much stronger than the wooden one. Generally, there is really no hope of being destroyed by sea monsters. I'm afraid we will hit the sea monsters by then.
Old Jack smiled and spoke.
Wow! Wow!
As the upgrade of the arc was completed, the sky lit up, and people who needed to get up also got up one after another. When they discovered the changes that had taken place in the arc, everyone screamed in surprise. The savages laid down on the deck made of fine steel and touched here and there. The previous wooden deck was fine, and their previous residents still had wood. But fine steel is different. Chapter 119 Shark Swarm. Hit them.
Master, did you do all this?
Guzi came up and said in surprise.
Uh-huh.
Lin Sheng raised his head at a 45 degrees angle. Of course you are not talking nonsense. If not your master, who would I be? In short, these subordinates all flattered Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng held onto the handrail and said,
Don't do anything for the basics. Okay, let's go do whatever you need to do.
Lin Sheng motioned for everyone to disperse. Then he took out the dragon blood he got from signing in the morning. Then Lin Sheng took out the 5 dragon sculpture. On the sculpture made of black iron, 5 dragon heads, with closed mouths, and eyes are facing in 5 directions. Lin Sheng dropped the drop of dragon's blood on the 5 dragon eagles. Immediately, the dragon's mouth of the first 5 dragon eagle opened, and a map was slowly spit out from the dragon's mouth. Lin Sheng took the drawing in Lunko's hand. Get the route map of the dwarf mountains. Survivors can use the route map to reach the dwarf mountains to obtain the dragon balls from the dwarf's hands. When the survivors collect Qilin's 5 dragon balls, and all are embedded in the 5 dragon sculptures, they will be able to summon the dragon gate to allow the sea tribe to fly over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. Lin Sheng looked at the diagram and felt excited. After turning back and waiting for the piranhas and electric eels to transform into dragons, they step on a dragon with their left foot and a dragon with their right foot, and fly into the sky domineeringly. Lin Sheng handed the route map to Old Jack, and at the same time came to Old Jack's captain's cabin.
Let's go! Our next stop is here,
Lin Sheng said.
Okay, boss. I'll leave now.
Lin Sheng watched Old Jack driving the naval vessel forward. Suddenly, countless fins appeared on the sea in front of the naval vessel. The fins of these fish are all black, like blades cutting through the seawater. Unbridled action on the surface of the sea. Some fishes' fins move in circles, while others' fins move back and forth.
Boss, this is a swarm of sharks. Should we avoid it?
Old Jack glanced at Lin Sheng, who was standing aside, and said, if Lin Sheng wasn't around, he would definitely avoid it. But as Lin Sheng was his boss here, he asked for Lin Sheng's advice.
Avoid it? Why avoid it? After I upgraded the Ark, was it just for coercion? If not, why don't we do it on our own?
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Old Jack suddenly felt his blood boiling.
Okay, then go ahead and do it.
After Old Jack had just finished speaking, he had not yet taken any action. The fins of the fish in the sea floated up one after another. It seems that it has been waiting for the care of survivors in this sea area, and then being used as food by them. A large group of sharks appeared in front of the blackfish skin. A large mouth opened, revealing the terrifying white teeth, and bared their teeth at the naval ship. Lin Sheng glanced around, and saw a lot of broken wood and materials on the sea. It seems to be a relic left by a survivor who was attacked earlier. These sharks are indeed not the first offenders, Lin Sheng thought. At this moment, the sharks took the initiative to surround the naval ship.
Bump them for me, Old Jack. Okay, boss.
The naval ship suddenly collided with the shark that was charging directly in front of it.
I would rather calm have your head strong or my naval ship strong,
Lin Sheng said harshly. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and the naval ship remained motionless. But the head of the colliding shark was knocked open like a watermelon. The huge fish tail dragged ahead with 2 halves and sank into the sea. If Lin Sheng really didn't dare to say this when making the Ark before, the Ark would have been damaged accidentally. After the first shark was killed, the other sharks were stunned, but he rushed towards the naval ship like crazy.
Keep hitting them. If these hairless beasts are not afraid of being killed, they won't know that there are some people they can't afford to offend.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Old Jack became more proficient in operating naval ships. The only shortcoming is that the power system of the naval ship has not been perfected, and the speed is not very fast. Sometimes it can only knock the shark aside, but cannot kill the sea beast. Snapped. A speed enchanted book was enchanted by Lin Sheng on the naval ship. Lin Sheng said to Old Jack,
Bump!
Old Jack's eyes lit up. It actually made a 360-degree drift directly on the sea. The sharks on the ship were hit by this wave of drift and flew away in all directions. After Old Jack picked out a shark, he hit it hard. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. As the sharks were killed one by one, the remaining dozen sharks finally realized that they had kicked the iron plate. The desire to live told them to escape. Otherwise, he would be hit head-on by the human naval ship in front of him. More than a dozen sharks turned around and ran away frantically.
Boss, the problem is solved.
Old Jack stopped and said to Lin Sheng. In his opinion, these sharks will definitely remember the smell of the naval ship, and either come with stronger strength to retaliate, or they will stay away from it.
Escape? Old Jack, even though we have supplies, we should save some money. You see, there is still time for enchantment. Why should you let them escape? Chase them and continue to hit them. Oh, okay, boss.
Under Lin Sheng's order, the naval attack ships became tank tools for hitting the sharks. At this time, some scattered survivors saw such a scene. A naval vessel chased a group of sharks. No weapons were used and no one attacked. Guan relied on the extremely fast speed of the naval ship to hit the sharks. The The sharks fled in fear. Even when they passed by them, they changed their previous actions of wanting to kill the survivors when they saw them. He ran away without even looking at the other survivors. Shark, please let me go. Didn't I just attack you once? Is it necessary? At worst, we will all become vegetarians from now on. There are places where survivors are found everywhere on the sea's surface that have been visited by sharks and ships.
What was that just now? I don't know. It seems to be a shark. What's behind the shark? A giant steel ship? It seems like it. It's too fast to see clearly.
Such words can be heard everywhere. The World Chat channel also exploded.
Damn it. I found a naval ship that's even better than Mr. Shung's Arkansas. Brother, I saw it too. He just passed by me and chased a few sharks. I felt like I was about to cry with those sharks. Ask for the video area in the shark's heart.
+1. +1. Lin Sheng, who had caused a sensation, said to old Jack.
Okay, let's continue on the road. And hurry back to the route while there is still time. As for this shark, don't care.
Lin Sheng glanced at the fleeing sharks and ignored them, watching the naval ship leave. The few surviving sharks stopped one after another. These sharks just feel so embarrassed. They are probably the first sharks in history to be chased by humans. Chapter 120. Clear the clouds and see the island. Seeing the naval ship getting further and further away, the few surviving sharks breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other and sank into the sea. The naval ship had already returned to the route. Seeing that there were still 15 minutes left, Lin Sheng said to old Jack.
Old Jack, let's go directly to the mountainous island.
Old Jack nodded, and the naval ship headed towards the mountain island. The naval ship pushed through the huge waves and broke into a white cloud. The people who were busy on the ship were stunned. They stood there a little at a loss. The surroundings of their bodies were shrouded in mist, as if they were in a sea of clouds.
Boss, this...
Old Jack looked at the clouds that kept pouring into the captain's room and said to Lin Sheng in a panic.
It's okay, but can you still reach your destination smoothly?
Lin Sheng carefully felt the white mist around him, and after confirming that the white mist did not cause any harm, he said to old Jack.
There is no problem in delivering it to the destination. The distance on the route is only 10,000 meters. With this small distance, I can drive the ship to the destination for you even with my eyes closed.
Old Jack said confidently, looking at the front of the naval ship. It was completely blocked by white fog. It was probably impossible to see it even 100 meters away. For safety reasons, old Jack turned on the headlights on the naval vessel and continued moving forward. Pai vaguely felt that the time for him and old Jack to change shifts was coming soon, and he woke up from his sleep. But what you see is a vast expanse of white.
Damn it! Did you hit a ghost again?
Pai explained that his earlier encounter with the ghost sea left an indelible impression on him. But when Pai remembered the exclusive artifact he already owned, he suddenly grabbed his own exclusive artifact. Ghosts are afraid of electricity. This is something he knows. And his exclusive artifact happens to be of thunder and lightning attribute.
Boss, don't worry, I will protect everyone this time.
Pai nervously came to Lin Sheng's side and said,
While you're at it, didn't you notice that the white mist doesn't have that eerie feeling?
Lin Sheng knocked Pai on the head.
Oh!
Pai touched his head and woke up from his daze.
Dong dong dong.
The sudden knock on the door made Lin Sheng and Pai look back.
Huh? Who is it?
Lin Sheng asked.
It's me, the young student. Are we in any trouble again?
Shenling walked in nervously from outside the door and asked.
Ha ha, no. This is just caused by the natural environment around the island we are going to.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shenling patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief.
That's it.
After the naval ship broke through the layers of fog on the sea, an island connected by mountains came into view. This is the destination of this trip. Mountain Island. The naval ship stopped at the edge of the mountain island. Lin Sheng and Shenling said,
Okay, we have arrived at our destination. It's time for us to disembark from the ship.
At this moment, the white fog above the naval ship has completely faded. If you look back, you will see that the sea behind the naval ship is completely covered with white fog, completely separating the mountains and islands from the sea outside. Come! In this wave of disembarkation, Lin Sheng brought Pai Kongkongi and 20 savages from the Savage clan. After everyone prepared supplies, they landed on the island. The moment they set foot on the island, the savages jumped for joy. The mountainous island here has a very similar environment to the island where the savages originally lived. Give the savages a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. Everyone moved forward again. Russell, Gigi, The sound of the wind blowing the leaves and the chirping of insects and birds were heard constantly on the island, giving Lin Sheng and others a feeling of incomparable peace. The chirping of these insects and birds seemed to welcome the arrival of Lin Sheng and others. Of course, this is just the feeling of Lin Sheng and others. They are undoubtedly invaders to these islands. Ho ho! Suddenly there was a roar of beasts that resounded through the sky, followed immediately by the sound of a stampede that shook the earth.
This is a tide of beasts,
Guzi said with emotion. He was extremely familiar with this sound. When they lived on the Savage Island, they often encountered this kind of thing.
Spread out and find a tree to avoid this wave of beasts.
Lin Sheng gave orders to everyone. In Lin Sheng's opinion, the only way to avoid it was by climbing into a tree. Everyone climbed up the tree one after another. Lin Sheng lay on the tree trunk and stretched out his hand to pull Shenling. Shenling shook her head and smiled, then turned over and climbed up the tree, lying directly on Lin Sheng's back. He said seriously,
"Don't move. The tree trunk is too thin. Please be my backer, Mr. Hardworking,"
Lin Sheng said helplessly.
"Then let me turn over. Lying down like this is uncomfortable."
Turn over. A picture popped up in Shenling's mind, and she immediately said,
"You bad guy."
In the end, Shenling just sat next to Lin Sheng, leaning on Lin Sheng and looking at the quiet path under the tree. After a while, a group of animals rushed towards the end of the trail. Among these animals are tigers, wild wolves, foxes, etc. There are at least 10 different creatures.
"What are these beasts going to do?"
Shenling spoke doubtfully.
"Master, if my feeling is correct, someone must have stabbed the lair of these beasts,"
Guzi said from the tree nearby.
"Let's go over and take a look. The information given by the 5 dragon eagles indicates that the dragon beads are in the hands of the dwarves, and the dwarves are proficient in weapon refining."
Lin Sheng's eyes gleamed. It was okay to have weapons and equipment with plus 10, but with plus 11 and subsequent enhancements, there was nothing Lin Sheng could do. Even Lin Sheng doesn't have second-level equipment. It can be said that they are now in an equipment window period after a breakthrough in strength.
"Perhaps if the Yuna dwarves are in trouble, our tentacles can help and gain friendship. In that case, the dwarves would be more willing to give the dragon beads."
Shenling also understood what Lin Sheng meant, and then said,
"Well, Sister Ling is so smart."
Lin Sheng touched Shenling's head and said,
"Princess, we are in trouble now. The king is not here, and we may not be able to do anything against these beasts."
A dwarf wearing chainmail and a golden helmet said to the female dwarf next to him,
"What's so great about these mere beasts? The princess, will use the totem given by my father to summon the totem."
The dwarf princess showed her arms, and Lin Sheng, who had crossed the tree trunks and arrived at the edge of the forest path, happened to see the scene. His eyes straightened. Shenling exclaimed,
"Piggy Peppa Pig?"
Lin Sheng,
"As a social person, it's really not easy to see these dwarves."
Chapter 121. The dwarf kneels down, and the dragon ball falls. I saw the dwarf princess pressing one hand on the totem on her arm and muttering something in her mouth. The next moment, pink piglets appeared one after another, standing on their feet, wearing weapons and equipment made by dwarves, facing the wild beasts that were coming. Lin Sheng and Shenling looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Isn't Peppa Pig an animated character? Why did it become the totem of the dwarves? But even if there are enough pink piglets, they are still wearing equipment. Faced with the collision of so many beasts, they were dissipated within a short time.
"Princess, let's leave quickly. There are not enough totems anymore. This is the only number you can summon,"
the dwarf soldier said anxiously.
"We can't leave now."
The dwarf princess also wants to leave. But can she still leave now that she is surrounded by a group of wild beasts? Obviously that's not possible.
"Guzi, can you handle these beasts?"
Lin Sheng asked, touching his chin.
"Okay. If it were before, I wouldn't dare to say that. But it's different now. There's no problem in killing them instantly,"
Guzi replied confidently.
"Okay. Guzi gives you a task to save them." "Ah, this master?"
Guzi was stunned, not understanding what Lin Sheng meant.
"Go quickly."
The dwarf princess was saved. Isn't it too much to ask for something to save the dwarves? Guzi nodded and grabbed a vine from the tree and jumped down. As he swung the giant axe in his hand, he ran towards the group of beasts. The giant axe fell down and harvested the heads of the beasts one by one. When those beasts saw their companions dying crazily, they immediately ran away in panic. The dwarf princess looked at Guzi with peach blossoms in her eyes. This scene was noticed by Lin Sheng, who was always paying attention to the scene.
"Huh? Hey, hey, hey. Lin Sheng snickered. Xiaosheng, why are you snickering? Shenling said doubtfully. Just look at the dog and then look at the little dwarf princess, and you will know. Shenling took a look and found some clues after observing for a while. This is the coming of spring for dogs. Warrior, are you here to save me? The dwarf princess came to Guzi regardless of the guards around her, looking at Guzi with eyes full of love. Ah, right. Guzi was stunned, and turned red when he saw the dwarf princess, who was getting closer. Master, come down. The problem has been solved. Guzi turned around with a red face and shouted to Lin Sheng in the tree. Come on! Everyone! Get down! Everyone on the tree and Lin Shengdao left one after another. After seeing Lin Sheng and others, the dwarf princess looked up curiously. After seeing Lin Sheng's face clearly, he didn't show any expression. But in my heart, I thought, how could my hero have such an ordinary master? Girl, can you take us to your home? Lin Sheng asked. It would be better to have someone lead the way to find the dwarf by himself. The dwarf princess suddenly became alert. Yes, my master brought me to find your dwarves. Can you take us there? Guzi also spoke at the right time. Ah, okay. She was wary when facing Lin Sheng. But when faced with Guzi, the dwarf princess agreed wholeheartedly. A group of people came to the dwarf tribe under the leadership of the dwarf princess. You are the ones who saved my daughter. Right. The dwarf king asked Lin Sheng and others. Yes, dwarf king. I came to you with this thing. Lin Sheng took out the 5 dragon eagles and said, This is... The dwarf king looked at the 5 dragon eagles in Lin Sheng's hands. He was stunned for a while, and then knelt down and said, Are you the dragon envoy? Meet the master. Lin Sheng was stunned. The plot shouldn't be like this. It should be that the dwarf king was greedy, and then took action against people like him. The dwarf princess fell in love with Guzi, and betrayed her father for love. She came here, and took the dwarf away. The princess fulfilled Guzi, and then the dwarf king died because of greed. But now? How do you say this? Lin Sheng asked. It's like this. Our family owes the favor of the dragon clan. When the dragon clan was about to be destroyed, they left something here with us. I thought that one day, if someone comes with the 5 dragon eagles to take back that thing, our dwarf family will acknowledge him as lord. The dwarf king explained. Lin Sheng nodded. Where are the dragon balls? Lin Sheng asked that since everything went so smoothly, there was no need to waste time, and he could talk about the dragon ball directly. This, master. You and them should all have dinner first. I will talk about the dragon balls later. I would like to thank master for saving my daughter. Fine. Lin Sheng vaguely felt that the dwarf king seemed to have some reason. After sitting down to eat, the dwarves took out ingredients one after another. After a hearty meal, the dwarf king and the dwarves brought up pieces of armor. Master, this is the 2nd level armor made by our dwarves ourselves. And now it is dedicated to the master. And we, the dwarves, will follow our master from now on. Lin Sheng nodded, and then asked, Can we talk about Dragon Ball now? Plop. Faced with Lin Sheng's inquiry, the dwarf king immediately knelt down and apologized to Lin Sheng. Master, I'm so sorry. In order to protect the dragon beads, we put the dragon beads into the treasure house. But the treasure house was destroyed by the island. A big lizard was taken over, and we couldn't get it back. Lin Sheng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard what the dwarf king said. What kind of thing is this? Okay, I understand. Let's do this. How many more weapons and equipment can you bring out? Let's kill and get the things back. Lin Sheng said. We can probably equip everyone now. Due to the lack of materials, if we can recapture the materials in the treasure house, we can upgrade this batch of chain armors to 3rd level mysterious armors. No need to say more. Let's set off. Lin Sheng said. These dwarves will be his subordinates from now on. Everything belonging to the dwarves must belong to him. How can that be allowed if they are occupied by the big lizard? Only Lin Sheng's plundered island has not been plundered by others. Lin Sheng, Shenling, and Guzi sent Kong Kongi and 5 others to lead 20 savages and 21 dwarves from the dwarf tribe towards the top of a mountain top. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, the dwarf king stopped and said to Lin Sheng, This is it. The big lizard above master is the beast that has taken over our dwarf's treasure house. Lin Sheng looked in the direction pointed by the dwarf. Sure enough, I saw a fat lizard nesting in a cave. It seemed that the entrance of the cave was too small to accommodate its head, and it popped out of the cave. You two, dogs, are all ready to take action. Chapter 122 The Dragon Ball is obtained and returned to the naval ship. After Lin Sheng's order was given, Guzi took out the sky axe and held it in his hand, while Pai took out Thor's hammer and put it on his shoulder. As for Kong Kong, he stood upright next to Lin Sheng, holding the Poseidon Trident in his hand. Master, we dwarves will go and lure that lizard out first, the dwarf king said to Lin Sheng. Okay, Lin Sheng said. After Lin Sheng spoke, the dwarves walked towards the lizard one after another, but their movements were extremely cautious, always alert to the lizards rising up and attacking them. At this moment, Guzi Pai and Kong Kongi were following the dwarves and walking towards the front. As the dwarves approached, the lizard coiled in the cave suddenly opened its eyes. Its scarlet pupils suddenly opened, and its huge eyeballs were covered with forest red blood vessels. The shocked dwarves took a step back. The giant lizard crawled out of the cave, opened its huge mouth towards the dwarves, and let out a roar. Roar! The sound was deafening, causing the dwarves to cover their ears. However, Guzi and others, who had exclusive artifacts in their hands, stood motionless, seeing the painful expressions on the faces of the dwarves. The monitor lizard opened its mouth and flew towards the dwarves, wanting to devour the dwarves. Kill this hairless beast, Lin Sheng said from a distance. As soon as Lin Sheng's order was given, Guzi and the other two people took action. He passed directly over the dwarves and stood in front of them. This side faces the giant lizard that is about to pounce. The giant axe in Guzi's hand struck down, and a ferocious scar immediately appeared on the giant lizard's head. Pai's Thor's hammer also landed firmly on the head of the monitor lizard. With this hammer, all the monitor lizard's tongues were hammered out. Kong Kongi circled back and slashed out with a halberd, and the tail of the giant lizard was immediately cut off. Ouch! The giant lizard howled in pain. The monitor lizard no longer only has the dwarves in its sights, but has set its sights on the three Pai. Its eyes were full of annoyance. It wanted to kill all the Guzi people, but the fear in its heart made it retreat involuntarily. The weapons in the hands of these people are too powerful. The monitor lizard's severed tail actually grew back at this time, and the injury on its head healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Go on! This guy's recovery is awesome, the party said to Kong Kongi and Guzi. At this moment, he became the leader of the three-man team, and the next moment he led the other two to attack the giant lizard again. The tail cut off by Kong Kongi unexpectedly hit the back of Pai after it rolled around from the ground. Lin Sheng saw this scene from a distance, and led the savages under his command to shoot arrows at the giant lizard's severed tail. Duan's tail was hit by countless arrows and fell directly to the ground, unable to successfully launch a sneak attack on faction. The monitor lizard roared angrily when it saw that its sneak attack was ineffective, and its body began to split, splitting out into two viscous green objects that looked like snot. The attack by Kong Kongi and others fell on the giant lizard. In this round of attacks, the three of them had enough strength, and three different rays of light burst out from their weapons, killing the giant lizard directly on the spot. The two green viscous objects began to twist at this time, and with a wave, the dark green viscous objects exploded, and two giant lizards were born in the middle. The three Pai were also stunned. No! We have to kill them quickly! Otherwise we will only make more and more attacks with all our strength. After Pai reacted, he directly used the maximum force. His whole body was shrouded in thunder and lightning, and dark green mucus was still splitting out from the giant lizard's body. Soon they transformed into two brand new lizards. Pai fought against both ends, swung his giant hammer, and turned into a whirlwind, with crackling thunder and lightning on the whirlwind. Two lizards swept towards the forest. Guzi was not inferior. His blood was boiling, and his whole body seemed to be bathed in blood. His body's reaction became more agile, and an axe fell on a lizard. The axe directly opened the giant lizard's head and slashed towards the other end. Go! Kong Kongi released a trident at a giant lizard, which was generally attacked by water waves. The trident in her hand was thrown out with great force and penetrated the head of a giant lizard. The 6 giant lizards were killed by the 3 of them, and eventually they all turned into slime and were absorbed by the soil on the ground. The dwarves, who had just recovered, were shocked. The dwarf king even confirmed that his identification of the master was correct and thought to himself, as expected of the master, he has such a powerful entourage. In the future, following the master, he will be able to obtain more treasures and make stronger weapons. Thank you 3 for your hard work, Lin Sheng said. We should do whatever master ordered us to do. Guzi and Kong Kongi both spoke, but Pai said, what's the hard work? Boss, You don't know that I haven't even exerted myself yet.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai sweating profusely, and sneered in his heart. Just blow it. Anyway, Lin was used to Pai Pai.
Now you can go and collect your dwarf supplies.
Soon, the dwarves carried out boxes of materials from the cave.
Master, these are the dragon balls for you. Do you still need weapons and equipment? We can also make weapons with these materials. That's it. Then let's go back to the naval ship and make it again.
Lin Sheng put away the dragon beads and said. Although Lin Sheng said calmly, he became excited in his heart, and took the dwarves back so that he and others could upgrade their weapons.
Okay.
The kingly way of the dwarves. Lin Sheng looked at the dwarf king, and took out contracts one after another.
No rush. Let's sign the contract first.
Looking at the contracted dwarf king in Lin Sheng's hands, he felt depressed. This is a slave contract. Once you sign a contract, you become a slave. But looking at the strength of Guzi and others, the dwarf Wangi gritted his teeth and said,
Okay, everyone come over and sign the contract. We can't sign the king's contract.
When faced with the slave contract, some dwarves were unwilling.
You can make your own arrangements. My people and I will go outside and wait for you to figure it out. Then come to me after signing the contract.
Lin Sheng took Pai Pai and others out.
Wait a moment.
Suddenly the voice of the dwarf princess came. She hastily signed the slave contract, and came to Lin Sheng.
Master, can I stay with Brother Dog?
Lin Sheng glanced at Guzi with a deep meaning, and said with a smile.
Of course. Signing the contract is just a guarantee you gave me, and it will not restrict your actions.
Lin Sheng's approach made the hesitant dwarves excited. Soon the dwarves signed the contract, and followed Lin Sheng back to the naval ship.
Can you dwarves upgrade this weapon for me?
On the naval ship, Lin Sheng took out a spear, and handed it to the dwarf king. Chapter 123, Strength Surges. Second level artifact. After the dwarf king looked at the spear that Lin Sheng handed him, he touched the beard on his chin, and admired it carefully. Then he said slowly,
Master, the quality of this weapon is pretty good, but the grade is too low. I don't know who made it. This mere first-order artifact spear is useless. How can it be worthy of your identity as the master?
Listening to the dwarf king's words, Lin Sheng's expression changed gradually. Are you despised by your subordinates? This is a bit embarrassing. Lin Sheng thought for sure. Yes, this is definitely not his fault. That's it. It's all because the manufacturing diagram is too rubbish. So he can't make good weapons from it. On the side, Shenling, who had been accompanying Lin Sheng since he came back, suppressed his blush. I don't know whether it's better to laugh or not. Comparatively, this weapon was made by Lin Sheng at that time.
Huh? If the master likes this weapon, I can ask the tribesmen to help upgrade it. Although the original weapon is of low grade, the quality is strong enough.
The dwarf king looked at Lin Sheng and said,
Okay, that's it. We have more than 70 weapons like this on our ship, and they all need to be upgraded. No problem.
The dwarf king immediately patted his chest and assured Lin Sheng. When Lin Sheng was about to leave, the dwarf king suddenly stopped Lin Sheng and said,
Master, I have some gold coins here, and I decided to give them to you. Master.
The dwarf king was a little reluctant to give up. Although Lin Sheng did not ask him to hand over the dwarf gold coins, he finally decided to give them away on his own initiative.
Lin
Sheng looked at the pained look on the dwarf king's face, and smiled and said,
Then keep half for yourself. Just give me half.
Lin Sheng, a dwarf who is greedy for money, has heard that since the dwarf king is willing to hand over the gold coins, it shows the dwarf's determination. Lin Sheng was too embarrassed to ask for them all. It was just after the dwarf handed the gold coins to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng stared and regretted. Get gold coins plus 50W. Lin Sheng swallowed his saliva, because his words directly cost 500,000 gold coins, which was extremely distressing. But how can the flower that has been promised go back on its word? Okay. Now add the gold coins the dwarf king gave him, and his income in the past few days. Lin Sheng already had 520,000 gold coins in his hands. Lin Sheng thought that he could find a mysterious merchant to purchase another batch of materials. At this moment, there were jingling sounds coming from where the dwarves were. He must have started forging the spear. Lin Sheng came to a place in the ark and opened the summoning badge. The figure of the mysterious businessman immediately appeared in front of Lin Sheng.
Young man, I won't drink this time. I have other things to do. If you have nothing to do, I'll leave first.
The mysterious businessman looked eager to leave. Lin Sheng called the mysterious businessman for shopping. So he stopped the mysterious businessman in time and said,
Old man, I want to buy something that can quickly increase my strength this time. I wonder if you have any. It's not about drinking. Forget it. I have a few array discs in my hand. Do you want them?
The mysterious businessman touched his chin and said,
What is the function of those mysterious formation discs? It's very simple. You just need to place the formation disc on your hot spring pool. As long as the people on the naval ship enter the hot spring, they will have 10 times the opportunity to increase their attribute points. The formation disc will be effective for 12 hours. I have 100,000 gold coins in my hand, but I only have 5 in my hand. Do you want them? Of course I do.
After hearing the mysterious businessman's lies, Lin Sheng nodded eagerly. The more mysterious hot springs have a maximum of 5 hours a day, and can only increase the upper limit by 50 points. If you keep relying on hot springs, you don't know when you will have to wait. So Lin Sheng decisively asked for it. Get 10 times experience array plus 5. Just after Lin Sheng finished paying the gold coins, the mysterious businessman left in a hurry. Lin Sheng looked at the tenfold experience disc in his hand, waiting for the time to come tonight. The time for the dwarves to forge weapons is not over yet. So Lin Sheng took Shen Ling to the hot spring pool. Lin Sheng said to Shen Ling,
Sister Ling, let's soak in the hot spring all night to improve our strength. Why stay up all night when there are only 5 hours a day?
Shen Ling asked doubtfully.
Hey, don't worry about this. You will know later.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Shen Ling did not ask any more questions, but just looked at Lin Sheng. At this moment, Lin Sheng took out a 10 times experience array plate, placed the array discs all over the hot spring pool. The next moment, Lin Sheng pulled Shen Ling to the hot spring. With the blessing of the formation disc, Lin Sheng and Shen Ling both felt that their bodies were absorbing energy crazily. The energy in the hot spring pool continued to enter their bodies. The attribute points on his body also increased crazily. Strength attribute plus 10. Physical strength attribute plus 10. Intelligence attribute plus 10. Mental attribute plus 10. In the past, when I was soaking in hot springs, I would only add it little by little. But now it is 10 times faster. The night passed quickly. The sky is gradually getting brighter. Lin Sheng and Shen Ling had been soaking in the hot spring water for 10 consecutive hours. The 10 hours spanned 2 days. So the attribute points of the two of them directly reached the height of 2020 and 2015 at this time. Lin Sheng pulled Shen Ling up from the hot spring pool and gave orders to his men.
Everyone go to the hot spring. Hurry up.
In line with the element of not wasting, everyone on the Lin Shengren ship went to the hot springs. At this time, the dwarf king came to Lin Sheng.
Master, this is a spear forged by our dwarf family. Take a look.
Obtain the second level artifact spear. Second level artifact spear plus 10. Attack 400, 200 plus 200. Attack 40, 20 plus 50. Additional damage 10%. Now the attack power of this second level artifact spear is actually twice as powerful as that of the first level weapon. The advantage of the exclusive artifact is completely lost in the face of the second level weapon. Even later, Lin Sheng also increased the enhancement of the exclusive artifact to 10 stars. But it only has 400 points of attack power.
Very well. You did a good job, Dwarf King.
After Lin Sheng put away all the second level artifact spears, he praised them without hesitation.
Thank you, Master. I found that you only have long-range weapons and long weapons, but no short weapons. At this time, the short weapons made by our dwarves can be distributed if the Master does not dislike them.
As soon as the Dwarf King finished speaking, Lin Sheng obtained a weapon. Second level artifact full moon scimitar plus 10. Attack 400, 200 plus 200. Attack 40, 20 plus 20. Additional 10% damage. Lin Sheng looked at the full moon scimitar in his hand, and his eyes towards the Dwarf King became strange. Chapter 124, Leroy gives exclusive artifact. Pajun's invitation. The attributes of this full moon scimitar are no worse than those of spears. The most important thing is the weapon refining methods of these dwarves, which do not require pictures of weapons at all. Lin Sheng thought in his heart that he had found a treasure. In the future, you no longer have to worry about weapons failing to keep up as your strength improves.
Very good. You should also take a bath in the hot springs to improve your strength.
Lin Sheng distributed all these weapons. In the end, everyone on the ark reached the second level of strength. And the strength of several important people such as Pai Bai also broke through to the second level peak, with 2k attribute points. After Lin Sheng returned to the room, he began to sign in for today. Sign in. Sign in to obtain energy conversion furnace manufacturing diagram. Study. You learned how to make energy conversion furnace. Energy conversion furnace. Fine steel 1000. Fine iron 1000. Glass 100. Lin Sheng looked at the materials needed to make the drawings he had just obtained and started making them without saying a word. Obtained energy conversion furnace +1. Lin Sheng checked the attributes of the tall energy conversion furnace that appeared in front of him. Energy conversion furnace. Energy crystals can be used to regulate and output the energy in the crystals. This energy conversion furnace is equivalent to the function of a battery. But the amount of energy is much greater than that of a battery. After Ark is upgraded to a naval ship, many functions of the naval ship itself cannot be used. However, with the energy conversion furnace in hand, it can provide energy for use by the naval ship. Lin Sheng transported the energy conversion furnace to the core control room of the naval vessel and arranged the conversion furnace. All the equipment is ready. What is missing is the energy crystal. As for this energy crystal, Lin Sheng had heard in his previous life that it might explode from some sea beasts.
Boss, someone is approaching our ships. Are you going to attack them or something?
Pai came to find Lin Sheng to report.
Who?
Lin Sheng, who was thinking about how to obtain energy crystals, suddenly heard such a piece of news. He quickly looked back at Pai.
The same guy as the boss.
Lin Sheng frowned. Then he said,
Let's go and take a look first.
Lin Sheng followed Pai to the deck of the naval ship and looked at the ships approaching on the sea. There were quite a few of them. Lin Sheng immediately said to Pai,
Let them come up. The big guy's strength is sword. And the weapons and equipment have also been improved with the help of the dwarves. It's just right for them to be the training targets for the big guy. Understood, boss.
After Pai answered, he went to arrange the next thing. An average on a naval ship. Several wooden boats traveling on the sea approached the naval vessel safely. When the people on the wooden boat logged onto the sea ship, a group of 20 people wandered around the ship in confusion.
Boy, I have to say that this naval ship is really powerful. Look at it. It's all made of steel. It would be great if this naval ship could become ours.
One person said with emotion.
Ha. I don't know where Mr. Sheng is now. Could it be that he knew we were coming? So he abandoned the ship and left?
One of the survivors mocked disdainfully.
Ha. Let this old man dare to bully our brother Rui. Just when our Shafong Air gang is easy to bully. Now he directly abandoned the Navy's ship and left.
Another survivor said. Yes, these people are all members of Leroy's survival gang. Shun Fong Air. Previously, Leroy asked Lin Sheng to buy the news, intending to make a lot of money from the news. The result was good. Although he bought the news, Lin Sheng backhandedly published the news for free. For Leroy, this was a humiliation. And now he and a group of brothers went to an island to harvest an artifact. And they were about to come to find Lin Sheng to take revenge. Now we are on the naval ship.
It's a pity that I didn't expect that Mr. Sheng would give in at this time. Ha! Otherwise, I would have liked to enjoy the feeling of Mr. Sheng kneeling down for me,
Leroy said with a smile on his face. At this moment, the crew members hiding in various corners of the ship became excited after hearing Leroy's words, and even wanted to rush out and fight Leroy. However, Lin Sheng asked everyone to wait for his orders, so no one dared to move.
Let's go! Since Mr. Sheng has escaped, his naval ship is ours,
Leroy said with a laugh. At this moment, Lin Sheng watched all the people brought by Leroy log into the Ark. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and nearly 100 people on the ship, including 19 mermaids, 51 savages, and 21 dwarves, suddenly emerged from their hidden corners, leaving Leroy and his party in front of them. Surrounded. Leroy and everyone were shocked. Didn't you agree to run away? This was actually a trap for them. Under this trap, 20 of them were surrounded. Leroy pulled out a broken sword from his hand. There was still half a sun on one side of the broken sword. But Lin Sheng smiled and said,
So you are the guy who wanted to take advantage of me last time. I didn't expect you to come to me seeking death. Lin Sheng, don't think that a little material is enough. Well, it still takes up a lot of people. Even if you have a lot of people, it's useless. Seeing that I don't have the broken sword of the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword in my hand. If you are honest, you should behave and return all the gold coins you defrauded me from. Oh no! You have to pay me 10 times, if not 100 times. Otherwise, I use this artifact to make you pay the price.
Leroy threatened, looking particularly confident with the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand. Lin Sheng was slightly startled. Leroy is worse than Qin Chong. At least Qin Chong could still exert part of the power of the artifact when he came to attack Ark.
But what about Li Rui? Oh, what a wonderful broken magic weapon. But it's like a kitchen knife in your hands. Lin Sheng sighed and said, You? Li Rui blushed at Lin Sheng's words. Suddenly he attacked Lin Sheng angrily. But at this moment, the broken sword in Li Rui's hand was suddenly poked by the trident and flew up into the air. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand to grab it, and the Xianyuan broken sword was caught in Lin Sheng's hand. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt a warm feeling coming from the broken sword in his hand. Who? Li Rui looked over angrily. And now he saw 3 people holding various artifacts in their hands. The artifacts in their hands had the same aura as his original Xianyuan broken sword. Li Rui panicked. He trembled and thought, how could it be possible that Lin Sheng's people actually had 3 Bing artifacts in their hands? I leave this place to you. Treat me well. This is a good person who gave you the artifact. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he turned and left. Just leave Li Rui's affairs to his subordinates. Lin Sheng also wanted to identify the owner of the artifact, and he had long been coveting the exclusive artifact obtained by Pai Pai and others. Just when Lin Sheng made a move, he suddenly felt the private message coming. Open it and take a look. Pajun. Master Sheng, thank you for the materials you traded to us before. Now that we have arranged the maritime territory, on behalf of my superiors, I sincerely invite you to become our enshrinement. Chapter 125 agreed. Xianyuan broken sword recognizes its master. Lin Sheng was slightly stunned after reading the message from Pajun. How can this invite oneself to become an offering? Lin Sheng was unwilling to take out his naval vessel. If they wanted to attract the attention of Lin Sheng's naval vessel, it would be absolutely impossible. Compared to this kind of world, only if you have enough power in your hands can you live better without fear of any danger. While Lin Sheng was thinking worriedly, the news of the broken mirror was sent again at this time. Master, you don't have to worry about anything, as long as you are willing to be a worshipper. During the implementation of our restoration plan, you should try your best to help us when we need your help. If there is something we need, please consider us as soon as possible, and we will continue to use fair dealing as always. And you are still an independent individual. You can have your own power, and we will leave you a space. I guess you don't want to live a drifting life alone in the future. Right. Humans are group creatures. It is good to be independent. But if you stay alone for a long time, you will become lonely. Lin Sheng saw the message from Pajun and understood. This is because they want to win over themselves and provide them with the supplies they need first. Presumably, the restoration plan is not only being carried out by the Dragon Kingdom, but also by M.F. and other countries that have strength and opportunities. The destruction caused by the disaster has destroyed the world order. Only by re-establishing the country can human society return to its original order. Also, as Pajun said, man is a collective creature. It is good to be a lone ranger, but loneliness is inevitable. Lin Sheng looked at his subordinates around him. They were all non-human beings. Even though they had been drinking together with him and having fun, the result was not like that. Lin Sheng thought about it again and realized that this was indeed the case. As for other countries carrying out restoration plans, they might not win over him after seeing the benefits of their own. Lin Sheng's inner choice still favors the Dragon Kingdom. This is the country where he was born, and even he has been reborn once. But it still couldn't change the issue of his identity as a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, since the conditions you offer are so generous, why don't I accept them? Lin Sheng's answer was very decisive. Maybe you can truly return to your past life by joining the Dragon Kingdom restoration plan. Lin Sheng suddenly looked forward to the day when Cheng City would be re-established under the Long Kingdom restoration plan. Pajun, who was far away on the new territory of the Long Kingdom restoration plan, where a large raft had just been built on the sea, saw Lin Sheng's reply and smiled. Sir, Mr. Sheng agreed, Pajun said excitedly. That's great. Other countries are also preparing plans for national restoration. And if we win over Mr. Sheng, it means we will be ahead of them, one of the officers said. But the adjutant beside him asked in confusion. Why? No matter how much supplies you have, Mr. Sheng, you are just lucky at best. There are so many of us who may not be able to obtain more supplies by relying on the numerical advantage. Besides, Lin Sheng is also from the Dragon Kingdom. Why can't he join us directly? The officer shook his head and said, Su Bing, you are wrong. You are also a person with special abilities. Don't you still know the meaning of special abilities? Mr. Sheng is just one person. If he has the ability to be like a cornucopia, how can he collect so many supplies by himself? Furthermore, even if he has a small group of hundreds of people, How can he be with us? Plus, how about ordinary people compared to nearly 100,000 soldiers?
The adjutant fell silent after listening to the chief's words. Indeed, he had not considered this before. The commander continued.
A capable person will naturally give me better conditions. He has already built a naval ship. Do you think he would agree if we asked him to merge everything into us? People are selfish. If we want to complete the national restoration plan faster, we must rely on mutual cooperation. In order to give him a feeling of family, independent individuals may not contribute to us.
Indeed, his words touched Lin Sheng's heart. Lin Sheng on the naval ship looked at the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand, and the feeling on his arm became increasingly hot. He no longer restrained himself and directly accepted the feeling. Slowly, Lin Sheng felt that Xianyuan broken sword seemed to be integrated with himself. The broken sword emitted a green light and enveloped him. Then a phantom of armor also appeared on his body. This is the ability that every exclusive artifact will have after recognizing its owner. This ability can add a special protective shield to the survivor. As long as this protective shield is not broken, he will not be harmed at all. Even if the protective shield is broken, it can be recovered through rest. Xianyuan broken sword has completely become Lin Sheng's exclusive artifact at this moment. Lin Sheng also truly saw the properties of Xianyuan broken sword. Broken Xianyuan broken sword 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. Lin Sheng's exclusive weapon. Lin Sheng uses it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills: Tai Chi Flying Cloud, Smart Cave Abyss, Yin and Yang of Heaven and Earth, 3 out of 10. Lin Sheng was stunned when he saw the 3 exclusive skills of Xianyuan broken sword. It still has 7 skills that have not been unlocked. Compared to Pai Pai and others, that was double the number. Lin Sheng, who had just obtained the Xianyuan broken sword, suddenly saw the fog boiling above the sea. Lin Sheng frowned and walked away. A giant snake with 7 strange heads on its head emerged from the sea. At this moment, the attributes of the weird snake also appeared in Lin Sheng's eyes. Winged Hydra. Blood volume 10W. Attack power 1000. Skills: Flying, Poison Needle, Clone. At this moment, after the 7-headed snake looked around Lin on the sea surface, its eyes fell on Lin Sheng. Suddenly, the 7-headed snake flew over and appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng suddenly had cold sweat on his forehead. What kind of monster was this? Just as Xianyuan broken sword recognized its owner, the big snake emerged from the water. Look at the eyes of the big snake again. Those eyes are full of anger, as if the words, "You are my enemy," are written on his face. Xianyuan broken sword was filled with the aura of the holy way, and this big snake had been sleeping in the seabed for an unknown length of time. But from the moment Lin Sheng and Xianyuan broken sword were bound, the aura on Xianyuan broken sword was exposed, and ushered in the 7-headed snake who hated Xianyuan sword's aura. CC roar! The 7 big heads of the 7-headed snake roared at Lin Sheng, and were about to pounce on Lin Sheng. Chapter 126 Two-Winged 7-Headed Snake. Sword Skills. Facing the attack of the 2-winged 7-headed snake, Lin Sheng did his part. Besides, now he also has an exclusive artifact in hand. Immediately, his thoughts moved, and the Xianyuan broken sword was strengthened to plus 10 by Lin Sheng. The damage bonus of Xianyuan broken sword has been fully increased to 400 attack points. Lin Sheng himself had 20 attribute points. With the blessing of Xianyuan broken sword, his attribute points were suddenly increased to 24. The combat power erupted under each point of strength attribute can be doubled. The total is 5,248 points of damage. And with the blessing of 20% damage, Lin Sheng can deal more than 6,297 points of damage. Lin Sheng immediately used the exclusive skill, Tai Chi Feiyun. Lin Shengzhan was seen standing on the edge of the naval ship, holding the broken sword in his hand and stabbing forward with all his strength. A sword light flew from the broken sword and shot directly towards the 7-inch position of the 2-winged 7-headed snake. Before the big snake's head got close to Lin Sheng, it let out a shrill scream. Roar! 12558. A string of red and black numbers suddenly appeared on the head of the 2-winged 7-headed snake. At the same time, the blood bar on the head of the 2-winged 7-headed snake suddenly dropped by more than 1/10. 87442/10W. The 2-winged 7-headed snake flew out in pain. After it was far enough away from Lin Sheng, the entire snake's body spiraled upward. As for Lin Sheng, when he saw the big snake injured by him, the horrific damage shocked Lin Sheng's heart.
But this is the time to strike when the iron is hot and continue to attack. How could Lin Sheng give Hydra a chance to recover? The broken sword in his hand once again used the Tai Chi Feiyun skill. Another sword energy fell on the big snake 7 inches. The big snake let out a miserable cry. The 6 heads of the 7-headed serpent immediately separated from the body and grew into 6 bodies. Is this the clone of the 7-headed serpent? At this moment, in Lin Sheng's eyes, the 7-headed snake's health bars all turned into 40,000 blood. After the 7-headed serpent clones itself, 10,000 of its own blood will be deducted for each branch. And the blood of the last 7 bodies will be the same. The movement of the 7-headed serpent naturally attracted the attention of Kong Kongi and others. Young man, be careful, Shenling first shouted. Facing these 7 big snakes at this moment, she was definitely an ordinary person who had no power to restrain a chicken. But Shenling still desperately wanted to run to Lin Sheng's side to accompany him. Lin Sheng hurriedly shouted to Shenling, "Sister, please step back. This snake is no match for me." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he broke the sword in his hand and fired another sword energy, hitting a big snake. Suddenly, nearly 1/3 of the blood on the head of the big snake was deducted, and it made a sad sound. Shenling was shocked when she saw the blood volume, but she felt relieved after noticing how much blood volume had been deducted. Then he stopped. At this moment, Shenling also became eager for the exclusive artifact. Otherwise, facing such a big snake, it is not clear whether he can break through the defense of this monster with his ordinary artifact. There is no need for Yeo to help Lin Sheng. "Master Boss, we are here to help!" Pai Pai and the others all shouted to Lin Sheng. Shenling knew that there was nothing he could do to help Lin Sheng. After quietly retreating, Pai Pai and the others were no longer quiet. They watched Lin Sheng being surrounded by 7 giant snakes, and they anxiously wanted to help. "No need. Just help me protect my sister," Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai without looking back. But in his mind, he was thinking that these big snakes were just not enough to drink. Besides, I already have an exclusive artifact in my hand. How can I let these guys destroy it when it's time to show off? So after Lin Sheng rejected Pai Pai and others, he stood up straight. When faced with the attacks from 7 big snakes, Lin Sheng remained calm. These 7 big snakes opened their bloody mouths in front of Lin Sheng, and black poisonous needles flew out from their mouths, expecting Lin Sheng to attack. Lin Sheng broke the sword in his hand and drew the circular sword shield in front of him. The third move of the Yin and Yang of Heaven and Earth exclusive skill was immediately released by Lin Sheng, directly blocked all the poisonous needles shot by these big snakes. After the big snakes discovered that their attacks had been blocked by Lin Sheng, they became very angry and continued to attack Lin Sheng. But the defensive power of these swords and shields is a bit too invincible. This defense is completely based on Lin Sheng's own blood volume. And as long as the opponent does not break the sword and shield in one breath, the sword and shield will be destroyed in a moment. Will restore full health. Seeing that the attacks of those big snakes were ineffective against Lin Sheng, they suddenly retreated and withdrew their attacks first, preparing to find new attack opportunities. As Lin Sheng watched the 7 big snakes retreat, his chance came. Lin Sheng cut off the sword with his hand, and dozens of black circles suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and these dozens of black circles actually surrounded 7 big snakes. As Lin Sheng's thoughts moved, the black hole around the 7-headed snake continued to grow. Just now they felt something was wrong with the black hole, but the big snake wanted to escape. Indeed, it was only then that they realized that there was no chance of escape. All their roads were surrounded by black holes. This is the ability of Smart Dongyuan. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. This Xianyuan broken sword is indeed the first sword. He just got the damaged version and learned 3 skills. It is so awesome. If it is repaired, it will be so powerful again. Woolen cloth? Although Lin Sheng was excited, he had no idea of relaxing. Lin Sheng fired a sword energy at a black hole. The sword energy flew out from another black hole through the black hole and directly hit the head of a big snake. The big snake immediately screamed in pain. The other big snakes also panicked at this time. The big snake that was attacked before was obviously attacked from behind without reacting. Lin Sheng's sword energy continued to be released, and when the sword energy entered the black hole, it attacked the big snakes from unexpected places. In an instant, only 3 of the 7 big snakes were left with residual health. Basically, they all had more than 10,000 health left. This scared the 3 big snakes and hurriedly joined together. After merging, the big snake only had 3 heads left.
and its blood volume returned to 50,000 at this time. But even so, there is still no way to escape from the black hole. Lin Sheng's sword attack flew out of the black hole again. After the three-headed snake was attacked, it ran away crazily. Lin Sheng's attacks continued. And finally the big snake was killed and surrounded by a black hole. Shenling and others were stunned when they saw the scene. Chapter 127 Level 3 Energy Crystal. Pai Pai looked at the hammer in his hand. Your exclusive weapon of silent forest thunder and power suddenly feels unsatisfactory. The boss's broken sword is still pretty. Guzi looked at Lin Sheng with reverence on his face, and almost knelt down and kowtowed. Kong Kongi looked at Lin Sheng like a nymphomaniac little girl, but she didn't dare to think that he was her master. Shenling's eyes showed unabashed love, but Lin Sheng felt that his spirit was in a trance, and the black hole around him was immediately disintegrated. Even the defensive armor inspired by the Xianyuan broken sword disappeared. Lin Sheng stumbled on his feet. Seeing this, Shenling hurriedly stepped forward to help Lin Sheng. She suddenly became nervous.
Xiaosheng, are you okay?
Shenling's caring voice warmed Lin Sheng's heart, and he said with a smile,
It's okay.
As he spoke, Lin Sheng put his forehead against Shenling's and said,
Just rest.
Lin Sheng did not have anything wrong with him. The main reason was that the user's three sword skills consumed too much. That's why Lin Sheng felt in a trance. At the same time, Lin Sheng also has a clear understanding of exclusive skills. The use of exclusive artifacts consumes a lot of energy. Even if he is at the second level peak and has 2k points of mental power, it is still not enough to support the use of three sword techniques. Breaking through the third level is inevitable. Shenling hugged Lin Sheng tightly and let Lin Sheng lean on him to have a good rest. Lin Sheng felt Shenling's embrace and thought how good it felt to have someone by his side. After waiting for a while, Lin Sheng came back to his senses, and after squeaking at Shenling's face, his eyes fell on the seven-headed snake that he had killed with his puff pastry. Shenling's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and Pai Pai left boredly. But Guzi was entangled by the dwarf princess, who came in a hurry and ran away in a hurry. Kong Kongi pursed his lips and smiled. At this moment, the body of the two-winged seven-headed snake was hanging on the edge of the naval ship. Lin Sheng walked forward and looked at a seven-headed snake with a head bigger than his own. Without saying a word, he inserted the Xianyuan broken sword into the snake's 7 inches. With a swipe of the sharp Xianyuan broken sword, the big snake's belly was cut open. As the big snake was dissected, a heart appeared in Lin Sheng's hand. Looking at the heart in his hand, Lin Sheng smelled something familiar. At the same time, the mysterious businessman also appeared in front of Lin Sheng.
TSK. TSK. Young people are indeed young people. Uncle, you are here, but I don't have any wine to treat you to. Am I the kind of person who only drinks and doesn't help with other matters?
Lin Sheng looked at the old man and nodded seriously.
God, wait a minute. I almost forgot that you were so angry that you were ready to come to see you for what you wanted to do.
I want this heart in your hand,
the mysterious businessman said.
Uncle, what do you want this for? I won't talk nonsense to you anymore. 6 bottles of level-breaking potion will be exchanged for your heart. No, I want more. It's impossible for a special creature like you to only have enough heart to make 10 bottles and need other materials to make it. I'll give you 6 bottles, which is already a lot.
Faced with Lin Sheng's price increase, the mysterious businessman decisively refused. In the end, Lin Sheng had no choice but to agree to make a deal with the mysterious businessman. At the same time, Lin Sheng distributed all the level-breaking potions. Lin Sheng and Shenling both broke through the shackles of the 3rd level at the same time and can continue to improve their strength. However, Pai Pai and others took the potion and did not use it immediately. They still had work to do on the naval ship and could only continue when they were free. When Lin Sheng was happy about his breakthrough, the Mermaid King came over with a bag and said to Lin Sheng,
Master, take a look at the things collected from the previous intruders.
After listening to the words of the Mermaid King, Lin Sheng took the things from the Mermaid King's hands. Open the bag and take a look. Obtain Energy Crystal plus 100. Energy Crystal. The crystal contains huge energy, and the energy in the crystal can be converted into it through the energy conversion furnace. How to get it? You have a chance to get it by exploring the island or killing some sea monsters. Lin Sheng was looking at the energy conversion furnace, but there was no crystal stone, so someone delivered it to his door. Suddenly, Lin Sheng felt regretful about killing Leroy. This Leroy is a very good person. He not only gave himself artifacts but also crystal stones. Of course, It was because Li Rui died that Lin Sheng regretted it. If Li Rui had not died, he would still let Li Rui die.
Use a 100-fold increase.
Get energy crystal plus 1W. A full 10,000 energy stones. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to bring the energy crystal to the control center of the naval ship. Looking at the energy conversion furnace he had installed in the control center, Lin Sheng felt excited. You must know that it is because of the lack of energy that many functions on the naval ship cannot be used. Lin Sheng looked at the 3 grooves on the energy conversion furnace, then looked at the energy crystals of similar size in his hands, and immediately placed them in the energy conversion furnace. The energy crystal had just entered the reforming furnace, and the converting furnace immediately started operating. The energy of the crystal is continuously absorbed by the reformer, and the energy converted by the reformer is quickly transferred from the joint connecting the naval ship. In the captain's cabin of the naval ship, Old Jack was still driving the ship relying on its original bridge. At this moment, the lights on the ship's high-tech bridge kept turning on. Old Jack stopped sailing the ship and stared blankly at the illuminated consoles. As the captain of a naval ship, when Old Jack was upgrading the naval ship, all the naval ship driving skills were poured into Old Jack's head. He rolled his eyes. Boss, has this solved the energy problem of the naval vessel? As a result, the sailing speed of naval ships will be doubled in the future. In the control center of the naval ship, Lin Sheng took the energy crystal and put it into the spare groove of the energy conversion furnace. He placed 7 more stones before leaving the Lin control center. Boss, come to the captain's room quickly. Just after Lin Sheng walked out of the control center, he heard Old Jack calling him again through the naval ship's radio. The naval ship's broadcast is also a function that is only available after the naval ship is upgraded. Previously, naval ships were unable to be used due to energy issues. Now it can be used, and Old Jack is naturally the first to use it. However, this broadcast immediately shocked everyone else on the ship. Lin Sheng came to the captain's room, and Old Jack said excitedly, Boss, you are so awesome that you actually solved the energy problem of the naval ship. Did you know? Once the energy problem is solved, the naval ship will have an energy shield that can be used. Lin Sheng was stunned when he heard Old Jack's words. He really didn't know as much as Old Jack. Chapter 128 Protective Shield. Dragon Ball returns. Really? Then you can use it and see. Lin Sheng also said curiously about this protective shield. Okay, boss. Old Jack replied to Lin Sheng. The next moment, Old Jack operated the naval vessel to open the protective cover of the naval vessel. As Old Jack pressed a button with his finger on the operating console of the naval ship. In the naval ship's control center, the energy converter was running rapidly at this time. The energy crystal in the energy converter was rapidly extracted from energy, and the originally tangible energy crystal slowly became transparent at this time. Of course, the speed of transparency is also extremely slow. At least you won't notice it if you don't pay careful attention. As the energy converter continuously outputs energy to the naval ship's control center. At this time, a transparent protective shield slowly appeared around the naval ship. This protective cover tightly wraps the naval vessel. It is hesitantly because it is transparent. It looks like nothing on the outside of the naval vessel. But this change in the naval ship made everyone who had been living on the Ark discover the clues. What is this? The savage who was busy on the ship asked curiously. The mermaid girl who was helping the savage blinked her eyes and expressed confusion. The curiosity in her heart prompted her to reach out and touch the transparent film. The mermaid girl pressed her hand on the protective shield, and suddenly there was a resistance on her receiving hand. The palm can no longer reach out of the ship as casually as before. Hey, it's really strange. Why can't I stretch out my hand? The mermaid girl said curiously. Seeing the mermaid girl's performance and the flowers the girl mentioned, other savages also came over curiously. No way. Let me try. I don't study well, so don't lie to me. A savage said in disbelief. When the savage reached out to touch the protective cover, he found that it was exactly as the mermaid girl said. Not moving at all. The performance of a mermaid and a savage immediately attracted the attention of other savages. They started to try it one after another. But after everyone tried it, they had an expression of surprise. Only the dog saw through it. This was another magical trick used by the master. The mermaid and the savage didn't know what to say. Let's try it together. As these words fell, the mermaid and the savages pushed one by one and pulled up the long dragon. However, under the combined efforts of everyone, the protective shield remained motionless. At this time, the protective cover has not been set as an exit, but has a barrier mode both inside and outside. Guzi was also extremely surprised after seeing this scene. The power of this protective shield is too strong. Guzi touched his chin. In the captain's cabin, Old Jack said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, do you want to activate the internal to external mode?" Lin Sheng shook his head. "No. Let's go out together and try the effect of this protective shield." When Lin Sheng and Old Jack arrived on the deck of the naval ship, they saw Guzi walking up to touch the protective equipment. Guzi felt anxious. This thing is so magical. I wonder if it can withstand the destruction of my exclusive artifact. But if you can't resist, you're destroying the owner's things. Right. Guzi was tangled in his heart for a while. But in the end, the curiosity in his heart still led Guzi to do what he wanted to do. If you die, just die. At most, the master will give you a scolding. After Guzi said these words, Guzi had already made up his mind. Guzi reached out and took out his axe. Guzi struck down with an axe. This was an axe attack that could deal more than 5,000 points of damage. But this protective shield was motionless. When no one noticed, in the control center, an energy crystal on the energy conversion furnace suddenly became transparent at this time. The physicality of this energy crystal is only 1/10 of other crystals. Bah bah. Guzi spat on his hands and stabbed them hard. The next moment, he turned on an angry look and his whole body's aura suddenly surged. I didn't expect you to be so hard. But I'm really curious. Can you withstand my injury? Guzi said. This time it exploded with double the power. Just hit the protective shield with a slash. The giant axe dropped the protective cover and still remained motionless. But in the control center of the naval ship, the energy crystal suddenly dimmed by 2 points. This protective shield is pretty good, Lin Sheng praised. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Guzi looked back at Lin Sheng with an embarrassed expression. Master, I'm just curious. It's okay. If you don't try it, I still want you to try it together. How about everyone try attacking this protective shield? Lin Sheng said with a smile. Following Lin Sheng's words, everyone on the ship was eager to give it a try. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't look like a joking flower, everyone immediately tried it. For a time, countless attacks attacked the naval ship's protective shield. There is nothing unusual about the protective cover. However, the energy in the naval ship control center is consumed very quickly. An energy crystal turned into nothingness and was replaced by a spare energy crystal. 2 energy crystals. When the last energy crystal was consumed, the water ball in the hand of a mermaid girl flew out. Ah! I didn't mean it. The mermaid girl panicked and immediately explained. Lin Sheng touched his chin. The protective shield failed? Boss, the naval ship has no energy again, Old Jack said firmly after looking at the changes in the naval ship. Lin Sheng walked towards the control center and found as expected that all the crystals on the energy conversion furnace had been used up. Lin Sheng took out the energy placed next to the conversion furnace. Then it was installed again. After the ship's energy was restored, the protective cover opened again. After trying for another hour, Lin Sheng determined that when the naval ship was not under attack, the energy of the energy crystal would be consumed once every 2 hours. As for the flower that was attacked, it depends on the power of the attack. But with this protective cover, the naval ship is truly invincible. Lin Sheng selected 2 people among the mermaids to be responsible for controlling the center's energy crystal addition methods. Let them ensure the invincibility of naval ships at all times. Old Jack Lin's birthday turned on the unilateral output protective shield mode. The protective shield can resist attacks from outside, but it is a unilateral channel that will not be blocked when people on the naval ship attack outside the naval ship. After Lin Sheng confirmed the power of the protective shield, he took out the 5 dragon eagles and the golden dragon beads he had obtained before. The dragon ball was put into the small mouth of the 5 dragon eagles. The dragon head of the 5 dragon eagles' mouth opened with golden light in its eyes. This is followed by the opening eyes of the second sculpture. But its cage mouth was not opened. Chapter 129 Naval Turret. Artifact Crystal. Lin Sheng was stunned when he looked at the 5 dragon eagle and tapped on the dragon's head with its eyes open. No! No! The Dragon Clan also makes inferior products. Is this a malfunction? Lin Sheng said anxiously. But the next moment, Lin Sheng discovered that there was a line of small words on the 5 dragon sculpture. Buffering. Lin Sheng, you still gave me a pause. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly. What else could he do about the fact that the 5 dragon eagle was stuck? The location of the second island will have to wait. The dwarf king, who was worried about having nothing to do, was spinning around on the naval ship. As he turned around, his eyes fell on the empty fort on the naval ship. Then, there were cannons and giant crossbows. An idea popped into his eyes.
He was confident that he could put the artillery in the fort on the naval ship. But to operate the naval vessel, he had to seek Lin Sheng's consent.
Master, I have an idea. I don't know the reason.
Master, can you support me?
The Dwarf King found Lin Sheng, who looked depressed, and heard the news.
Huh? How can I know if you don't tell me what your opinion is?
Lin Sheng replied.
Is such that.
The Dwarf King expressed his thoughts. Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King and became curious. How are you going to do this? After Lin Sheng agreed to the Dwarf King's request, he did follow the Dwarf King to the empty fort of the naval ship. There are only basic upgrades on the naval ship's production drawings, and none of the rest. But now, he has used his own techniques to complete the power and protective shield. The firepower system has not been upgraded yet. But if the Dwarf King could do it, the naval ship's firepower system would also be upgraded. Lin Sheng watched the Dwarf King arrive in front of the naval ship's fort, and then led his men to dismantle the cannon and install it on the fort, and also upgraded the fort. Even the cannonballs have been modified. A brand new fort appeared in front of Lin Sheng. This artillery piece was modified to integrate with the naval vessel. At the same time, there are also additional SH/L storage boxes. The shape of the cannonballs changes into round heads, and 10 ammunition can be stored in a storage box at the same time. These 10 ammunition will be automatically loaded into the turret after the SH/Ls are fired from the turret, and then fired. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up after watching the Dwarf King's operations. With this fort, he no longer had to control it with his own men. These turrets are connected to the operating system of the naval ship. As long as Old Jack is operating there, the artillery can hit wherever it is pointed. Without saying a word, Lin Sheng took out a pile of infinite enchantment books and enchanted the cannonballs. Unlimited quantities, plus auto-reload capability. This is literally unlimited ammo fire coverage. A total of 10 turrets were renovated on the naval ship by the Dwarf King. The remaining 10 forts were modified by the Dwarf King using giant crossbows. The same automatic reloading. But the difference is these giant spears. Lin Sheng asked Old Jack to try using it. After using this giant spear, it can continue to appear due to its infinite enchantment ability. Moreover, the modified giant crossbow does not require so much effort to load, and the attack effect is almost the same as that of a repeating crossbow. One arrow followed another.
Okay, Master. I hurry up, and it's time to rest. Okay. Then go, and have a good rest.
After Lin Sheng agreed to the Dwarf King's request, he let the Dwarf King rest. Night falls. Another day is over. After an uneventful night, day 16 arrived. The first thing Lin Sheng did when he opened his eyes was to sign in. Sign in to get the 3rd level alchemist manual. You can study the manual to obtain the 3rd level alchemy and refine the 3rd level potion. Lin Sheng was slightly stunned after looking at what he got from signing in today. But he soon remembered that he had never made the 2nd level potion, and the times he used it were useless. When the time comes to return to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, it will be time to refine some potions. After using these potions, additional attribute points will be added. Only when more additional attribute points are added can one distance themselves from other survivors of the same level. Just when Lin Sheng thought this, a piece of news reached Lin Sheng's ears.
Boss, our Navy ship encountered an island.
The one who came to inform Lin Sheng was naturally Pai Pai.
What? How is this possible?
Lin Sheng was shocked at first, because it is generally impossible to find flowers on islands without route maps. But Lin Sheng soon felt relieved. He came to the deck and looked at the islands on the sea, and immediately understood that these were small islands of supplies that appeared randomly. This is different from the island found on the route map. This island is randomly refreshed anywhere on the sea, and is only available to those who are destined. There is no danger at all on this kind of island. Or in other words, this kind of island is simply an island that provides welfare for survival.
After the ship docked, Lin Sheng only left the mermaid clan and Old Jack behind, and everyone else followed Lin Sheng off the ship. This is an island for fishing supplies. Moreover, Lin Sheng also made sure that there was no one around. But since there was no one, he had to hurry up and get supplies before waiting for others to come and grab supplies from him, which would be a huge loss. Lin Sheng led the people down to the island. To the naked eye, there is a vineyard. Looking further, there is another mango orchard. Looking to the side, there is a large area of loquat trees. There are swollen purple grape bunches, golden mangoes bigger than fists, and even golden loquats. Lin Sheng greeted the people who accepted them to collect them. Although there is no need to worry about food, Lin Sheng will never dislike the wide variety of food. Of course, these collection tasks are still left to the savages. Because of their height, asking the dwarves to climb trees to collect fruits is no different from making things difficult for them. Suddenly Lin Sheng heard an exclamation from the Dwarf King.
Master, guess what I found?
Lin Sheng looked back at the Dwarf King in confusion. I saw the Dwarf King holding a stone in his hand. The stone was translucent and crystal clear, and there was a little golden glow inside the stone. Lin Sheng asked curiously.
What is this?
The Dwarf King said with excitement.
This is the artifact crystal. I have only seen it in ancient books before. Although we dwarves have mastered the method of upgrading special artifacts, we don't have the materials to do it. I saw a special artifact in the master's hand before, and I wanted to upgrade it, but I don't have the materials in hand. Now after obtaining the artifact crystal, I can upgrade the artifact for my master.
Listening to the Dwarf King's excited words, Lin Sheng's mood became excited. Exclusive artifacts are only first-level weapons, but their strength has already reached level 3. The gap between exclusive artifacts and levels of strength is too big. Chapter 130 Artifact Upgrade. Fake Land.
Then how much of this artifact crystal is needed?
Lin Sheng asked the Dwarf King.
It's okay. It takes 10 to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. And it takes 20 to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. That's probably how it goes. However, I took a look at the number of artifact crystals on the island. I am afraid that the number of artifact crystals is very limited. There are only 20 at most, which is just enough for the owner to choose a special artifact for upgrading.
After hearing this, Lin Sheng said to the Dwarf King,
Show me the artifact crystal first.
The Dwarf King didn't understand what Lin Sheng was doing, so he gave Lin Sheng all the 20 artifact crystals he had collected. Get artifact crystal plus 20.
Use 100 times the amplitude.
Living artifact crystal plus 2000. Lin Sheng looked at the number of artifact crystals after using the 100-fold increase. I thought it was indeed the case. Fortunately, he didn't let the Dwarf King use it directly. Otherwise, when will you have to wait until next time if you want to get the artifact crystal? With the 2000 artifact crystals in his hands, Lin Sheng and everyone else's exclusive artifacts can be upgraded in the future. Lin Sheng took out 120 artifact crystals and handed them to the Dwarf King.
Well, you can upgrade my exclusive artifacts. Pipe Eyes, Kong Kongies, and Guzzi. We are all at level 3 now, so there should be no problem with upgrading. Right.
The Dwarf King listened to Lin Sheng's flowers, and was stunned after looking at the exclusive artifact and artifact crystal that Lin Sheng handed over. After a while, he said,
Ah, Master, it turns out that you already have artifact crystals. There are so many more. Do you know that artifact crystals are very difficult to find?
Lin Sheng waved his hand and said,
Okay, if you can, please upgrade now.
Someone has already collected the things, and the dwarves have nothing else to do here. They just let the Dwarf King upgrade the artifacts on the island. The Dwarf King nodded quickly and started upgrading the exclusive artifact. As for what he had obtained long ago, Lin Sheng had already obtained the artifact crystal by relying on a 100-fold increase. Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King, who was seriously upgrading his exclusive artifact. No interruptions either. But he became curious in his heart. Artifact crystals can be used to upgrade exclusive artifacts. What about other weapons and equipment? Lin Sheng entertained this idea until the Dwarf King upgraded all the exclusive artifacts to the 3rd level. Then Lin Sheng curiously asked,
By the way, does this artifact crystal have any other uses besides giving the exclusive artifacts levels?
The Dwarf King thought for a moment, and then replied,
Of course. In addition to upgrading exclusive artifacts, other equipment is available, and you only need one to upgrade once. But I think, Master, it is better to use this artifact crystal for special artifacts. Other equipment, ordinary artifacts, can use other materials, and upgrading them with artifact crystals is simply a waste.
Lin Sheng touched his chin and smiled. What a waste. Maybe it will be like this for others. But for Lin Sheng, that's not the case. After all, in Lin Sheng's hands, the number of artifact crystals is only a matter of time. As long as there is one. If you give yourself enough time, he can give you countless numbers. After Lin Sheng got back his exclusive artifact, Lin Sheng looked at the attributes of the artifact. Broken Xian Yuan Broken Sword, 20%, plus 10. Level 3, can grow. Attack power plus 800, 400 plus 400. Attack power plus 800, 400 plus 400. Damage plus 20%. Lin Sheng's exclusive weapon. Lin Sheng uses it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, Tai Chi Flying Cloud, Smart Cave Abyss, Yin and Yang of Heaven and Earth, 3 out of 10. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 doubles the attack power, and upgrading to level 3 further doubles the attack power. If this wave continues, even if Lin Sheng does not have any strength attribute, Lin Sheng will be able to deal 19-20 points of damage just by relying on this level 3 exclusive artifact. After putting away the exclusive artifact, Lin Sheng led the people back to the naval ship. For Lin Sheng, the biggest benefit from this trip to the material island was undoubtedly the batch of artifact crystals in his hands. On the way, Lin Sheng noticed that Shenling's expression was not right. With a sad look on his face, Lin Sheng asked curiously,
Sister Ling, what's wrong with you?
After hearing Lin Sheng's question, Shenling Qiang smiled and said,
There's nothing wrong with me. Aren't I very good? Sister Ling, do you know that your acting skills are poor when you lie?
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling's slightly lowered head and said with uncertain eyes,
Really?
Shenling looked up at Lin Sheng helplessly and asked. Lin Sheng nodded.
Okay. Xiaosheng, do you think my sister is useless? Each of you is improving in strength. But my sister is still the same as before. And she has improved the least.
Shenling said helplessly.
It's okay. Your exclusive artifact will appear soon.
Lin Sheng realized now that everyone had obtained exclusive artifacts, which made Shenling feel that she was too weak. Lin Sheng comforted him.
Really?
Although Shenling knew that Lin Sheng was comforting her, she still had some expectations.
Of course,
Lin Sheng said, and at the same time, he was secretly thinking about where to find a special artifact for Shenling, so that her strength would not be stretched too far. After leaving the material island, Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship. Along the way, Lin Sheng was thinking about how to find Shenling's exclusive artifact. The naval ship did not arrive first, and actually slowly arrived on a man-made land connected by mini rafts. Lin Sheng, who didn't notice this, heard Guzi's report.
Master, we found a false land.
Lin Sheng raised his head suddenly.
Fake land? What is that?
Lin Sheng looked at Guzi with a confused look on his face. Guzi scratched his head and didn't know what to say for a while. So he pointed Lin Jihai to the sea outside the ship and said,
Master, please get up and take a look. I don't understand what to say.
Lin Sheng stood up looking at the dog scratching his head and ears. He looked up at where Guzi was pointing. Looking out, I could only see a large number of rafts floating on the sea's surface, not far from the ship. The raft is also covered with a layer of sand, and there is soil on top of the sand. The mud filled the rafts as if they were land. Lin Sheng looked toward the center of the raft and happened to see a flag. That flag was the flag of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng was slightly stunned. After coming down from the material island, we actually arrived near the new territory of the Dragon Kingdom. However, after thinking about it, Lin Sheng decided to go and have a look. I had promised to break the army before, but what else was there to prepare for? I just thought it would happen at this time. Chapter 131 Login. Idea of building land. When Lin Sheng thought this, the naval ship had already approached the false land. On the fake land, a large group of soldiers holding weapons looked at the naval ship vigilantly. Although the weapons in their hands were extremely inferior, the determination on their faces was not lacking at all. At this time, a large number of soldiers surrounded the naval ship, even facing the behemoth of a naval ship. These soldiers did not give in at all. In their eyes, they all have only one purpose, which is to protect the newly established new territory behind them, and ensure that the territory will not be threatened by any. After the ship approached the new territory, Lin Sheng said to old Jack in the captain's room,
Put down the stairs. I'm going to go down and take a look.
Since I had promised Pajun before, now that I happened to be here, I came directly to Pajun. The stairs with handrails slowly extended from the deck of the ship and landed on the new territory. The soldiers looked at the stairs and surrounded them one after another, ready to fight at any time to deal with the enemies on the ship. They don't know whether the upgraded enemy or friend on the naval ship is, but in the case of unconfirmation, they treat it as an enemy and defend it. After Lin Sheng stepped off the naval ship, what he saw was that he was surrounded.
Well, are you here to welcome me?
Lin Sheng looked at these soldiers and scratched his head and asked. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion after seeing Lin Sheng. People in their own country also speak the words of their motherland. Although everything shown in Lin Sheng's appearance made her and the others feel close to each other, but that doesn't make them let down their guard. A soldier stepped forward and asked Lin Sheng,
Who are you?
Lin Sheng pointed at himself and said,
Lin Sheng. It turns out you are not here to welcome me.
Although Lin Sheng said so, Lin Sheng was still very satisfied with the reaction of these soldiers. These people are vigilant enough to treat all unknowns as dangers. Then Lin Sheng said to the soldier who asked him,
Well, I talked to Pajun before. He should be your commander. I made an agreement with Pajun. Now that I am here, I will come and talk to Pajun.
After Lin Sheng said these words, the nervous mood of the soldiers facing Lin Sheng relaxed. The Pajun that Lin Sheng mentioned was indeed their commander, and he had notified them before.
Wait a moment. I'll notify my commander and ask him to come over,
said the soldier. He left the surrounding team and ran towards the new territory. The other soldiers did not stop surrounding Lin Sheng. Although there is no proof, it can only be done after Lin Sheng's identity is confirmed. Lin Sheng looked at these people and sat on the stairs, thinking to himself that luckily he didn't let anyone else come down with him. Otherwise, facing so many people, the situation on both sides will never be easy. Lin Sheng sat quietly on the stairs and looked at these soldiers. Time passed little by little, and the soldier who left came back, with someone behind him. The face of this person is exactly what the profile picture of the person seen in the chat channel looks like.
Are you the father-in-law?
After Pajun arrived, he immediately asked excitedly. Although Lin Sheng agreed before, he did not come here. Pajun was still worried that Lin Sheng would not come. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng and compared Lin Sheng's appearance with Master Sheng's head in the image. After this comparison, it was determined that there was no error. Lin Sheng nodded.
Are you Pajun?
After the two confirmed their identities, Pajun reached out and shook hands with Lin Sheng.
Master Sheng welcomes your arrival. The conditions we agreed upon before will not change,
Pajun welcomed.
Aw, that's good,
Lin Sheng replied, while looking at the new territory.
Master Sheng didn't expect that in just a few days you would already have a naval vessel.
Pajun's eyes were full of envy for the naval ship in front of him. This was something that only existed in peaceful times. But they were still sitting on rafts, and a few of them had small boats.
It's okay. The time is not short,
Lin Sheng responded.
Everyone should go back to their posts. These are our own people,
Pajun said to the soldiers. The soldiers left after listening to Pajun's order. Pajun led Lin Sheng towards the new territory.
Master, I will take you to see our top leader.
While Pajun was talking, he led Lin Sheng to a tent. In this new territory, tents are where everyone lives. When Lin Sheng and Pajun entered a tent, they saw some people sitting cross-legged in the tent and discussing something. Seeing Lin Sheng's arrival, everyone's eyes turned to him. Lin Sheng felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by these eyes. Before the catastrophe, these people were all top-notch figures, let alone meeting them at such a close distance. They could not even talk to each other. But now they are in front of him, and their eyes are still full of appreciation for him.
Master Sheng, this is leader number 1. That is leader number 2. Leaders, this is Master Sheng,
Pajun introduced to everyone.
Good leadership. Okay, young man, sit down.
The leader spoke to Lin Sheng with a peaceful smile on his face.
Welcome back to the new territories of our restoration project. Do you have any thoughts on our idea?
After watching Lin Sheng sit down, the leader asked.
It's a good idea, but it's not a smart idea.
Since the other party asked, this was not the time to be humble. So Lin Sheng still had to say what needed to be said.
Oh, why?
The leader asked.
It's like this. You see, this is just a raft. The load-bearing capacity of the raft is not suitable for building land. If you want to restore the country, land is very important first. Only after you have land can you carry out land development, plantation development, etc.
Lin Sheng analyzed bit by bit and said. When the leader listened to Lin Sheng's words, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. What Lin Sheng said coincided with the thoughts of these leaders. It's just that this land really has no way to own it now. After all, no island that can exist permanently has been found so far.
Alas, we also know, but we haven't found any place that can be used as a base.
The leaders also sighed. Lin Sheng was touched in his heart when he saw the sad face of the leader who hoped to restore the country. So he said comfortingly,
There will be a way. It's just a matter of time.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, leader number 1 raised his head and said with hope in his eyes,
There must be a method. After all, the methods are all figured out. Okay, let's talk about the current problem.
Chapter 132 Secondary Potion. Dai Luohan on the sea.
Pajun told me before.
Lin Sheng still said with some worry, fearing that what Pajun said before was not the most accurate. Before Lin Sheng could finish what he said, Leader number 1 said to Lin Sheng.
I know. Our decision has been agreed with Pajun a long time ago. Didn't Pajun make it clear to you when we asked him to negotiate with you?
Well, after leader number 1 finished speaking, he looked at Lin Sheng with a smile.
Now it was Lin Sheng who felt a little embarrassed. After all, Pajun made it very clear. It was Lin Sheng who was being petty.
That makes it clear. It's okay if you make it clear. Let's do it this way. You are a junior, so we old men can just call you Xiaosheng. From now on, we are all a family, and you are welcome.
Lin Sheng didn't have any problem with the title. After all, he was indeed young. It was strange for a group of old people to call him Mr. Sheng.
Xiaosheng, you also know that there are many of us, and we need a lot of food. The food we traded before has been used up long ago, so we want to purchase another batch.
After listening to the words and thinking for a while, Lin Sheng asked,
Leader, I know the amount of food you need. You don't have to worry about it. But is this transaction between me and you or with the people in the territory?
The leaders also fell silent after hearing Lin Sheng's words. As leaders, they still understood the meaning of Lin Sheng's words. Whoever you trade with is a serious matter.
After all, with gold coins, no one can guarantee that everyone has the same idea and will hand over everything. Everyone will have a sense of crisis.
Xiaosheng, what do you mean? What I mean is, since you have decided to protect my interests, my idea is that you can choose to buy part of the food for welfare. As for the others, I can provide sales channels and let them buy it themselves.
Lin Sheng finished speaking. The leaders nodded. As for how they arranged it, that was not something Lin Sheng had to consider.
Master Sheng, we have a lot of crystals in our hands recently. I want to trade with you to improve the strength of my men.
Pajun said at this time. When Lin Sheng heard that there was something crystallized, he smiled at the leaders and said,
Then Pajun and I will leave first.
Leader number 1 nodded and said,
Okay. After we make a decision, we will continue to let Pajun negotiate with you.
Lin Sheng and Pajun left. Arriving at the new territory, Lin Sheng said to Pajun,
Let's go. Let's go trade on the naval ship.
Pajun agreed with Lin Sheng's decision. Pajun and Lin Sheng arrived on the naval ship. This is the first time that Lin Sheng's naval fleet has arrived. Pajun was amazed when he looked at the technological environment on the naval ship.
Master Sheng, I'm so envious. Before the disaster, I was just a military officer. I had no chance to drive such a thing, let alone own it. After the disaster, there is no chance. But you have your own naval ship.
Pajun's words were full of lemon flavor.
Are you envious? As long as you have money, I can build you a naval ship exactly like mine.
Lin Sheng said with a smile.
Real? Of course. But do you have money? How much do you need? It's not expensive. We are all compatriots. I can give you a friendship price of 8,888,888 gold coins.
Lin Sheng said.
I can't afford it.
Pajun said decadently. Lin Sheng smiled. He had plenty of materials. There were really a lot of materials needed to run the country and build naval ships. Of course, it was impossible to give them away for free.
Okay. This is the crystal we obtained during this time.
After Pajun finished speaking, he waved his hand, and more than 1,000 crystals of various kinds appeared.
Gold coins or material trading? Materials. Gold coins. We are also going to buy food and weapons. Okay.
Lin Sheng agreed and immediately made 500 bottles of various potions and gave them to Pajun. Pajun went back with the potion. Lin Sheng began to synthesize the 500 bottles of first-level medicine he had obtained. Suddenly, 50 bottles of each of the second-level versions of the 4 potions of strength, intelligence, spirit, and physical strength appeared in his hand. Lin Sheng distributed the 50 bottles of medicine. Level 2 strength potion. The user can gain 2 points of strength improvement, with a maximum limit of 10 bottles. The same usage restrictions, but the increased power is twice as much as level 1. The useless first-level strength potion can be synthesized into a second-level strength potion, which can increase the strength by 20 points. Although it felt like a loss, Lin Sheng felt that it was not a loss after thinking about how his strength could continue to improve. Strength plus 2. Intelligence plus 2. A series of plus 2 attribute point prompts appear. All Lin Sheng's attribute points have reached 2040 points at this time. If you attack with bare hands, you can already do 4,080 points of damage.
Xiaosheng, are we here next?
After drinking the potion, Shenling came to Lin Sheng's side and asked, All her attributes have reached 2035 points.
Well, Sister Ling, do you think my decision is okay? If you don't like it, then we won't stay here and continue to sail back to the sea.
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling and asked for advice.
No. Actually, it's quite nice here, and maybe it will become lively in the future.
Shenling was not disgusted. Lin Sheng nodded. At this time, Pejun came to Lin Sheng's naval ship again. Pejun said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, they have already decided on the food transaction method. Use the gold coins of our soldiers to buy the food in your hands. Part of it will be used to distribute welfare.
And most of it will be done by our people to those people.
Ordinary survivors sell it. But can the price of food be more favorable?
The meaning of Pejun is very obvious. That is, they want to be a middleman. Lin Sheng thought about it, and decided that it would be troublesome to sell it by himself. It would be better to become a manufacturer or wholesaler, with Pejun and the others acting as agents. This would help him get more gold coins. Lin Sheng agreed and said,
If you buy 3 kilograms of food from me, I will give you 1 kilogram as a gift.
When Pejun heard this, he immediately agreed.
Guzi, I leave it to you to arrange the food sales.
Lin Sheng ordered Guzi. Guzi led Pejun into the warehouse. And Lin Sheng suddenly heard bursts of noise coming from above the sea. Lin Sheng was attracted by the noisy sound and looked up towards the sea.
What the H.L. Dai Luhan?
Lin Sheng exclaimed. As far as Lin Sheng could see, he saw a person standing on a small raft. There was another person stepping on this person's shoulders. And then people were getting on top of it one after another. Chapter 133 The Man Seeking Death. Tearing the shark apart with his bare hands. Lin Sheng looked at the 10 rafts stacked up under his feet from a distance. And he actually heard a crunching sound in his ears. I couldn't help but worry about the raft.
Hey, you guys who are cheating. Can the raft under your feet really withstand such devastation?
After Pejun came out of the warehouse, he came to Lin Sheng with a shocked face.
Master Sheng, I didn't expect you to have so much food.
After Pejun finished speaking, he suddenly found Lin Sheng looking at the sea with a shocked expression. Pejun immediately had doubts in his mind. What else could make Lin Sheng so shocked? Pejun looked in the direction Lin Sheng was looking. At this time, Pejun also saw Dai Luohan on the raft. Suddenly Pejun became angry.
It's them again! They're really evil!
After Lin Sheng heard Pejun's words, he turned back and looked at Pejun.
Do you know them?
Lin Sheng asked curiously.
Of course I do.
Pejun said through gritted teeth.
They are?
Lin Sheng asked.
The YD country's restoration plant operators discovered that after we purchased a large amount of supplies from Mr. Sheng, we built a huge raft sea base. Later, they tried to steal our raft again and again. Although we beat them away every time, they did not give up.
Pejun said angrily. Lin Sheng also suddenly realized that this operation was really something their country could do. Considering that before the disaster, a motorcycle could carry 10 people. It was really not surprising that there were 10 people standing on top of this raft. Lin Sheng continued to look at those people. They each held oars of different lengths and paddled precariously through the water.
Hurry up! We are catching up. This time we use these sharks to destroy the huge raft base of Dragon Kingdom. Then we can collect the floating wooden planks of no one,
said the man on the raft. And the shark chasing them behind them also emerged from the sea.
Sir, please take your leave now. I have to go back and arrange ways to deal with them.
Pejun said goodbye to Lin Sheng. He was going back to the base to fight back.
Good.
Lin Sheng waved his hand, and Pejun couldn't wait to leave. Lin Sheng watched this scene from a distance.
Master, would you like some pig's trotters?
13th Nyang came to Lin Sheng with the freshly braised pig's trotters. She held the pig's trotters on a plate in both hands and handed them to Lin Sheng.
Thanks.
Lin Sheng took a pig's trotter and gnawed on it while watching everything happening on the sea. Lin Sheng also wanted to know what the people of Hope Country wanted to do. As for the sharks, they guided behind them. Even though there were dozens or hundreds of them, they were not taken seriously by Lin Sheng. Not to mention the combat power on the sea ship. Lin Sheng's own single strength alone can easily deal with these sharks with less than 1,000 health points in the sea. Well, you can easily punch one.
It's them again! Shoot me arrows!
After Pejun returned to the raft base and organized his manpower, Pejun shouted to his men. Buh! The sound of arrows piercing the air came out, shooting from the raft base towards the YD people on the sea. The YD people tried their best to avoid it, but someone was still shot. The person who was shot was the one at the bottom of the raft. And all of a sudden a row of people fell into the sea.
All hit!
Lin Sheng, who saw the scene, bit off the collagen from the pig's trotters, and said with a smile. The sound of plop plop falling into the water was heard.
Come on! Come on! Let's leave quickly, or we're going to die.
The arhat fell again, and people hurriedly ran away. Suddenly a shark jumped up and bit a man in Zhongling on the butt. With a tear sound, the pants of the man who had been bitten on the butt were torn. This group of people were frightened. The next moment, these people were swallowed by sharks that kept jumping up. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. If these people insist on seeking death, there is really no other way. As the YD people died, Pajun's face showed a heavy expression. There are too many of those sharks. After dealing with the target that provoked them, these sharks saw the raft base not far away and immediately locked their targets on the raft base. The sharks all headed towards the raft base. Pajun cursed loudly.
Damn these white porcelains! Even if they want to die, they will still blame us after they die.
Pajun's scolding didn't bring any effect. He just vented his anger. Then he still led all the combatants to fight. The battle between the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the group of sharks was about to break out. Countless arrows were shot out. The sharks dodged and then approached the raft and bit the edge of the raft. As the rafts continued to be destroyed, the soldiers on the raft base retreated and distanced themselves again to attack. Some sharks also died, but not in large numbers. These sharks probably had many battles with survivors and had learned how to avoid these arrow attacks. They even used the corpses of their companions as shields. Lin Sheng saw that the situation was not right, and if he continued to let it go, the raft base might be destroyed. But even if they kill these sharks without any casualties, the raft base will probably have to be rebuilt. Now that Lin Sheng has decided to become a worshipper, he should do something. Lin Sheng jumped into the sea with a plop and swam towards the raft base. Above the sea, in a hidden corner,
they all died a worthy death. Look at what they paid for it with their lives,
a YD man said, salvaging wooden boards from the sea. Lin Sheng had already arrived behind a group of sharks. After the sharp-eyed Pajun saw this scene, he shouted to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, don't be impulsive. They are sharks. Cover Mr. Sheng and let him come up.
Pajun shouted hurriedly. Lin Sheng, however, waved his hand to Pajun and said no. Then Lin Sheng came to the back of a shark, grabbed the tail, and tore it apart with both hands from the middle. With a swipe, a shark was torn into 2.5 pieces by Lin Sheng. Pajun watched as the shark, which was many times bigger than Mr. Sheng, was torn open by Lin Sheng with his bare hands. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock and almost popped out of his eyes. The soldiers holding bows and arrows were also stunned. The sharks were attracted by the smell of their companions' blood and turned to look behind them. When they saw someone, they attacked Lin Sheng one after another. Facing the charging sharks, Lin Sheng raised his fist and punched them one by one, causing their heads to dent. Lin Sheng didn't even use weapons. He just fought with bare hands. Chapter 134 Fangirl. Jealousy. The people on the raft base were also attracted by the sound of shark attacks. The originally nervous expressions were all stunned after seeing Lin Sheng's performance. After being shocked, the soldiers all looked at Lin Sheng with admiration and envy. What a man! Look at the huge power hidden in that skinny body. If you punch a shark one by one, who else? Lin Sheng kept attacking the shark, and the more he attacked, the more he felt it. The people on the raft base could only feel their blood boiling with excitement.
So strong!
Pajun swallowed his saliva and said in a daze. He originally thought that Lin Sheng was a man with some resources, and he had used potions and other medicines. But the improvement in strength was limited, and it was simply not enough to have such a strong power. But now after seeing all this, Pajun understood that Hai had underestimated Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng kept killing these sharks until the bodies of more than 50 sharks floated on the sea, and the remaining 10 sharks also felt fear. This human being is too strong. Escape. The sharks that survived knew they were about to escape. So these menacing and extremely arrogant sharks fled in embarrassment at this time. Pajun was still in disbelief and asked the soldiers around him,
Did you see? He fought off the sharks all by himself?
The soldier who was questioned by Pajun looked at the confused Pajun in front of him. I was suppressing a smile in my heart, but I didn't expect that the normally stern commander would be shocked. But he still nodded and said,
Yes, sir. He beat the shark away by himself.
After listening to the soldier's words, Pajun finally chose to believe what he saw with his own eyes.
Wow! That little brother is so handsome and manly.
Suddenly bursts of cheers sounded from the raft base. These are a group of survivors from the Dragon Kingdom gathered after the construction of the Dragon Kingdom raft base. There were men, women, and children among them. Those young and open-minded ladies were originally desperate when they experienced the shark attack. But Lin Sheng's appearance left a heavy impression on their distraction. Now that the crisis was over, they all relaxed and observed the strong man who single-handedly defeated a group of sharks. After seeing Lin Sheng's face, he was immediately conquered by Lin Sheng's appearance.
Brother, do you have a girlfriend? I want to have a baby with you. Get out of the way. How could my little brother like you? That's my little brother.
The women on the raft shouted one after another. Of course, this was mainly because of Lin Sheng's good looks. Otherwise, even if Lin Sheng saved them, there would not be such a commotion. Just like the heroes in ancient times saving beauties. If the strong man is good-looking, the rescued beautiful woman will give her body to him. If the strong man is tall and thick, then the rescued beautiful woman will only say, "There is no repayment but to be a cow or a horse in the next life." The same principle applies. Lin Sheng originally wanted to go to the raft base to have a look. But listening to the commotion on the raft base and the group of crazy women on the raft base, Lin Sheng stepped back and decided to return to his own ship. If there was something going on, let Pajun come to him. Shenling, who had been paying attention to Lin Sheng's safety on the ship, also saw the behavior of the women on the raft base. She pouted, her face full of displeasure. These sexy bitches want to steal her man. The women on the raft base, who almost jumped into the sea and pounced on Lin Sheng, were extremely disappointed when they saw that Lin Sheng did not come to the raft base. After the men in the crowd saw the changes in the women's expressions, one of them said weakly, "I'm also very handsome." It immediately aroused public outrage. "Roll? Are you worthy? Why didn't you go down and hunt sharks just now?" After this man said something, he immediately became the target of criticism. The man was so frightened that he hid in the corner. "Xiaowan, you said you only love me?" A certain man pulled his girlfriend, looked into her little star eyes and said. However, his girlfriend ignored her boyfriend at all and still watched Lin Sheng's leading figure. "Xiaowan, don't be like this. Maybe she has a family too." After the man finished speaking, he found that the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. "What did you say?" His girlfriend Xiaowan looked back at him. "Bah! How can such a handsome young brother have a girlfriend and break up with him? You scumbag?" "Man, did I say the wrong thing?" "There is no need to be with such a man. Such a handsome and manly little brother will not have a boyfriend. Handsome men belong to everyone." When the soldiers heard the words, they all showed envious expressions. Their envy of Lin Sheng became more and more intense. Pajun sour. "Hey, everyone, please pay attention to order." Lin Sheng, who still knew that he had caused such a huge sensation, returned to the ship and saw Shenling with an unhappy face. Lin Sheng came to Shenling's side and said doubtfully, "What's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Are you worried about my safety? Didn't I come back without losing a hair?" Lin Sheng said with a smile. "I'm not worried about you. So many young ladies are showing love to you. Are you very excited? Why don't you go to the raft base to communicate with them?" Shenling said with his back to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng was stunned, he finally understood. Shenling became jealous after seeing the performance of those women. "Ha ha. There are domestic flowers at home that are more fragrant than wild flowers. Why do you still go to pick wild flowers? Sister Ling, look at me. Don't I still have all my heart cared about by domestic flowers?" After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shenling still didn't look back. Lin Sheng could only keep saying good things. Finally, after Lin Sheng's efforts to please him, Shenling took Lin Sheng's arm with satisfaction. I snickered in my heart and said, "Huh? No matter how coquettish you are. So what? Don't even think about the fact that such a perfect man is not yours." "Thank you for your hard work. Xiaosheng, you must be very tired after fighting so many sharks just now. I'm here to give you a massage." Shenling, who returned to the room, said to Lin Sheng. At the same time, he asked Lin Sheng to lie down and started massaging Lin Sheng himself. As for whether Lin Sheng was really tired, Lin Sheng said he was not tired at all. Just like a warm-up exercise. But it was rare that Shenling took the initiative to give herself a massage. So how could Lin Sheng refuse? "Well, I'm really tired. I think only Sister Ling's deft hands can bring me happiness to my tired body." Lin Sheng squinted his eyes and said, while enjoying Shenling's massage. Chapter 135. The Dragon's Mouth Opens. Sky Island. Lin Sheng, who was enjoying Shenling's massage, suddenly felt the strange reaction of the 5 dragon eagles. He opened his eyes immediately. His eyes turned to the 5 dragon eagles. The dragon's mouth on the second dragon head above the 5 dragon sculptures slowly opened. As the dragon's mouth opened, a piece of ancient paper was spat out. Lin Sheng looked at the piece of paper, and knew in his heart that the location marked on the paper would be the location of the second dragon ball. Lin Sheng turned over and Shen Ling stopped massaging Lin Sheng and asked,
Did something happen?
Lin Sheng said,
The second dragon mouth of Sister Ling's 5 dragon sculptures has been opened, and our new destination has also appeared.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shen Ling also looked towards the place where Lin Sheng had placed the 5 dragon sculptures. It was just as Lin Sheng said.
Xiaosheng, what island do you think it will be this time?
Lin Sheng shook his head. He hadn't seen the route map yet. So how would he know? But Lin Sheng said,
We don't know yet, but maybe we can find an exclusive artifact that suits you this time.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Shen Ling showed a surprised expression.
Really?
She looked at Lin Sheng eagerly. But the next moment, Shen Ling said with relief,
Hey, there is no need to comfort me like this. I am lucky to have lost my life. Whether I can get it or not, I can't force it. I just need you to protect me more. Don't worry. Even if you don't get it this time, you will get it one day,
Lin Sheng said. The two walked towards the 5 dragon eagle and picked up the route map to take a look. Suddenly he was stunned. On the raft base, the previous noise also quieted down at this time. Instead, there were busy soldiers. They were busy repairing the raft. In the commander's tent, the leader Jean and a group of officers gathered here.
They went too far. This time, they actually brought a group of sharks to attack our base. Will we drag a group of other sea beasts to attack our base in the future? Leaders, I think we should take the initiative, and they did it first,
an officer said. No one echoed the officer's words. The scene was quiet.
Okay, we must fight back. But now is not the time. We have only 100,000 people now, and there are only 40,000 soldiers among them. If we fight back, where should we fight back? We are not fully equipped with long-range weapons. Is it possible? Do you really want close combat? But now this is above the sea, and the losses are too great to fight back.
Leader number 1 said analytically.
We still have to prioritize the development of our base. Fortunately, that young man Lin Sheng is willing to join us. Otherwise, the loss this time will be huge.
Leader number 2 said.
Then let Lin Sheng come and help us. I just saw it. There are cannons on his naval ships,
said an impatient officer.
No, we invite Lin Sheng to join us. That is to let Lin Sheng help us in our construction instead of fighting. If our opinion in his heart is destroyed at this time, it will be more than worth the loss.
Without waiting for the leader to speak, Pajun spoke first.
If you can't play like this, what should you do if it doesn't work? These gangsters are really bullying people.
Lin Sheng looked at the route map in his hand, full of confusion. This time the destination is in heaven. How can this go to heaven?
What's going on? Xiaosheng? Where is the destination?
Shen Ling asked curiously.
Sister, take a look for yourself.
Lin Sheng handed the route map to Shen Ling. But he looked up at the sky. He was also hesitant about how to get up there. After getting the route map, Lin Sheng lifted it up and stole it. But he faintly saw an island in the sky. At this moment, the island in the sky was also watched by many people. But that is an island in the sky, and no one can go there. People who don't have the opportunity to go to the island in the sky comfort themselves if he can't get there. It's the same for everyone else. If everyone doesn't have an aircraft, the island will be wasted.
It was Shen Ling who exclaimed in surprise after reading the route map in the sky.
This island is in the sky. How to solve it?
Das Hanyo. How did you change from a fish to a bird? Yeah. You're just a fish.
Just when Lin Sheng had no thoughts in his mind, he happened to see 3 birds, Xiao Xiaobing and Daping, flying in the air and chatting. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. If there are no aircraft in the sky, wouldn't there be flying birds? And it can fly without using any fuel. The 3 birds who were chatting suddenly felt startled, as if something bad was about to happen. The 3 birds also felt eyes falling on them. When Lin Sheng saw the 3 birds turning back, he smiled and waved for them to come over.
Why do I feel like the master has bad intentions?
Xiao was said to Xiao Bing and Daping beside him, while flying towards Lin Sheng.
Well, what else can we do? Who makes him the master?
Xiao Bing said.
As long as you don't eat my wings,
Daping said nervously. Although the wings can grow back after being eaten, it is really painful when the wings are cut off. Ping was obviously afraid of having his wings eaten once before. But when the three birds came to Lin Sheng said to the three birds,
"How many people can you carry? Can you fly up to the island in the sky?"
The three birds looked at each other and looked up at the island in the sky. Then Xiaohua and Xiaoping said simultaneously,
"I can't fly people so high."
When Lin Sheng heard Ernio's answer, he actually didn't have much expectations for Phoenix. If nothing else, these two are one ice and one fire. Being on their backs and having to bear their body temperature is indeed not the best choice for a mount. Once the rock bird doesn't eat its wings, it's easy to say, in order to avoid having his wings eaten. He immediately claimed credit and said,
"Master, I can do it. I can transform into a bigger person and then carry you up to fly up. There can be up to 20 people at a time. The only thing is, Master, can you please stop eating my wings in the future?"
The rock bird looks like my wings are very useful. Lin Sheng looked at the rock and nodded. Eating the wings of the rock is just revenge for the bad taste last time. Who made the rock so arrogant before? Not to mention that the rock bird has now become a member of the naval vessel. So Lin Sheng said to the Doping,
"Then you prepare to love yourself, and we prepare to go up."
This is when Poseidon arrived on the naval ship.
"Master, why are you here again? Shouldn't you be busy rebuilding the raft base at this time?"
Poseidon said with an embarrassed look on his face.
"Ahem. There's someone in charge. I just want to ask something."
Chapter 136 Aerial Barrier. Island in the Clouds.
"What's the matter?"
Lin Sheng asked.
"That's it. If one of us wants to invite you to help attack a wave of YD people's base, will you help?"
Poseidon asked.
"If you want to come back with revenge, I don't recommend this. Look at it this way. If we beat the other side, and the other side beats us, then do we still need to develop? The best way is for us to develop well and make the other party envious. Come and beg us. That's the best way."
Lin Sheng expressed his suggestion. Poseidon nodded. So he left and prepared to take Lin Sheng's statement back. After all, when he came here, it was because of the different opinions of the leaders. But as Lin Sheng, the most powerful combatant, all weapons were in Lin Sheng's hands. No matter how long the leaders discussed, they still had to see what Lin Sheng meant. This time it was obviously the decision to choose leaders who prioritized development that won the day. After Poseidon left, Ping bird was also ready. It grew larger on the sea surface next to the naval ship, waiting for Lin Sheng and others to come up. Lin Sheng took Guzi, Kong Kongi, Pai Pai and Shinling. Lin Sheng finally decided that 5 people would go up together. Others followed Old Jack to guard the naval ship. After Lin Sheng and the other 5 stepped onto Ping's back, Ping spread its wings and flapped its huge wings vigorously. There were ripples on the sea surface, and the body of the rock slowly flew into the air. However, when the Ping flies, the wind left behind by the flapping of its wings causes the butterfly effect. On the sea surface quite far away from the naval ship, the YD man was looking at the wooden boards he had brought back with joy. Just when he was about to celebrate, the sea water suddenly surged and rushed directly onto the big raft that the YD man used as his base. The raft base shook for a while. The wooden planks just obtained fell into the sea in an instant and scattered in all directions. Many YD people were also thrown into the sea together with the materials on the raft and struggled desperately. Almost all the YD people's conspiracy was wiped out because of this sudden small tsunami. Lin Sheng and others had already flown into the sky on the rock. Under the clear blue sky, a giant bird soared in the sky. The Ping chirped happily, and immediately the flying position increased again, even breaking through the layers of clouds and mist in an attempt to penetrate the atmosphere. But before the rock could get close to the atmosphere, the entire bird's head seemed to hit an invisible barrier. At this moment, Ping felt like stars were popping up in his eyes, and the whole bird body suddenly slid down in the air.
Ping, what are you doing?"
Lin Sheng immediately scolded. Ping's pursuit not only made Lin Sheng feel uncomfortable, but also made the 5 people on Ping's back break into a cold sweat. After hearing the scolding, Ping quickly shook his head to stabilize his body, allowing Lin Sheng and others to regain their balance.
"Master, I don't want to either. Who knows, there seems to be a barrier above."
Ping can't fly as high as it can descend, so it can use the inertia of its descent to reach Sky Island faster. After all, Sky City Island is still far away from the naval ship.
"You are a big bird after all.
Will you be stopped by this kind of barrier?"
Lin Sheng said angrily. The Ping bird knew that it was Lin Sheng who mistakenly thought it was Blue Star's natural barrier because he didn't explain it clearly. So he hurriedly explained,
"Master, this barrier is not what you think. It is like a restriction imposed by someone. Go up and have a look.
When the Da-Ping bird said this, Lin Sheng also became curious about this barrier. What exactly is it? With a full flight of the rock, it finally reached the barrier again.
Master, my head still hurts.
Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and touched it, and indeed felt a solid barrier between his fingers. So he said,
"Come closer."
Da-Ping approached the barrier, and Lin Sheng pressed his entire palm on the barrier. It felt like there was an extra wall in front of him. Lin Sheng was shocked. I had never heard of rockets flying into the sky or airplanes flying before. How could it be like this now? Lin Sheng took out the Xianyuan broken sword and struck it with one strike, but it had no effect at all.
Master, if I guess correctly, there may be a super strong person who has blocked Blue Star.
Kong Kongi said gently after examining it for a while. What the HL? Lin Sheng looked at Kong Kongi and waited for Kong Kongi's next words.
It's like this. According to the records of our mermaid tribe, there are many races in the universe. They have different levels of brain development according to different levels of civilization. When the level of brain development reaches a certain level, everything can be generated with thoughts. If the barrier in front of us is correct, that should be it.
Lin Sheng was stunned for a while after listening to Kong Kongi's words. But the next moment, Lin Sheng came to his senses and said,
"Have you been restricted by someone else's arrangement?"
Lin Sheng touched his chin at the same time and started thinking. It is true that all these changes in Blue Star have happened too fast. There was no sign of the catastrophe, and now it seemed that there was a big hand controlling everything. Who is this person who can control the entire world? Lin Sheng can't think of it now, and can only think about it later.
Da-Ping, don't worry about coming here for now. Let's go to Sky Island.
Da-Ping was on the road again, but Lin Sheng felt extremely heavy. Someone has laid out the plan for Blue Star. So is there someone controlling this sudden ocean world? So if these cosmic powerhouses from higher civilizations can do this to Blue Star, will they do other things in the future? Lin Sheng shuddered after thinking of this. After all, just one comic book world could lead to the current situation. Regarding the unknown danger, Lin Sheng became more certain in his mind. He wants to live. Keep Xinling and everyone on the ship alive. Oh no! If the enemy in the future will be life forms in the universe, then we need to develop more power and become stronger. Even helped cultivate a powerful force.
Master, we are here.
While Lin Sheng was thinking, the rock bird passed through the clouds and landed on the edge of the island with white clouds at the bottom, and said to Lin Sheng,
"Is this Sky Island?"
Lin Sheng exclaimed and looked away. This island in the sky is surrounded by clouds as white as snow, and the entire island stands among the clouds. As far as the trees on the island are concerned, white clouds seem to grow on the branches like leaves.
Go to the island.
The Da-Ping slowly landed on the Sky Island. Lin Sheng and the other 5 fell from the Da-Ping. Then the Da-Ping's figure slowly shrank, becoming the size of a person and standing next to Lin Sheng.
"It's so beautiful here,"
Xinling said. "This Sky Island feels like a paradise." Chapter 137, Caught.
Elf Tribe. How did such a beautiful island float?
Lin Sheng said with great curiosity, while Lin Sheng and Xinling were admiring the beautiful scenery on Sky Island. Pai had already strung himself on a tree. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a plump and tender peach in his hand. When Pai pulled, the peach was immediately torn off. Pai put the peach on his clothes and rubbed it.
Then put it in his mouth and bit off a piece of pulp. Laugh. Juice overflowed after one bite, and the transparent juice slid down Pai's arm and dripped on the ground. Pai narrowed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment.
Sweet. So sweet.
Judging from the expression on Pai's face, you can tell that the peach is juicy and sweet. After 3 times 5 divided by 2, a peach was eaten, and only a peach core was left. Having tasted the sweetness, the gluttonous power in Pai's heart suddenly burst out. There was only one idea left in his mind. One more. Lin Sheng was admiring the surroundings when he suddenly saw Pai showing off by repeatedly taking out peaches and eating them. He immediately said angrily to Pai,
"You are a sailor, not a monkey. Why are you such a monkey?"
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai bit the peach directly into his mouth. I grabbed a few more peaches and quickly came down from the tree. Arriving in front of Lin Sheng, Pai handed the peach to Lin Sheng and said,
"Boss, it's so delicious. Try it?"
Lin Sheng,
"Sister Ling, do you want to try it?"
The peaches had already been picked, and it would be wasted if not eaten. So Lin Sheng took the peaches and looked at Xinling. Guzi looked at the mushrooms all over the ground. The mushrooms were delicious to eat. So he started picking mushrooms. After several people found what they wanted, they were busy collecting it. Suddenly, a spear shot over and landed on the ground in front of Lin Sheng and the others. Everyone was stunned when they saw the spear on the ground in front of them. After reacting later, no one had any intention of continuing to collect things. They came to Lin Sheng's side one after another, and the 5 people lined up in an array, facing all directions, wary of the person who shot the spear. But after waiting for a long time, no one on the island was seen.
Where is the enemy?
Lin Sheng himself did not see where the enemy was. So he asked the people around him. Pai Pai, who was holding the artifact Thor's hammer in his hand, shook his head and said,
I didn't find it here. Neither do I.
Guzi said. Kong Kongi also said that he did not see the enemy's figure. But at this time, smoke was rising from the woods around everyone. But the smoke was almost the same as clouds. So everyone subconsciously ignored it and thought it was white clouds blowing in the wind. But just when everyone was surrounded by the smoke of disgust, everyone discovered something was wrong. Just like now, Lin Sheng felt that everything he saw was shaking for a while. And the next moment his vision went dark. Before Lin Sheng could remind Shenling and others around him to be careful, I only saw that everyone fell down in the same way. Lin Sheng didn't remember anything. When Lin Sheng opened his eyes again, he saw Pai Pai being tied up by Wu Huada.
Whoa!
When Pai Pai saw Lin Sheng waking up, he hurriedly wanted to say something, but his mouth was tightly blocked and he couldn't say a word. Lin Sheng knew something was wrong when he saw Pai Pai's appearance. Lin Sheng hurriedly turned around to look, and immediately realized that everyone was tied up. Lin Sheng struggled and realized that he really couldn't escape. So I started to do a lot of 4 weeks. They are currently in a tree hole. There was no one else in the tree hole. Lin Sheng wanted to know who had captured Gigi and others here. But after observing for a while, I still didn't see anyone coming in. No sound was even heard from outside the tree hole. Lin Sheng decided to save himself. Lin Sheng wanted to stand up, but found that he was tied like a rice dumpling. There was no chance for him to stand up. Lin Sheng could only squirm on the ground like a bug until he came to Shenling's side. Woo! Lin Sheng just wanted to speak, but found that his mouth was also blocked. So he could only rub his hand on Shenling's back. He motioned to Shenling to help him pull off the stuff from his mouth. After Shenling understood what Lin Sheng meant, she scratched with her little paws. However, due to some invisible reason, Shenling scratched randomly and failed to catch what Lin Sheng was talking about, but instead dug Lin Sheng's nose. Lin Sheng, hey sister. Those are my nostrils. Please stop scratching them. After some laborious operation, the gag on Lin Sheng's mouth was finally torn off. Shenling looked back at Lin Sheng with joy on her face, but saw a look of despair. Seeing the scratches on Lin Sheng's face, she smiled unkindly.
Okay, sister, let me help you. No, 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 no.
Shenling screamed in her heart and kept shaking her head to express no. She thought that Lin Sheng was going to take the thing from her mouth like her. But Lin Sheng came to Shenling, opened his mouth, and bit the thing in Shenling's mouth. With a boom sound. After the thing in Shenling's mouth was removed, Xian wanted to say in surprise,
Okay, I can talk now. Sister, let's cooperate quickly and leave first.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai's pleading eyes, but ignored it. He waited until the end to discuss everything and first cooperated with Shenling to escape from here. Unknown dangers. With Shenling's cooperation, the two finally untied the ropes on their bodies. Lin Sheng and Shenling went to untie the other people. Just when he was about to leave, there was a sound from outside the tree hole.
No! Someone is back!
Lin Sheng exclaimed. And everyone was panicking at this time. It looked like the person who tied them up was back. Lin Sheng and the other 5 were anxiously looking for a place to hide, preparing to avoid this wave of danger first. But before a few people could find a place to hide, people from outside the cave came in.
You?
A beautiful young lady with wings spread out on her back was looking at Lin Sheng and others in disbelief. She is quite satisfied with her craftsmanship. But his proud work was actually solved like this. Bump! Before the young lady with wings could say anything, Pai Pai had already stepped forward and knocked the man unconscious with one fist.
Oh! You're so rude!
Just as Lin Sheng spoke, there were only 5 of them left in the cave. However, the movement in the cave still attracted people from outside. Lin Sheng saw a large group of people flying in, with wings spread on their backs. Chapter 138 Demon Refining Pot. Exclusive to Shenling. Looking at so many people in front of him, Lin Sheng knew in his heart that the battle was inevitable. As a result, everyone sacrificed their exclusive artifacts to fight with each other. But suddenly I heard someone say,
"Who are you, and why did you force your way into the territory of our elves?"
After listening to the other party's words, Lin Sheng immediately understood that the other party was an elf clan, and then heard that this island was their clan's territory. Therefore, Lin Sheng guessed that the elves might be just like the dwarves. They are all vassals of the dragon clan. After Lin Sheng thought about this, he thought of what happened in the dwarves before. Lin Sheng hurriedly took out the 5 dragon eagles. As soon as the 5 dragon eagle appeared, the elves' hostility towards Lin Sheng and others immediately disappeared after seeing the 5 dragon eagle.
"It turns out you are the envoy of the dragon clan. I'm sorry, Master Envoy. We didn't know you were the envoy of the dragon clan. Quick, tasty treat."
The elf king stepped forward respectfully and said. Soon Lin Sheng and others changed from prisoners to guests.
"Lord Dragon Envoy, this is the dragon ball that our family has always guarded. This is our compensation for arresting you by mistake before. We elves are willing to leave with Lord Dragon Envoy."
The elf king sent people to deliver dragon beads, apology gifts, and even offered to follow. Before Lin Sheng could react, the entire elves took the initiative to create a contract, signed their names, and handed the contract to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's face was confused. It went so well.
Okay.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he looked at the dark green dragon ball in his hand, and Lin Sheng returned the dragon ball to its place. Sure enough, after the dragon ball returned to its place, the eyes of the second dragon head lit up. The dragon's eyes are filled with green light. Get the broken artifact demon refining pot. Then Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the elf tribe's compensation gift, which was a palm-sized gourd. The pictures and texts engraved on the gourd bottle seemed to be all-encompassing. Lin Sheng held the demon refining pot in his hand, and seemed to feel the sound coming from inside the demon refining pot. Lin Sheng put the gourd close to his ear and listened. The bursts of noise were like a demon roaring. Lin Sheng hurriedly took the gourd away from his ear. When he heard the sound just now, Lin Sheng felt that his mind was almost confused, and his temper suddenly became irritable. After taking the gourd away, the impact on Lin Sheng suddenly disappeared. Lin Sheng looked at the demon refining pot in his hand. It was an artifact, and could be used as an exclusive artifact. However, Lin Sheng did not dare to let Shenling use the feeling he had just received. He was worried that Shenling would be affected by the demon refining pot after getting it. But when Lin Sheng was thinking about this, Shenling suddenly stretched out his slender hand to hold the demon refining pot in Lin Sheng's hand and said,
"Xiaosheng, give this to sister."
After listening to Shenling's words, Lin Sheng hesitated. But at this moment Shenling said,
"Don't worry. I feel a pull. It seems that the demon refining pot is attracting me. I feel like I have a connection with it."
Well, since Shenling has already said so, then it would be difficult for Lin Sheng to refuse. After handing the demon refining pot to Shenling, Lin Sheng still reminded,
"Sister, if you feel something is wrong, don't want this demon refining pot. Be good. There are plenty of artifacts, and I can find better ones for you in the future."
Shenling smiled. She understood that Lin Sheng was worried about her, and she wasn't just talking nonsense. She really felt the call of the demon refining pot.
"Okay, don't worry, Xiaosheng. I'm still reluctant to leave you, so I won't risk my life."
Hearing Shenling's words, Lin Sheng nodded, but he still paid attention to Shenling. The demon refining pot suddenly burst out with a colorful light in Shenling's hand. Slowly, a ray of light enveloped Shenling. Gradually, the demon refining pot disappeared from Shenling's hand, and then the pattern of the demon refining pot appeared on Shenling's forehead. This pattern slowly disappeared. Shenling stood in front of Lin Sheng intact.
"How does it feel?"
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling worriedly and asked.
"It feels good. Look at this."
After Shenling finished speaking, the alchemy demon pot appeared in Shenling's hand. Shenling shared the information about the demon refining pot with Lin Sheng. Broken demon refining pot, 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. Shenling's exclusive weapon. Shenling can use it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, storage. Release. Taming March 9. The properties of the demon refining pot were noticed by Lin Sheng. Then he looked at Shenling curiously, and wanted to know the specific usage. Shenling smiled slightly, and then summoned. The light on the demon refining pot flashed, and a white shadow appeared. And then, the white shadow turned into a young girl. The girl was so frightened when she saw Lin Sheng and others that she hid behind Shenling. At first glance, I looked a little shy.
Sister, what is this?
Lin Sheng looked at the little girl behind Shenling who carefully stuck her head out in shock.
This is my sister's weapon spirit. Don't you think it's very powerful? None of you have a weapon spirit,
Shenling said with a smile.
Xiao Hu, come and show me your performance.
Shenling showed it immediately after he finished speaking. Xiao Huling waved his hand, and a snow-white fox suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng. When the fox's eyes opened, peach blossoms flew out of them. Actually flew towards Lin Sheng. When Peach Blossom was about to approach Lin Sheng, the Xianyuan broken sword on Lin Sheng's body emitted light and enveloped Lin Sheng. And then the peach blossom suddenly shattered. Shenling was also startled by the white fox that suddenly attacked Lin Sheng. Shenling hurriedly took back the white fox, and then said embarrassedly,
Xiao Sheng, I didn't expect that. Man, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's okay.
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling's apology and comforted him. At the same time, I was also a little shocked. Although the little fox didn't know what the peach blossoms had sent out to him were, Lin Sheng could feel that if it hit him, his end would not be good.
Okay, let's try some other skills,
Lin Sheng said.
Well, Xiao Sheng, please attack me and see.
Lin Sheng nodded after listening to Shenling's words.
Then I'm here.
Lin Sheng took out the Xianyuan broken sword and said,
Good.
Shenling replied. The Xianyuan broken sword in Lin Sheng's hand released a Tai Chi Feiyun sword chi. Lin Sheng only used less than 1/10 of the power of this sword chi. When the sword energy approached Shenling, Shenling raised her hand and
put it away.
And the demon refining pot in her hand immediately sucked the sword energy into it. Lin Sheng blinked at this scene. It was indeed quite magical. It seems that long-range attacks will basically not pose much threat to Shenling in the future.
Xiao Sheng has another skill. You should take a look,
Shenling said. Chapter 139 Return. Island Manufacturing. After Shenling finished speaking, she turned the demon refining pot in her hand and pointed it at the trees not far away. Then Shenling said,
Let go!
The sword energy that Shenling had previously put into the demon refining pot was released at this time, hitting the big tree. Lin Sheng looked at this scene and felt that the demon refining pot in Shenling's hand was also very good. It could absorb other people's magic attacks. If it was aimed at the enemy again, the magic attacks could be returned to the opponent. This is tit for tat. Shenling got a good exclusive artifact, and Lin Sheng was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Not long after staying on Sky Island, Lin Sheng proposed the idea of going back.
Okay. Thank you, Elf King, for your hospitality. We are going back. Master, you don't have to be polite. Since the Master wants to go back, then naturally we elves have to leave with the Master,
the Elf King said sincerely.
What about your island?
Lin Sheng knew that the Elf King was going to follow him back. But what were they going to do with the Elf Sky Island?
Master, don't worry.
The Elf King just said this without giving an explanation. Then Lin Sheng made the rock grow bigger, and everyone sat on the rock again. After flying high into the sky, the Elf King on Sky Island gave an order, and all the elves on the island flew up from the woods, rivers, land, and other places into the air. Nearly 100 elves flapped their transparent wings and flew in the air. These flying elves are all female elves. It is strange that Lin Sheng thought that the male elves were all hiding and working. But now, he discovered that the elves are all female.
Elven Queen, don't you have any male elves?
Lin Sheng asked the Elf Queen curiously.
No. Our clan can rely on secret arts to maintain the continuation of the race. We don't need men. In addition, our elves will only have females born,
the Elf Queen explained. Then at this time, a colorful stone light emitted from the Elf Queen's hand, and the next moment Sky Island turned into the size of a palm and was put away by the Elf Queen.
Did you make this island yourself?
Lin Sheng asked in surprise after seeing the scene.
Well, Master, we elves do have this ability, but this is the only island that can fly. If the owner needs it, we are willing to create an island for the owner,
the Elf Queen said with a slight smile. After Lin Sheng heard this, his mind became active. Islands. The first step in land construction in the National Restoration Plan is to have a core island. Now that the elves can do this, Lin Sheng paid attention to the elves. The 100 elves suddenly turned into palm-sized elves and landed on Lin Sheng and Shenling one after another.
Master, you don't mind us doing this, right? Although we can fly, flying such a long distance is too difficult for us.
The Elf Queen blinked.
It's okay. That's it. When you get to my territory, you can choose a place to settle you,
Lin Sheng said with a smile. A group of people took the elves back to the sea ship in a rock. After returning to the naval ship, Lin Sheng suddenly saw Pajun with a smile on his face. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun blankly and heard Pajun say,
"Hey, Master Sheng, where did you go and come back?"
Pajun came to the naval ship to buy the second batch of food. The food previously sold as an agent on the raft base has all been sold out, although there were others on the naval ship who could trade with Pajun. After Pajun purchased the food he needed directly, he was curious as to why Lin Sheng was not there. After looking at a few people on the ship, he realized that Lin Sheng was no longer on the ship. Pajun waited curiously for Lin Sheng to come back and wanted to know where Lin Sheng had gone.
"Ha ha. Let's go out for a walk. I've gained a lot this time."
Pajun, who had survived in this catastrophic world for more than half a month, immediately understood what Lin Sheng meant. In this catastrophic world, the only way to go around is to explore the island after discovering it.
"Pajun, maybe the foundation of the land can be solved,"
Lin Sheng said to Pajun. Pajun was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he said in surprise,
"Really?"
Pajun's eyes were full of excitement. Only land would be the safest.
"Of course it's true. Don't you believe what my master said?"
Facing Pajun's questioning, the elf queen lay lazily on her shoulders, as if being questioned, and said unhappily,
"This is..."
Only then did Pajun notice the elf queen. And when he saw the elf queen's appearance, his eyes suddenly showed shock.
"Jing, jing, jing."
Lin Sheng.
"It's twinkling and shining." "Ahem. Sir, let's get down to business."
After the shock, Pajun returned to normal and said,
"Well, they have a special ability. This ability can actually create an island. We can use this island as a base point to expand the land that everyone needs."
Lin Sheng's words made Pajun eager to try it. Sensing Pajun's thoughts, Lin Sheng smiled at the elf queen on his shoulder and said,
"Is that okay?"
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the elf queen nodded obediently, and then slowly flew up. The elf queen summoned her other companions. The elves who quickly followed Lin Sheng and others back to the naval ship flew up one after another. 100 elves were hovering in the air like whirlpools, and countless flowers seemed to appear around them. They were beating in the sea of flowers, gathering mysterious energy bodies in their hands, and then they gathered on the ocean. A dent collapsed in the blue water, and whirlpools began to appear from the collapsed place and radiated in all directions. A fist-sized stone appeared in the center of the slow whirlpool. Slowly the stone grew in size and became the size of a room. But the trend of getting bigger did not stop and continued. It wasn't until the island became the size of an acre that the elves stopped outputting energy and flew back to the naval ship. At this moment, Lin Sheng saw that the faces of these elves were extremely pale.
"Are you okay?"
The elves returned to where they were before, and the elf queen landed on Lin Sheng's shoulders. Lin Sheng asked with concern,
"It's okay, but our abilities can only be like this. After all, the elves are already lonely. Our number is too small, and we cannot gather enough power to create a powerful island, like the one we used, which was the most powerful island among the elves at that time. It was only made at its peak, with tens of thousands of elves working together."
The elf queen opened her mouth to explain. Pajun's eyes widened when he saw the combined efforts of so many elves. He has a long mouth and doesn't know what to say. Chapter 140 Marine Motorcycle. Gasoline. Lin Sheng let the elf queen rest peacefully on his shoulders, and then looked at the stunned Pajun next to him. Then Lin Sheng showed a satisfied expression.
"What do you think of this island, Chief Pajun?"
Looking at the island the size of a house. Pajun nodded. But then Lin Sheng looked at this small island and thought of its shortcomings. Although there is an island, its area is too small and not enough to be used as a base. If you want to use the island as a base, you need to expand the area of the island. But if you want to expand the area of this island, you need a lot of materials. After Lin Sheng thought about it, he only had dirt and stones in his hands. In addition to soil and stones, foundation stones and rocks are also needed. However, there is no way to obtain these two items so far, Pajun said.
"Since we already have an island, let's surround and protect this island first, so as not to be taken care of by those shameless guys. Mr. Sheng, I will go back and deal with these things first."
Lin Sheng nodded and waved his hands after listening to Pajun's words.
Go ahead. Go ahead."
Pajun happily ran back towards the raft base. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's back in the wind and smiled slightly. Then I stretched my waist, and it turns out that a salty fish life is more suitable for me. After Pajun returned to the raft base, he immediately reported his incident, which attracted the leader's great attention. Immediately, an order was issued to start construction of the raft base again around the island. After the leader's order was issued, everyone got busy. Time flew by, and the day passed quickly. The next day, the 17th day of the disaster, the first thing Lin did after getting up was to sign in. Sign in to get the marine motorcycle manufacturing drawing. Study. You learn marine motorcycle manufacturing. Manufacturing marine motorcycles. Fine steel 1000. Fine iron 100. Rubber 300. Leather 50. Lin Sheng saw that he had all these materials, so he began to make them. Obtain a marine motorcycle. Lin Sheng looked at the sea motorcycle that I had just built, and felt hot in his heart. Compared with the water floats created before, the maneuverability of sea motorcycles is obviously more powerful. It is still difficult to be a main sea motorcycle, and it can carry multiple people to sail on the sea together. This marine motorcycle is driven by one person with 2 people behind it, which obviously provides more operating space for shooters. After Lin Sheng placed the sea motorcycle on the sea, he walked toward the sea with Shenling, who had just woken up and was in a daze.
Sister, let's go for a ride.
After Shenling, who had just woken up, heard Lin Sheng's words, she immediately understood that Lin Sheng had come up with something good and wanted to take her to enjoy it. After Lin Sheng took Shenling on the sea motorcycle, he smiled and said,
Sister, are you ready? Yeah. Right away.
After Shenling heard Lin Sheng's words, she immediately hugged Lin Sheng's waist, hugging Lin Sheng tightly, for fear of accidentally falling from the motorcycle into the sea. Shenling's action immediately made Lin Sheng's face turn red. Such a real feeling made Lin Sheng want to leave it at that.
Xiaosheng, why don't you leave?
Shenling watched Lin Sheng not start the sea motorcycle for a long time, so she became curious. Ahem. Lin Sheng coughed dryly. This was definitely not something Lin Sheng didn't want to start. But sea motorcycles need oil, and Talisman has no oil. I originally thought that the manufactured marine motorcycle would contain oil, but after all, the idea was just an idea, not a reality. So Lin Sheng could only say awkwardly,
Sister, I suddenly realized that we have no oil.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, he immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Her beautiful eyes are curved, and there are dimples looming at the corners of her mouth when she smiles. After looking at Lin Sheng's embarrassed expression, she felt as if this had just been created, and she wanted to take her for a ride. Due to the lack of oil, Lin Sheng had no choice but to say to Shenling,
Sister, please go back to the ship first. I'm going to see where I can get oil.
Lin Sheng took Shenling back to the naval ship and then walked towards the newly built raft base. In just one night, the raft base was rebuilt. Lin Sheng had to lament that the infrastructure maniac was indeed as good as those back then. Lin Sheng was no longer a stranger. When he stepped onto the raft base again, someone immediately came up to greet Lin Sheng's arrival.
Hello, sir.
A soldier said respectfully to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's record of tearing apart sharks with his bare hands on the sea surface was remembered by these people.
Hello. I have something to do with your commander Pajun,
Lin Sheng said to the soldiers.
Sheng, our commander is in that tent. You can go there to find him.
The soldier pointed to a tent and said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded, said goodbye to the soldiers, and walked towards the tent where Pajun was. After Lin Sheng opened the tent, he saw Pajun sitting there. When Pajun saw Lin Sheng, he immediately stood up with a smile and said politely to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, you are here.
Lin Sheng responded,
People of the bright side don't speak secretly. I'm looking for you and need your help. Asking me for help. I suddenly feel so honored.
Pajun said flattered. After all, he was always the one looking for Lin Sheng to buy supplies. But now Lin Sheng actually took the initiative to come to him when something happened.
Master, if you have something to do, just tell me directly. As long as we can do it, we will never postpone it.
Pajun patted his chest and promised. When he spoke, he represented those leaders at the same time. In the previous meeting, the leader expressed to Pajun his intention to make good friends with Lin Sheng.
Actually, it's nothing serious. I just want to see if you have any oil in your hands.
Lin Sheng asked.
Gah. Oil. Sir, what do you want oil for? Oh, I got a drawing of the production of a marine motorcycle. But I made the marine motorcycle and found out awkwardly that it couldn't start without oil.
When Lin Sheng said these words, Pajun's eyes sparkled. A sea motorcycle. This is a good thing for sea operations, especially if they only have rafts and wooden boats. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's flashing eyes and immediately smiled and said,
What? Pajun, do you have any ideas about sea motorcycles?
Pajun blinked and said,
Is that okay? If you want to sell it, Mr. Sheng, then we will definitely order a batch. Ha. It's easy to say. As long as you can pay the price, I can get whatever you want.
The question is that there are enough materials, and I feel confident. Chapter 141 Transaction. Trapped Exploration Team.
Okay, let's not talk about anything else. If there is oil, then give me the oil first. I won't take it for free. You can set a price.
Lin Sheng had no intention of taking advantage, so he asked Pajun to bid. Pajun said with a smile,
There's no need to talk about the price. After all, a little oil doesn't mean anything. We'll deliver it directly. Is 10 liters of oil enough?
The meaning in Pajun's words is very grand.
That's okay. Master, please wait for a moment.
After Pajun finished speaking, he immediately walked towards the distance. He was about to get the oil. After all, his backpack space is not as big as his own, and such things are stored together. Pajun came back soon, carrying a 10-liter barrel of gasoline in his hand, and handed the oil to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng took the oil, he put it into the space of Lin's backpack. The next moment, Lin Sheng silently thought in his heart,
100 times increase.
Obtain 1,000 L of oil. Lin Sheng was leaving after getting the gasoline, but it was at this moment that Pajun said,
Master Sheng, can I go and see it with you?
Lin Sheng looked at Pajun and then nodded, indicating that he allowed Pajun to go and see with him. Seeing that Lin Sheng did not refuse, Pajun happily left with Lin Sheng. Pajun, who arrived on the naval ship, watched Lin Sheng jump onto the sea motorcycle to refuel the motorcycle. His eyes were full of shock. Although I was shocked for a while when I heard about motorcycles, it doesn't mean that I won't be shocked when I see it with my own eyes. 10 liters of gasoline just filled up the marine motorcycle. After Lin Sheng put away the gasoline barrel, he started to start the motorcycle. Because of Pajun's presence, Shenling gave up the idea of riding a sea motorcycle with Lin Sheng. After the marine motorcycle started, it made a rumbling sound. The motorcycle left a tail of water on the sea surface, and the whole person was traveling very fast on the sea motorcycle. Pajun looked at the speeding sea motorcycle from a distance and smiled like an ant. There are 2 seats on the back of the sea motorcycle, shaped like a middle finger. In his mind, the scene of soldiers using sea motorcycles and being invincible on the sea surface had already appeared. After Lin Sheng came back, Pajun couldn't wait to say,
Master Sheng, what do you think of a jet ski with 2,000 gold coins?
Pajun met the leader when he was getting oil and told the leader what happened. The leader's intention was to ask Pajun to see what the motorcycles in Lin Sheng's hands looked like. If possible, he would be prepared to buy a batch. But now Pajun is obviously moved. 2,000 pieces per piece. Lin Sheng thought that the money was coming, so there was no reason to refuse. So Lin Sheng said,
How much do you need?
Pajun thought for a while, and then looked at the naval vessel where Lin Sheng was sitting, and said slowly,
Let's get 20 units. And then there will be weapons.
Pajun came one by one. After confirming the items to be purchased, Pajun actually turned on the ant mode and started talking to Lin Sheng. Finally, he purchased a batch of items from Lin Sheng for 70,000 gold coins. Lin Sheng manufactured and traded marine motorcycles. After the transaction was completed, Lin Sheng said jokingly,
Pajun, I didn't expect you to have this hidden skill.
Pajun felt a little embarrassed.
Well, life forces us to do so. In fact, these are the things that the leaders have ordered to purchase. And now the gold coins in our hands are restricted to food.
Listening to Pajun's words, Lin Sheng smiled. In the past few days, the gold coins in my hand have grown to as much as 250,000. 80% of them are the contributions of Pajun. After the transaction was completed and Pajun returned, Lin Sheng was preparing to take some rest. Lin Sheng had just laid down for less than a while. Pajun unexpectedly ran back in a hurry.
Master, do you have time to go with us to do something?
Pajun looked at Lin Sheng's leisurely appearance and said anxiously,
What to do?
Lin Sheng asked with half-closed eyes.
One of our exploration teams was targeted when they returned from exploring the island and are now trapped on the sea surface. Mr. Sheng,
we hope you can help. Of course, if Yuan is willing. Just treat it as me disturbing you,
Pajun said calmly, but he felt anxious in his heart. Lin Sheng closed his eyes and enjoyed the sea breeze on the sea. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng, and after a while he said again,
Master Sheng, It is said that we got a good thing during our exploration this time. That thing can improve the strength of survivors. But some weak survivors cannot use it. Otherwise, the body will break and die. If you are willing to part with this Hyedong, we will give it to you, Mr. Sheng.
After listening to Pajun's words, Lin Sheng, who had not cared at first, suddenly lit up. The good things that can improve the strength attribute points have not been improved since they were upgraded to level 3. The specific reason is that there are not enough treasures.
Pajun, you are too polite. We are all compatriots. Aren't we? It is inevitable to take action for our compatriots. Of course. Since you have been so polite, you cannot regret it.
Lin Sheng's answer was not awkward at all, but very natural. The corner of Pajun's mouth twitched. Thinking in his mind, he also said that he didn't care about these things. Otherwise you wouldn't care about them.
Sir, let's set off.
Pajun looked at Lin Sheng and agreed. He came down and said hurriedly,
let's go without further delay.
He was also worried that Lin Sheng would suddenly change his attention. After Pajun filled all the 20 marine motorcycles he purchased from Lin Sheng with gasoline, he left the raft base with 40 archers. After reaching an agreement with Pajun, Lin Sheng also asked Old Jack to drive the naval ship and set off with Pajun and others. People on the raft saw the naval ship leaving one after another, and immediately turned their attention to the naval ship. Their eyes were full of envy, thinking that it would be great if they also had such a naval ship. Pajun was riding Lin Sheng's naval ship. Lin Sheng asked curiously,
your exploration team must be very well equipped, right? Why are there still people surrounding you?
Pajun said helplessly,
the other survivors are fine. Those organizations composed of mercenary groups don't dare to provoke us. They are not Whitey's group.
Lin Sheng smiled. This is really their style. However, Pajun said excitedly,
Master Sheng, with your naval ships and our 20 maritime motorcycle teams from the Dragon Kingdom, we can definitely scare them this time and make them dare not to think about us again.
Lin Sheng nodded and did not deny it. Instead, he thought about what posture he would use to fight the enemy when he met someone later. The team composed of naval ships and 20 companies of marine motorcycles drove quickly on the sea, and soon saw a small team of wooden boats surrounded. The flag of the Dragon Kingdom was hung high on the wooden boat. This should be the exploration team of Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 142 Escape and Embarrassment and Supply the Island. After seeing the exploration team ship, Lin Sheng's team hurriedly approached the exploration team. The people on the YD ship that was surrounding the exploration team turned to look at Lin Sheng.
Who are you? Leave immediately, or don't blame our arrows for being unkind.
When the people on the raft spoke, they simultaneously pulled up the bows and arrows in their hands and pointed them at Lin Sheng and others. It seems that even naval ships are not afraid with bows and arrows in hand. Lin Sheng glanced at the people on the raft with strange eyes, and then asked Pajun,
are these people always so confident?
Pajun nodded.
Yes. We don't know why they are so confident. Maybe they are cheating too much.
Pajun thought. Lin Sheng nodded. But that didn't mean they would leave like this. Lin Sheng commanded Old Jack and aimed all the firepower systems on the naval vessel at this team.
Would it be better to kill him or run away?
Lin Sheng asked Pajun beside him.
Just run away. We cannot be the only country in a civilized society. Of course, accidental injuries are not included in this list.
Pajun grinned. Lin Sheng immediately understood what he meant. He couldn't take the initiative. If order was restored to the world one day,
everything during this catastrophic period would need to be liquidated. Lin Sheng nodded. And the commander, Old Jack, aimed the cannon fire at the seawater around them. The rumbling sound of artillery fire echoed through the sky. These people from Country YD were stunned at first, and then showed frightened expressions on their faces.
How dare they use artillery fire on us? Why do they have artillery fire?
The noise was mixed with panic. With the sound of artillery fire, the battle between the two sides became one-sided. Even if the artillery fire is not aimed at these YD Gwagwa people, but they were still baptized by the aftermath of the surrounding artillery fire. Those who should have fallen into the sea still fell into the sea. After a few days of cultivation, the number of piranhas has returned to its peak again, or even more. Lin Sheng now had 500 in his hands, and Lin Sheng arranged for these piranhas to be released into the sea. After the artillery fire stops, it's time for them to take action. The man who fell into the sea was about to get up from the sea and climb back onto the raft when he felt something bit in his foot. When I looked down, I was completely stunned. All the seawater beneath them was swallowed up by blood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were only white bones left under his feet. Lin Sheng didn't let the piranhas eat them, but he didn't stop them from eating some flesh that wouldn't be fatal. Right? Discovering this situation, there were more and more people, and everyone fled back to the raft in fear. Immediately a noisy voice sounded.
Go and grab supplies to live a better life. Go to HL.
Curses continued, and no one knew who shouted.
Run away. People in the Dragon Kingdom are all devils.
Immediately, the entire Ijwo team fled in all directions. There is actually nothing wrong with this shouting. Look at them. They only have arrows. But the other side has artillery fire. It's like hitting an egg against a rock. Who can bear it? The Ijwo people were chased by the piranha and the sea motorcycle team and almost ran away without their armor. After the exploration team saw the people who came to rescue them, their eyes showed joy. Their country has not given up on them, and it developed rapidly. While others were still using rafts, ships and arrows, they already had artillery weapons and naval ships.
Comrades, let's go home.
Pajun shouted and led everyone towards the raft base. The reason why there is a restoration plan is because the leader Rangan wants to re-establish the territory when the whole world has been destroyed. After having the territory, he will bring back the stranded compatriots and give everyone a home. The Pa army side returned to the raft base in a lively manner, while the people from the YD country had also fled back to their raft base. YD's raft base is particularly unsatisfactory compared to Dragon Kingdoms. Their raft base is small, weak, and scattered. There are only a few tents to protect the powerful from the wind and rain. Most of the soldiers and ordinary people can only live on their heads and set up wooden boards at will. Small tub. Those who escaped from the sea to block the attack each had their bodies with them. And some of their bodies had a large piece of meat bitten off by the piranha. Some of them were gasping for air with arrows stuck in their bodies. These people were in such a state of embarrassment that they even felt like they were on the verge of death. After seeing this scene and finding relatively safe people to ask about the operation, YD's leader finally made a decision.
None of our people will cause trouble to the Dragon Kingdom in the future.
When the YD leader said this, many people immediately agreed. What else can be done? Previously, Dragon Kingdom had enough supplies, but it did not have the strong strength to protect those supplies. They were greedy. The Dragon Kingdom has arrows, and so do they. If they are of equal strength, they can go there and harvest the wool. Even if the people of the Dragon Kingdom are unhappy, they have no choice but to endure it. But now, the naval artillery has come out. If they continue to seek death, they will make the people of the Dragon Kingdom anxious. When the time comes, they will directly drive over with a naval ship and fire a few rounds. And they will have to return to the situation of struggling in the sea. After returning to the raft base, Lin Sheng watched the members of the exploration team return to the raft base with Pajun. Just when Lin Sheng was about to leave, Pajun came over and said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, this thank you again. You're welcome. We're all our own people.
Lin Sheng smiled and shook his head. Pajun took the initiative and took out a navigation chart and said,
Master, if you don't mind, we plan to share this navigation chart with you.
Lin Sheng looked at the navigation chart after taking it, and then asked,
This is exactly the island of supplies needed now. If there are no accidents, the cornerstones needed for island expansion will be there. And then I don't need these.
Pajun shook his head and said,
Actually, our people have already gone to observe the island, which is only an hour away from where we are. After they come back, there will still be 60 hours before the island disappears. If we mine it, we can do it, but transportation is a problem. In addition, there is a kind of food on the island that can increase strength. I hope to use this food in exchange for the opportunity of naval ships to help.
Pajun knew that Lin Sheng was not short of those supplies, but he didn't know how to get Lin Sheng to help. He had just helped, and now he was directly asking for it, which was contrary to his original intention. Finally, after seeing the food that enhanced his strength, Pajun asked for the opinion of his leader, and finally decided to use this in exchange for the opportunity for naval ships to help transport supplies. Lin Sheng nodded.
Okay.
Chapter 143, Landing on the Island. Collecting.
Sir, when will we set off?
After seeing Lin Sheng agree, Pajun was immediately pleasantly surprised, and then asked Lin Sheng,
You have to be prepared if you want to open a mine. Right. Are you all ready now?
Lin Sheng looked at Pajun and asked with a smile. After being asked this question by Lin Sheng, Pajun was stunned. Although there are tools for mining ores, that doesn't mean you can mine foundation stones. Right? The main reason is that the density and hardness of ordinary ore and base stone are different. Poseidon scratched his head helplessly, and then asked with a grimace.
Master, it seems we don't have the tools to mine the foundation stone. Well, I know. What I'm asking is, are your gold coins ready? The materials required to rent the tools for mining the foundation stone are not ordinary, and I don't have much on hand.
Of course, Lin Sheng was not joking. After knowing that the island was going to be expanded, Lin Sheng asked the Dwarf King and learned from him that a synthetic alloy was needed to make a pickaxe to mine the foundation stone. The Dwarf King had the method to use this synthetic alloy to make pickaxes, but he didn't have the materials either. They had all been used up before.
I'll ask if you need any materials.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Poseidon understood that Lin Sheng had Lin Sheng's manufacturing technology, but lacked materials.
It requires 3 metals, C3, C5, and C9.
Lin Sheng retold the Dwarf King's flour. These metals had never existed before. They only appeared and were classified in the world after the cataclysm. That is to say, only these things can produce suitable tools for mining foundation stones. Poseidon was a little unsure after listening to Lin Sheng's words and said,
Master Sheng, please wait while I go back and ask if there is any.
Lin Sheng nodded slightly and looked at Poseidon's leaving figure. He turned around and saw Shenling, who was constantly sending messages. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity.
Sister Ling, are you still trying to contact the 2 elders?
Shenling nodded and said seriously,
I believe I won't make a mistake this time.
Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the manual in Shenling's hand. Looking at the real photo displayed on the avatar, the person in the photo has become ragged and covered in sand, mud and rocks. The expression on his face was extremely haggard, and the only thing that could confirm the identity of the other person was his pair of eyes. Shenling searched for hundreds of people, but either he couldn't contact him or the other person was not the person he was looking for.
Has the other party not replied to the message yet?
Lin Sheng asked curiously. Shenling nodded with some disappointment.
Okay, sister. Don't worry. Your parents will be fine, but they are busy and don't have time to reply to you.
As Lin Sheng spoke, he felt helpless. It was so difficult to find someone. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that it was luck that he found Shenling in the first place. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find someone based on the real-time updated avatar photos. And it's nice to be lucky like this once. Shenling also put down the manual and looked at Lin Sheng.
I just saw Poseidon coming to you. Are we going somewhere again?
Lin Sheng nodded.
Poseidon and the others are going to an island. Since there are no transport ships, they hope to use our naval ships as transport ships. Speaking of which, the expansion of the island requires a lot of foundation stones. Right. Can our naval ships accommodate that many?
Shenling asked doubtfully. After hearing Shenling's words, Lin Sheng was also stunned. Yes, if there are too many piles, there is an upper limit to the load-bearing capacity of the naval ship. Don't look at the mermaid lake on the naval ship now, but it belongs to the dimensional space. It only occupies space and has no weight. There is also an elven island next to the mermaid lake, but the island is in a floating state and has no weight. Lin Sheng fell silent. When the Dwarf King passed by, he heard the conversation between the two and suddenly stepped forward and said,
Master, you don't have to worry about these things. We have a space treasure box in our hands. We will put our worries in the space treasure box. The weight of the treasure box will not change.
Lin Sheng was stunned after hearing what the Dwarf King said. Then he asked in surprise,
So how big is the space of the space treasure chest? Huh? 10,000 cubic meters. There are 10 in number.
The Dwarf King replied without hesitation. This space treasure box was originally built by the dwarves to store things. Therefore, the Dwarf King is very clear about the capacity. At this time, Lin Sheng said,
It's better to free up some for them to use later.
Soon Poseidon led his men back to Lin Sheng with some materials.
Master, we are back, and we have brought the materials. There are 1 set of each of the C3, 5, and 9 metal materials you want.
There are 99 units in a set, and 1 piece of each type can be produced. So Lin Sheng handed the materials to the Dwarf King. At the same time, Lin Sheng looked at Poseidon and said,
Each tool costs 5 gold coins to make.
Poseidon's smile suddenly froze on his face.
Ah, Mr. Sheng, can it be cheaper?
Poseidon looked like he had eaten shit. Their gold coins were about to be emptied by Lin Sheng.
What do you think?
Naturally, Lin Sheng would not agree. After all, he also needed gold coins to buy things from the mysterious merchant. All right. Poseidon answered helplessly and handed the gold coin in his hand to Lin Sheng. Get gold coins plus 495.
No, it's only 5 gold coins short. How about taking a look at it?
Lin Sheng couldn't help but complain.
Not good.
Ha ha ha. But June smiled. Soon everyone set off. Since they were setting off on a naval ship, the 99 soldiers brought by Pajun did not drive other ships, and they all stayed on Lin Sheng's naval ship.
Master, we are here.
Soon they arrived at the target island, and Pajun said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded and made arrangements to disembark. Everyone logged in to the supply island. Pajun pointed in a direction with a heartbroken look on his face and said,
That's over there. The food you need is over there, Mr. Sheng.
Food that enhances strength. Lin Sheng became excited when he saw it.
Okay, then you collect the materials, and we'll separate first.
After Lin finished speaking, he led the people away from the landing place. Pajun sighed. Alas, he also wants to improve his strength. He can't do it without improving his strength. But for the sake of the overall situation, he can only endure the pain. Pajun said to the subordinates beside him,
Let's go dig quickly.
Digging and mining are significantly easier with sea-level pickaxes. These people use sea-level pickaxes to mine as easily as cutting tofu with a knife. Soon, the soil collected by Jashubii was accumulated in groups in their backpacks. All the dirt in this world is piled up around Pajun. Lin Sheng and Shenling also arrived at the location that Pajun pointed out before. After everyone saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned and stared at Lin. Chapter 144 Colorful Fruit Core. Female businessman. What is this in front of them? It should be a fairy tale forest. In the forest, red mushrooms are the size of stools. Lin Sheng held Shenling's hand in the green grass that was taller than a human being and moved forward. Shenling pulled Kong Kongi's hand away, and others followed behind Kong Kongi. Everyone held hands for fear of accidentally making a mistake. We'll get lost. The height of the green grass completely blocked everyone's view.
Are we being deceived? There is nothing edible here. Those huge mushrooms are obviously poisonous at first glance.
Pai said.
No, they wouldn't lie to me.
Lin Sheng shook his head and said. He still has trust in Pajun. But Lin Sheng was still curious about where the things Pajun mentioned were. With curiosity in mind, Lin Sheng continued to move forward. After walking not far, Lin Sheng saw a huge fruit tree in front of him. No, it shouldn't be called a fruit tree. It would be more appropriate to say a candy tree.
Candy tree!
Shenling said in surprise. Pai was also stunned. This was the first time in his life that he saw candies growing on trees. Compared to the surprise of Pai and others, Kong Kongi was much calmer.
Could it be that the candies on top can improve your strength?
Lin Sheng wondered, and quickly walked towards the candy tree and climbed up the candy tree. Lin Sheng looked at these colorful candies and wanted to pick them. But the moment Lin Sheng stretched out his hand penetrated the fruit tree. There is no way to collect candies from the trees. Lin Sheng wondered what was going on. Suddenly a candy fell from the tree. Shenling reached out and picked up the candy and held it in her hand.
Xiaosheng, come down and see if I picked it up.
Listening to Shenling's words, Lin Sheng glanced at the candy that he couldn't touch and had to jump down. Shenling handed the candy in her hand to Lin Sheng. Get colorful fruit core +1. Colorful fruit cores. Fruits on the fairy tale tree will only fall when mature. The user can randomly increase an attribute point. When the attribute point reaches the highest point of the 3rd level, it will automatically no longer increase. After Lin Sheng saw the introduction, he was stunned. It turns out that the tree in front of me is a talking tree, not a candy tree. And the colorful fruit cores are not candy either. When Lin Sheng lowered his head, he found that there were still quite a few colorful fruit cores that had fallen before. So Lin Sheng picked up the colorful fruit core. Get colorful fruit core +500. There were 500 colorful fruit cores in total. When Lin Sheng raised his head again, he looked at the tree. From time to time, colorful fruit cores fall from the trees. Lin Sheng divided the fruit core equally among everyone. 5 people each shared an average of 100. Strength attribute +1. Physical strength attribute +1. After Lin Sheng ate the colorful fruit core, his 4 attributes improved in a uniform trend. In the end, each received 25 attribute points. Lin Sheng, whose strength had been improved again, looked at the fairy tree in front of him and had the idea of taking it away. But this thought only moved slightly. But I heard a prompt in my ears.
You can't transplant the fairy tree if you don't have a special potted plant for the fairy tree.
Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at the fairy tree in front of him with helplessness on his face. looking at the big tree in front of me. After 60 hours have passed, I will never see it again. After that, such a dish had a way to improve his strength again. But now, he couldn't possess it. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng suddenly thought of the mysterious businessman. Lin Sheng immediately used the
braid summoning technique
on the mysterious businessman.
Young man, what are you doing with me? Old man?
The mysterious businessman asked Lin Sheng immediately after he appeared. But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the fairy tree in front of him.
TSK. TSK. I didn't expect that the third order attribute tree would be here. Uncle, do you know this tree?
Lin Sheng asked curiously.
Of course. There is no one I don't recognize. But I think you want to collect this tree. Right. Young man, let's do this. I want this tree. And I'll give you 150,000 gold coins as a reward for the information you provide.
Lin Sheng was stunned after hearing what Pajun said. This is the first time that this old man wants to do something good for himself. Lin Sheng blinked and asked,
Then what else can I do to improve my strength besides this?
The mysterious businessman shook his head and said,
No, unless you find a 4th level treasure. That, don't ask. You can't take this thing away. Do you have a fairy potted plant? Why don't you sell it to me in exchange for some gold coins, so you can buy things from me?
Lin Sheng listened to the mysterious businessman's words, and faintly felt the urgency in his words. So he asked curiously,
How many gold coins can I buy a fairy tale potted plant? 250,000 gold coins. Young man, you? Then I bought it.
Lin Sheng said before the mysterious businessman could speak.
Forehead.
The mysterious businessman's words were stuck in his throat. After a while, the mysterious businessman handed Lin Sheng the fairy tale potted plant that Lin Sheng needed. After the transaction was completed, Lin Sheng only had 50,000 gold coins left during this period.
Uncle, please don't leave. I want to ask you how much the tree will be sold for if you take it away.
Seeing the mysterious businessman about to leave, Lin Sheng asked hurriedly,
1 million gold coins.
After the mysterious businessman left these words, he showed a helpless smile and left. Lin Sheng, you are indeed a profiteer. A potted plant with 250,000 gold coins and a 150,000 message fee was sold for more than twice the price in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng was glad that he had come up with the trick. Otherwise, I will probably be the one who gets tricked.
This old man is too bad.
Shen Ling also figured out the meaning of Lin Sheng's conversation with the mysterious businessman and sighed with emotion.
Sister Ling is just a trader and not a businessman,
Lin Sheng said. Lin Sheng put away the fairy tree and prepared to go back. When passing by Pajun, he saw mountains of soul and other materials piled up beside Pajun. Then he looked up and saw, wow, a big hole has been dug out in the middle of such a big island. Lin Sheng said,
Brother Pajun, come with me.
Pajun glanced at Lin Sheng doubtfully and left with Lin Sheng. Back on the naval ship, Lin Sheng pointed to the space treasure box vacated by the Dwarf King and said,
Use it to hold the supplies you collected. Otherwise it will be difficult to take it away when the time comes.
Pajun left with the treasure box in confusion, thinking to himself, what is the use of this small box? Although Pajun was suspicious, he still used it. And soon Pajun was shocked. He directed the collected materials to be sorted into the 6 space treasure boxes he brought back.
How can this treasure box hold so much?
Pajun only felt that his cognition was shattered. But he also knew that with this treasure box, these materials could be brought back more easily to expand the island as a base. Chapter 145 Island Expansion. Mysterious Monsters. Lin Sheng, who returned to the naval ship, settled the colorful fruit cores. As a result, there is a towering tree on top of the naval ship. Fruits will fall from this tree from time to time. A child from the savage tribe reached out and grabbed a colorful fruit core without knowing it. He looked at the colorful fruit core and hesitated for a long time. He knew that this was something brought back by the owner of all of them, and they should not eat it without the owner's permission. But when he faced the colorful patterns, his curiosity overcame his restraint, and he finally couldn't help but swallow it into his mouth.
Xiao Yao, what are you doing?
Suddenly the dog barked angrily. The savage child was so frightened that he burst into tears. As he cried, 13 Yang hurried over and apologized to Guzi.
I'm sorry, Chief. My child is not sensible.
13th mother hugged her child and apologized hastily. Lin Sheng and Shen Ling also noticed this scene and hurried over and asked,
What happened?
Lin Sheng had just finished asking Guzi and said to 13 Yang, Why don't you go and apologize to the master quickly?
Master, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of the child and let the child come and steal food.
Lin Sheng became more and more shocked after listening to 13th Nyang's words. Of course, it wasn't because Lin Sheng didn't want to let the savages eat the colorful fruit core. The main reason is that the child is too young. If he remembers correctly, among the 10 children of the savages, none has reached the second level of strength, and even the first level is still in the early stage. So he rashly uses third level attribute items. Will something happen? Be careful in the future.
It's not that I won't let you. It's just that everything is done step by step. You are at the second level and can barely use third level items. But your child has not reached consummation at the first level. So you are using third level items. Why don't you quickly see if there is anything wrong with your child?
After Lin Sheng asked, Gozi felt relieved. And then he looked at 13 Yang. And then the two of them checked on the little savage. After some inspection, they found that the little savage only had a fever and nothing else. And the two of them felt relieved.
Be careful in the future.
Lin Sheng left after making sure nothing happened, rather than saying they are slaves. In Lin Sheng's heart, these savages are better described as his own people. So Lin Sheng still didn't want anything to happen to anyone. After leaving the naval ship, Lin Sheng was invited by Pajun to the raft base. Under the leadership of Pajun, he arrived at the central island. A large piece of the rafts around the island, which was only the size of a house, had been evacuated. There were soldiers on the raft constantly tying ropes to their bodies. Then each of them filled their backpacks with foundation stones and entered the sea. After entering the sea, after a long time, Lin Sheng saw the rope shaking continuously. The soldiers holding the rope on the raft kept pulling on the rope. And the soldiers who went into the sea came up from the sea with double force. The soldier rested for a while, then refilled his backpack before going into the sea again. Lin Sheng also understood after watching the scene. As expected of a country that is an infrastructure maniac, it is starting to build islands now. It's just that the speed is slow enough. Pajun said with a smile.
Master Sheng, what do you think? We have already calculated it. After all the foundation stones obtained this time are integrated with the island, an island of 40,000 square meters can be expanded. In the future, the foundation stones can be continued to be harvested to build the island.
Lin Sheng nodded in affirmation, but he shook his head and said,
I admit that everyone moves very quickly, but it is still too slow and very laborious.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun also had a bitter look on his face.
Yes, this makes these soldiers feel a little unprofessional. Sir, do you have any ideas about life?
As Pajun spoke, he suddenly looked at Lin Sheng with bright eyes. Lin Sheng.
Hey, no.
Lin Sheng coughed awkwardly and said, while Lin Sheng was talking, the soldiers who had gone into the sea suddenly struggled wildly. They pulled the ropes tied to their bodies and hurriedly swam toward the sea. The soldiers holding the ropes on the raft base also felt the rope shaking in their hands. The next moment, everyone looked at each other in shock. But that's the rule. Even if they panic, they still work hard to complete the work in hand. After pulling up the soldiers from the sea, everyone started asking curiously,
What happened down there, brother?
Pajun stepped forward nervously and asked,
Strange monsters. There are monsters under the sea.
The soldier who was questioned spit out some water from his mouth, and then said in a panic. At first glance, the soldiers who had gone to sea to participate in the island expansion plan all looked frightened. He looked completely frightened. Pajun's face suddenly became heavy. He stared at the water. But after a long time, I didn't find anything strange. Under the sea, there is a huge head with a dozen tentacles at its feet. It looks like a commander-in-chief wearing a cape. The strange creature is staring at the people in Shanghai with a bunch of blood-red eyes. It did not pursue those humans, as if it was thinking about something. But this peaceful time passed quickly. The strange undersea creature suddenly glided its tentacles through the water and swam toward the surface.
Brother Pajun, what's going on?
After Lin Sheng saw the performance of those soldiers and the monsters those soldiers said, Lin Sheng also asked curiously,
Maybe a living sea beast has appeared.
Pajun said solemnly. Lin Sheng also frowned when he heard Pajun's words. There are many sea beasts, but most of them still have relatively normal skins. Lin Sheng believed that even if these soldiers saw sea monsters, they would not say the word monster, because they were all professionals. Even if the sea beast they saw was very big, they would only say it was huge. And to be called a monster is obviously something abnormal. When Lin Sheng was confused, the sea water boiled, and several tentacles suddenly emerged from the sea water. Then a sci-fi monster appeared.
This is
Lin Sheng and everyone else's eyes were attracted by this strange sea beast.
Monster!
The soldiers who had been frightened before started shouting. Their fear of seeing this sea beast was once again strengthened. Chapter 146 Mysterious Squid. Tamed. When everyone was frightened, an introduction to this mysterious sea beast also appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Mysterious squid. The squid in the depths of the ocean has a huge body with 10 tentacles. There is a horizontal bone under its head. All the tentacles grow under the bone. From a distance, it looks like a navy. Because this creature is too mysterious and no one has seen it. It is called the mysterious squid. Life, 10W. Attack power, 1000. Skills, whipping. Impact, other unknown. Lin Sheng could tell that this mysterious squid was very angry. Looking at its big blood-red eyes, it looked like it had been sleeping soundly until it was woken up. After seeing this, Lin Sheng became curious. How could this strange sea beast be under the island by such a coincidence? I was also awakened by the island expansion plan implemented by the Dragon Kingdom Restoration Plan.
Everyone please keep your weapons pointed at this mysterious monster.
Poseidon ordered his soldiers as if they were fighting a life and death duel. Then he said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, I'm troubling you.
As Poseidon spoke, his heart felt extremely bitter and sad. Seeing that the island expansion plan is completed, that a real land base can begin to develop. But the appearance of a monster in front of him might break this plan. The appearance of the mysterious monster also attracted the appearance of the giant turtle. The giant turtle with a mountain on its back, a friend of the mermaid tribe, appeared beside the ship and looked curiously at the mysterious squid. The giant turtle had no intention of moving. Lin Sheng asked Kong Kongi, who came with him next to him.
Can your friend the giant turtle help?
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Kong Kongi shook his head and said,
No, Lu Mao is not a fighting turtle. If he fights with the mysterious squid, there is nothing he can do. The mysterious squid can't hurt Lu Mao. And similarly, Lu Mao can't hurt the squid. After hearing Kong Kongi's explanation, Lin sighed helplessly. It can be killed with 100,000 HP. But this mysterious squid may not be easy to kill. Right.
After thinking of this, Lin Sheng's thoughts flew out of the sky. And he thought, if this mysterious squid can be made profitable, it might be a good thing to serve as the guardian of the island base and the infrastructure tool beast. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking this, Lin Sheng quietly took out the feed in his backpack. Lin Sheng's eyes quickly locked on the mysterious squid. And the next moment Lin Sheng threw the feed in his hand. The feed was thrown in the air in a parabola and flew towards the mysterious squid. It was about to land in front of the mysterious squid. But something embarrassing happened. The feed hit the mysterious squid's face and slid down. It felt like a person getting hit in the face by a dandelion. The mysterious squid didn't react at all and gave Lin Sheng a cold look. Then looking at Poseidon and others, the mysterious squid's patience seemed to have been exhausted at this time. And the figure began to move towards the raft base.
Damn! Why didn't it work?
Lin Sheng looked in disbelief at the fact that the feed that had been tried and tested before by the squid would not work on the mysterious squid. Lin Sheng was also panicking at this time. Looking at the squid head that should be 1/5 the size of a naval ship, Lin Sheng was covered in cold sweat. He looked at the huge tentacles again. If they were whipped down, I'm afraid this raft base will be torn apart.
Xiaosheng, let me try.
Just when Lin Sheng was at a loss, and when Poseidon and others were waiting for the mysterious squid with horrified eyes, Shinling spoke.
Try what you want to try. Sister Ling is afraid that there is nothing we can do. How about we go back to the naval ship? As for the island base, we can build it in the future. We can accept the people on the raft base to the sea first. There are a lot of people on the ship, but it can still be accommodated.
Lin Sheng said this because he felt that the raft base could not protect Lin. Although they captured the mysterious squid, the battle left a lot of damage.
No, Xiaosheng. Have you forgotten my exclusive artifact?
Shinling explained.
Exclusive artifact? Demon refining pot.
Lin Sheng suddenly thought of it and said in shock. Shinling was seen smiling happily.
Yes.
After saying this, Shinling came to the edge of the raft base, staring intently at some squid that was about to approach. The next moment, the demon refining pot appeared in Shinling's hand. And at the same time, the weapon spirit stood beside Shinling. Shinling slowly said,
Become my slave.
As Shinling finished speaking, several mysterious lights slowly appeared on the demon refining pot in her hand. And these lights surrounded the mysterious squid. The mysterious squid suddenly felt that something was wrong. And it seemed that its whole body was tied with shackles. No, it does not want to be captured and made a slave.
It wants to be the overlord of the sea, and no sea beast dares to provoke it. But it's too late now. After those transparent and invisible chains are locked up, the divine squid can't escape even if it wants to. He could only stay in place and couldn't move. The originally transparent and colorless chains turned into golden tattoos and appeared everywhere on this mysterious squid's body. Gradually, the mind of the mysterious squid was conquered. This is the effect of the demon refining pot on sea beasts. Forced taming. Shenling did not put the mysterious squid into the demon refining pot, but directly put a shackle on it and left it above the forest sea. You will be the protector of the Dragon Kingdom from now on, Shenling said slowly, and at the same time, Xiling took out an additional control token and handed it to Shenling. Shenling handed the control token to Lin Sheng again. As for the mysterious squid, it is sitting quietly on the sea surface, waiting for orders from the owner of the control token at any time. Lin Sheng smiled proudly at Shenling. Sure enough, Shenling had the same idea as him. The soldiers who had been waiting for the battle all took a breath. The monster was subdued, and they also heard Shenling's words. Although Shenling's voice was not loud before, they could hear it clearly. Lin Sheng came to Pajun. Here! You heard what my sister said. Right. Lin Sheng handed the control token to Pajun and said. Pajun was excited about the result and thanked him gratefully. Master Sheng, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be able to defend the raft base. You're welcome. This is what we should do. But with this squid, your plan to expand the island can be carried out faster, Lin Sheng said. Chapter 147 Whereabouts. Investigation. After Pajun heard Lin Sheng's words, he was slightly stunned, and then he thought of the meaning of Lin Sheng's words. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, the emergence of Tool Sea monsters can be used as an island construction plan. Lin Sheng, Shenling and others returned to the naval ship. Pajun ordered the mysterious squid to start the expansion of the island. The ordinary survivors on the raft base also had a new understanding of Shenling this time. I didn't expect that not only Mr. Sheng is so powerful, but also the people around Mr. Sheng are so powerful. If that terrifying monster just launched an attack, our base would probably be destroyed. Yes, that woman is so powerful. She tamed that monster in one fell swoop and became our national protector. It would be great if I could be that good one day. Wake up and stop doing this. It's impossible for you in this life. The voices of envy and respect kept ringing out, and they were all conquered by the powerful strength of Lin Sheng's people. Instead, he looked at Lin Sheng. Huh? Where did you get this? Lin Sheng looked at the melon seeds brought by the female savage and said curiously, Master, this is a watermelon we grew ourselves. When we picked the watermelon when it was ripe, we found that there were too many watermelon seeds in it. So we fried it. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Sheng grabbed a handful of melon seeds and cracked them while sitting on an armchair and watching the island expansion plan from a distance. Suddenly Lin Sheng remembered something. You have prepared such a big basket of watermelon seeds. But what about the watermelon flesh? Lin Sheng asked curiously. The juice has been squeezed, but it is still stored in the underground warehouse. After the naval ship is upgraded, it will have a refrigeration room. Oh, I'll arrange to send some over there to see how strong the sun is now, so as not to tire out those soldiers, Lin Sheng said casually. After the savage retreated, he followed Lin Sheng's instructions. It didn't take long for Pajun and others to get the watermelon juice, and they all turned around to thank Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Suddenly Shenling's face looked wrong. He immediately asked in confusion, What's wrong with Sister Ling? What happened? Shenling looked at the manual in her hand and said excitedly, Xiao Sheng, Mom has replied to me. After hearing what Shenling said, Lin Sheng also threw away the melon seeds in Lin Sheng's hand and asked hurriedly, Do they have any reply? Yes, Xiao Sheng. They are at the headquarters of the Jalo mercenary group, Shenling said excitedly. But after Shenling got excited, a worried expression appeared on her face again. Shenling still knew what the Jialong mercenary group was, but now that his parents are in the hands of the Jialong mercenary group, Shenling can't even imagine what they will encounter. Unknowingly, Shenling's worry turned into reality, and tears of worry appeared in her eyes. Sister, don't cry. Are your parents okay over there? Lin Sheng hurriedly wiped away Shenling's tears and asked. Shenling threw herself into Lin Sheng's arms. After holding Lin Sheng for a while, she said, My parents are fine. They are just like slaves, working constantly. That's good. As long as the person is still there, everything will be easy. As for the jalo mercenary group, I will definitely make them pay the price,
Lin Sheng said with firm eyes. After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xinling's mood obviously improved a lot. She rested for a while before returning to normal. After Lin Sheng saw that Xinling's condition was normal, Lin Sheng walked out alone. His eyes flashed slightly. Originally, Lin Sheng just wanted to wait for the time to resolve the grudge against the Jialong mercenary group. But now it seems that he needs to kill it immediately. Since the parents are in each other's hands, every extra day means more danger. I couldn't get in touch before, so I had no choice. Now that I got in touch with Lin Sheng, I didn't want to wait. Lin Sheng took out the manual and was about to message someone on the World Chat channel to inquire about the whereabouts of the Jialong mercenary group. After hesitating for a while, Lin Sheng gave up the idea. If this alerts the enemy, the members of the Jialong mercenary group will escape. But what to do? So Lin Sheng came to Pajun and asked Pajun.
Pajun, how much do you know about the Jialong mercenary group?
Pajun was stunned when he heard Lin Sheng's words. Then he said doubtfully,
Master Sheng, are you planning to find trouble with the Jialong mercenaries?
Lin Sheng nodded and said,
Yes and no. The main reason is to save people. Okay, please wait for a while, and I'll ask if anyone knows.
Pajun simply replied to stop vomiting, and then used all his strength to look for it. Soon Pajun said to Lin Sheng,
I found it, but the distance between the other party and us is too far. It's okay. Just give me your address.
Good. Pajun said Lin Sheng the address of the Jialong mercenary group. For such a large force, every force will send people to break into it. And the people on Pajun's side are no exception. It's just that they haven't penetrated deeply into them. After Pajun sent the location to Lin Sheng, he asked again,
Does Mr. Sheng need help from our people?
Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
No need.
After Lin Sheng got the address, he didn't want to say anything to Pajun, but went back to the naval ship. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng's leaving figure and hurried back to where the leader was to report the incident. The leaders obviously take this matter very seriously. I want to send someone to help. But before they could send anyone, just as the meeting ended, they saw that the naval ship had already started. Moreover, the naval ship turned into an afterimage and disappeared from their sight.
This is...
A group of leaders looked at each other. They were shocked at how fast the naval ship could be. On the naval ship, Lin Sheng said to old Jack,
Go all out. Don't worry about not having enough energy crystals. I have plenty of speed enchantment books here.
Lin Sheng said to old Jack. Old Jack did not answer with words, but proved it with actions. A huge naval vessel on the sea surface was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Many people thought they were dazzled when they saw the naval vessel, and they could no longer see the naval vessel just after blinking.
There is still 1W meters to go. 5K meters to go.
Arrived. The naval ship arrived outside the base of the Jialong mercenary group. From a distance, it looked like a raft base. What shocked Lin Sheng the most was that there were 2 islands in the middle of this raft base. This island is not the kind that appears and disappears at regular intervals, but is the same as the eternal island created by the elves. The arrival of the naval ship immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the raft base. At this time, Lin Sheng could see that all the people surrounding him had guns like you in their hands. Chapter 148 Break in and Save People. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment when he looked at the people holding muskets. At this time, someone actually picked up a musket. Lin Sheng couldn't help but believe in the rumors about his previous life even more. In the previous life, everyone was spreading the rumor that the Jialong mercenary group had actually been making deals with the devil. Lin Sheng did not dare to say that he had obtained the largest variety of supplies. But he was sure that if there were no special circumstances, the number of muskets in their hands would not be so many even if they were available.
Friends on the ship, come down quickly. Otherwise we will treat you as intruders.
Someone among the Jialong mercenaries on the raft base shouted to Lin Sheng on the naval ship. Lin Sheng sneered.
Go down. Of course you have to go down. Come by yourself. But why would you stay on a naval ship to harvest this group of people? Everyone, get your arms.
Lin Sheng gave an order to deal with old Jack's request to keep the Navy ship on the Lin High ship to provide long-distance support at any time. Everyone else disembarked. Even the people from the dwarf tribe and the elves who had just joined got off the ship together. There are 28 dwarves, 50 savages, 18 mermaids, and 100 elves from the elves, including Kong Kongi, Guzi, Pai Pai, Lin Sheng and Xinling. There are 201 people in total. Even Xiao Bai, Xiaoping, Xiaohua, and even Daping's 4 pets came down with them.
More than 200 people and pets disembarked from the naval ship with great momentum. The mercenaries responsible for guarding the base of the jalo mercenary group were only a few hundred people. Even though they all held muskets in their hands, they were stunned for a while after seeing these 200 strange teams. But the experience accumulated from long-term fighting allowed them to react quickly. He hurriedly aimed at Lin Sheng and others and launched a musket bombardment. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were heard. Countless bullets were flying in the air. However, when these bullets hit Lin Sheng and others, they only made bursts of clanging sounds. Lin Sheng and others were all wearing second-level armor, and these bullets could not cause harm to Lin Sheng and others at all. However, the butcher's knife in the hands of Lin Sheng and others fell after they faced the bullets and approached the mercenaries. Hundreds of mercenaries fell to the raft base one by one as the butcher's knife fell. Life was lost. There were some members on the base who had just joined the jalo mercenary group who were not surrounded, and they were all stunned. Originally thinking that it was a holiday and the jalo mercenary group had obtained sophisticated equipment, they felt that they were in good condition and could survive on the sea. But at this moment, the belief in their hearts was completely shattered. What anger equipment? What sense of superiority? Everything is fake. It's not like he was stabbed one by powerful survivors. The beliefs of those who were originally superior collapsed at this moment. Their only thought was to run away if it was not safe here. Only by running away would they have a chance to survive. But how could Lin Sheng's 200 people let these people go? Every survivor who saw the badge of the jalo mercenary group was killed under Lin's butcher's knife. The inner headquarters of the jalo mercenary group. It seems that the enemy has broken into the outside, a senior mercenary said. The boss is still offering sacrifices. Should we go out and deal with those intruders? Another senior mercenary said. These people were the first mercenaries to follow the jalo mercenary group. Under Xiao Shijun's arrangement, they all improved their strength. It can be said that they are the most powerful group of combatants in the jalo mercenary group. Kill out. Of course we have to fight out. Otherwise, the boss is so kind to us. After the boss sacrifices, we find that the base is gone. How can we face the boss? 10 people are left behind to help the boss in case he needs help. And the remaining number 100 brothers follow me to fight out. On the base of the jalo mercenary group. After Lin Sheng and others slaughtered all the members of the jalo mercenary group, Pai said disdainfully, Boss, that's all they are? Didn't I say you asked me to kill all these rubbish by myself? Deal with it cleanly. Lin Sheng shook his head. Others didn't know. But Lin Sheng knew that the battle of the jalo mercenary group was more than this. Otherwise, he might not be afraid of the jalo mercenary group. Lin Sheng knew that there was another team within the jalo mercenary group. This team was the team that really made the jalo mercenary group famous in the previous life. Jalo mercenary group. 108 mercenaries. Their respective strengths are extremely powerful, and they were able to crush other organizations in their previous lives. But now, these people have not appeared yet. Lin Sheng didn't know what their current strength had become. So Lin Sheng said to everyone, Be vigilant. There are still enemies who have not come out. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone became vigilant again, ready to face enemies that had not yet arrived. Sister, please send a message to your parents and ask where they are? Good. After Shenling finished speaking, she immediately connected. When Shenling contacted her mother again, she realized that it was only after their current round of work was over that they had time to reply. A few days ago, even if she sent a message to her mother, she would not be able to contact her. Xiaosheng, they are being held there. And many of our compatriots are also being held there. Lin Sheng nodded and was led by Shenling to a house built with cages at the raft base. Walk into the house and take a look. There are at least 3,000 to 4,000 people imprisoned here. Looking at this environment again. Is it still a place where people should stay? The environment here is like a breeding farm. The houses are surrounded by iron rods, and everyone can be clearly seen from the outside. There are no facilities or toilets in the prison. Lin Sheng could vaguely see filth on the ground in the corner, and there was a smell coming from it. Lin Sheng immediately became angry. Looking at the locks that locked the iron door, Lin Sheng raised the broken sword in his hand and cut off the locks one by one. After breaking the door, countless trapped people I feel saved. The trapped survivors came out of the cage one by one, and some were at a loss as they waited for arrangements. Some people jumped directly into the sea and fled. In the eyes of these people, the base of the jalo mercenary group is the most terrifying place. None, not even the sea beasts in the sea, are so terrifying.
That wouldn't be a big deal but death. But here, it's simply endless torture. Just as Lin Sheng watched these people leave, a familiar voice sounded in the ears of Lin Sheng and Shenling.
Xiaoling! Xiaosheng!
Lin Sheng and Shenling's bodies both trembled. And then, they turned around and saw that familiar face. Chapter 149, Extermination. Water Dragon Pearl.
Dad? Mom!
Shenling shouted to the two elders with tears in her eyes. Lin Sheng looked at the two elders blankly. When their parents came to Shenling and Lin Sheng, they immediately pulled them to observe. After meeting the junior again in the hearts of the two elders, the first thing he did was to check whether they were injured.
Mom, I'm fine,
Shenling said to her mother. The adoptive father and Lin Sheng looked at each other face to face. Lin Sheng looked at his adoptive father without saying a word for a long time. Finally, at this time, the elite mercenaries of the Jialong mercenary group came out from the inner base. Lin Sheng heard the sound of these footsteps and immediately said,
Mom and Dad, you go to the naval ship and stay safe first. I have to come out about the things here.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking to his parents, Lin Shengyu said,
Sister Ling, why don't you take your parents away?
Although Shenling, who had just reunited with her mother, felt reluctant to leave and wanted to agree to what Lin Sheng said and wait for her parents to leave. In the end, she shook her head and said,
Xiaosheng, I want to stay with you. 11 Mom, please take my parents back to the ship.
Shenling left the matter of welcoming her parents back to the ship to the female savage from the savage tribe. But she restrained herself and cooperated with her parents. Shenling came to Lin Sheng's side and looked at the elite mercenaries of the Jialong mercenary group side by side.
Kill!
After Lin Sheng watched his parents leave, he immediately gave an order and Lin Sheng's team ran towards the team of the Jialong mercenary group. The main forces in the battle are of course the savages and mermaids. Their strength is at the second level, just the same as the people of the Jialong mercenary group. And each of them resisted one, whether it was Lin Sheng's people or the Jialong mercenary group. The strength of the two groups was not much different. And each of them held ordinary artifact weapons in their hands. When they started fighting, they almost fought back and forth to contain each other. After this wave, half of the mercenaries of the Jialong mercenary group were restrained. But there are still half of the 50 people who have not been restrained. At this time, Lin Sheng, Pai Pai and others looked at each other. However, Pai Pai said carelessly,
Boss, I've been exhausted for a long time. How about we compete to see who can solve more problems?
Before Pai Pai could finish his words and wait for anyone to give a reply, Kong Kongyu took action first and took down the Poseidon Trident in his hand. An enemy on the opposite side was immediately killed on the spot. Guzi also did his job and killed a mercenary with one blow of his axe. They are all third-level experts who can definitely kill second-level enemies in one-on-one situations.
You don't respect martial ethics. I just finished speaking, and you started taking action before I even started.
Pai Pai shouted angrily. After Pai Pai said this, he stopped talking and attacked the mercenaries of the Jialong mercenary group. With the participation of Pai Pai and others, the situation was immediately crushed. The situation almost turned into a one-sided crushing. Soon all the mercenaries of the Jialong mercenary group were killed. Lin Sheng stood on the base full of mercenary corpses. After observing these corpses for a long time, Lin Sheng said,
Let's move on. Their boss hasn't appeared yet.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he was also a little curious about the development of the Jialong mercenary group up to now. What was behind them that allowed the entire mercenary group of the Jialong mercenary group to develop so rapidly? Lin Sheng and his men ran in the direction where the elite mercenaries came out just now. After arriving at the place where the Hope mercenaries came out, Lin Sheng saw a gate. This is the wooden door. After Lin Sheng opened the door, he saw an empty hall. 10 mercenaries were standing in the hall. The faces of these mercenaries were originally filled with cheerful smiles. But the next moment, these mercenaries were stunned when they saw Lin Sheng and others arriving.
What did those guys do? Didn't they agree to go out and stop the intruders? Why did they let the intruders come here?
One of the mercenaries complained.
You may never have the chance to see them in your life.
The mercenaries' complaints about flowers were naturally heard by Lin Sheng. So Lin Shengbian opened his mouth and explained.
What do you mean?
After the mercenary heard Lin Sheng's words, he was obviously stunned for a moment and then asked.
That's literal. But if you go down now, you might be able to catch up with him on the road to H.L.
Lin Sheng still said calmly. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the mercenary's face became ugly. Lin Sheng's meaning was very obvious. That is, their people were dead.
But this mercenary couldn't believe that he was 100 brothers with second-level strength. How could they all be massacred without anyone coming back to notify them? But the next moment Lin Sheng made it clear to them. The broken sword in Lin Sheng's hand emitted a sword energy. When the sword energy fell, a mercenary's body was split into 2 pieces, and he lost his lift. You all deserve to die! Facing the death of their companions, the mercenaries around him became furious. Now they also believed that hundreds of second-level strong men were really killed by these people. So these mercenaries rushed towards Lin Sheng and others. Kill! Kill these people! After the boss sacrifice is completed, he will definitely avenge us. Each of the remaining 9 dragon mercenaries looked as if they had been beaten to death. It's just that hundreds of second-level mercenaries are no match for Lin Sheng and others, let alone less than 10 in front of them. These mercenaries were quickly divided up by Lin Waiting. In a moment, they all turned into lifeless corpses. What kind of sacrifice are they talking about? Boss? Pai just heard what Lin and the others said, and he was extremely curious. What kind of sacrifice could actually make these people so powerful? Lin Sheng was vaguely guessing. It seems that what these people in the Jialing mercenary group have mastered is not some special ability, but something that can be gained through sacrifice. However, Lin Sheng was also glad to kill him at this time. Otherwise, if the human dragon mercenary group continued to develop, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. The power in my cheating hand is now like this, and the strength of the Jialing mercenary group is no weaker than my own for 1 gold coin. It's just that there is another door in the hall, and this door is tightly closed from the inside out. It's almost impossible to get in from the outside. And Lin Sheng felt that the boss of the Jialing mercenary group should be here. He couldn't get in now. So Lin Sheng said simply, "We don't have to take it here for free, do we? And this place is full of good things, so work hard to harvest them." Chapter 150 Mayfly Stone Core. Xiao Shijun. Lin Sheng also had a funny idea. That is, since their boss couldn't come out, he would lead his people to clear out all the treasures here, then wait for the boss of the dragon mercenary group to come out before killing the opponent. Lin Sheng has decided that if he wants to get rid of the Jialing mercenary group, he will not allow them to be let go and cause further trouble. From the moment the hatred arose until now, there is probably only one Xiao Shijun left in the entire Jialing mercenary group. Boss, look at these! Pai ran over and handed the thing in his hand to Lin Sheng. I hope the things are all rare things that Pai found just now. Obtain Water Spirit Pearl. Get the Mayfly Stone Core. Obtain gold coins plus 100 W. Lin Sheng. I didn't even think about other things that I wanted to come over. The only thing that wanted to come over was 3 things. Lin Sheng looked at the water dragon ball in his hand and couldn't help but feel helpless. No wonder the 3rd dragon's head of the 5 dragon eagles never opened its mouth. The water dragon ball had always been here. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng put away the water dragon beads. Wait until you get back and use the water dragon ball. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the Mayfly Stone Core. Suddenly I became a little confused. What is the function of this Mayfly Stone Core? Lin Sheng didn't understand it, but the properties of the items immediately made him understand. Ephemera Stone Core, the core of the island. If the foundation stone is built on the Mayfly Stone Core, the island will not be sunk into the sea. After seeing this introduction, Lin Sheng immediately understood the role of the Mayfly Stone Core. As expected, islands can be artificially built without elves. Although Lin Sheng doesn't need this thing. If you want to expand the Dragon Kingdom base, you can have multiple islands. Even other national restoration plans that want land also need this thing. Lin Sheng immediately had another thought in his mind, and that was whether the energy of this ephemeral stone core could be increased 100 times. If possible, after ensuring that Dragon Kingdom is ahead, it can still be sold to countries that are closer to it in peacetime. The restoration project is too big. It would be better to form an alliance centered on the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng did whatever he thought of. 100 times increase. Ephemera Stone Core plus 100. Lin Sheng looked at the extra Mayfly core in his backpack and nodded with satisfaction. Then he thought of the 2 islands outside. It seemed that the islands outside the Jialing mercenary group were made using Mayfly stone cores. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking about this, the door suddenly opened at this moment. A figure walked out of the gate, and it was Xiao Shijun. Xiao Shijun, the real boss behind the Dragon mercenary group, had just completed his sacrifice, and everyone had truly reached the 3rd level of strength. He came out with some potions, and was preparing to increase the strength of his men again. Unexpectedly, after he came out, he didn't see any mercenaries from the Jialing mercenary group. On the contrary, they were a group of people he had never seen before. As a result,
Xiao Shijun was stunned. He looked at Lin Sheng and the others, and saw the leader Lin Sheng at a glance. He immediately asked Lin Sheng,
"Who are you? Why did you come to the base of our jalo mercenary group? Where are my men?"
Faced with Xiao Shijun's questioning, Lin Sheng didn't hesitate to come in and looked at Xiao Shijun carefully. Xiao Shijun's face left a very deep impression on Lin Sheng. In his previous life, it was this Wang Badan who wanted him, and in the end, he killed him with his own hands. After Lin Sheng saw Xiao Shijun, he was extremely jealous when he saw an enemy. Without saying a word, Lin Sheng immediately used the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand and used 3 skills 3 times in a row to attack Xiao Shijun. Facing Lin Sheng's fierce attack, Xiao Shijun hurriedly relied on the compass in his hand to block Lin Sheng's attack. The compass in his hand was a miniature version of the large altar that had been placed inside it before. Xiao Shijun gained many benefits from this sacrifice. Not only did his strength increase, but the altar was also reduced in size, which also meant that he no longer had to stay here in the future. But after coming out, he found that all his subordinates were gone, and the base he had worked so hard to build was destroyed at this time.
"Boy, you've gone too far. You destroyed my base and then attacked me. Do you really think I'm someone to mess with?"
After Xiao Shijun resisted Lin Sheng's attack, he looked at Lin Sheng with an angry expression and said,
"Excessive? I don't think it's too much at all. Have you, a busy man, forgotten about me?"
Lin Sheng chuckled.
"You are?"
Xiao Shijun looked confused.
"Why did you send people to hunt me down before? Even your dicks came to find me. Have you forgotten?"
Lin Sheng said calmly.
"It's you?"
Xiao Shijun's face suddenly turned ugly. 2 of the 3 brothers died in Lin Sheng's hands. It was impossible for Xiao Shijun not to hate Lin Sheng. He immediately said angrily,
"Boy, you are looking for death."
Xiao Shijun immediately attacked Lin Sheng. But at this moment, Guzi and others suddenly appeared next to Lin Sheng, and everyone sacrificed their own artifacts. Xiao Shijun couldn't even get close to Lin Sheng. On the other hand, he was surrounded by Guzi and others. Xiao Shijun had cold sweat on his forehead and looked at Lin Sheng and others seriously. A big wolf-toothed stick immediately appeared in Xiao Shijun's hand. The sharp fangs on the mace are as if they were pulled out of the wolf's mouth one by one and embedded in it. The green light on the mace flashed past, and dots of dark green venom emerged from the sharp corners of the fangs. Xiao Shijun's body also lit up with green light. Lin Sheng.
"Hey, you were a lot greener before the disaster, but now your whole body is glowing green."
Creak. Xiao Shijun gritted his teeth and became furious. It was the man in front of him who had ruined everything for him. He will sacrifice all these people. Xiao Shijun sneered.
"Uh-huh. You ignorant boy. This is an ancient artifact."
Xiao Shijun immediately waved the mace in his hand and hit Lin Sheng's face crazily. If this stick was hit hard, Lin Sheng felt that he would never feel better, and his face might be disfigured. But he swung the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand. Countless black holes appeared around him, and the sword energy from the broken sword passed through these black holes and hit Xiao Shijun directly. And the others had no intention of staying behind. They all understood that the man in front of them was the enemy of their master boss, and the purpose of coming here was to kill this man. The giant axe-air blade in Guzi's hand was cut off, and Pai Pai's thunder hammer fell. An energy trident in the form of a trident was shot out from Kong Kongi's hand. Many attacks fell on Lin Xiao Shijun. Chapter 151. The mastermind behind the scenes is not dead yet. The place where Xiao Shijun was standing was filled with smoke and dust, and explosions continued to sound. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. Lin Sheng saw Xiao Shijun's face again in his eyes. However, the compass in Xiao Shijun's hand was in tatters, and the mace in his hand was broken into 2 sections. Some of the sharp fangs were blown away by the aftermath of the battle. Lin Sheng stepped forward and kicked Xiao Shijun's body with his feet, confirming that Xiao Shijun was really dead. After that, Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Shijun's body was lifeless, and there were varying degrees of damage all over his body. Even his body temperature dropped to freezing point at this time. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Sheng poured some oil on Xiao Shijun, and then lit a fire, and Xiao Shijun turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the world. As for the compass that fell from Xiao Shijun's hand, Lin Sheng also guessed that it was an altar. But now looking at the bombed appearance, Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly. This has been bombed to a pulp. It is simply unusable. It was a waste product that Lin Sheng had not thought of collecting yet.
"Let's go. This place is so shabby."
After walking around the base of the Jiaolong mercenary group, Lin Sheng confirmed that there was nothing good. And then he opened his mouth and led everyone away. Back on the naval ship, Lin Sheng dismissed everyone else, and then he and Shenling came to their parents. After 17 days of disaster, the family was finally reunited in school. Lin Sheng also discovered during the chat that he actually sent them messages when he tried to contact them when he had time during this period. But they were all busy at the time. They had no time to reply under the harsh attack of the mercenaries of the Jalo mercenary group. That is to say, today's collection work on an island has just ended, and it is time to take some rest. By chance, Shenling's message was sent to her, and she was successfully contacted. Shenling shed emotional tears when she heard what happened to her parents, and what she saw in front of her. But Lin Sheng is not like this. She firmly believes that the past is the past, and will never look back. After all, it is impossible to change the past. And what can be done is what is happening in the present. Lin Sheng said with a smile.
Mom and Dad, we have a bathroom here. You two should take a bath first, and then soak in the hot spring at night.
Lin Sheng arranged for the two elders to go to the bathroom. But when it came time to take a shower, the second elder was shy. There is only one bathroom, but there are two people who need to take a bath. Lin Sheng looked at the red-faced second elder and smiled, then turned and left to arrange other things. The naval ship returned, and Lin Sheng made arrangements for Guzi and other savages. Let them prepare the best food for their parents. Lin Sheng said,
Guzi, I remember that the sow over there gave birth to piglets. So I will give you a recipe for roasting suckling pig, and you let them do it. There is also rabbit. Elderly people don't like spicy food, but they can stew it in soup to replenish it. You can take care of other things. I understand. Master, I will make arrangements right away.
After Guzi responded, he hurriedly left. He also saw that these two people were very important, and the treatment on the naval ship was definitely no less than that of two masters. When there was a lot of excitement on the naval ship, it was above the base of the Jiaolong mercenary group. The figure of Xiao Shijun, who had been killed and his body destroyed, slowly emerged. From transparent shadow to clear nothingness becomes solid. Gradually, a living Xiao Shijun appeared here. He said angrily,
Damn, Lin Sheng. You actually made me sacrifice everything I gained during this period.
Yes. When Xiao Shijun felt that he was about to die, he gave everything on his body to the fairy sword in exchange for a chance to be resurrected. The compass returned to his hands again. It's just that the current compass doesn't look broken at all. It's completely a flawless work of art. If Lin Sheng saw this scene, he would be shocked. People who had been burned to ashes by him could actually be resurrected. Xiao Shijun looked at the foundation he had built. But at this moment, all of it turned into accumulated fans. The brothers around him are no longer here. Xiao Shijun's fists clenched loudly.
Very well. Lin Sheng, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. You will face my revenge.
Xiao Shijun said. And the next moment, he jumped into the sea, not knowing where he swam. After a while, some small mercenary groups, who heard the news, came running over. The Jiaolong mercenary group has been destroyed, so there must be a lot of good things in their base. They just hope they can pick up some. Above the blue starry sky, in the calm universe, a dragon man with dragon horns on his head and a face full of violent auras suddenly opened his eyes. Then he said slowly,
Someone actually destroyed my backhand.
Standing in front of him was a man covered in blue, and the blue figure grinned. The dragon man glared at the other person and said,
But what next? Do you think that a strong man like me, who has reached the 5th level of civilized life, will miss so easily?
The dragon man sneered. The thoughts in his brain stirred wildly, and a mysterious energy of thoughts fell towards the blue star. The expression on the blue figure's face changed, and he hurriedly trapped the dragon man. But the dragon man's thoughts towards blue star could no longer be stopped. The dragon man wanted to escape, but at this moment, he was stopped by the blue figure.
Damn it!
The blue figure waved his hand, and used all his strength to finally suppress the dragon in front of him.
Do you think that once you suppress me, this matter will be solved? Impossible. I am just a pioneer.
The dragon man roared.
You talk too much nonsense.
The blue figure finally spoke at this time. He took a piece of blue rag from his feet, and stuffed it directly into the dragon man's mouth. Then he looked at Blue Star with a faint look.
Humans are still too weak. This is all I can do.
It turns out that the source of all this disaster is the invasion of a higher-level civilization, and the Vanguard army was blocked by the Guardians of Blue Star. All the changes that have taken place in Blue Star are to allow humans to grow up faster so that they will have the strength to fight against a large number of invasions in the future. Above the ocean, Lin Sheng directed the savages to bring food to the table. Lin Sheng looked at the two elders, who had already washed off their dirt in the bathroom, with a smile. The two elders were led by Shenling to the restaurant. Shenling was very obedient, and walked over holding her mother's arm.
Mom and Dad, you've had a hard time these days. Come on. Have a good meal first and everything will be fine later.
Lin Sheng welcomed the two elders to the dining table and said, Chapter 152 Island Expansion.
Mom and Dad, come and have some meat. You've been suffering a lot these days.
Lin Sheng stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of pork full of oil from the roasted suckling pig. When the chopsticks were clamped on the roasted suckling pig, there was a crisp sound at first. This is the sound the pork skin makes when it is roasted and crispy. The next moment, the oil on the pork seemed to be soaked on the chopsticks. After Lin Sheng gave the pork from the roasted suckling pig to his father, he gave another piece to his mother. Then he gave a piece to Shenling. And finally it was his turn. Click. The first thing you bite into the pork is the crispy skin. And the next moment, the fragrant oily smell bursts out in your mouth. The pork is tender, and not chewy, and almost melts in your mouth. After everyone had their entrances, Lin Sheng said with satisfaction,
Those guys are very good at their craftsmanship.
After tasting it, my father said with emotion,
I never thought that I could eat such fine food in such an environment.
A satisfied smile appeared on the mother's face. And then she looked at Shenling, who was waiting for Lin Sheng to pick up the meat for her, and said,
Xiaoling, you are a sister.
How can you ask Xiao Sheng to take care of you? I don't know. I thought you were Xiaoxing's wife.
After hearing her mother's words, Shenling blushed and pouted dissatisfiedly. In my heart, I thought, what's wrong? Xiaoxing is not your adopted hung. In order not to bring bad memories to Lin Sheng since childhood, his parents never said anything about Lin Sheng's adoption.
Hey, old lady, please don't say anything. We have watched Xiaosheng grow up, and we have such a good relationship with Xiaoling. It is a good thing to be a couple, and we can rest assured.
The father spoke.
Yes, only Xiaosheng will spoil her.
Mother said in agreement. The second elder originally meant that it all depends on fate, but the scene in front of him now made the second elder confirm this idea. After Lin Sheng heard this, he was still very happy. Before, it was just the two of them, without any explanation from their parents. Lin Sheng was still a little worried. But now things are getting better, and their parents also agree with the two of them being together. Lin Sheng came to Shenling's side with relief, took Shenling's little hand, and looked at the two elders. The two elders watched Lin Sheng holding Shenling's hand. But Shenling looked shy. The second elder was stunned at first. Then he laughed.
So you guys are not bad. Not bad.
A cheerful meal ended, and the sky was gradually getting dark. Lin Sheng took his two elders back to the small wooden villa on the naval ship. When Lin Sheng looked at the room downstairs and hesitated for a while, and was about to say something, his father looked at Lin Sheng and said,
Xiaosheng, where is your room?
Lin Sheng was confused but still took his parents to the second floor. After his parents entered Lin Sheng's room, they looked at the wooden walls and floors and said,
Yes, your mother and I will sleep here, and you don't need to tidy up the room downstairs.
Ah,
then
Lin Sheng also wanted to say that he should go to the room downstairs by himself. After all, since his parents wanted this room, he should give it up. But the mother said with a kind face at this time,
Don't worry, Xiaosheng. Your father and I are both open-minded people. Now that you young people have confirmed the relationship, you should spend more time together to cultivate feelings.
As soon as the mother finished speaking, the father couldn't wait to push the two of them out of the room and close the wooden door tightly. Lin Sheng and Shenling, who were standing outside the room, looked at each other.
Sister Ling, why don't I go downstairs?
Lin Sheng said. Although both of them slept together, it was because their parents were away. But now my parents are in the next room. It's really embarrassing to think about meeting my parents when they walk out the door after waking up in the morning. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng felt a little panicked. But Shenling was much calmer.
No, Xiaosheng,
come here. Shenling took the initiative to hold Lin Sheng's hand and walked into the room. The night passed peacefully. Of course, nothing happened. After all, the current conditions are still limited. Lin Sheng felt that the current living conditions were not good enough to create a human being. If he really got hit, and the living conditions did not allow Shenling to be safe, he would definitely be devastated if he encountered some accidents. Lin Sheng regretted it for the rest of his life. After all, giving birth to a child is like going through age, hell for some women. The 18th day of the disaster. Lin Sheng and Xinling walked out of the room, and their parents were watching them outside the door. The mother said,
Xiaoling, you two are not good at it. Why is there no movement at all? When can your father and I have a grandson?
When facing their mother, both of them had shy expressions on their faces. These parents, however, Lin Sheng and Xinling also understood. It should be that on this naval ship. The two elders felt that they could live a stable life in the future, so they had more hope to take care of their children.
Sister Ling, please go wash up first.
Xinling whispered and left. Then Lin Sheng told the two elders about his concerns.
The second elder nodded, understanding what Lin Sheng meant. After washing, Lin Sheng left the naval ship and went to the Dragon Kingdom base. Xinling, on the other hand, took his parents for a stroll on the naval ship. Lin Sheng, who was walking on the road, signed in silently in his heart. Sign in to obtain the manufacturing drawings of the plowing vehicle. Plow truck manufacturing drawings. Lin Sheng looked at the plowing truck he had just obtained. He obviously had no use for it. After all, everything on the naval ship is planted in planting pots. The only thing that can be used is to wait for other people to use it after the island construction is completed. Lin Sheng arrived at the raft base. At this moment, in front of Lin Sheng, there were only a few rafts left at the raft base, and most of them were covered by the island. Lin Sheng looked at the mysterious squid that was busy, and then saw Pajun, who was laughing. Pajun saw Lin Sheng's arrival.
Ha ha! Master, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't given us this mysterious squid as our tool, we still don't know when the island construction will be completed. That's good. After the construction of this island is completed, everyone will soon be able to enter the farming era.
Lin Sheng responded to Pajun now.
Ha ha! Yes!
Pajun looked at the island in front of him, his eyes filled with expectations and longing for the future. At this time, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom came over and was writing and drawing on a piece of paper, drawing a new black record of the island, and planning based on this drawing. Lin Sheng and Pajun came to the leaders, and then they saw the planning and layout of the island written on the drawing in the hand of a leader. Chapter 153 Sea Beast Riot.
Xiaosheng, you are here. Come and take a look at the plan of the island built by our team,
one of the leaders said with a smile. After Lin Sheng looked carefully, he discovered that at least 2/3 of the area on the island that was planned as farmland stood. It can be seen from here that what the people of the Dragon Kingdom care about most is the land. That is the deep-seated love for the land. Only with land can the people of the Dragon Kingdom develop agriculture, plant, and then grow a steady stream of food so that no one will starve.
Actually, it would be great if there was an island. We wouldn't have to plan so carefully.
The leader let out a sigh. At present, the largest expansion area of the island has been expanded. Even if an island can be expanded, its maximum area will be 1,000 square meters. If the island area is too large, it will not only be unable to expand, but may also cause the island to sink into the sea. After Lin Sheng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said,
Well, I actually have a way to build an island. I wonder if any of you are interested.
Lin Sheng's words just fell. The leader's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he looked at Lin Sheng with burning eyes.
Xiaosheng, are you telling the truth?
The old leader asked excitedly, grabbing Lin Sheng's hand. His arrest made Lin Sheng feel a little embarrassed.
It's true. But
before Lin Sheng could finish speaking, the old leader said,
Don't worry, Xiaosheng. We won't treat you badly. Just like what we said before. If you have good things, give them to us first, and we will buy them at the same price. Lin Sheng touched his nose and said,
I have a mayfly stone core in my hand. With this stone core, it can be used as the core of the island. Of course, the maximum area of the island is definitely not as large as this, but an area of 2,000 to 3,000 square meters can still be built. Is it a large number?
The old leader's eyes were all shining brightly, and quality was not enough for quantity. When Lin Sheng saw the old leader's eyes so intense, he immediately said,
I can give 20 to Longhua, and I have other uses for the others.
The old leader fell silent, and then slowly said,
You don't want human civilization to become extinct, right? Countries have different cultural heritages.
The old leader said with emotion. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, blinked.
You must have said that I am too noble. I really just want to collect some gold coins. Keeping the gold coins of the Dragon Kingdom is not a long-term thing. After all, the mysterious businessman is a complete profiteer. The things he sells are getting more and more expensive.
Xiaosheng, Tell me the price,
the old leader said seriously.
10,000 gold coins each. Okay, but we don't have that many gold coins in our hands right now. Can we get it on credit first?
The old leader said.
Can. This is 100,000 gold coins.
Get gold coins plus 10W. After Lin Sheng obtained the gold coin, he handed over the mayfly stone core to the other party. After Lin Sheng's transaction was completed, he returned to the naval ship. 2 days have passed, and I don't know how many colorful fruit cores there are now. After all, if you want to survive better, strength is still the key. When Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship, he saw Shenling drinking holy water for the 2 elders. After the second elder drank the holy water, his body went from being slightly yellow and thin to the muscles of his limbs becoming fuller. The limbs are also full of strength at this time.
Mom and Dad, how are your strengths?
Lin Sheng asked curiously.
200 points.
Father and mother spoke at the same time. Lin Sheng nodded. There was still time. 3 days passed in a row. Lin Sheng also signed some strange things during these 3 days. Sign in to get super rice seeds. Sign in and get a box of Weilong spicy tiao. Sign in and get a game console. Lin Sheng looked at these rewards speechlessly with excitement. Weilong spicy tiao. What a great memory. The game console can be compared to life on a naval ship. As for the super rice, it is even more powerful than the strongest rice before the disaster. The yield per moo can reach 100,000 kilograms. It was at this time that the 21st day of the disaster quietly arrived. Dragon Kingdom's island construction plan has just been successful. Pejun came to the naval ship to find Lin Sheng.
Master Sheng, thanks to your money, we don't know how long it would have been before we could complete the real territory construction. Ha ha. You're welcome. I'm just doing business,
Lin Sheng said calmly.
That's right. Mr. Sir, we want to invite you to visit and buy a batch of food from you to reward some soldiers who have been busy.
Pejun immediately gave Lin Sheng 200,000 gold coins. Among them, 100,000 gold coins were paid on credit by the old leader a few days ago, and the remaining 100,000 gold coins were used to buy meat. The pigs, beef and mutton that Lin Sheng had slaughtered before were all frozen and multiplied hundreds of times every day. This time it was purchased by Pejun, and Lin Sheng immediately released 200,000 kilograms of meat. After Pejun got the meat in his hands, he invited Lin Sheng down to get together on the island. 3 days later, Lin Sheng brought Shenling and his parents to the island. In these 3 days, my parents' strength has also improved rapidly. In 2 days, they will probably reach the peak of the first level. Arriving on the island, Lin Sheng saw a greatly changed base. An island with an area of 1,000 square meters serves as the core, surrounded by 20 islands with an area of 3,000 square meters. The rafts that were originally used as land have now become bridges connecting these islands, filling the gaps between islands. After Lin Sheng was invited to the island, he just celebrated with the people on the island base. Suddenly a soldier who was holding on came in a hurry. His steps were staggering and his face was pale.
Sir, something's wrong.
As this sound sounded, the people who were celebrating stopped their hands one after another. Then he looked at the guard soldier who came in a hurry. Several leaders gave Pejun a look and asked him to ask. This soldier is one of Pejun's men. After Pejun received the signal, he hurriedly came to the soldier's side.
What's going on?
Under Pejun's questioning, the soldier told everything he saw while guarding the defense line.
Just now, when I was still paying attention to see if there were any intruders around me,
I unexpectedly saw strange creatures emerging from the sea. He was so huge that he looked like a monster from the island country's Bumpman.
After hearing what the soldier said, Pejun's expression froze. Monster. How come even monsters appear out of nowhere? Chapter 154 The Effect of Beast Blood. But what should be taken seriously is not the question of whether this strange creature is a monster. It's about these
monsters
threatening the island base.
Where are those things?
Pejun asked nervously. The soldier pointed.
Over there.
Although the conversation between Pejun and the soldier was not loud, everyone around them had amazing hearing, so they picked up everything they said immediately. Although these people didn't say anything, the shock in their hearts was all revealed on their faces. Their eyes followed the direction pointed by the soldier's finger. What caught everyone's eyes was not the
monster
lingering in the distance, hesitating to attack the island. It was the 5-meter-tall sea beasts with heads as big as cows that were close at hand in the future. They quickly approached the island in the sea.
Mysterious squid,
Pejun shouted, and after finishing the island construction, the mysterious squid thought he could retire and hide in the sea to rest. But I didn't expect that I would be called nonsense at this time. The mysterious squid tried to ignore Poseidon, thinking in his mind that if he had known it, he wouldn't have come out. Wouldn't it mean that the sea was occupied? You can still survive on your own at the bottom of the sea. It's better now. He was directly captured and used as a slave. But the mysterious squid was determined to resist. The runes on its body were tightened like ropes, and it felt severe pain all over its body. Ho ho! The mysterious squid roared and tried to struggle, but it found more and more that its soul seemed to be shackled. The soul was punished, and a kind of pain that didn't know where it came from spread throughout its body. It compromised, because it feels that if it doesn't compromise, it will die in this strange pain. Wow! The mysterious squid broke through the water and came to the surface again, standing on the edge of the island. The mysterious squid was stunned when he saw the visitor. Aren't these the enemies in other sea areas when he dominated the underwater world? The mysterious squid scratched his head and glanced at these sea beasts in confusion, feeling hesitant in his heart. These sea beasts suddenly appeared to compete with him for territory. Although he said that he was not afraid of them, they were also very powerful. I have been attacked by these sea beasts many times. Now a squid faces a group of other sea beasts, and the squid feels bitter in its heart. And during this moment of hesitation, those strange sea beasts emerge from the water. There are 10 in total. Everyone is over 3 meters tall, and on their bodies, the outer skin looked like it was rotten and wrinkled. These sea beasts are still a little far away from the island, but their disgusting smell has been blown to every corner of the island with the sea breeze. The squid seems to be afraid. Ling looked at Cuttlefish's performance from a distance and said, after all, she was the owner of the demon refining pot. After subduing the squid, Ling felt that she could feel some of the squid's emotions. Huh? After Lin Sheng heard Ling's words, he asked in disbelief. It's true, and I don't think a squid can defeat so many sea beasts. Lin Sheng was even more shocked after hearing Ling's words. The squid seems to be big enough to defeat these sea beasts, although those sea monsters are more than 3 meters tall. In front of the squid, these sea monsters are only the size of children. But Lin Sheng soon believed Ling's statement. Even if you don't believe it, the 10 sea beasts simultaneously sent out the power of the elements towards the squid. These elements seemed to form beams of light that shot out from the sea beast's mouth. Waves of transcendent power exploded in front of the squid. Squid raised his tentacles to resist, but these tentacles were seriously damaged. After those light pillars hit the tentacles, they exploded. After these explosions, the squid's tentacles were all blown apart. The squid let out a miserable cry. Roar. After those sea beasts saw that their attacks were effective, they all showed excited eyes. And the next moment, they rushed towards the squid. Of course, squids will not sit still and wait to be bitten and devoured by these sea beasts. He immediately mobilized his tenacious vitality to regenerate his severed limb, and began to fight back against the sea beast. Kong Kongi, who was next to Lin Sheng, frowned and summoned a giant turtle that was silent on the bottom of the sea. The moment the giant turtle came out of the sea, all these sea beasts were frightened. The scene on the sea was of 10 sea beasts swimming on the calm sea. Suddenly, they felt their bodies suddenly rising, and the next moment a huge object emerged from the sea. These sea beasts were thrown out and landed on the edge of the island. Originally, these sea beasts were in the sea. Lin Sheng and others might not be able to do anything against these sea beasts, and the other party could also launch long-range attacks. But things were different now. The 3-meter-tall sea beast was knocked unconscious on the edge of the island. Lin Sheng and others all sacrificed their own exclusive artifacts. Countless attacks fell on these sea beasts. In an instant, all these sea beasts were killed before they could react. Poseidon and others were still worried, but they found that the difficulties they were worried about had been solved. The soldiers headed by Poseidon all showed longing expressions on their faces. An idea came to Poseidon's mind. That is why Mr. Sheng and others are so powerful. How do they do it? Maybe we can talk to Mr. Sheng about this matter later. Poseidon, who had used potions before, felt that it was definitely not the effect of the potion. They had also used it, and the effect was not that powerful, because the upper limit of using the potion is only 10 chances. At this time, Guzi looked at the sea beasts whose blood was constantly flowing, and suddenly said, Master, if the blood on these sea beasts is soaked in the soil, there is a high probability that the quality of the soil will be improved. Lin Sheng didn't pay much attention to Guzi's words. However, Poseidon's eyes lit up as he came from the side. If you want to develop agriculture, of course the higher the quality of the soil, the better. The more fertile the land,
the better the crops grown. So Pajun asked.
Although Mr. Sheng said that he is very grateful to you and your people for taking action, I don't know if you are willing to give up these sea beast corpses to us.
Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile,
If you want it, just take it.
Lin Sheng really didn't care. There was a spiritual spring and time burden on the naval ship. He himself had the ability to increase 100 times. So there was no shortage of food at all. Pajun immediately said happily,
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheng.
Pajun quickly called for manpower to deal with the corpses of these sea beasts. The blood of the sea beast was sprinkled on the soil on the island. The soil was originally brown, but after the blood of the sea beasts was spilled, it had a faint black luster. Chapter 155 Cultivator. Pajun observed the soil soaked in the blood of the returning beast, and the smile on his face grew stronger. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng interrupted at an inappropriate time.
Although we have soil, we don't have seeds or farming tools.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the smile that had just appeared on Pajun's face disappeared at this moment. He looked at Lin Sheng with a bitter look on his face and said,
Master Sheng, can you not attack people like this? I just saw hope, but you made me face disappointment again.
Lin Sheng laughed. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng's smile and immediately thought of something. So he said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, I have some seeds but no farming tools. Do you have any farming tools for sale?
Farming tools? Of course there is. So Lin Sheng said,
Yes. Let's sell you one for 10 gold coins. It's very conscientious.
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pajun's face suddenly turned bitter. Gold coins and so on. They are all magic. I had just paid back the gold coins I owed Lin Sheng. But I didn't expect that I would need gold coins again now. They really can't get any gold coins now.
Isn't it just farming? I have people. We don't want the one that belongs to you, Mr. Sheng,
Pajun said restrainedly. When he said this, Pajun sighed helplessly in his heart. To be honest, if there is something good, of course he would choose the better one. But in this situation, I'm afraid there is no chance. Lin Sheng didn't say anything else. Just smiled. If he didn't have money, then he wouldn't be busy. After all, the cultivator was just a tool to speed up the work. It didn't mean that farming couldn't be done without a cultivator.
Brother Pajun, I'll go back first.
After Lin Sheng said goodbye to Pajun, he decisively returned to the ship. Back on the naval ship, Lin Sheng looked at the fairy tree in front of him, and suddenly remembered that he had not picked up the colorful fruit cores in the past few days. So Lin Sheng found Qingyang, the wild man who had been arranged by him to take care of this fairy tale tree. Lin Sheng asked Qingyang,
Have you collected a lot of fruit cores recently?
The caretaker of the fairy tree is not unified. The savages from the savage tribe take turns taking care of them when they have time. And today it was Qingyang's turn. After Qingyang heard Lin Sheng's question, she smiled and replied,
The master received the goods well. I wonder if the master wants to take away all the fruit cores.
Listening to Qingyang's words, Lin Sheng did not deny it and said to Qingyang,
Okay, don't be stunned. I need to use it.
Qingyang said,
Good master.
Qingyang then went to give Lin Sheng all the colorful fruit cores she had collected during these days, as well as the colorful fruit cores she had accumulated while changing shifts with other dwarves. Obtain colorful national fruit core plus 10,000. After Lin Sheng saw the number of fruit cores, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He walked in and asked,
What's going on with Qingyang? Oh? I don't know either. Master, did I do something wrong?
Qingyang was obviously stunned by Lin Sheng's question. Seeing the uneasy expression on Qingyang's face, she smiled and said,
It's okay. I'm just curious about why the number of colorful fruit cores dropped will increase. Qingyang, not only did you do the right thing, but you also established a great work comes.
After hearing Lin Sheng's compliment, Qingyang smiled sheepishly, then looked at Lin Sheng and said,
Actually, we didn't do anything. We just watered the fairy tree regularly. And then, there was nothing. Lin Sheng touched his chin and looked old. It seemed that the colorful fruit cores produced by this fairy tale tree were related to whether the fruit tree was carefully cared for. So at this moment, Lin Sheng said,
Keep working hard.
After saying this, Lin Sheng found a safe place and started using the colorful fruit core himself. After using more than 3,000 colorful fruit cores in a row, Lin Sheng's attribute point difference reached the 3,030 mark. After the attribute points reach the 3030 mark, Lin Sheng's attribute points will never increase, because the limit of level 3 is right here. Lin Sheng took the remaining colorful fruit cores to find Xinling and wanted to give the rest to Xinling for use. The purpose is of course to improve the spiritual strength of human beings. When Lin Sheng came to Xinling's side, he handed the colorful fruit core in his hand to Xinling. Xinling took the colorful fruit core calmly. She also understood what Lin Sheng meant. Lin Sheng would think of her every time he had something to improve his strength. After Xinling took the colorful fruit core, the parents on the side looked at the colorful fruit core in Xinling's hand curiously and asked, "Xiaoling, what is this?" Xinling explained to her parents. And then their parents also came over with the MV. In the past few days, under the leadership of Xinling, he also explained that the two elders also understood the way to improve their strength. Lin Sheng took out 20 bottles of primary 4 attribute potions and handed them to the second elder. This is the potion that Lin Sheng has prepared in the past few days. Of course, the second elder also needs to improve his strength when he is by his side. Even if Lin Sheng didn't think about the two elders fighting, he would take good care of them. But improvement in strength is necessary. Lin Sheng was also worried that if he failed, the two elders would face a crisis. If the second elder himself has enough strength, he can also eliminate this possibility. After doing this, Lin Sheng said H, low and left. Lin Sheng wanted to collect materials for third-level potions to make third-order potions. The production of third-level potions also requires 10 bottles of second-level potions. Lin Sheng came to the island base and looked at the soldiers who were busy. Pajun came to Lin Sheng. Before Lin Sheng could say anything, Pajun spoke first and said, "Master Sheng, I want to ask you something. In addition to buying it with gold coins, can I exchange other things with you for the cultivator?" Lin Sheng was stunned and felt secretly happy. It is of course possible to exchange it for something else. So Lin Sheng said, "Of course it is possible. For example, using potions to make materials. Crystals such as power crystals are also possible. And one crystal can replace a gold coin." "Really?" Pajun suddenly said in surprise. Lin Sheng was slightly stunned when he heard Pajun's reply. "I feel like the price is too low. How about 2 crystals instead of 1 gold coin?" Lin Sheng said tentatively again. "That's not possible. Mr. Sir, how can you return just by talking? Our people have collected a lot of crystals over a period of time, each with a quantity of 1,000. And they are all here. Please give me 400 cultivators." Chapter 156 Third Level Potion. Island of Sand. Come on. It seems like I can't take back what I've said. Lin Sheng could only agree. Okay. After Lin Sheng determined the goal of the transaction, Lin Sheng began to manufacture the cultivator. Lin Sheng learned the drawings of the cultivator. You learned how to make a cultivator. Fine steel 1000. Super battery 1. Plank 100. Rubber 50. Manufacture. Cultivator plus 1. Lin Sheng manufactured 400 cultivators in a row. Then he made a... Okay. Deal with Pajun. Get power crystal plus 1000. Get. A total of 1000 pieces of each of the 4 crystals were obtained. Lin Sheng smiled at Pajun and turned back to the naval ship. Pajun took the 400 cultivators he had just obtained from Lin Sheng. After taking out the 400 cultivators, he said to his soldiers, "Come here. I'll give you a new batch of equipment to help you plow the land faster." After Pajun distributed the 400 cultivators in his hands, each of the 400 soldiers had one. They each pushed a cultivator and started plowing on the somewhat black soil. The soldier pushed the cultivator, and the steel blade made of fine steel under the cultivator plowed away the soil in circles. A piece of soft land will be dug out on the land where the cultivator passes. As the soldiers continued to push the cultivator forward, soft soil appeared one after another. Pajun looked at the soldiers plowing the land suddenly faster. Pajun smiled broadly. Lin Sheng, who returned to the naval ship with the crystals, looked at the crystals in his backpack and smiled. Crystals? With these crystals in his hand, he can make potions again. Lin Sheng started making the potion without much hesitation. Get level 1 strength potion plus 1. Get first level intelligence potion plus 1. Get. Lin Sheng made 1,000 bottles of each of the first level versions of the 4 basic potions. The second level medicine requires 10 bottles of first level medicine as raw materials to make. When Lin Sheng started making it, there were only 100 bottles left out of 1,000 bottles. The second level medicine was not what Lin Sheng needed. Lin Sheng made 100 bottles of each of the 4 medicines into a third level medicine. Until the end, Lin Sheng only had 10 bottles each of 4 potions: strength, intelligence, physical strength, and spirit. Lin Sheng looked at the potion in front of him, opened it immediately and drank it.
At the potion entrance, each bottle of potion adds 3 attribute points to Lin Sheng. After drinking 10 bottles, Lin Sheng's attribute points increased by 30 points. Although these increases are not too high for the total amount of attribute points. But if you encounter enemies of the same level, you can definitely widen the gap at a small distance. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly remembered something. That is, the wooden dragon ball he had obtained from the elves before had not returned to its place. So Lin Sheng returned the wooden dragon ball to its place. When the dragon ball was included in the 5 dragon sculptures, the eyes of the dragon head on the 5 dragon sculptures suddenly lit up. This time it was somewhat useless. And the mouth of the dragon head suddenly opened. A nautical chart was spat out. After Lin Sheng reached out and took the drawing, he immediately started to look at it. The destination that appears on the nautical map appears as a gritty image on top of the drawing. Lin Sheng looked at the distance between the island and his location again.
Old Jack, it's time for us to set off.
Lin Sheng directly found Old Jack and handed the rude drawing in his hand to Old Jack and said, "Good boss." After Old Jack took the drawing, he glanced at it lightly, and then got down from the bed where he had been resting for the past few days. Recently, the naval ships have been staying in place, so Old Jack has nothing to do. He found a bed for himself to rest on. But now that things have happened, Old Jack casually put on his clothes and came to the driver's seat. After adjusting the course, the entire huge naval vessel headed towards the sea. When Poseidon saw Lin Sheng's naval ship suddenly leaving, he asked in confusion,
Master Sheng, what's going on?
Poseidon's heart suddenly tightened. Could Master Sheng be leaving? After having this speculation, Poseidon immediately sent a private message to Lin Sheng to ask for the specific reason.
Master, why did you leave? Are you not satisfied with our place?
Lin Sheng, who was staring at the sea outside the window in the captain's cabin, suddenly felt the private message. Lin Sheng opened the manual and immediately felt happy after seeing the news about Poseidon.
No, I discovered an island and am going there with my people now.
Seeing Lin Sheng's reply to Poseidon, he felt relieved. It's not just that the old man is dissatisfied and leaves. During this period, many things were purchased from Lin Sheng, and even Lin gave him a lot of help. Not to mention the squid. If there were no squid, how long would it take to complete the expansion of the island? After breaking off the private chat with Poseidon, Lin Sheng was surprised to find that at least the island was faintly visible on the sea in front of the ship. Looking from a distance, the island in front of us is golden, and the golden color is the color of gravel. The naval ship quickly arrived at the island. After Lin Sheng stepped off the ship, he looked at everything on the island. Everything that comes into view is gravel. Lin Sheng felt the surrounding environment carefully, feeling only pity in his heart. If there was an oasis on the edge of this island, it would be a holy place for vacation. But the result was gravel everywhere. Lin Sheng shook his head and threw these thoughts away. What he was looking for now was the dragon ball guided by the 5 dragon eagles. Lin Sheng walked towards the sand. Behind him were Guzi and others. Since Shenling wanted to accompany her parents, she did not go down to the island to act together. As a group of 4 people walked on this gravel-filled island, Lin Sheng felt that the surrounding environment was almost the same. If he hadn't been able to look back and see his huge naval ship from time to time, he might have really gotten lost on the island. He didn't know how far he had walked on the road, and Lin Sheng didn't see anything about Dragon Ball whereabouts. Lin Sheng scratched his head and thought to himself, could it be that there is nothing on this island because it is too old? It's no wonder that Lin Sheng thinks this way, because there are no places to hide treasures on the island. Not even a small wooden house. Just when Lin Sheng was suspicious, suddenly, I heard Pai-Pai's cursing voice.
Damn it! It's a good thing that I wore an iron SHL, Grandpa. Otherwise, I would have been bitten by this little guy.
The iron SHL that Pai-Pai was talking about was the armor he was wearing. At this moment, he was holding a scorpion the size of a crayfish in his hand. Just as Pai-Pai was complaining, the surrounding gravel began to roll. After Lin Sheng and others noticed their surroundings, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 157 Desert Scorpion. But just when everyone was frightened, the shaking of the earth stopped. Then a scorpion the same size as the scorpion caught in Pai-Pai's hand crawled out from under the gravel. Small scorpions are 10 centimeters long and 3 to 4 centimeters wide. Lin Sheng and others saw Sha Rui IQ raising his head and alerting the little scorpions around him, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
That's it?
Pai-Pai looked at the scorpion in his hand and came to the little scorpion on the gravel and grabbed it too. Pai-Pai's catching method is very special. completely avoiding the scorpion tail. So there is no need to worry about being stung. So Pai looked back at Lin Sheng one by one and said,
Boss, it's okay. It's just this little scorpion. But it's strange to say why such a small scorpion caused such a big fuss.
Pai looked at the little scorpion in his hand doubtfully and said. It was also at this time that Lin Sheng, Kong Kongi, and Gozi looked at Pai with horror.
Brother Pai.
Gozi swallowed his saliva and said,
Uh-huh.
Pai responded by raising his head and looking at Gozi, with a puzzled expression on his face.
What are you talking about? I'll be shy if you look at me like this.
Pai said a little embarrassed.
Well, Pai, I advise you to look back.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai's shy look and reminded him.
The back? What's there to see in the back? Aren't they all the same? Aren't the islands all sandy?
As soon as Pai finished speaking, he turned around and saw behind him. What's that? Pai was stunned, and a noodle suddenly hung from the tip of his nose. Suck slip. Pai sniffed and stared blankly at the huge scorpion behind him that was a head taller than him. He noticed that the shoe was staring directly at the two small scorpions in his hand.
Ha. Brother, this is your son. I was looking at him, and there was no place for him to find his family. I didn't expect you to come here now.
Pai showed an expression that looked worse than laughing. He put down the scorpion in his hand, pushed the little scorpion that he had placed on the ground, and said to the big scorpion in front of him, who was looking down at him,
Back to you.
Pai looked at the scorpion that was holding the tip of its tail towards him and said yes. Pai swallowed his saliva and looked at the glowing poisonous needle on the tail of the black scorpion. Then he ran away.
Oh my God! Boss, please run away. Why are you running away? Pai, the more you live, the more you go back.
Gozi took out the big axe in his hand, picked it up and ran towards the giant scorpion. After the giant scorpion saw someone actually attacking him, he immediately stabbed the dog with a poisonous stinger on his tail. When he came in front of the giant scorpion, he swung the axe and cut off the poisonous needle. Then, the big axe hit the scorpion's head violently. When the axe fell, the scorpion's head was immediately split open, and green brains splattered everywhere. The giant scorpion was already dead at this time. When Pai was running, he heard the sound of the dog and looked back. The steps also stopped. He was stunned and then realized that he was no longer an ordinary person. He also has an exclusive artifact in his hand. Isn't this scorpion just a tiny bit bigger?
Ahem. Aren't I testing your resilience?
Pai walked to Gozi's side and explained feebly.
Gozi, you are very good. I am very optimistic about you. But you can't compare with me yet. Even if 10 or 8 of them come, I can still deal with it.
Listening to Pai's words, everyone rolled their eyes. If I hadn't just confirmed that the person I saw running away so fast was you, I would have been fooled by you. I don't know if it was the reason for setting up Flig. When Pai stood on the giant scorpion, many sandbags formed on the sand behind Pai. These sandbags are too big and small to count. The sand on these sandbags slowly slid away, and scorpions of different sizes emerged one after another.
Hey, can you talk to your faction?
Lin Sheng glared at Pai and said,
Boss, I'm just telling the truth.
Pai, who was still unaware, suddenly spoke.
Okay, then it's time for your performance.
Lin Sheng stretched out his hand to indicate that Pai can show himself. Pai suddenly felt something was wrong and looked back hurriedly. A poisonous needle has already fallen towards Pai's face. Lin Shengji hurriedly used the sword energy to shoot out and cut off the poisonous needle.
Return,
Lin Sheng shouted. Oh. After Pai reacted, he hurriedly retreated to Lin Sheng's side. Suddenly I felt a lingering fear in my heart. If his boss saved him with a sword, he might really be stabbed to death. He looked at the giant scorpions that kept appearing and surrounding him. Lin Sheng and others all took out their exclusive artifacts. Everyone first cut off the poisonous needle's tail before killing the scorpion. Otherwise, the scorpion will make a deadly counterattack before killing the scorpion. Maybe they will all be poisoned. Over time, there were more and more corpses of the giant scorpions in front of the 4 of them. But there were no shortage of scorpions crawling out of the sand.
Have we entered a scorpion's den?
Kong Kongi said after killing a giant scorpion.
Possible,
Lin Sheng affirmed.
Everyone, cheer up. These scorpions are really not easy. If you don't want to die, you should fight hard.
Lin Sheng killed 2 more scorpions while he was talking. But these scorpions kept appearing as if there was no end to them. Just as everyone was trying to kill the scorpion to bring a glimmer of hope to everyone. An even bigger dirt bag emerged from the ground. When the ridge of sand receded, everyone was stunned.
If the previous Big Mac scorpion was as big as a car, so the even bigger scorpion that appears now is at least as big as your freight trucks on the highway. But scorpions are not only huge in size, they are also more powerful in speed and power. Hack! Pai suddenly exclaimed, facing such a giant. The four of them immediately gave all their attacks to the super giant scorpion without any words. The attack fell, and everyone thought that this super giant would be unable to withstand such an attack and die on the spot. But everyone soon discovered that this giant scorpion was actually standing in front of everyone unscathed. Moreover, the carapace on his body was extremely strong. Under the moonlight night, the black carapace was faintly illuminated by the moonlight. Lin Sheng looked at the giant scorpion in front of him, and suddenly became serious. Let's go! Let's go quickly! Chapter 158 Quicksand. Underground space. Facing this giant scorpion, the attacks were completely ineffective. Lin Sheng knew clearly that the weapons everyone used were exclusive artifacts. But even the exclusive artifact has no effect, so there is no other means in hand to deal with it. Lin Sheng and his three men fled towards the distance, and the super giant scorpion led other giant scorpions to chase Lin Sheng and others crazily. I don't know how far I escaped. Pai suddenly saw that scorpion, who was chasing them behind him, stopped chasing them. So Pai said, Boss, they don't seem to be chasing us anymore. After hearing what Pai said, Lin Sheng hurriedly stopped and looked back. Only then did he see that the scorpions actually stopped on the spot and did not continue to pursue Lin Sheng and others. Seeing the fear in the eyes of these scorpions, Lin Sheng vaguely felt something was wrong. I immediately panicked. Just when Lin Sheng lifted his feet, he realized that his steps seemed to be dragged by living things, making it difficult to move. Lin Sheng looked down. I also understood the origin of the uneasiness in my heart. After Lin Sheng saw that a small part of himself had been swallowed by the sand, he realized that he had fallen into quicksand. Following Lin Sheng's feeling, the other three people also discovered the problem under their feet. The next moment everyone turned pale. The boss is bad. The master is not good. Asterisk 2. Pai, Kongkongi, and Guzi both spoke hurriedly. Lin Sheng was also suffering from a headache and was trapped in the quicksand. Without external help, there was no way to escape. Lin Sheng looked at the image of his cap being swallowed up by quicksand just a moment later, and gave a helpless smile. It looks like we are doomed, Lin Sheng said helplessly. Boss, how about we send you out first? Pai next to Lin Sheng said. Kongkongi and Guzi also nodded in unison, expressing their agreement with Pai's decision. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, There is no need to struggle feebly. Lin Sheng knew that there was really no way to get out of the quicksand, and it was the kind of quicksand that engulfed people very quickly. It didn't take long before Lin Sheng was swallowed up to his waist by the quicksand. Everyone fell silent after listening to Lin Sheng's words. Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the naval ships on the edge of the island from a distance. I thought in my heart, maybe there is no chance to go back. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here. Lin Sheng looked back at the three of them and said, Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen into quicksand. What nonsense are you talking about? If you didn't bring me here, wouldn't there be no one to pay me a salary? Although you have never paid me a salary. Pai said. Master, we didn't protect you well. Guzi and Kongkongi said. Ha ha. The economic system has collapsed. If you like it, Pai, I will send you 10 pieces of jewelry every month after you go back. As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, all four of their heads were swallowed by the quicksand. After the super giant scorpion on the edge of the quicksand lost sight of Lin Sheng and others, he left with the other scorpions. Where is this? Boss, are you still there? In the dark space, Pai shouted. Brother Pai? I don't see the master here either. Guzi groped around but didn't find Lin Sheng speaking at the same time. Well, I seem to be sitting on the master's body, Kongkongi said with a blushing face. Kongkongi, although you are not heavy and are still very light, this posture is really inelegant. Get up. Lin Sheng took out a handful of fluorescent stones, which immediately illuminated the dark space. Then he said to Kongkongi, who was sitting on him with his legs spread apart. Okay. Kongkongi blushed and got up from Lin Sheng's body. After Lin Sheng distributed the fluorescent stone to others, he touched his cheek and said, Oh, if I had known I wouldn't die, I wouldn't have wasted my feelings. After saying this, Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the top of his head. I just fell from above. So why is there a space under the quicksand? Lin Sheng was surprised when he looked at the scene above his head. The top of his head was indeed not a stone wall, but quicksand. The quicksand would not float down. Instead, it seemed to be floating in the air, and it would even squirm. But Lin Sheng's attention soon stopped focusing on the quicksand above his head. His eyes moved down and landed on the stone wall. The stone wall in front of me is covered with vines. Lin Sheng stepped forward and tore off the vines. And everything that was originally covered was now displayed in front of Lin Sheng. The pictures on the walls depict dragon creatures. These dragon creatures handed a treasure to the tribes living here. This tribe built a palace to protect the dragon clan. But this race seemed to disappear suddenly. And in the end everything in the palace was covered by yellow sand. At this time, Lin Sheng could almost understand that after he was swallowed by the quicksand, the one who fell in was the one who had passed through the palace. Lin Sheng looked back at the three people who were still waiting for their next plan beside him. Lin Sheng said, "I won't talk about how I got in. The things we need should be here. Let's find the exit." Lin Sheng also noticed that this space should be a hall. There was nothing in this hall. So Lin Sheng wanted to find an exit, leave this hall, and go to other rooms to find what he needed. Under Lin Sheng's instructions, the three of them dispersed to look for the exit. Pai Pai's search found nothing, and so did Guzi. But Kong Kongi found a surprise in the direction he was looking for. Kong Kongi said loudly, "Master, we found a door here. Is there an exit?" Everyone spoke together. The next moment, everyone gathered around Kong Kongi. Lin Sheng and others raised their heads and looked at the door in front of them. Pai Pai and Guzi tried together, but failed to open the door. "Master, look here." Kong Kongi looked closely at the row of numbers on the door and said. Lin Sheng stepped forward and looked at the location pointed by Kong Kongi. "It's actually a password lock." "This is still a combination lock. What kind of family is this?" Lin Sheng said with a glare. But he still came to the combination lock. If he looked carefully, he could see that there were 360 stone buttons on the combination lock. Lin Sheng looked at these buttons and suddenly made a desperate sound. "Oh my god! I want to torture someone to death." The depth ratio of these stone buttons must be correct to open the stone door. Otherwise there is no way to open it at all. Chapter 159, Machinery Technique. Earth Dragon Pearl. "Boss, let me try." The party has long been curious about this kind of combination lock. Sojwasian said first. "Well, then go ahead and try it." Lin Sheng waved to Pai Pai to go forward and try. However, Lin Sheng is not very confident in unlocking these 360 locks. He was thinking about how to open the door next. Pai Pai is also a hard-working person. After stepping forward and operating the stone button, it had no effect at all. "Hey, I feel like it's getting tighter and tighter." Zhou frowned and said as Pai Pai pushed the stone door. After Lin Sheng, who was looking for another way out, heard Pai Pai's words, he sneered in his heart without looking back. "It's a shame there is no agency here. Otherwise, you bald man would probably end up here." After not walking far, Lin Sheng's foot hit a piece of stone on the ground. Suddenly Lin Sheng heard the sound of steel and stone rubbing against each other. Lin Sheng suddenly frowned and looked down. These are all stones. How can there be the sound of steel rubbing against each other? Just as Lin Sheng was thinking this, Lin Sheng's eyes noticed something that seemed to be suppressing under the stone slab. So Lin Sheng pulled the stone slab apart, and a mace-like hammer appeared on the ground. Lin Sheng picked it up and discovered that the spikes that looked like wolf teeth were actually the teeth of the key. Lin Sheng looked around and suddenly found a hole in the stone door. Lin Sheng blinked and looked at the mace in his hand to confirm that it was the right size key. So Lin Sheng stepped forward and prepared to stuff the mace into the keyhole. But at this moment, I unexpectedly heard Pai Pai yelling, "I don't believe it anymore. Madu, if the password can't be solved, then I will use brute force to crack it." After Guzi finished speaking, he raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the stone door. However, the owner could clearly feel the solidity of the stone door as soon as he smashed it. Even though Thor's hammer splashed with lightning and vibrated wildly on the stone gate, it still failed to cause any damage to the stone gate. On the contrary, Pai Pai's mouth was so shocked that it split open. "Hey, that's how you explain it. Guzi, Kong Kongi, and you guys come here to help. The three of us can definitely break open this door by hammering hard together." The dog barked and suddenly heard a shaking sound in his ears. Pai Pai felt happy, because it was his previous blow that had the effect. But when I turned around, I saw the stone door slowly opening upwards. Suddenly Lin Sheng's voice sounded from beside Pai Pai. "The brain is a good thing. Don't just rely on muscles to do things." After saying this, Lin Sheng stepped into the door. After entering the gate, Lin Sheng was suddenly stunned. The world behind this gate was simply a square. When Lin Sheng walked into it, he took out the fluorescent stones he was carrying and placed them on some locations. And then the entire square became brighter. After seeing everything in the square clearly, Lin Sheng hurriedly came to a stone table with a baggage placed on it. After Lin Sheng opened the baggage, his eyes lit up when he looked at the things in front of him. You have obtained the mechanism technique. You get the building map. After removing these two things, Lin Sheng also found a piece of letter paper. Lin Sheng opened the letter curiously and read it. My clan was ordered to guard the Earth Dragon Pearl here. Unfortunately, due to the erosion of the years, our clan fell into decline. And in the end, the clan was not saved. So we used special methods to hide our clan's dragon jewelry storehouse under the quicksand, and waited for the dragon envoy to come with the 5 dragon eagles. That is, you can use the 5 dragon sculptures as the key to open the treasure house door and take away the dragon beads. Lin Sheng looked at the letter inside. I didn't expect that these dragon vassal races would be so abiding by the rules. If it were some people with evil intentions, even brothers, they would probably be greedy for those good things after the person who entrusted them to them was gone. And this unknown ethnic group actually deliberately made reservations. Lin Sheng was also lucky. If this tribe hadn't kept their promise, he wouldn't have known where to get the Dragon Ball. After Lin Sheng read the letter, he looked back. But he was immediately stunned. Where is the treasure house? This is an empty hall. There is no door at all in the hall. Just when Lin Sheng was wondering, Kong Konyi was stroking a ball on a stone platform. The ball shook slightly, and suddenly a stone platform rose from the floor in the center of the hall. Lin Sheng sure did not see any secret passage. But this stone platform was undoubtedly the keyhole that Lin Sheng could use the 5 dragon sculpture to unlock. Lin Sheng stepped forward and placed the 5 dragon sculpture on it. A beam of light enveloped the 5 dragon sculpture. Pipe Eye and others hurriedly came behind Lin Sheng. After the light pillar receded, Lin Sheng took back the 5 dragon eagles. Feeling the ground shaking, several people hurriedly retreated away from the central area. As soon as Lin Sheng and others retreated, a cylindrical platform slowly rose from the ground. There was also a stone door on the platform. Lin Sheng turned around, but found that the stone door was not moving at all. After thinking for a while, Lin Sheng came to the stone door with the 5 dragon sculptures. The stone door opened directly, as if he felt something. Lin Sheng secretly thought that this was indeed the case. All are set according to the 5 dragon sculptures. Lin Sheng walked into the door and immediately saw some items stored on the table. Lin Sheng stepped forward and picked up the books, which were of ordinary texture. Acquire the mechanism technique. Lin Sheng was slightly startled. Is the mechanism technique what you think it is? Lin Sheng hurriedly opened the book, and the drawings in the book came into Lin Sheng's eyes. What kind of machine man, machine beast, etc., have mechanisms that gradually turn up gears? These things have no effect on naval ships, but it is of great use to Dragon Kingdom's island base, not to mention anything else. Just using the mechanism technique to set up a defense line can also block many intruders with other intentions. Lin Sheng put away the book on mechanism skills. These can be used later when he returns. Then Lin Sheng's eyes fell on another book on the table with only a few thin pages. Lin Sheng picked up the paper. Get the city construction map. After Lin Sheng thought about it, it was a pity to abandon this thing. It was tasteless, but it was still something obtained from the treasure house. Lin Sheng also put it away. Finally, there is a beautiful brocade box left on the table. At first glance, this brocade box contains some valuable things. The Dragon Ball must be in this brocade box. Lin Sheng picked up the brocade box. Obtain Earth Dragon Ball. After Lin Sheng heard the rising sound, he smiled. The purpose is achieved. Lin Sheng glanced around and suddenly saw a drawing on the table that he had just ignored. Chapter 160 Drone. Lin Sheng curiously picked up the drawing and looked at it. You have obtained the cement house construction drawings. Contain cement formula and steel bar condensation. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly became strange. From the looks of it, it's time for the wooden house to be phased out. In addition, the cement and steel bars can also be used on Dragon Kingdom's island base. The Dragon Kingdom did not have these two things before, but now they already have them. I am afraid that if I make these two things and give them to the Dragon Kingdom, the infrastructure maniac will really start taking action. Lin Sheng finally checked the environment inside the treasure house and found that there really was nothing else inside. Just when Lin Sheng was about to walk out of the treasure house, the stone door was suddenly closed. A stone door suddenly opened inside the treasure house. Two people walked out of the door.
Oh no! To be precise, these two are not people, but machine puppets. The two machine puppets walked towards Lin Sheng and surrounded Lin JJ one after another.
To obtain the inheritance of the treasure house, you must have the strength to go out, and the inheritance of the treasure house will belong to you. Otherwise, you can stay here.
Suddenly, a voice came from the mouth of a machine puppet. Lin Sheng had already felt that the treasure house puppet situation was going to test him. Lin Sheng did not show an ugly expression when facing these two machine puppets, but looked a little excited. There are also tutorials on mechanism puppets in the mechanism technique, but Lin Sheng is not sure how much combat power the mechanism puppets have. But now, aren't you facing the machine puppet? Just in time to test it out. Lin Sheng showed no intention of evading the oncoming machine puppet. The next moment, he held the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand, chased after him, and slashed at a machine puppet with the broken sword. After the broken sword hit the machine puppet in front of him, it actually didn't break it. Although the Xianyuan broken sword is broken, it is still an artifact. But the sharpness of the artifact cannot cut through the puppets. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. If I rely on the machine technique to create a machine puppet, will it be the same as drinking a machine puppet? But the machine puppet behind Lin Sheng didn't give Lin Sheng much time to think. The machine puppet with Lin Sheng's back was quietly touching Lin Sheng's back, and the blade on his arm suddenly stabbed Lin Sheng's back. Lin Sheng hurriedly avoided the attack of this machine puppet. A sword energy was emitted towards the back. The sword energy fell on the machine puppet, and a clang sound of gold and iron sounded. But the sword energy could only leave a gap in the machine puppet's body, leaving the rest undamaged. Lin Sheng's eyes almost went straight when he saw it. He didn't expect that this machine puppet could be so powerful. You must know that Lin Sheng's attack with all his strength can cause more than 5,000 damage. This level of damage cannot be resisted by ordinary people or monsters. Then the two machine puppets launched an attack on Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng ran away in a hurry and started a tug-of-war with the two machine puppets. After widening the distance between the machine puppets, Lin Sheng maintained a long-distance sneak attack with his sword energy. After rounds of attacks, the two machine puppets were finally worn down by half of their bodies by Lin Sheng. Pai Pai and others outside the treasure house found that Lin Sheng had not come out for a long time. Lin Kai saw that the stone door was suddenly closed, and there were sounds of fighting inside the door. The three of them couldn't help but worry about Lin Sheng.
Boss! Master!
The three of them shouted as they banged on the door. But no response was heard from Lin Sheng. The three of them became more and more worried. But Sherman and the others couldn't get in. They couldn't know Lin Sheng's situation at the moment, so they could only worry outside the room. Just when the three of them were extremely anxious, the sounds of fighting stopped, and Lin Sheng walked out of the treasure house.
Boss, Master! Are you okay?
After seeing Lin Sheng come out, the three of them asked Lin Sheng with concern.
Fine.
Although Lin Sheng felt a little tired, he did feel that he was becoming more proficient in the use of sword energy. If it had been the previous time, 1 or 2 of the 10 sword energy shots might have been missed. But now, although Lin Sheng cannot guarantee that all of his shots will hit the center of the target, they will definitely not miss the mark.
Okay, let's go back,
Lin Sheng said. The matter on the island has been dealt with, so it is natural to go back. However, as soon as Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai and others looked at Lin Sheng in confusion. The thoughts in their eyes were, how should we go back? How should we go? Lin Sheng was stunned when he looked at the eyes of the three people. Yes, when they came in, they were almost upgraded and sent in by the quicksand. And where is the exit? Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, he suddenly saw the stone pillars in the main hall rising slowly. The stone pillars are surrounded by circles of stairs, and these stairs undoubtedly do not lead to the top of the stone pillar.
That's the exit up there.
Guzi, who had been looking at the sky for a long time, said affirmatively. The group of people walked towards the top of the stone pillar. Soon we reached the top of the stone pillar, and just as Guzi said, the stone pillar had broken through the quicksand and appeared in the mid-air above, and the top of the stone pillar is connected to a cliff. Lin Sheng and others left the top of the stone pillar and walked down the cliff, and then returned to the edge of the island. After re-landing on the ship began to return. Lin Sheng on the naval ship was counting the harvest. Unknowingly, it got dark. The naval ship also sailed back to the island base of Dragon Kingdom under the moonlight. The next day was the 22nd day of the disaster. Lin Sheng had just woken up and signed in with, OK. Sign in to get Super Drone +1. After Lin Sheng saw the sign-in reward, he suddenly became excited. The only thing missing on the naval ship now was long-distance detection methods. With this drone, we also have long-distance detection methods. Lin Sheng immediately came to the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, in addition to the captain's driving position, there is also a monitoring position. This is the extra position after upgrading the naval ship, but one has never been used. Lin Sheng docked the super drone with OK. Soon Lin Sheng got the specific information about the super drone. Super drone. 100% battery, 100H battery life. Flight height 1W meters. Flight distance 5W meters. Light energy charging. Possess functions, collection, throwing, stealth. Lin Sheng looked at the drone and immediately wanted to try using it. At this moment, there is still a distance of 30,000 meters between the naval ship and the Dragon Kingdom's island base. Lin Sheng flew the drone into the sky.